Chapter 95. Opportunities Abound, May 1944. In many ways, it felt as though it had taken forever for this day to arrive. Between planning and assembling a rather extensive guest list, the wedding of Charles and Doria had taken much longer to arrange than Harry and Minerva's rather rushed affair. "Do you wish we had a day like this?" Harry asked as he and Minerva were taking a turn around the dance-floor. The heavily pregnant woman shook her head. "No, it would have been too much for me," she assured him. "Look how many people are here." Harry couldn't forget if he wanted to. For the most part, he had avoided going out in public, and as a result, he had spent much of the day being inundated by those that wished to impose themselves upon him. He didn't mind those that wished to offer their humble gratitude for all he had done, but the sucking up became tiring rather quickly from those that only wished to be associated with him for their own gain. Harry would never pretend to be politically astute in comparison, but he was not so naive. The hours spent in the company of Abriot and Sokolov during his meetings with them over the past months, and attending the ICW meetings, had taught him enough to see through others' intentions. Much to his relief, with the conundrum that had been Austria and Hungary finally having been solved, those meetings had become less frequent, though he did check in with both men regularly. The countries that had supported Grindelwald so steadfastly had, after months of negotiations, received a similar treaty to the Italians who were being watched closely. Germany had yet to formally surrender, but had been keeping abreast of the process and sanctions imposed on the others before making contact with the ICW. The negotiations regarding them would begin soon enough, but until then, Harry was looking forward to simply spending some time away from the continent. "I don't think I would have enjoyed a wedding like this," Harry admitted. Minerva smirked knowingly at him. "No, you wouldn't have," she agreed. "Imagine how much worse it would be if you were the groom." Harry grimaced and shook his head as he caught sight of the ice sculptures depicting the Potter and Black family crests, acting as the centerpiece of the top table. "Is that really necessary?" he asked. Minerva nodded. "To the purebloods it is," she snorted. "Weddings are an opportunity for them to show off to the other families. There has never been a marriage between the Potter and Blacks, so a display of wealth is expected. There are standards to uphold, my dear husband," she added, sticking her nose in the air mockingly. Harry chuckled amusedly. "Let's be grateful we're not them." "Oh, Harry, it doesn't matter if you're a pureblood or not. People have expectations of you." "Well, they can kiss my—" "Minister Folly." Minerva cut in loudly as the man approached and clapped Harry on the shoulder. "It is very good to see you, Minerva," the man greeted, taking her by the hand and brushing his lips across her knuckles. "You are looking as radiant as ever. How long left?" "Only a month," Minerva replied, placing a hand on her stomach. "Rosa is very excited." The minister winced, his posture stiffening. "Where is the little scamp?" Folly asked cautiously, his eyes darting around for any sign of the girl. Harry did his best to hide his grin, failing miserably as he remembered what his daughter had done to the man. Folly had invited them over for dinner, and Rosa had found the affair rather dull. In her boredom, she had turned the minister's plate of spaghetti into several snakes, and as the man tried to flee from them, one of the serpents bit him on his rear. It wasn't venomous, but the snake would not relent until Harry intervened. Rosa had been thoroughly entertained by her trick and had demonstrated her first use of parseltongue, an equally proud and concerning moment. Harry had considered that she might inherit the ability, but hadn't given it much thought. Ever since, she had become obsessed with the creatures, though Harry had not introduced her to his own shadowy companion. "She is with Rosalina and Aliner," Minerva assured the man, who relaxed somewhat before making his excuses to move along. Harry laughed heartily, internally thanking Rosa for his exploits. "It's not funny, Harry," Minerva sighed. "It's hilarious." Minerva rolled her eyes at him, the corner of her lips tugging in a grin. "Are you ready for your speech?" Charles had asked Harry to be his best man, a duty he had been happy to fulfill, despite having to give a public speech in front of the upper echelons of society. Yes, Harry huffed. It will be over soon enough, Minerva soothed. Well, after you have spoken to Albus and Armando, apparently. I'm going to find our daughter and make sure she is not causing problems. Harry frowned as Minerva left him to the approaching professors, giving him a winning smile. Harry knew his wife well enough to know that she had planned this, but to what end? Ah, Harry, Armando greeted him warmly. Having fun. I would be if there weren't so many stuffy arskissers here, Harry answered bluntly, eliciting a chuckle from both men. It is the pureblood way, lad, Armando pointed out. Your popularity and fame are unparalleled. They would be remiss in their duties to not try and befriend you. Well, if they want to be my friend, they should just bugger off. I'll like them more for it. Armando shook his head amusedly. If you wish for a respite, there is a position open for you at the castle this year. Position? Armando nodded. Minerva has decided that she will be remaining at home after she gives birth, and after discussing it amongst ourselves, we can think of no one better to fill in for her. Charles has only just gotten married. He will not wish to be away from his wife. What about you? Harry asked Dumbledore. I am currently working on a project that requires much of my attention, the man answered. If you are unavailable, I will return to teaching full-time, but would do so reluctantly. I am on the cusp of something quite spectacular. His eyes were twinkling excitedly, and Harry narrowed his own. Minerva put you both up to this, didn't she? On the contrary, it was me that broached the subject with her, Albus explained. It would truly be wonderful to have you back, and the students could learn much from you. Harry looked at the man skeptically. Even after I killed. Dumbledore held up a hand to silence him. You only did what you believed was right, he sighed. I do not hold that against you, Harry. I am grateful that I was not forced to act. The smile he gave Harry was genuine, and the words sincere. His expression was pained, but that was quite understandable. Despite everything, Albus had cared for Grindelwald. Can I think about it and discuss it with my wife? Harry asked. Armando nodded. Of course, he allowed. Any help you can give us will be most appreciated. With that, the two men left him to it, and Harry turned his attention to where Minerva was standing with Rosalina and Alina, who had made the trip to attend the wedding. Releasing a deep breath, he offered his wife a nod, and the woman smiled brightly, something that never failed to pull one from Harry in kind. Break. It was a bittersweet experience, if nothing else, to watch Charles get married. It was something Angelica and William had discussed much the older their son grew, and though Doria Black had never been mentioned as a potential match, Angelica knew her late husband would have approved. More than anything, however, she wished he was here to see it for himself, to see how happy Charles was and witness the man he had become. He would be proud, of that Angelica had no doubt. Charles had become a respectable man and was shaping up to be a fine lord. The woman could ask no more of him. Still, as honored as she was to be here, her heart continued to long for William. The day had gone by without a hitch thus far. The ceremony had been as heartfelt as any other marriage she had witnessed, and Angelica knew that Charles and Doria would be happy together. Having met the woman on numerous occasions, it was clear to see that she cared deeply for Charles, and her son all but worshipped the ground she walked on. He was a fool in love, but Angelica would rather that than any alternative. The past few years had taught her that any happiness that could be should be grasped tightly, and Charles and Doria were doing just that. The announcement of their engagement had raised a few eyebrows and displeased some. Only Selwyn had been so dense to attempt to interfere in the match, something no other would do. Between Charles and Arcturus, it would be suicide to do so, and adding Harry to the mix completed a terrifying trio that none would dare to cross. Angelica's eyes swept across the breadth of the dance-floor until they locked onto the ladder. Not a week went by that he didn't write to her, and he visited almost as much as Charles did to check in on her. It was a sweet gesture on his part, and one offered with the best of intentions. Harry cared for her as he had for William, and Angelica appreciated the young man, though she often found herself taken aback by his appearance. His resemblance to her son and husband was almost uncanny in certain lights. Perhaps she just saw what she wanted. No, the similarities were impossible to ignore, and were she not so confident in William's faithfulness, she would have assumed Harry was his son. She offered the man a smile as he looked towards her, seemingly aware of her staring. For reasons he hadn't shared, his parentage was still something he kept close to his chest. "May I join you?" A voice broke into her thoughts. Angelica smiled at her daughter-in-law and patted the chair next to her. The woman was a beauty, almost ethereally so. The Blacks always produced such women, but Doria's eyes were much softer than any other Angelica had met over the years at various functions she had attended with William. "How does it feel to be the new Lady Potter?" Angelica asked. Doria's mouth fell agape in realization. "I hadn't thought of that," she replied apologetically. Angelica waved her off. "I'm glad it is you," she offered sincerely. "Neither Charles nor William could have picked someone better. You make my son happy, and that is all that matters to me." Doria smiled. "He makes me happy too, even if he is infuriating at times." "Even then," Doria returned with a grin, "did you know the idiot has somehow coaxed a herd of griffins to the manor?" Angelica snorted amusedly. "It has been mentioned to me," she sighed. "Let us hope the Thestrals aren't offended. That could be quite unpleasant." "Thestrals?" Doria asked. "They're very sweet creatures, just a little misunderstood," Angelica explained. "They have been there for generations, but they prefer a woman's company. Macy feeds them, but I would appreciate it if you would try to get to know them. They would too." Doria nodded uncertainly. "Are you not coming home then?" she asked. Charles was hopping. "I'm coming back to Britain," Angelica confirmed, "but Potter Manor can no longer be my home. Without William, it wouldn't feel right. There are other homes I can choose from." "Charles won't like that." "Charles will respect my wishes," Angelica replied with a grin. "He might be a grown man and the Lord Potter, but he won't tell me what to do. He's not too big to stick across my knee if that's what it takes." Doria giggled amusedly before sobering and taking Angelica's hand. "It is still your home," she murmured. Angelica squeezed her hands gratefully. "Now it is yours," she pointed out. "I will be around, but look after my boy, Doria. He's been through a lot." "I will," the younger woman promised. "Good. Now where has he gone now?" "I think Arcturus took him somewhere for the talk." "It's a little late for that now, isn't it?" Angelica chuckled. Doria blushed. "I don't know what I'll do with the pair of them," she huffed. "Dealing with one of them is bad enough." "And Harry?" Doria shook her head. "For as much trouble as he finds himself in, he doesn't cause me any problems. He's always polite, respectful, and gives me no reason to be concerned when the three of them disappear into the basement. What do they even do in there anyway?" Angelica huffed amusedly. "You'll spend most of your life dragging them out of there. William's grandfather built it as a training room and a place to hide when there were visitors he did not wish to see. William used it, and I have no doubt my son will do the same." Doria hummed as she shook her head. "Are all men like that?" Angelica shrugged. "I've been given no reason to think they aren't." Doria smiled amusedly. "But it is worth it, putting up with their stupidity." "It is," Angelica confirmed. "It is worth every minute." Break. It felt good to step out of the hustle and bustle of the wedding and take a moment to simply enjoy not having to be Lord Black. With Charles and a few others Arcturus had made the acquaintance of over the past few years, he needed only to be himself. At home, however, and surrounded by his peers, he could not afford to let them see him as anything but the epitome of the name he carried. It was often tiring, but the political field in Britain needed to be navigated carefully, something Arcturus couldn't forget. "It's funny how they offer their congratulations here, but were quite vocal in their disapproval of our match," Charles sighed irritably. "They don't know that we know how much they disliked it," Arcturus pointed out. "It was Reg. with thanks to the Lord Yaxley that had provided the list of those that had spoken out of turn. And though neither Charles nor Arcturus would openly spurn them, they would never curry favor with either man. "So why did you drag me out?" Charles questioned. "Is this the part where you threaten me?" Arcturus snorted and shook his head. "I know you're a good man, Charles. You would give your life for her in a heartbeat." "I would." Arcturus nodded appreciatively. "No, this isn't about me threatening you. This is me being a big brother and someone who has lost too much to this war asking you to take care of Doria. Other than my wife and boys, she's all I have left." Charles's expression softened as he clapped Arcturus on the shoulder. Perseus and his father had been killed during the war, and Cassiopeia's condition had not improved much. At times, she had moments of lucidity before she quickly devolved back into her ramblings. If she ever did recover, Arcturus would keep his promise that she would be surrendered to the Aurors or the ICW to face punishment for what she had done. The world wouldn't forget her part, and neither could Arcturus. "Doria will always have everything she could ever want or need," Charles promised, "and you will always be welcome in our home. I suppose we're brothers now." Arcturus allowed a sincere smile to crest his lips. "We were brothers before today. You, me, Evans, Reg, and Gilbert. Ours just runs a little deeper now." Charles nodded his agreement. "It will be in blood and magic one day, when Doria and I are ready." "You're not going to have a baby yet?" Arcturus asked, a frown creasing his brow. "No, Doria is set on spending some more time as a healer," Charles explained. "When she becomes a mother, she wants to dedicate herself only to that. I don't think she would regret having a child now, but she would regret missing out on what she has worked so hard for." "She would," Arcturus agreed. "And with Evans about to have another one, we've got more than enough sprogs running around to keep us on our toes." Charles chuckled and nodded. "Who do you think will be next, Reg or Gilbert?" "I wouldn't put money on either," Arcturus replied thoughtfully. "But if I had to, I would say Gilbert. Reg is always too tired for anything after his Auror training. But he will be qualified soon." "Qualified?" Arcturus snorted. "He's the most qualified in the ministry already without the piece of parchment telling him that." Charles nodded his agreement. "Have you given any thought to the request to train the Aurors?" "It could be fun," Arcturus mused aloud. "It would give me something else to do, you. I think it's not a bad idea. Between us, Reg, and Harry, we could show them a thing or two." "Has Harry agreed?" "Not yet, but he will," Charles predicted confidently. "It won't be until September anyway." "Do you think the Aura recruits will like their 5 a.m. start?" "Nobody likes a 5 a.m. start," Charles huffed. "Only Harry is sick enough to enjoy those." Break. June 1944. It was a frantic Harry that paced back and forth outside his own bedroom, whilst Dumbledore sat quite serenely in a chair he had conjured, his legs crossed, and his hands folded in his lap. "She will be fine, Harry," the man assured him. "Both Poppy and Madame Morgana are with her." Harry paused and nodded, grateful that Minerva had gone into labor when she was at home this time. "Bloody hell, this is worse than being at war," he muttered irritably. Dumbledore chuckled. "You are familiar with war, Harry," he pointed out. "Here, you have no control, and you must put your faith in others that know better." "The more time I spend with you, the more you remind of the old git I knew that I left behind," Harry retorted. "Was I truly so bad?" Dumbledore asked. Harry shot the man an apologetic look. "No, you did the best with what you had," he sighed. "I didn't understand that before the war." Dumbledore offered him a warm smile. "Such a terrible thing will teach us much," he mused aloud. "Lessons I hope no other must learn." Harry nodded his agreement. Even a year after the fighting had ceased, what he had experienced still haunted him, and he was certain it always would. Dumbledore, in the way Harry had always known him, didn't miss his sudden shift in demeanor. "I do not wish for you to think you are being forced to come back to Hogwarts, Harry," the man said sincerely. Harry waved him off. "I don't. I know Minerva will appreciate me covering for her. It will give me something worthwhile to do. I've not had much of that. Your job is very important. It is, Harry agreed, but it doesn't keep me occupied or make me feel as useful as I could be. Does that make sense? Dumbledore nodded. You're not someone who is content with being idle. For so long you have felt the need to be proactive, and now that you have so much free time, it bothers you. It is natural. Well, teaching will keep me busy, for this year at least. It will, Albus confirmed with a smile, and I'm sure you will find it to be a most rewarding experience. Has Rosalina forgiven you? He questioned with a grin. Harry snorted amusedly. The woman had been pleased. He had decided to return to the castle, but had expected him to do so to replace her. Harry hadn't given that much thought, but perhaps one day he would consider it. He was happy with taking a year for Minerva's sake, but he wasn't so sure about dedicating himself to Hogwarts permanently. In truth, he knew that if he accepted the post, he would never leave, and there was much of the world he still wanted to experience. As a hit wizard, he was well-traveled, though his excursions had been for the purpose of work. He wanted to see it, without anything else hanging over him. No, she hasn't forgiven me yet, he replied. You know she will sulk and hold a grudge for a while. Albus nodded his agreement. Hell hath no fury, he murmured to himself, standing suddenly as the door to the bedroom opened and Poppy beckoned for them to enter. Harry hurried forward, leaving Dumbledore to trail behind. Entering the room, the scent of blood tinged the air, but Minerva was laying in the bed, exhausted, with a tired smile adorning her features. As she had almost 3 years prior, she was holding a bundle of white blankets to her chest, her gaze shifting between Harry and the babe she carried. It's a boy, Minerva whispered. Harry smiled as he made his way towards her and chanced a glance at his son. There was no surprise shock of red hair to greet him this time, but thick, dark locks as messy as his own had always been when he allowed them to grow. A boy, he murmured as he carefully took a seat next to Minerva, who nodded. Any ideas for names? She asked. The only names Harry would like to choose were ones that would soon be taken by others, or would simply raise too many questions. Even in the wizarding world, Sirius was not a common name, after all. Certainly not outside the Black family. Harry shook his head. You. Could we name him after my grandfather? He died when I was 6, but he was the sweetest man. He raised my dad alone when my grandmother died from cancer. With no reason to disagree, and after he had named Rosa, Harry nodded. What was his name? Jack, Minerva answered. Then Jack it is. Break. Having seen Dumbledore leave the castle earlier in the evening, Tom knew this would be his best opportunity to reclaim the Chamber of Secrets for himself, though what use he could get out of it when he had only a week left of school, he knew not. The previous week, he had completed his newts, and since the Christmas break, he had been bracing himself to tackle the task ahead of him. He was prepared as best as he ever could be, and decided that it had to be tonight. There was no promise that he would be given another opportunity, after all. Having made it through the first entrance in the second-floor bathroom, and through the tunnels leading to the door adorned with bronze snakes, Tom felt himself filled with a sense of trepidation. The memory of what had happened here previously was not something easily forgotten. Nonetheless, he refused to turn back and released a deep breath as he drew his wand. Open, he hissed. The chamber was as it had appeared during his first visit. Stone serpents on either side of the walkway led to where the room opened up, and at the far end, he could see a rather unflattering statue of who he assumed to be was Salazar Slytherin. Tom had not gotten to admire that particular feature last time, but when he had dealt with the magic that plagued this place, he could finally enjoy what his ancestor had created, even if it was only for a short while. He had no doubt that Evans had been truthful when he said that he had taken anything of any use from the room, but that didn't make Tom any less eager to explore the chamber for himself. Perhaps the man had missed something. Shaking his head of thoughts until he could focus on anything other than the impending threat, He held his wand aloft as he tentatively took a step into the room. Murmuring under his breath, he detected no less than a dozen spells that had been quite recently placed, most designed to only be visually impressive and threatening. However, 2 of them were dangerous and would need to be removed before Tom could proceed any further. Murmuring under his breath once more, he cast a series of charms to rid the chamber of them, grinning as he no longer felt their presence after doing so. Cautiously, Tom took another step forward, and then another, his heart racing as he realized his efforts had been successful. He cheered internally, the rush of adrenaline and euphoria he was experiencing leaving his legs shaking. He had done it. For the first time, he had gotten the better of Evans. Tom had always known he was the better, more powerful wizard, and now he had finally proven it. Still, it was something of a hollow victory, and one he would benefit little from with how limited his time was here, but he was not going to let that ruin his moment. He had achieved something great, something he would one day rub in Evan's face as he gloated to the man of his superiority before he killed him. Reaching the carved statue of Slytherin's face, he smiled smugly at the visage of the founder he had idolized these past years. Tom would be even greater than the man himself, of that he had no doubt. "Open," he hissed curiously. The mouth did so, the stone grating noisily as an opening formed. Within the damp, dark cavern was an inner chamber where he could only assume the basilisk that had once resided here nested. Around him was an array of discarded bones, and another opening on the opposite side to the mouth, that when he carefully walked down, led to a door that was already ajar. Through it, he found what had been some sleeping quarters, a workstation, and several empty bookshelves where the dust that coated everything else was much thinner. Evans had taken whatever books had been here, a thought that angered Tom to no end, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth that replaced the sweeter success he had enjoyed. "I knew you would come back," a voice rang out. Tom stiffened at the familiarity of it, his grip tightening around his wand. "I would not feel too proud for making it this far if I were you. If I was the same monster that haunted me my entire life, you would already be dead, but I refuse to become him." Tom's nostrils flared in anger as he looked for the source of the voice. "Show yourself," Tom snarled. There was no response, but for the distant sound of grinding stone. Realizing what was happening, Tom sprinted from the concealed room and barely made it back into the main chamber before the mouth closed, the expression of his ancestor somehow appearing to be disapproving of what was happening. "Open," Tom tried. Nothing. The mouth remained stubbornly shut. "Open." Again, his command failed, and Tom realized he truly had no control here. Evans had somehow taken the chamber for himself, had stolen what was rightfully Tom's. It angered the teen, and he wanted it back, but how? Seething, he waved his wand and muttered under his breath in an attempt to detect any further spells the man had cast. But beyond what he had discovered earlier, Tom found nothing new. Still, he would not allow Evans to take away from his victory. The man could conjure all the smoke and mirror tricks he wished. He had still been bested, and it would be his success down here that Tom would remember. Realizing it was late, Tom decided he would take that victory and leave. There was nothing else for him here, and though that would always irk him, he would get the last laugh. Evans would die for all he had done, and he allowed himself some time to fantasize just how he would see to it as he made his exit from the Chamber of Secrets. Having made his way through the tunnels, he propelled himself upwards to where the entrance was, smiling to himself as he pondered the many ways he would punish Evans when the man was at his mercy. He could put him under the imperious curse and make him murder his own family. The thought filled Tom with a glee akin to what he felt the night he had the Riddle's gardener murder them. Landing in the bathroom, he shivered at the warmth that permeated through him, only for his blood to run cold as he was met with the tear-filled gaze of a bespectacled girl. "What are you doing here?" she sniffed, becoming visibly angered by his appearance. "This is a girl's bathroom." Evidently, she had been alerted by the sound of the sink descending as he arrived, and her eyes shifted towards the large opening in the floor. "None of your business, Warren," Tom snapped irritably. The girl had probably come here to cry after her Hufflepuff housemates had bullied her. Myrtle Warren was not a popular girl. She was interfering, nosy, and spent most of her time telling tales on others. "What is that?" she demanded haughtily, pointing to the chamber opening. "I'm going to tell Professor Dippet." The girl turned on the spot, and Tom panicked. He could not afford for anyone to find the entrance to the chamber. Not even Evans would have told anyone of its existence. "No," he gasped, pointing his wand at the retreating girl desperately as she opened the door. With a loud scream and a resounding crack that echoed off the walls in and beyond the bathroom, the door smashed into the girl with so much force that it sent her into the wall opposite. Tom froze and looked at his wand in disbelief. He had not given any thought to what he wanted to happen. He merely wanted to stop Myrtle from telling another one of her tales. Looking from his wand to the girl, his heart sunk into his stomach. She was unmoving and had a deep wound in the back of her head. Worse still, her neck was at an unnatural angle where it had been broken. Myrtle Warren was dead, and Tom Riddle was standing next to her still-warm corpse. "Break. Headmaster, there is a disturbance on the second floor." Armando released a deep breath as he stood from behind his desk. "Thank you, Everard," he sighed. "What is it?" "A scream, Headmaster, coming from the girls' bathroom." "Myrtle," Armando murmured to himself. It wasn't unusual to find the girl in that particular bathroom after a spat with her housemates. She was an emotional girl who had the best of intentions, but her peers didn't see it that way. "I will check it out," he declared. It was late, and Armando had already changed for bed, but regardless of the time, he would not leave a student alone in such a state. Taking his leave of his office, he tied the belt of his dressing gown and headed towards the second floor to attend to Myrtle Warren, almost pleased he only had one more year of her presence to endure. Break. Tom didn't know what to do. This wasn't like the night he had visited his Muggle relatives. There, he'd had someone to take the blame for his actions, and there was no need for him to clean up after himself. Here, he was in quite the bind. He couldn't simply vanish the body. The students would notice her absence, and she had parents that would be waiting for her when the Hogwarts Express reached King's Cross in only a few days. No, that wouldn't work. For a second, he entertained the idea of hiding her body down the tunnel leading to the Chamber of Secrets, but if a search was called and Evans happened to check it, the game would be up. Between Evans and Dumbledore, they would figure out the truth, and the last thing Tom wanted was for anyone to dig into his past. Thus far, no one had looked closely at his Muggle relatives, and were they to do so, it would not take much skill for a competent wizard to discover what had truly happened in Little Hangelton. Tom cursed under his breath. His only choice was to flee. To where, he knew not. He didn't know enough about how magical investigations were carried out, but there would be one here soon enough, and there was a glaring chance his involvement would be traced. Perhaps he could hide in the chamber itself. He dismissed the idea, immediately for the same reason he had when pondering concealing the body in there. From what Tom had seen, there was no other means of escaping. He turned suddenly as the door opened, his eyes widening at the sight of Professor Dippet in his pajamas. Tom froze as the man took in the scene before him, his mouth falling agape as he reached for his wand. It wasn't there, but Tom still held his. Avada Kedavra. Tom had cast the spell out of desperation, and Dippet's expression became one of utter shock as the sickly green light plowed towards him. The headmaster collapsed to the ground, and the man became the second corpse in the bathroom. Tom didn't regret what he had done. For as long as he had been aware of it, he had wanted to try the spell, but now was not the time to bask in the simplicity of taking a life. The tolling of loud bells pulled him from his thoughts. He needed to leave, to get away before his victims were discovered. The alarm had somehow already been raised, and there was not a second to spare. It was at a sprint that he exited the bathroom, breathing heavily as he made his way down the stairs until he reached the entrance hall. Ignoring the confused students as they arrived, he headed outside and towards the gate, to freedom with the bells growing only louder. Break. At barely an hour old, little Jack was an adorable baby. With his black hair and eyes as green as his father's, he would grow into a fine boy. How could he not with Minerva and Harry as his parents? Albus ignored the many instances that Rosa had proven to be quite the mischief maker, though he not so secretly found her antics highly amusing. Her years at Hogwarts would be most interesting if she continued as she was. "I couldn't be prouder of either of you," Albus whispered, not wanting to wake the sleeping boy. He looked up to see that Minerva was sleeping lightly, tired from her ordeal, and Harry was holding her hand, his eyes fixed on his son. "It's strange to think it has been almost 3 years since Rosa was born," he sighed. "I missed too much." Albus shot the man a sympathetic smile. "For the greatest cause," he pointed out. "Rosa will grow up with the knowledge that her father is the very best of men, Harry. She will not hold anything against you." The man nodded appreciatively. "I hope so." Albus allowed him a moment of contemplation as he gently rocked the babe in his arms. He would have liked to have been a father, but it wasn't to be. Instead of having children of his own, he was a father of sorts to hundreds of students that passed through the castle, and he hoped to be so for many years to come. He frowned suddenly as an odd noise began emitting from the pocket of his robes, and as he removed the glass orb, his breath hitched in his chest. Armando had given him this upon promoting him to the position of deputy head, and Albus had been assured that he would only be alerted by it in the direst of circumstances. "What is it?" Harry asked curiously. "There is an emergency at Hogwarts." "What kind of emergency?" Albus thought back to when he had received the orb, and the explanation Armando had given him. Blue meant that a student had gone missing. Orange meant the castle was under attack. Red meant, "Someone has died," he gasped as he stood. The disturbance woke Jack, who began crying, which woke Minerva in turn. Harry relieved Albus of the babe before calling for his elf. "I need you to stay here, Cora," he instructed, handing her the newborn. "No one is to enter or leave this room unless it is me." The elf nodded immediately, and Harry began hissing under his breath. A blue glow filled the room briefly before all seemed to return to normal, though Albus could feel the undercurrent of something exceedingly dangerous permeating the air. "What's happened?" Minerva asked groggily. "Something at Hogwarts," Harry explained. "I will go with Albus to see what it is." He then hissed loudly, and an enormous serpent emerged seemingly from his shadow and coiled protectively around the bed, poised and ready to strike. Albus had heard rumors of such a creature becoming Harry's companion, but seeing it for himself was something else entirely. It appeared to be made of smoke, and its molten eyes were like lava. The snake must have been 30 feet long. "Come on," Harry urged, taking Albus by the wrist. The two of them vanished and appeared outside of the barred gates of the school. "Can you open them?" Harry asked loudly over the sound of ringing bells. Albus nodded as he drew his wand and sliced a shallow cut into his palm before placing it on the lock. The gates swung open with a groan, and the two men hurried towards the castle, neither speaking. It was to a scene of shock they arrived to. The entrance hall was full of students from every house, all of whom were terrified, and some in tears. "What has happened?" Albus asked one of the Hufflepuff prefects frantically. The boy was mute, completely in shock. "Albus, come quick." The voice of Rosalina not called, the usually unshakable woman in quite the state of despair. Both Harry and Albus rushed up the stairs, the younger of the two storming ahead. By the time Albus caught up, Harry had reached the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor and was peering within. "Get all the students in the Great Hall," he barked commandingly. "Lock them in. No one leaves the castle until I say so. Rosalina, send for the Aurors. Get a move on, time is something we cannot waste." The assembled staff members moved to carry out Harry's instructions, and Albus finally caught a glimpse of the horror within. He immediately recognized the broken form of Myrtle Warren slumped on the floor by the far wall, a pool of blood surrounding her lifeless body. His eyes then fell to Armando, his final expression not one of fear, but of shock. Albus felt the tears spill from his eyes as he looked upon one of his oldest friends. "No," he choked through the pain. He couldn't be sure how long he stood and simply stared, but it was Harry who pulled him from his thoughts. "Albus, I need you to help me," he said gently. Albus nodded dumbly, struggling to tear his eyes away, but he did so only to wish he hadn't. The sight of the two bodies being something that would haunt him for the rest of his days. His vision of Armando was broken by Harry kneeling over the man. "Killing curse," he murmured to himself, and seemingly began following a magical trail of sorts until he reached Myrtle. Broken neck from her impact against the wall, he stood here when he killed Armando, who didn't even have his wand. Harry then walked to an opening where one of the sinks should have been and hissed, bringing the fitting back to its rightful place. "She saw him coming out," he sighed as he walked to the door. "She tried to leave, and he hit her with the door with enough force to send her to the other side of the room. He fled after he killed Armando." Albus couldn't be certain of the veracity with which Harry spoke, but he wouldn't question the man on it. He had only one question he needed the answer to, but he feared he already knew it. "Who?" he asked. Harry's eyes were alight with a mixture of anger and sadness, as he spoke only a single word. "Riddle." It was all the confirmation Albus needed, and knowing what happened, the Transfiguration professor broke down and cried for the poor girl who had fallen victim to the hateful boy, and for his dearest friend who only ever tried to be a good headmaster. Break. Tom had just managed to escape the grounds before the gates slammed behind him. Breathing heavily and uncertain what to do, he took stock of his options. He couldn't return to the orphanage. They would look for him there, and he couldn't go to Mr. Burke. The man liked him well enough, but not so much that he would hide him from the Aurors for what he had done. He needed to lie low, just long enough that he wouldn't be found for a few days, and he knew the perfect place. Without any further preamble, he apparated away and arrived in the cave he had visited so many years prior, the very same one Her had brought Bishop and Benson to. No one would find him here. Breathing a sigh of relief, he played over what had happened in his mind, and though it had gone by in a blur, Tom regretted nothing. The thrill of taking a life was second to nothing else, and even the dark stain of it was welcoming. He paused as he realized what this meant. Quickly, he retrieved his diary from within his robes, along with his trunk that he always kept with him, and resized it before placing it on the floor. Tom had taken his trunk everywhere with him since he had learned how to shrink it during his second year. His life in the orphanage had taught him that if the opportunity presented itself, someone would help themselves to what meager possessions he had. That was behind him now, as was his time at Hogwarts. He would need to consider what he could do, but for the time being, he needed to act fast. Hurriedly, yet accurately, he drew the required runes on the floor and placed the diary in the center of the circle. Tom had intended on making his first Horcrux when he left school, but unexpectedly, it had happened much sooner. With a smile, he twirled his wand between his fingers and began chanting under his breath, unleashing a scream of agony as he felt the tainted part of his soul being torn away from the rest of him. Chapter 96. A New Year late August 1944. The days after the incident at the castle and leading up to Armando's funeral had been hauntingly grim, to say the least. The students had been collected by the Hogwarts Express only hours after the event, and the school had closed for the remainder of the term. Tom Riddle had escaped, and even though Harry and the Aurors had given their all to track the boy down, there had been no sign of him. Harry had managed to trace his route from the castle to the point he had apparated from, but by the time he had done so, the trail was too cold to follow. Nonetheless, an extensive search of the castle had been conducted, but with only a visit to the chamber, the room of requirement, and consulting the map, Harry had quickly deduced that Riddle was indeed gone. What the boy, no, man now, had done infuriated the former hit wizard so, and he had spent much of the long summer that followed doing all he could to locate him, to no avail. Tom was keeping his head down, a smart move on his part if he wished to live, because now, Harry wasn't seeking him out to hand him over to the Aurors. No, it was his life he wanted, and he would settle for nothing less. Myrtle Warren's funeral had taken place the week after she had been killed, an event that Harry had insisted on paying for and attending, gestures that were appreciated by her mourning parents who were inconsolable. The news of what had happened had spread quickly throughout the magical community, and there was not a single person in Britain who did not know the name Tom Riddle, and who didn't demand the man be punished as harshly as the law would allow. As soon as Harry caught up to him, justice would undoubtedly be had. Armando's funeral had been an incredibly touching affair. The adoration the man had cultivated for himself undeniable, as thousands of witches and wizards alike had lined the streets of Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley to pay their respects. Even those that frequented Knockturn Alley had done so in honor of the man that had overseen their education. Armando had been laid to rest in Yorkshire, and even now weeks later, not a day passed that his grave wasn't visited and inundated with fresh flowers. His loss was quite the blow to the magical community of Britain. It was Albus who had been the most affected by the murders. Harry had seen for himself how close the two men were, and Albus had not taken the loss well. Having immediately been promoted to the position of headmaster, he had thrown himself into the role, mostly in an attempt to cope with his own grief, but also to honor his friend who had been so dedicated for many, many years. He had attended both funerals, but had seldom been seen since, until a joint meeting had been held between the Wisengamot and the school governors to discuss the reopening of the school in September. Understandably, many parents had raised concerns for doing so, and it had taken the announcement of Harry being appointed the new Transfiguration professor to put to rest their reluctance. As such, Hogwarts would be opening, though doing so had not come without its complications. 3 members of staff had decided to leave their positions in the wake of the death of Armando and Myrtle, and Albus had quite the task in filling them. He had, however, been successful, and with little prompting from Harry, appointed Eleanor Summerby as the new charms professor. The other vacant positions, teaching herbology and ancient runes, had been filled also. Still, the death of Armando Dippet would be felt for years to come, and though Harry and Albus had their differences, that didn't stop the younger man being there for the new headmaster. If there was anyone that understood him, it was Harry, after all. Throughout the summer, he and Minerva had insisted on the man visiting for dinner at least twice a week, and to spend time with the children he so adored. If only for a few hours, it was an escape for Albus, who Harry did not doubt blamed himself for what had happened. Harry, too, felt the burden of guilt. But as a man that had made many mistakes in his short life and had become almost at one with death, he channeled his anger into righting the wrongs that had been perpetrated. Had he underestimated Riddle? No, but he had certainly not been prepared for such a sudden, sinister turn of events. Had he perhaps left it too long to deal with the situation? Undoubtedly, but there had been no sign that anything of the sort would occur, or that Riddle had already begun traversing the dark path he so boasted about the night of the third task. Harry did indeed feel guilty for his inaction, but he couldn't have foreseen this, and now he found himself traipsing along a path he was blind to. Things had irrevocably changed from the first time around, but he had no doubt that he would find Riddle, and when he did, he would exact every misery he could imagine upon the man, just as it had been done to Harry throughout his life. "Come in," he called from behind his desk in his classroom. He had come to Hogwarts today to begin preparing for the arrival of the students in the coming days. He wished for a few days he could simply spend with his children before term started, and for that, he needed to be ready for the beginning of the school year. It was Albus that entered, his expression always tinged with an unmistakable sadness, instead of the irritating twinkle of his blue eyes. Harry missed the twinkle. The man before him, was not one he remembered in any capacity. "I just wish to see how you are doing," Albus explained. "Is there anything else you need?" Harry shook his head and gestured for him to sit. "No, I have everything," he confirmed. "What about you? Are you ready?" Albus chuckled humorlessly. I had not realized just how much wisdom Armando had imparted to me over the years. I am capable of doing the job because of his teachings, but I do not feel ready, Harry. Harry shot the man a sympathetic smile. "He would be relieved that it is you taking over," he said gently. "He wouldn't have chosen anyone else." Albus nodded. "I miss him terribly," he explained. "After everything that has happened this past year, it is his death that has hit me hardest." "I know," Harry comforted. "I've never seen you like this." Albus looked at him curiously for a moment. "What would the older me that you knew say to me now?" That was quite the question, and Harry frowned thoughtfully whilst he pondered it. In truth, though he had many memories of the Albus Dumbledore he once knew, it was difficult to remember all the eccentricities he was known for. "He would say something deeply philosophical that I couldn't hope to understand," Harry snorted. "But he would leave me in no doubt that I wasn't alone, that I had people to turn to if I needed them." Dumbledore smiled, a glimmer of the twinkle returning to his eyes. "Am I truly so irritating?" "To someone that doesn't understand your mad ramblings, yes," Harry huffed. "But as I've gotten older, I've come to understand and appreciate the pearls of wisdom I was given. There will always be many things we do not agree on, but I appreciate your morals all the same." "And I yours, Harry," Albus returned. "We have lived very different lives and have been shaped by very different experiences. It is only natural that we should be so different." "That's something the old you would say," Harry grumbled. "Then perhaps I am getting old." Harry could only shake his head, though he was pleased the man was able to show some of his odd humor. "I'm going to kill him, Albus. When I find the bastard, and I will, he will get no mercy from me." Albus nodded somberly as he stood. "I would expect nothing less from you, Harry," he said hollowly. "Usually, I would attempt to steer you from such a path, but not this time. Your journey is your own, and you have proven that despite all you have endured, you are the best man I know. I cannot stress just how fortunate I feel that you came when you did. The world is a better place with you in it, someone who can do what is necessary for those that will never understand the difficulty in doing so." With that, Albus took his leave from the classroom, and Harry released a deep breath. He would be the one to kill Tom Riddle, of that he had no doubt. Indeed, the words had yet to be spoken here, but their showdown was already written in the stars. Tom just didn't know it yet. Break. Despite being on the run, and perhaps now the most wanted man in Britain, Tom had experienced the best summer of his life. Having managed to escape the country apparating across the English Channel, he had spent his time traveling across the continent, avoiding the magical populace. As a wizard, it was easy to steal food, and even money from the ineptly guarded banks. Already, he had accumulated a boastful wealth with only a few excursions. With the war on, no one paid him much heed, and he lived a very comfortable life, though the sense of trepidation that he would be found always hung over him. Such a concern only exacerbated his already paranoid mind, something that had only increased since he had created his Horcrux. The experience had been unpleasant to say the least, and it had taken him a few days to recover from it. Had he truly recovered? Tom felt inexplicably different from before. There was a hollowness about him, a chasm that had been formed through the removal of his soul fragment, a gap that almost separated him from what he had once been. His moods had been quite unpredictable since, and the more he pondered it, the more he realized that the ritual he had undergone had indeed changed him, though he couldn't quite figure out how. It was as though the changes had left him with less understanding of himself, that he was a different person, even more prone to outbursts of anger rather than the quieter boy that would allow his fury to simmer below the surface. His anger was something else, something raw and almost animalistic. Not that such a thing bothered Tom. The rest of his faculties remained intact. His mind was as sharp as ever, and his magic just as strong. Still, there were other steps he could take to improve both, things that he would soon begin to explore. The ritual had given him a taste for the branch of magic, and throughout his travels, he had learned of the power that blood magic and further rituals could provide him. With only a few tweaks to them, he would be stronger than ever in both mind and body, and when the time was right, he would return home under his newly chosen moniker, Lord Voldemort. Although he still referred to himself as Tom in his own mind, he no longer felt like the boy he had been. Tom Riddle had died the night he had altered his soul, and in his place was someone else entirely. Tom Riddle had been weak, flawed, nothing but a boy with delusions of grandeur, but as Lord Voldemort, he could truly thrive and become what Tom Riddle could never be. Lord Voldemort smiled at his reflection, his excitement of his eventual, triumphant return eliciting the spike of euphoria he felt as he imagined just what he would do when he was home. His green eyes glinted red in the dim light of the room he was currently renting, another side effect of creating his Horcrux. For now, he merely needed to bide his time, build his strength, and avoid being captured. For a man of his brilliance and power, such a thing would not be difficult. Not even Harry Evans had come close to finding him thus far, and that would not change, not until Lord Voldemort was ready. Break. September 3rd, 1944. Charles had not missed the early morning starts he had endured during his years at war. He rose no later than 6 a.m. now, a lay-in in comparison to life in trenches and in cities the ICW forces occupied, but he had managed to break the habit of only sleeping a few hours a night. He would leave that burden to Harry. With a yawn, he kissed the sleeping Doria on the cheek before readying himself for the day, dressing in clothes suitable for putting Aurors and recruits through their paces. These men and women had no idea what they were in for, except for Reg. He would be prepared for what was to come. Seeing that 5 a.m. was drawing closer, he took the flu to the ministry, where a similarly dressed Arcturus was waiting for him. "It takes you back being up so early, doesn't it?" the Lord Black asked. Charles nodded, as the two men embraced briefly. "It does," he agreed. "Shall we?" The grin that tugged at his friend's lips was a bad omen for the Aurors they would be training, and Charles didn't know who would be worse between the head of the notorious family or Harry, but one look at the serious expression of the latter as he approached left him in no doubt. Harry would be much worse. His presence alone would be enough to command compliance. Ever since the incident at Hogwarts, there was something different about his friend. A simmering anger beneath his surface. It would be unnoticeable to most, but Charles knew him better than any, and he often felt he could feel the fury radiating off Harry. "Evans," Arcturus greeted him warmly, something that was reserved for only those he held dear. "Black," Harry replied in kind before the duo shook hands and embraced the same way Charles and Arcturus had only a moment prior. "Are you ready for this?" Arcturus snorted. "I've been looking forward to this for weeks," he chuckled. "I can't think of a better trio to whip these sods into shape." Harry shook his head amusedly as he led them towards the golden-gated elevator, the man seated behind the guard's desk, simply gaping at them. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement," the feminine voice announced as they reached the required floor. The gates opened, and the three men stepped out and walked towards a large set of double doors at the end of the empty Auror office. Entering, they were greeted by the sight of close to 200 men and women, many clutching cups of coffee as they tried to stave off the tiredness they felt at being here so early. None looked pleased, but as they noted the presence of the trio, they fell silent, and a man in red robes approached. "Morning, Lord Black, Lord Potter, Baron Evans," he greeted them with a bow. "I'm Albert Jackson. I'm in charge of this lot." "Evans will do," Harry said dismissively, uncomfortable with being addressed by the title bestowed upon him. Harry was, and always would be, a man of the people. He cared not for formality. "Evans," Jackson corrected. "I'll just have a word and explain what you are doing here, then they will be all yours." Harry nodded, and Jackson made his way to the front of the room. "Listen up," he called loudly. As you can see, we have some rather special guests joining us, and we are damned lucky to have them. Lord Black, Lord Potter, and Baron Evans will be training you, and you will give them the same respect you do me. Is that understood? Yes, sir. The gathered men and women chorused excitedly, though Charles was certain they would not be so eager soon enough. Good, Jackson said firmly. Gentlemen, they are all yours. It was Harry that stepped forward to take his place, his eyes roaming over the aurors and those wishing to be so. I want you in 4 even lines here, he commanded, gesturing to the center of the room. It took almost 2 minutes for them to manage it, and Harry shook his head disappointedly. You will do it quicker from now on. Yes, sir. Harry's nostrils twitched, and Charles struggled to hold back his grin of amusement. You will be here at 5 a.m. from Monday to Friday, where you will spend 2 hours with myself, Lord Black, and Lord Potter. For the first 45 minutes, we will be drilling you physically. If we are satisfied with your efforts, we will be training you in battle, as individuals and as teams. Any questions? None spoke, and Harry nodded satisfactorily. Good now, I want some laps around the room. How many? A man from the rear of the ranks called. You will run until I tell you to stop. G.O. The trainees scrambled to comply, and Harry joined Arcturus and Charles to watch them go about their task. How long are you going to keep them at it? Charles asked. Harry shrugged indifferently. Until I'm happy they've run enough. Get those legs UP, YAXLEY. Piss off, EVANS. Reg called back, much to the shock of the other recruits. Both Charles and Arcturus chuckled. Some things never changed, and Yaxley's churlishness was one of them. After they had been running for only 5 minutes, the pace had slowed considerably, with only Reg still going as he had begun. In the year since the war ended, the man had not been slacking on his fitness. ALRGHD, that's enough, Harry called. The trainees stopped immediately, many collapsing to the floor, gasping for air, and Reg shot them a look of disapproval. He hadn't even broken a sweat. Take 2 minutes to recover, then fall back in, Harry instructed, raising an eyebrow in Charles and Arcturus's direction. Getting the men and women in shape was going to be quite the task in itself, let alone training them in combat. Whether they were up to it remained to be seen, but they would either succeed or fail spectacularly. There would be no middle ground with Harry, Charles, and Arcturus. The recruits, however, did fall in much quicker than the first time, and Harry nodded approvingly. To begin with, I want you all to pair off. We want to see what you can do in a 1-to-1 duel. There will be no lethal spells, and the 3 of us will be coming around to offer some pointers and see what needs to be worked on, Harry explained. Off you go. Do you think it is wise to do that? Charles asked. With so many of them, the spells will go everywhere. Then that will give them something else to think about, Harry replied with a shrug. Charles nodded thoughtfully. It was a good place to start with them. Seeing what they could do would give them an idea of what they needed to focus on during the training sessions, though each of the recruits would be schooled in many aspects of magic that would be required for their job. Charles watched as Reg, soundly, defeated a qualified Auror, garbed in his red robes. The man had appeared to be quite smug at first, having paired off with Yaxley, but as he laid on his back gasping for breath, he realized he had been mistaken. Reg was no slouch, and Charles had no doubt he would wipe the floor with any other in the room outside of himself, Harry and Arcturus. Come on then, Moody. Let's see how much you have improved since the last time we met, Harry challenged a young, dark-haired man who was holding his own admirably against another Auror. Instead of being intimidated by the challenge, the man positively beamed as Harry drew his wand, and many of the others paused to watch the duel unfold. Moody, Charles asked. Must be a relative of Gabriel's, Arcturus deduced. Charles smiled fondly at the memories he had of the man, and as he looked upon the younger carrying the same name, he couldn't help but notice the resemblance between them. Good, Alistair, Harry praised as Moody diverted a nasty blinding hex and returned fire with a bonebreaker. Although the recruit was enthusiastic, and giving his all. It was clear to everyone that he was simply outclassed by Harry, who barely had to make an effort to repel what was sent his way. Still, he allowed the duel to continue to get the measure of Alastor Moody. But when he had seen enough, he ended it abruptly by sending the younger man sprawling across the floor, bereft of his wand. "Excellent," Harry declared as he walked forward and pulled Moody to his feet. "You have been working on exactly what we discussed. Keep it up." Alastor was not at all irked by his defeat, and he nodded humbly before returning to his former dueling partner. "He's one to watch," Arcturus commented. "He is," Charles agreed as he drew his own wand and pulled one of the recruits aside. They had a long road ahead of them, one that would be full of trials and tribulations to overcome. But under their collective tutelage, he had every faith that Britain would have one of, if not, the best trained Auror forces on the planet. Break. It was a nervous Albus Dumbledore that stood to address the returning and new students after they had settled down for the welcoming feast. The mood was not what he had become accustomed to as the deputy headmaster. The Great Hall was full of quiet, nervous students, and not the excited ones that usually arrived. He held up his hands for silence, though there had been little talking to begin with. "Before we begin, I would like to say a few words," he announced. "To those of you that were here last year, you are aware of the incident in which we lost one of your fellow students and Headmaster Dippet due to the despicable actions of another. I wish to assure you of your safety. Steps have been taken to ensure another incident like the one we experienced at the end of the previous school year." The students spoke quietly amongst themselves. "For now, do try to enjoy the feast, and welcome to Hogwarts." With a wave of his hand, the plates and pitchers that adorned the table were filled with food and drink, and the students began helping themselves, chattering whilst they did so. Albus followed suit, and tried to hide the discomfort he was feeling from sitting in Armando's chair. He had, of course, envisioned that he would one day occupy it, but not under these circumstances. Never under these circumstances. However, he was here now, and he knew the best way he could honor his fallen friend was to do the best job he could. He caught Harry's eye, and the man offered him an encouraging nod, a gesture that served to ease Albus's anxiety, if only a little. Once the students had finished eating, he cleared the plates and stood once more, his nervousness returning as he looked upon the sea of faces. "As the returning students can see, there are a few changes amongst the members of staff this year," he began, gesturing to the head table. "Please join me in welcoming them, beginning with Professor Summerby, who will be our new charms instructor." The students clapped politely for the woman who smiled and waved at them cheerfully. "Next is Professor Darling, who will be teaching herbology and is the new head of Hufflepuff House." Darling was an elderly lady, but one who had come highly recommended by Beauxbatons, where the woman had taught for many years. She had retired more than 3 decades ago, but had deigned to join Hogwarts when approached to do so. Again, the students clapped politely for the woman. "Joining us also is Professor Jones, who will be taking over the instruction in ancient runes," Albus announced. "Professor Jones joins us from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where he worked as a specialist consultant in warding and protections." Jones' appointment elicited an impressed reaction from the students, but as Albus held his hands up once more, their attention turned to the final man, their stares full of admiration. "Finally, we have Professor Harry Evans, who will be teaching Transfiguration and acting as head of Gryffindor House, whilst his wife is taking a sabbatical to care for their newborn son." Albus felt Harry's attention snap to him. He had not shared that he would be the head of his former house, and Albus took a little joy that he could still surprise the man. "Prefects, please show the first years to their common rooms," he instructed. "Tomorrow, we begin another year of your educational journey." The students filed out of the Great Hall, and Albus smirked as Harry stalked towards him. "Head of house?" he questioned. Albus nodded. "I can think of no one else who embodies the qualities of Godric himself more than you, Harry." The man frowned, and Albus chuckled amusedly. "Since I hear no objection, I shall take it you accept the position. Excellent. Wait. Too late, Harry. My mind has been made up. With that, Albus made for the exit himself, taking no small amount of joy from the amusement he felt by getting one over on his new head of house. Albus smirked to himself all the way to his office, knowing that Armando would have gotten a kick out of his little bit of mischief. Break. Having completed his morning training with the Aurors, Harry had arrived at Hogwarts in time for breakfast and to hand out the timetables to the Gryffindor students, a duty he had acquired having been promoted to head of house. The silence that prevailed as he did so was almost unnerving, but he quickly realized they simply didn't know what to say, or they were in awe of him. It would take them some time to adjust to his presence, but they would soon enough. That changed as he reached the unmissable 5th year that had once been a man he thought so highly of. Hagrid, isn't it? Harry questioned. The enormous, already bearded boy blushed as he nodded. Yes, Professor Evans, sir. Harry fought back a grin. My wife has warned me about you. I can see why she would, sir, Hagrid murmured. She's a good woman, sir. This time, Harry did smile. You don't know the half of it, he chuckled, reaching up to pat the boy on the shoulder. She has told me of your agreement. It still stands even though she is not here. I'll be watching you. Hagrid swallowed deeply, nodding his understanding, and Harry continued with his task. When he was done with the schedules, he headed to his classroom to await his first lesson with the 4th-year Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. As the Gryffindors had been during breakfast, they entered in silence and took their seats, waiting for him to begin. Their gazes were eager, and Harry, though he often detested his reputation, did not wish to sully it with a boring lesson. There will be no need for your books today, he announced. The students whispered amongst themselves excitedly, and one, an almost familiar redhead garbed in black robes trimmed with yellow, raised her hand. Yes, miss. Bones, sir, the girl answered confidently. Amelia Bones. Harry realized where he recognized the woman. She had been present during his trial as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had defended his use of the Patronus charm when he and Dudley had been attacked by Dementors. Miss Bones, Harry acknowledged. Why aren't you teaching defense? She asked bluntly. You defeated Grindelwald. Harry sighed as he shook his head. Professor Knott is more than capable of teaching you anything you could ever need to know about it, he explained. She taught me much of what I know and is the best instructor I have ever had. He had meant what he said, and the students felt the sincerity of his words. Now, we are going to be working on transfiguring some feathers into birds. Harry raised an eyebrow as some of the students let out a groan of disappointment. Is that not impressive enough for you? He questioned. We were hopping to learn something we could use if we need it, Bones replied. A slight grin tugged at Harry's lips as he laid the feathers out on his desk. Take out your wand, he instructed the girl. Bones hesitated for a moment, looking at Harry questioningly, but with a further nod, she did so. Attack me. Sir, the redhead questioned confusedly. Attack me, Harry prompted as he drew his own wand. Bones looked towards her classmates before doing so. Harry had acted before she had even uttered the first syllable of the stunning spell she had opted for, and his transfigured crows intercepted her effort and continued flying around him protectively. Again, Harry instructed, keep going. Spell after spell was sent his way with none penetrating his defenses. If you learn how to transfigure, conjure, and control your creations, you can create an effective shield against many spells, he explained. It wouldn't be much use against some more destructive types of magic, but it is very useful. The students were once again staring at him excitedly as Amelia Bones continued with her attempts to breach his defenses. Using this technique does pose a few problems, Harry spoke once more. You must be able to react very quickly and direct the birds into the path of the spell. That is where the control factor comes into it. Before any of that, though, you must become an expert at producing the birds themselves. That is why I wish for you to practice the transfiguration. Any questions? When there was none, He held up a hand to halt Amelia Bones' attack. Then off you go. He reverted the crows back to feathers, and the students came to collect them to begin their task, much more enthusiastically now than when he had first informed them of their lesson for the day. As they set to work, Harry took a seat behind his desk and watched, realizing that there was indeed much satisfaction to be had in teaching. The school year would be interesting, and though he would only be here for the one, he wouldn't be opposed to returning in the future. Break. The house was exactly as they had left it the night they had been attacked by Cassiopeia Black and had to leave so suddenly. Camille, the very second Nicholas unlocked the gate, began bounding through the grounds, barking excitedly, and chasing away a group of birds that had been foraging through the overgrown foliage. She loves it, Nicholas said happily, as he began chasing the dog with the sound of Perenelle's laughter ringing in his ear. Come here, girl, he called after the Labrador, unable to catch up. Camille did so, her tongue lolling out of the side of her mouth. We must find somewhere for you to sleep, Nicholas mused aloud as they headed towards the front door where Perenelle was waiting for them. Finished? She asked, quirking an eyebrow at the duo. She had become accustomed to their antics, and though she often complained about the mess they may have made or them disturbing a few of her plants, she had grown fond of Camille too. Shall we? Nicholas questioned. Perenelle nodded, and with a tap of his wand, the front door opened. As elated as they had both felt at the prospect of coming home, the reality was rather underwhelming. For the past years, they had lived in another country, had experienced an adventure of sorts of the likes they hadn't in centuries, and now they were simply returning here. Perenelle would spend her days in the greenhouses and baking for the most part, and Nicholas would continue with his retirement in the library, the thought of which not filling the man with the same excitement it once had. Perhaps they would need a few days to settle back into their lives before the war. The first thing Nicholas did was check on his collection of weaponry, and breathed a sigh of relief to see that it was untouched. It will take me months to re-establish my greenhouses, Perenelle grumbled. Well, we do have all the time in the world, Nicholas pointed out. Perenelle smiled, though it was a sad one, and not full of joy like just about every other time the alchemist made the same joke throughout the centuries. I think I'll check on the library, he declared. The smile his wife gave him this time was warm, and Nicholas felt that warmth within him as he inspected the bookshelves he had filled over the course of several lifetimes. This is it, girl, he said to Camille, who, as ever, had followed in his wake. All the books I could ever hope to own. I've read all of them at least once. Camille was too busy sniffing around the shelves to pay him much heed, and Nicholas couldn't help but think that the dog had a point. There was a musty smell about the room, so he decided to open the doors to the balcony to let in some fresh air. When he did so, however, what he saw across the way gave him pause. The house that had been the bane of his existence, that had been the home to many a rival since he and Perenelle had moved in, was no longer there, not fully, at least. More than half of it had been reduced to a pile of bricks and mortar that were strewn about the land, some even in Nicholas's garden. What remained standing was a single corner of the main building, though the windows had been blasted outwards. With little more than a nod towards it, Nicholas picked up his driver that was leaning against the wall and placed a ball atop the permanent tee. He struck it with all his might and watched until the ball bounced off a chunk of rubble before he replaced his club and turned to leave the library. Hitting golf balls wasn't the same without a neighbor to irritate. Very little seemed to be the same anymore. Chapter 97, My Father, My Hero. July 1952. Dad, my letter is here, Rosa's voice called through the door. Come on, can we go? We will go after lunch, Harry replied with a chuckle at the girl's excitement. Can I come in then? Harry shook his head. You know why you're not allowed in here. Harry didn't need to see her to know that his daughter's bottom lip was sticking out comically. The basement was off limits to Rosa after Harry had caught her the previous year with Minerva's wand, attempting to remove the hair on Jack's head. Harry had been quite irritated, and Minerva had been furious. As such, the rambunctious girl was no longer allowed in the basement. "Dad," Rosa groaned. Sighing, Harry replaced the book he had been reading and opened the door. "All right, let's get the others ready." Rosa beamed, the girl never having outgrown her resemblance to the few photos of Lily Potter Harry possessed. "Are you really coming?" she asked skeptically. "I wouldn't miss you getting your wand," Harry assured the girl. "You don't usually come anywhere with us." Harry deflated at the truth of the words. Being in public had never gotten easier for him. No matter how much time had passed, he was still gawped at or intruded upon by people wanting photos or an autograph for his exploits on the continent. He had thought that his fame would have died down, but when he realized it wouldn't, he seldom appeared in public. Harry had never liked the attention, and that hadn't changed over the years. He simply wanted to live a normal life, but he wouldn't be granted that. "You know why I don't like going out," he replied. "Because everyone loves you for killing Grindelwald," Rosa said matter-of-factly. "If only it was that simple," Harry muttered, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they entered the kitchen. Minerva was feeding Jasmine, their youngest daughter, whilst Jack, Iris, and Dahlia had Cora run ragged. "That's enough out of you lot," Harry chastised lightly. Iris and Dahlia had come along 2 years after Jack, and the twin girls were proving to be quite the handful. As with his only son, the younger girls had inherited the same coloring as Harry and Minerva, dark hair and green eyes, leaving Rosa as the only redhead amongst them. Having decided to take a break from any more children after the twins were born, Jasmine was nearing 2 years old now and would be the last. Harry and Minerva had hoped for another boy, but they were no less delighted with another daughter. Poor Jack, however, had been beside himself at being given another sister. They outnumbered him by 4-1, and because they adored him so, he was barely given any respite. The boy bemoaned the attention he got from his sisters, but he took it in his stride, humoring their whims and enduring the torment. "Rosa," Harry warned as he spotted the head of the cobra she had obtained peering out of her sleeve. His daughter gave him a sheepish grin. It was during a trip to India, a few years prior. The girl had wandered off and happened to find a nest. Harry had not discovered the hatchling until a few weeks after they had returned home. Rosa hadn't understood why what she had done was so wrong, but she had formed a strong bond with the serpent, and Harry couldn't bring himself to separate the two. He had his own companion, and so did Rosa and Jack, who had also inherited the parcel-tongue abilities of his father and sister. He'd befriended a green pit viper that was about as welcoming as Arcturus was to those he disliked. The snake was a surly creature, but thankfully, Jack kept him in his room and away from the others. Thus far, there was no sign that the younger girls had the same proclivity towards the reptiles, but only time would tell. "Is Aunt Rosie coming?" Rosa asked. Harry's prediction that the woman and his daughter would be close had proven to be correct. Barely a day passed that Rosalina didn't visit the house to visit the children, but the bond she and Rosa shared was quite special. It was as sweet as it was daunting, though Harry certainly wasn't upset that Rosa had such strong women in her life to look up to. "Are you really going to make me go, Dad?" Jack questioned. Harry nodded. "If I have to suffer it, so do you," he returned with a smirk. "We're in this together, you and me, remember." Jack nodded solemnly. It was the pact that he and Harry had made when Jasmine had been born. The two of them were outnumbered and had promised to be there for each other. It was quite silly, really, but something Jack took quite seriously. "All right, Rosa, we're almost done." Minerva huffed amusedly at their impatient daughter who was bouncing in her chair, eliciting irritated hisses from her companion. "Get your shoes on." Rosa bolted from the room, followed by Jack, who was shaking his head, and the twins, who were just excited to go to Diagon Alley. "How is she already old enough to go to Hogwarts?" Minerva asked. Harry could only shrug. The years had gone by too quickly for his liking, but it wasn't as though he hadn't been kept busy. Between raising his children, his work with Russia and the ICW, and training Aurors, he'd had little time for much else. Not that he had anything to complain about. He was still able to manage his investments and make new ones, meaning his wealth had only continued to grow. "She will be fine," Harry assured his wife. "She will have you there." "I know," Minerva sighed. "Are you still determined to not teach full-time?" The same question was asked of him every year by Minerva, Albus, and Rosalina. Despite enjoying covering for Minerva the years she took off after having children, Harry was not ready to commit to the school, not yet at least. "No," he answered simply. Minerva merely nodded her understanding, not needing to pry any further. "Albus is determined to have you, especially since Rosalina retired." The man had been quite incessant, but Harry would not relent, not even to Rosalina, who had been threatening to retire for years before she had done, when she realized she wouldn't convince him to replace her permanently. "Well, Albus can wait," Harry shrugged. "I have other things to deal with first." Minerva's expression darkened. Without needing to elaborate, she knew what Harry was referring to. Riddle. Harry had seen neither hide nor hair of the man, though the whispers of his exploits across the globe had reached him. It was frustrating, to say the least, especially when Harry investigated them only to find he had moved on again. The more time that passed, the more adept Tom had become at avoiding him, though Harry had come close when the man had ventured into Albania some years prior. It could only have been a matter of minutes he had missed him by, the magic he had cast in the forest still fresh in the air. What Tom had been doing, Harry could only guess, but it mattered little when he had missed the opportunity to kill him. Still, it was only a matter of time before he resurfaced, and Harry had not wavered in his preparations to be ready for him when he did. As dangerous as Tom might become, as invincible as the man thought he would never be ready for Harry, who had dedicated himself to his training to the point of obsession. He was pulled from his musings by his returning children. "Are you okay, Dad?" Rosa asked worriedly as she stepped in front of him. Harry gave the girl a smile, and she relaxed considerably. "I'm fine," he assured her. "Are you ready?" The question was redundant, but it served to distract the girl from his demeanor. She nodded frantically and headed towards the flue, followed by 3 of her siblings. "Are you going to talk to her before the end of summer?" Minerva asked, placing a hand on Harry's forearm. "She should hear everything from you rather than the other students." Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. "No, not until she is older," he sighed. "She will hear things, and I will answer any questions she asks, but I'm not ready to talk her through everything, and she isn't ready to hear it." Minerva smiled and nodded her agreement. "Are you scared she will think you are a reckless prat?" Harry chuckled. "No, I'm scared that she will one day see me for what I really am, and she will think differently of me." "She knows you killed Grindelwald, Harry," Minerva pointed out. "She does," Harry acknowledged, "but she doesn't know about the hundreds of others that came before him or everything else I did for us to win. She's too young to understand all of that, Minerva. Let her keep her innocence a while longer and not think of me as a monster." Minerva sobered at his words. Harry barely spoke of the war and all the things he'd done, not even with his wife, and when he did so, it was in these moments that she saw the weight of his actions he still carried. "She would never think badly of you," she said soothingly. Harry could only smile sadly at his wife. His biggest fear was no longer facing Tom or coming into contact with the Dementors. It was that his children would one day learn the truth of the horrors of the war and all Harry had done to end it. He dreaded that day and dreaded their reaction. Already, Rosa and Jack both found it difficult to believe their seemingly affable father had killed Grindelwald, but they had not seen that ruthless side to him, that darkness he was capable of exacting on his enemies when needed. It was still there, waiting to be called upon at a moment's notice, and no matter how much time passed, it always would be. Harry was not ready for his children to see that side to him, but he feared with Tom still out there, it was inevitable. Break. It was 11 years ago that her goddaughter had been born, and Rosalina couldn't believe that so much time had passed in what felt to be only a blink of an eye. So much had happened, and though Rosa reminded her of her father, Rosalina was no less fond of the girl. If anything, it only endeared her to her all the more. Harry was a stubborn, frustrating, cheeky, and irritating man, just as he had been when he was a boy, but Rosalina wouldn't have him any differently. Despite how much he frustrated her, she thought of him as she imagined any mother would a son. "Can I help you?" A gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "The snowy owl, I'd like to take it." The owner of the menagerie raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Are you sure? She is quite the handful." "Then she will be perfect for my goddaughter." The man chuckled as he removed the cage from the shelf, the owl within flapping frantically, displeased by the disturbance. "A gift, then?" he asked. "It's her 11th birthday," Rosalina explained. The man offered her a kind smile. "So, she will be off to Hogwarts in September." Rosalina nodded. "I don't think even I was as excited as her," she snorted. The man laughed as he headed towards the counter. "I'm too old to remember my own excitement," he replied, "but the old place doesn't change. Every year I have an influx of students buying themselves a pet to be a companion whilst they're away from their parents." "Oh, my goddaughter doesn't have that problem," Rosalina said dismissively. "Her mother is the deputy head," she added before handing the man a stack of coins and taking her leave from the shop. With the summer only half over, the alley wasn't as busy as it would be in the coming weeks, something she had no doubt that Harry was happy about. Still, that wouldn't stop those that were here from staring at him or wanting photos. At first, Rosalina had found it rather amusing, but realizing how much it bothered Harry to the point that he didn't like leaving his own home had changed her mind. With a shake of her head, she headed towards Ollivander's, where she had arranged to meet those she thought of as her second family. She spotted them entering the shop from a distance, and by the time she caught up and peered through the window, Rosa was bouncing excitedly on her toes at the prospect of getting her wand. Break. It had been many years since Harry had last entered the widely regarded wand shop of Gellert Ollivander. He'd had no cause to, since Gregorovitch had given him all the information he'd needed pertaining to his wand, which was working better for him now than it ever had. Even the elder wand was eerily receptive to him when he deigned to put it to use. In truth, the infamous wand was little more than a relic to him, a reminder of the battles he had fought to put an end to the war, and a symbol of his final victory against Grindelwald. His own wand had been the one that had seen him through the trials and tribulations that life had put before him, and though the elder wand of the Peverills was indeed a powerful object, it held little appeal to him. "Calm down, Mr. Ollivander will be with you in a minute," Minerva huffed, attempting to settle Rosa. "She's just excited," Rosalina broke in, holding up a cage containing an owl that closely resembled Harry's own companion. Rosa squealed at the sight of the bird, startling it. "Oh, he's so beautiful. Thank you, Aunt Rosie." The woman smiled at the girl, fondly, before the group were interrupted by a gasp. "Baron Evans," Ollivander greeted him with a respectful bow. "It has been some time." His tone was as mysterious as Harry remembered, his penetrating gaze always suggesting he knew much more than he let on. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied in kind. The man's eyes shifted towards both of Harry's sleeves where he kept his wands, a look of curiosity flitting across them. Harry, too, was curious to see what the man would say, and without prompting, he slid his most prized possession into his hand before offering it to the wandmaker. Ollivander accepted it carefully and looked upon it in reverence. "Ah, yes," he said in just above a whisper, closing his eyes. "What an extraordinary bond the two of you have formed. I must say I have never seen anything like it. You have treated it well, and it you." Without further comment, he returned the wand, and his gaze shifted once more to Harry's other sleeve. With nothing more than a subtle shake of his head, Ollivander smirked before turning his attention to Rosa. "Miss Evans," he greeted her, "let us see if you take after your mother, your father, or neither." Rosa merely nodded, a sense of nervousness having come over her. "First, we take your measurements." Rosa looked on bewildered as a measuring tape appeared seemingly from nowhere and began wrapping itself around her arm, then her leg, and finally rested between her eyes. Jack laughed amusedly at her dumbfounded look, and even Harry struggled to maintain his composure. Let me see," Ollivander murmured to himself as he approached one of the many stacks of wands. Perhaps. He placed several of them on the counter and beckoned Rosa forward, immediately pressing one into her hand before snatching it away just as quickly. "No, certainly not," he muttered, a frown marring his features. "Try this, hornbeam and dragon heartstring." Rosa gave it a wave, and Harry had to intervene as a violent bolt of yellow magic erupted from the tip. "No, not that either," Ollivander commented casually. "Aha, I don't see why it wouldn't fit." After several more failed attempts, the wand-maker seemed to be baffled, but his excitement only grew with each wand the girl tried. "Ah, this could be it," he mused aloud as he handed Rosa yet another wand. The girl accepted it cautiously, though her eyes lit up when it was in her hand. With a wave, a shower of gold sparks sprayed from the end, and Ollivander clapped enthusiastically. 11 inches, willow, and with a dragon heartstring core, he declared. "Quite unlike both of your parents." Although Rosa was happy she had found her wand, she seemed to be disappointed that it wasn't like either Harry or Minerva's, and evidently thought they would feel the same. "I thought it would be like yours," she said to the former. Harry simply wrapped an arm around her. "Your wand chose you for a reason, just as mine did when I was your age," he explained, eliciting a nod from Ollivander. "Look after it, and it will look after you." "Wise words, Baron Evans. Your wand will not determine what kind of magic you will thrive in, but it will help you with whatever you choose to do. Your father knows the importance of that better than any." Harry nodded, though Rosa still seemed to be a little upset. "I just thought—" She broke off with a shake of her head. "Though what?" Ollivander pressed. "That because my magic is like my dad's, we would have a similar wand." "Magic like your father's?" Ollivander asked curiously. Harry's heart sunk as the corner of his daughter's lip quirked upwards, but he wasn't quick enough to prevent the cobra from suddenly emerging from her sleeve and startling the wandmaker. Ollivander jumped backwards and clutched his chest, whilst Rosa giggled. Minerva chastised the girl, but Rosalina's laughter did not help matters. "You have my apologies," Harry sighed, as he handed the wandmaker his fee and led his family from the shop, only to groan as they bumped into quite the sizable crowd. He had noticed the looks he'd received throughout the day of shopping, and had hoped that maybe the wizarding public had learned to leave him alone. That notion was now proving too good to be true, and he found himself once more being stared at in varying states of awe. None in the crowd posed any threat to him or his family, but that didn't stop Harry feeling distinctly uncomfortable from the attention. "All right, you lot, time to clear off," Rosalina said irritably, shooing the people away as she drew her wand. Most remembered her for her long stint at Hogwarts, and certainly weren't going to challenge the woman. "Now, shall we get this one home and give her some cake?" she asked when the grumbling crowd had dispersed. "It won't be long until the others arrive." Harry offered Rosalina a grateful smile, before nodding and leading the group towards the leaky cauldron where they could flew home. Break. Year after year, Lord Voldemort felt the pull to return to Britain. Despite his wanted status, the country was his home, and he had plans he wished to implement. He had learned from the mistakes of Grindelwald, and had no desire to meet the same fate as the man who had bitten off more than he could chew. Perhaps one day his attention would turn to other countries, but not until Britain was firmly beneath his heel. Still, Voldemort was no fool, and he knew he was not ready to return. Throughout his travels, he had pondered how such a thing could be achieved, something that had taken little time to solve. He needed people he could rely on to carry out his work whilst he remained in the shadows, and it had to appear as though they were doing so without his outside influence. The purebloods would be his best base of support. Already, during his earlier years of schooling, he had laid the foundations amongst his peers, an unintended preparation, but one he could exploit. He would use their own traditions against them. If there was anything the purebloods feared, it was change, and the threat of such happening from the majority who significantly outnumbered them would spur many into action. The Muggleborns and half-bloods would be used equally to create a conflict that Voldemort could exploit. He nodded to himself satisfactorily before packing away the quill and parchment he had been taking notes with. As much as he missed home, his life had been something of an adventure. Lord Voldemort had seen the world and had studied the many incredible magics he had discovered on the way. When he did return to Britain, it would be as the most powerful wizard known to man, and as an invincible Dark Lord that even the likes of Harry Evans couldn't hope to defeat. Lord Voldemort knew the man was looking for him, and Evans had come close a few times during his earlier years on the run, but he hadn't seen Evans for over 4 years now. The man simply could not catch up with him. The thought brought a smirk to the Dark Lord's face, and he removed the diadem he had liberated from the forest in Albania. 3 years it had taken him to find it, and even then, he had almost been caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the aforementioned thorn in his side. Of course, he had escaped, but Voldemort could not fathom how the damned tiara was supposed to work. He could feel the old magic radiating from it, but it was not receptive to his manipulations. Was his mind and magic beyond the capabilities of the diadem? It was a distinct possibility. Even without the dozen or so rituals he had undergone, he had been a powerful and brilliant wizard. Perhaps he would simply turn it into his second Horcrux. Lord Voldemort would wait before doing so. He intended to make several more, but only items of significant value were good enough. What self-respecting man would resort to something common to house a part of their soul? Perish the thought. For now, however, until the Dark Lord was ready to make his triumphant return, he would continue with his travels, continue learning, and continue on his journey to be nothing short of the most powerful wizard to have ever lived. It wasn't as though he had much work left to do, after all. Break. Here, this arrived from Nicholas and Perenelle this morning, Harry explained as he handed another gift to Rosa. Are they not coming? The girl asked disappointedly. Harry shook his head. They're somewhere in the Amazon rainforest, Harry chuckled. The Flamels had decided to travel and had been doing so for the past few years. They stopped by a couple of times a year to share their adventures with everyone before they set off once more. Oh, Rosa murmured as she opened the box, yelping in surprise as it exploded, revealing Nicholas and Perenelle when the smoke cleared. Uncle Nick, Rosa exclaimed, jumping to her feet and wrapping her arms around the pair. You stupid prat, Harry scolded, his wand drawn. I almost cursed you. Nicholas chuckled amusedly. Allow me my fun, Harry. Harry pursed his lips before Perenelle pulled him into an embrace. You should know him well enough by now, she pointed out. You didn't really think we would miss your birthday, did you? Rosa shook her head, still refusing to let go of the alchemist. Here's your real present, the man sighed, enlarging a box he pulled from his pocket before handing it to the girl. What is it? Rosa asked as she opened it. It's a shrunken head, Nicholas informed her delightedly. Rosa grimaced as she removed it. A shrunken head, Harry groaned. Nick, you can't. Quiet boy, Nicholas interrupted. He was perhaps the only man who could speak to Harry, as he pleased, without provoking his ire. If you allow me to explain, I'm sure you'll be pleased she has it. Oh, I have to hear this, Minerva muttered, her lips set in a tight line. It is cursed, Nicholas shrugged. It will only activate if someone is foolish enough to attempt to steal anything from your trunk. What kind of curse? Nicholas shrugged once more. The chieftain that gifted it assured me it isn't lethal or will cause any permanent damage, but it will make any would-be thief think twice about doing so again. Harry released a deep breath. You could have gotten her a book or some sweets. Where's the fun in that? Nicholas asked with a smirk. Harry could only shake his head. Well, we are pleased to see you, even if you have no idea what a suitable gift is. Why don't you just give her a cursed dagger whilst you're at it? Do you need one? Nicholas asked Rosa. No, she does not, Minerva said firmly before Rosa could answer. Here, this is from Arcturus and Melania, she added, indicating another box. There's nothing cursed in there, is there, Black? Harry asked. The smirk that tugged at the man's lips would have unsettled most, but Harry knew him too well to be baited by it. Maybe next year, Arcturus returned. Harry shot the man a glare, though his eyes were alight with amusement. Wow! Rosa gushed as she removed a silver ring with a mounted emerald as the centerpiece. That is quite a special ring, Arcturus explained. I have already set it up as a portkey so that it will bring you to my home if you ever need to escape anywhere in an emergency. Your father can also add this place, and anywhere else he thinks will be useful. You can add ours to it, Charles declared, offering the girl a smile. Other than that, it is just a very beautiful ring that has been in my family for generations, Arcturus continued. Then shouldn't it stay in your family? Rosa asked. You are family, Arcturus replied gruffly. Now open your other presents. Charles chuckled to himself. Whenever anything sentimental was discussed by his brother-in-law, he would immediately change the subject. His words weren't lost on Rosa, however, who hugged the man and his wife before accepting her next gift. That one is from us, Charles declared, indicating between himself and Doria. They had gifted the girl a week-long training camp with the Holyhead Harpies that she would attend before beginning Hogwarts. Rosa was quite the Quidditch fanatic, just like Minerva, though they favored different teams, which often resulted in some amusing arguments between the two. Thank you, Rosa said excitedly. And it is with the best team, she added smugly to her mother, who narrowed her eyes good-naturedly. Ours is next, Reg announced. He and Nancy had chosen to settle in England, both working as Aurors and raising their 2 children, Axel and Clara. Reg had little to do with his family, though he remained on reasonable terms with his parents. His older brother, on the other hand, was a different matter entirely. Titus had never gotten over his jealousy of Reg choosing his own bride, and the two had quite the fallout shortly after Axel had been born. It resulted in Titus being thoroughly embarrassed in a violent altercation when he attempted to attack his younger sibling. The two hadn't spoken since. I love them, Rosa squealed as she unwrapped the dragonhide boots. Reg and Nancy smiled as the girl hugged them as she had the others. I think ours is the last one, Gilbert announced. The man had never left Romania other than to visit the others he had fought with. He and Sorina had another 2 daughters along with Iulia, who had opted to go to Durmstrang a couple of years prior. It is made out of basilisk fangs, Gilbert explained. I've been collecting them for years and thought I'd give them to someone who would appreciate them. Harry had employed Derek to run the farm in Romania when he struggled to find a job elsewhere. His criminal record had followed him, and none had been willing to take a chance on him, despite his decorated service during the war. It was with reluctance Gilbert had accepted, but since he had taken over, Harry knew it was in hands he could trust with his life. What he had given Rosa was a beautifully crafted writing, set with quills of varying sizes. You made this? Rosa asked. Gilbert nodded, flushing slightly. It's wonderful, Rosa said sincerely. Thanks, Uncle Gil. The man waved her off as his cheeks reddened further. Shall we cut the cake? Minerva asked. Rosa bounced excitedly on her toes. Is it treacle? She asked. Yes, Minerva huffed as Harry shot her a victorious grin. The girl was like her father in many ways, down to the love of treacle the man had. It's time like this that makes me want to forget about my career and have children of our own, Doria murmured as she and Charles followed the others towards the kitchen. Our time will come when you're ready, the man replied. Doria smiled at how understanding he had been. For years, She had been pondering retiring as a healer, but she simply couldn't. She loved her job, and though she wanted to be a mother, she knew when she did so, there would be no going back to St. Mungo's. Doria would give as much to being a mother as she had to the hospital. It had to be all or nothing for her, and Charles had supported her every step of the way. They were both still young, after all, so they were in no rush. Still, with every passing year, the prospect of retirement became less filled with trepidation, and Doria knew that soon enough, it would be her and Charles's turn to have a baby of their own. Break. It never failed to surprise Albus how quickly the summer holidays passed. He was kept busy during the months that the castle was bereft of students, and even more so when they were there. It meant that the years went by quickly for him, and though he had been the headmaster for several now, he still felt as unprepared for the role as he had the day he had been appointed. Still, there was no more satisfying feeling than looking upon the sea of faces in the great hall on the first day of term, and the nervous expressions of the first years as they entered. "When I call your name, you will step forward and the sorting hat will be placed upon your head," Minerva explained. "When your house has been announced, you will join your peers. Christopher Abercrombie." Albus watched with interest as each student was sorted, some names being familiar to him as sons and daughters of prominent families, but it was when a particular one was called that he leaned forward intently. Rosa Evans. The great hall filled with whispers as the redhead approached the stool, all knowing who her parents were, one of them being a permanent professor and the other as enigmatic and as famous as ever. The hat took some time deliberating over the girl, and Albus wondered what was taking so long before the decision was made. "GRWFFINDOR," it announced emphatically. The students garbed in robes trimmed with maroon exploded in a round of applause, and Albus joined them. Rosa, however, looked at the hat confusedly before joining her house. Minerva was evidently pleased by the choice of the hat, as was Albus, but something told him the girl herself was not entirely convinced. Maybe he would discuss it with Armando, well, his portrait at least. It had come as quite the shock when the painting of the man had suddenly come to life, though it was not quite the Armando Albus remembered. In many ways, it was like talking to his old friend, though the portrait lacked his charisma, his warmth, and even most of his memories. Armando didn't remember his death, though he was acutely aware of the state of the world before he had died. It was odd conversing with him, and was closer to speaking to an essence rather than the man himself. Nonetheless, Albus was pleased to have him back in some form, and sought advice quite often from the portrait. "Would you like me to return the carriages to the station, Professor?" Albus smiled at the enormous man he had taken on as the new gamekeeper. Rubius's father had died during his 7th year, and with nowhere else to go, Albus had invited him to stay on. His talent with creatures was undeniable, and his knowledge of the forest was second to none. One day, he would undoubtedly be the care of magical creatures professor, but for the time being, Hagrid was simply pleased to do the job he had been given. "Thank you, Hagrid," Albus replied warmly. The man beamed through his beard before taking his leave from the hall. For such a large man, Rubius took very little else from his birth mother. He was a sensitive person, kind, and considerate to all, and Albus had found a place in his heart for the gentle half-giant. Break. The Gryffindor common room was just as her mother described it. There were plush chairs spread throughout, a roaring fireplace, and the walls were adorned with banners depicting the lion of her house, something that had been in question during the time Rosa wore the sorting hat. "You could be great in Slytherin. You do possess his talent, after all." "Then why don't you put me there?" "The House of the Serpents is no place for you, young Evans. Despite your undeniable talent, you are more bold than cunning." Rosa hadn't cared what house she was going into. Her parents had both been Gryffindors, but neither had tried to influence her in following in their footsteps. "Your dormitory is at the top of the stairs," the prefect announced. "If you need anything, you just need to ask." The girl was friendly enough, though Rosa suspected she wouldn't need her assistance. She already felt as though she knew the castle like her own home. "Watch out, here comes Evans," a voice rang out from the portrait hole. A group of boys in the corner hurriedly hid whatever they had been looking at near the fireplace and plastered a look of innocence across their faces as Rosa's mother entered the room, her expression as stern as whenever she was going to tell someone off. Her gaze swept over the group of boys before coming to rest on the first years. "I'm sure Miss Chandler has already given you the ins and outs of the house, but if you do have any further questions, my office is open." With a final look around the room and a subtle smile towards Rosa, she left, and many breathed a sigh of relief. "Bloody hell, is she really your mother, Evans?" an older boy asked. Rosa nodded. "Rather you than me." "What's wrong with my mother?" Rosa questioned, her temper rising. "Nothing really," the boy placated, "but you don't want to get on the wrong side of her. She's scary." Rosa laughed heartily. "My mother is the sweetest woman you will ever meet, but she can be scary," she agreed. "What's she like away from the castle?" another asked curiously. Rosa shrugged. "She's just my mom. She looks after me, my brother, and 3 sisters." The other students looked as though they couldn't imagine their head of house living what they would consider to be a normal life. "Is your dad really Harry Evans?" a first-year boy questioned. "The one who killed Grindelwald?" Rosa nodded. "He is." The younger students whispered excitedly. "He sometimes teaches here when Professor Evans takes time off," an older student explained. "He's a nice enough bloke, quiet and not someone to get on the wrong side of." "You'd be stupid to get on the wrong side of someone who killed a dragon," another commented, "and led the entire ICW army during the war." "He killed Grindelwald," another reiterated. "And he was the Serpent." "The Serpent. You've never heard of him. He was a famous hit wizard before he joined the army. It took him less than a year to be put in charge." Rosa's head was spinning by the amount of information she was hearing. Things she didn't know about her father, and things she couldn't be certain were true. "A dragon," she sputtered. "How can you not know about the dragon?" the older boy huffed. "He's your dad." "He doesn't talk about the war," Rosa defended. "I know he killed Grindelwald. I've seen all of his medals." "That's all you know." Rosa nodded, feeling foolish that she seemingly didn't know her own father at all. "Bollocks," the boy cursed, looking guilty. "Maybe you should speak to your mother about it. She'll know better than any of us." Should she speak to her mother? Making her mind up after only a moment of pondering it, Rosa left the common room and headed towards her mother's office. "I thought you might come." The woman greeted her warmly as she gestured for Rosa to take a seat. "What stories have you heard so far?" Rosa shrugged as she sat. "Is the dragon thing true?" Her mother released a deep breath as she nodded. "I'm sorry that you've been sheltered from it all," she sighed. "Yes, your father killed a dragon." "How?" Rosa asked, dumbfounded by the revelation. Her mother offered her a sad smile as she opened the top drawer of her desk and retrieved a folder. She looked at it almost sadly for a moment before placing it in front of Rosa. "These are all the headlines from those years pertaining to your father and his deeds," her mother explained somewhat disapprovingly. "He's a good man, Rosa, and did everything he could to keep his friends and everyone home safe." Rosa frowned as she opened the folder. There were dozens of articles that her mother had collected and kept. Reading through them proved to be more fantastical than most of the tales her father had read to her and her siblings whilst she was growing up. "Did this really happen?" Rosa asked, looking up at her mother. The woman was crying, something the girl had never seen before. "They did," she confirmed. "They were difficult years for your father, and even now he doesn't speak about them. He wakes up in the night sometimes when he dreams of all the things he saw and did." "Poor Dad," Rosa said sadly, as she looked upon the figure standing over a dead dragon in the photo. "He really is a hero, isn't he?" Her mother nodded. "To most people, he is," she replied proudly. "But more than anything, he is mine. Your father, even when I first met him, was and still is the most wonderful person I know. Don't let what you read there change what you think of him. It just makes him more special, Rosa declared. I had no idea. And now you do, her mother sighed. Come on, off to bed with you. If you want to speak about it more tomorrow or any other day, I'll be here. Thanks, Mum, Rosa returned as she stood and headed towards the door, pausing before she reached it. You've never told me how you and Dad met. How did it happen? Her mother blushed deeply. That is something you will have to wait until you are older to hear, she said firmly. I bet it's disgusting, Rosa grumbled. You and Dad are always kissing when you think we aren't looking. As her mother opened her mouth to chastise her, Rosa fled from the room, a tactic she had learned from an early age. She giggled to herself all the way back to the Gryffindor common room, though her thoughts inevitably shifted to everything she had learned. Her father was a powerful and famous wizard. She had always known that, but only now did she realize just how special he really was. It made her miss the man terribly, and she would even tolerate having another sibling if it meant she could spend a year with him at Hogwarts. Chapter 98. How Times Change, August 1956. He tapped the top of the desk impatiently with the tip of his finger as he glared at his youngest son. It had been many years since Arcturus had been so angry and disappointed in a member of his family, not since Cassiopeia had aligned herself with Grindelwald. The woman remained in St. Mungo's, and though her condition had improved considerably, she was not fit for trial or to be released into society. Arcturus shook his head of the thoughts pertaining to his older sister, shifting them once more to the thoroughly cowed Cygnus. The boy had always been impulsive and hot-headed, but what he had done this time was so foolish that Arcturus still struggled to believe it. At almost 14 years old, the Lord Black thought he had taught his son better, but evidently not. He himself had never followed his father's example by physically punishing his children or by means of magic, but it was tempting to do so now. Do you realize how monumentally you have fucked up? He snapped. I didn't think. Arcturus interrupted the retort by slamming his hand on the desk. You never think, Cygnus, he hissed. Have you got shit between your ears, boy? The teen was hurt by the words of his father, but Arcturus was too furious to care. Did you not consider the consequences? Did you not consider her motivation for draining your balls? The boy blushed and looked towards his mother pleadingly. Melania's nostrils merely flared in response. Cygnus was granted a reprieve in the form of Elgar arriving. Lord Black, your guests have arrived. Arcturus's jaw clenched and Melania rested a hand on his forearm. Calm, Arcturus, she urged gently. It will serve no purpose to lose your temper. Show them in, Arcturus grumbled. Only a moment later, a trio of people were led in by the elf who vanished immediately. Arcturus's steely gaze swept over them, coming to rest on the 16-year-old girl who was looking at Cygnus. The idiots even had the unmitigated gall to smile at one another, though as Arcturus exhaled deeply, they broke eye contact, both suddenly becoming nervous. Did you put her up to it? Arcturus questioned the man in the group without preamble. He was offended, and once more Arcturus didn't care. The Lord Black had not invited them for placation or pleasantries. Of course not, Lord Rosier sputtered. Arcturus grunted as he turned his attention to the lady of the family. Did you? The woman shook her head. She was quite terrified, too terrified to have orchestrated something so foolish. No one put me up to it, the girl huffed irritably. It just happened. It was a stupid thing to do, but we got caught up in the heat of the moment. Has that never happened to you, Lord Black? Not until I was married, you stupid girl, Arcturus growled. The girl, Drula, eyed him defiantly and was chastised by her father. Enough, girl, you have caused enough problems. Drula narrowed her eyes at her father. She was defiant, unafraid, and oddly, Arcturus felt his respect grow for her. Making a mistake was one thing, but owning it was another, and Arcturus knew exactly how he was going to solve this issue. When is the baby due? He questioned. 4 months, Lord Rosier sighed. We only found out about it a few days ago. Arcturus waved off his excuse. I could do this one of two ways, he mused aloud. I could cut the little bastard out of her, and no one would be any the wiser. Arcturus, no, Melania pleaded as the rosiers paled. Arcturus held up a hand to silence his wife. That would be the easiest thing to do in the circumstances, but I have a better idea. Lord Rosier swallowed deeply and nodded for him to continue. The two of them will be married, Arcturus said simply. Your daughter will become a member of my family. She will have the baby, and when she is ready, I will pay for her to be tutored for her newts by a person of my choosing. That is very generous, Lord Rosier murmured. Arcturus leaned forward in his chair. You will receive no dowry payment for her, he added, and that is me being more than generous, Rosier. Rosier looked towards his wife, who seemed to be pondering the terms before she nodded. That is fair, Rosier agreed, offering his hand. Arcturus accepted it and held on longer than was deemed decent. If it ever comes to light that she acted on your behalf, I will fucking bury your entire family. Do you understand me? Rosier nodded, wincing at the tightness of the hold Arcturus held him with. Eventually, Arcturus released the man. They will be married before my idiot son returns to school, he declared. He will do well, and he will provide for your daughter and the child. You have my word on that. I will be in touch with a contract within a few days. The Rosiers took the hint of dismissal, and Drula shot Cygnus another smile before following her parents from the room. Wipe that stupid smirk off your face, boy, Arcturus snapped. Do not think of this as a favor for you. If you step a toe out of line once more, I will ensure that this child will be the only one you ever produce. Now, get out of my sight. Cygnus all but ran from the room, and Arcturus dragged a hand through his hair. Fucking idiot, he cursed. Where did we go wrong with him? We spoilt him, Melania sighed. We spoiled Orion too, but he's never done something so stupid, Arcturus pointed out. Mostly because he is quite taken with Walburga, Melania pointed out. Pollux' girl, Arcturus asked with a frown. Melania nodded. They have been writing to each other for the past 2 years. Arcturus released a deep breath. I suppose his choice could be worse, he muttered. It would save me having to put up with the lords trying to curry favor with me and queuing up to kiss my arse. The other lords won't like it. All the more reason to allow it, Arcturus snorted. So, you've given up on the idea of marrying him and Evan's daughter? Melania questioned as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Evans would never sign a contract for her, Arcturus sighed. She will choose who she marries. Those are his words. Melania giggled amusedly. I think you forget that he is not a pureblood. And yet, he is perhaps the most influential person in the country, Arcturus pointed out. It's a shame he won't accept the post as minister. Why won't he? Because Harry doesn't want power, Arcturus replied with a shrug. He doesn't lack ambition, but he lacks the desire to be in the limelight. You know what he is like. All too well, Melania acknowledged. Do you think he will change his mind? Arcturus shook his head. Never, he answered confidently. But the more he refuses, the more people want him to do it. He prefers to do his own thing with his investments and taking the occasional year to teach at Hogwarts when asked. Melania shook her head confusedly. He's a strange man. But the best one I know, Arcturus said fondly. Melania narrowed his eyes at her. You're going to have him tutor the Rosier girl, she accused. The thought had crossed my mind, Arcturus said unashamedly. She wouldn't do any better than him. Melania nodded her agreement. What are we going to do about Cygnus? He's getting married, Arcturus pointed out. He's going to be a father, so he'd best start acting like a man. You're going to make his life miserable, aren't you? The next 4 months will be unbearable for him, Arcturus replied mischievously. Melania gave him a look of disapproval, but Arcturus missed it. He was too busy conjuring ways to ensure his promise was carried out. He would make a man of his son if it was the last thing he did. Break. Harry put an end to the magic he had been casting as a knock sounded at the basement door. It would not do for someone to encounter such a dangerous series of spells, and though the room remained uncomfortably hot, it was no longer a risk. "Come in," he called. It was Jack that entered, the boy resembling Harry so much that the man often did a double-take at his appearance. Looking upon his son was like looking at his past self, though Jack was not as grim nor tired-looking like Harry had been at his age. "Dad, can you help me with my charms work?" "What are you struggling with?" Harry asked. "I'm not struggling. I just want you to explain something." Harry snorted and prompted his son to continue. Jack was a calm boy for the most part, introverted but very protective of his sisters. The only time Harry had known him to lose his grip on his cool composure was when another boy had made a lewd comment about Rosa at Hogwarts. Harry could only assume that Jack had learned the toe-separating curse he'd hit the boy with from his library, and as such, his son was banned from the basement along with his older sibling. Neither Harry nor Minerva had been angry with what he had done, but the boy had been given a week of detention from Slughorn, who was his head of house. Where Rosa had been sorted into Gryffindor, Jack had become a Slytherin, a surprise for many, but not his parents. "What do you need me to explain?" Jack released a deep sigh. "In the standard book of spells, it says that magic can be manipulated when it has been cast, but it doesn't explain how." "What grade are you reading?" Harry asked with a frown. 3, Jack answered sheepishly. "I already finished number 2 last year." Harry shook his head amusedly. "The reason it doesn't explain how is because it can be dangerous to manipulate magic," he informed the boy. "Even a simple spell can be volatile if you make a mistake." "Really?" Harry nodded as he cast a Lumos. "Do not try this," he said firmly. Pulling the ball of light from the tip of his wand, he held it in his free hand, where he manipulated it to change shape. For a moment, it resembled a Thistral, and then a hippogriff before it settled in the form of a unicorn. "It is very easy to unintentionally change the nature of the magic you have cast. You must have a focused mind, or something like this can happen," he explained as he threw the unicorn towards a training dummy. A blinding flash and loud explosion rent the air as the dummy was reduced to little more than splinters of wood. Jack stared between Harry and the damage, dumbfounded by what he had seen. "That's why it isn't in Book 3, Harry pointed out. Jack nodded as a grin tugged at his lips. "Well, I won't be messing around with that," he declared. "Thanks, Dad. Oh, and Mum said lunch is ready." With an amused chuckle, the two of them left the basement and made their way to the kitchen. "What was that noise?" Minerva asked. "I was just showing Jack why he shouldn't attempt manipulating magic," Harry snorted before kissing his wife on the cheek. "That boy is too curious for his own good," Minerva grumbled. "I wonder where he gets that from," Harry replied, dodging the swat Minerva aimed at his shoulder. "The kids get their recklessness from you," she countered. Harry could only nod his agreement. "Are you planning on telling them?" Minerva asked coyly. "No," Harry answered simply. "They will find out when the others do." Minerva shook her head, though she was pleased that Harry would be returning to teach defense at the castle, for the upcoming year at least. "Has Albus convinced you to return permanently?" "No, and he won't for a while yet," Harry huffed. "He's determined I'll give him that. I'm happy doing what I am." "Locking yourself in the basement." "We both know what is coming," Harry replied darkly. "He can't hide from me forever." Minerva shot him a sad smile. Although the magical world had been at peace for over a decade now, Harry hadn't. Not a day went by that he wasn't preparing for another war or following up on the ominous whispers that reached him from across the continent. With so much time having passed, it was as though everyone had forgotten about Tom Riddle, but not Harry. If he could catch up with the man before he inevitably returned to Britain, it would be for the best, but regardless, he would put an end to the man once and for all. "Did you write back to Petter?" Minerva asked, breaking into his thoughts. Harry nodded. "And Aliner," he assured her. The Russian wrote regularly, and visited as much as he could. Petr was already being tipped to replace his father when the man chose to retire, but continued to serve as the head of the Russian security services. Elena had taught at the school for a few years before returning home to Bulgaria, where she had eventually married. She now worked as a consultant for the Order department, something that Harry found highly amusing since she was still technically an escaped prisoner. "Are you looking forward to it?" Minerva asked with a smirk. "To what?" "Another year at Hogwarts." Harry smiled as he nodded. Although he wasn't ready to commit himself to the castle full-time, and perhaps never would be, the prospect of returning always filled him with a sense of excitement that nothing else did. For him, it was like going home, the first place he had truly been where he felt as though he belonged, despite everything that had happened there during his formative years. "Always," he replied sincerely. Minerva rubbed his forearm and placed a kiss on his lips. It was her home too in many ways, and the place their lives had begun together. "Do you have to do that?" Rosa groaned from where the children were seated around the table. "We are trying to eat." "How do you think you got here, Rosa?" Minerva asked. The girl grimaced, shaking her head in disgust. "It's bad enough knowing it. We certainly don't need to see it." The girl had been this way since Minerva had relented and explained the circumstances of how Harry and Minerva had met, at Rosa's persistent questioning. She had been horrified to think of her mother in such a state of undress in the Gryffindor common room, and her father walking in on her. For both Harry and Minerva, it was an entertaining trip down memory lane at a time when things were simpler than they had become. But they had been young enough to enjoy a little naivety before things unfolded as they did. "Will you still help me with some training?" Rosa asked. Harry nodded. The girl's love for flying had bloomed into a love for Quidditch, and only the previous year she had been made seeker for the Gryffindor house team, though she had certainly been taken aback by how good her father was. Harry was a natural at flying, and Rosa had grown up watching him whilst he would supervise the children on the Quidditch pitch in the grounds, but she had never seen him play until the beginning of this summer. The girl had been mesmerized by his ability and all but demanded he trained her. Harry did so happily, pleased to share something with his firstborn that the others were either too young to truly enjoy or had little interest in. Jack was an excellent flyer, but had no love for playing Quidditch. And the twins wouldn't begin at Hogwarts for another year, though both seemed to be determined to play. "Why didn't you try to play professionally?" That was the question Rosa had asked after their first session, an innocent enough inquiry, but one that was not simple to answer without Harry reliving the years that followed his education. "The world was a very different place then," he answered. "The war," Rosa replied apologetically. Harry nodded. It was the first time since Minerva had given the girl the articles her first night of Hogwarts that she had mentioned it, and having done so, she asked Harry questions about his experiences. It was not an easy thing to discuss, but he had answered her honestly about his time as a hit wizard, the things that had been well documented by the media, and even the final fight with Grindelwald. When Rosa had run out of questions, she had hugged him tightly. "Thank you for everything you did." Harry had been thanked by hundreds of people over the years, but none meant more to him than the gratitude of his daughter, whom he had missed so much of her early years. "I'd do it all again if I had to, for all of you." Harry had meant it, and knowing just what was on the horizon, he knew he would have to. "Come on then, let's put you through your paces," he chuckled, and Rosa sprinted from the kitchen to fetch her broom. Break. The smell of blood was the first thing he became aware of as he regained consciousness, and Lord Voldemort released a groan before he opened his eyes. He was covered in the viscous liquid, and the white walls and floor had been sprayed during his brutal attack on the woman. She had not caused him offense. On the contrary, she had been quite the useful companion, but she had outlasted her usefulness now, and her life was better served creating his second Horcrux. Yes, she had provided him with some of the rarest tomes of magic available to man, but that did not mean she had to be spared. She had been a curator at the library belonging to the Greek ministry, a building full of magical knowledge no longer available to the public. Voldemort had merely needed to charm the woman, as he had many others throughout his travels, and she had willingly given him everything he required of her. He had held on to the diadem in the hopes of unlocking the magic contained within, but it was not to be. The relic would not yield what he desired, and that too was now being put to better use. Voldemort fought the urge to vomit as he stood on trembling legs, a smile tugging at his lips as he rubbed his bloody palms across his face and laughed heartily. The excitement of a kill never failed to elicit such glee within him, one of the very few things he felt now. He had expected that he would one day become what he had once been, but with the fragment of soul missing, he simply hadn't. Now, with another piece missing, he felt even less. The nagging voice that would sometimes question his intentions was absent, his mind focused only on his goals. More power. He wanted it all to himself, and he would obtain it. Voldemort frowned deeply. Power had never truly been his ambition, not outside his own magical capabilities, and though he had pondered grasping influence, he had never felt such a desire before now. Was this another effect of creating Horcruxes? Voldemort shrugged as he picked up the diadem and eyed it. He needed to find somewhere to hide his Horcruxes. It would not do to carry them around with him. Shaking his head of the thought, he pocketed the Ravenclaw relic. There would be plenty of time to hide them, but first, he needed to create more, and he knew exactly where he could find two that were ripe for the picking. "No," he muttered, "I am not ready yet, but I will be." Lord Voldemort needed to be stronger before he made his return to Britain, and though he didn't intend on announcing his arrival, there was much more for him to do. He needed to be stronger, to prove that he was worthy of following, that his vision could be brought to life. The former would be the easiest. Thanks to his latest victim, Voldemort had acquired the knowledge he needed to continue strengthening his magic. When he was done with the rituals and had acquired the experience he needed, he would focus on his plan to return home, where his campaign would truly begin. With a final look at the mutilated corpse of the woman, he left the house, his thoughts shifting to where he should head next. Break. Having attended a rather strange and unexpected wedding of a boy younger than her, and spending a considerable amount of time on the Quidditch pitch with her father, the summer had passed quickly, much too quickly for Rosa's liking. She'd always been close to him, but Rosa finally felt like she understood the kind of man her dad was, though he was still something of an enigma. People loved him, respected him, and admired him, but it was almost like he didn't want any of it. To most, fame and fortune was everything, and influence is what they sought, especially the purebloods, but not her father. Harry Evans wanted nothing but a quiet life, and Rosa's respect for him only grew because of it. She would miss him this year, more so than the previous ones. It wasn't that she hadn't before, but with how close she felt to the man now, it didn't feel right being away from him. Rosa stared at her empty plate whilst the sorting took place, and then Dumbledore giving the start of term address. She was too busy thinking about everything she had learned from her father. Not just on the Quidditch pitch mind, but when she had asked to see some of the spells he had used to kill Grindelwald. Much to Rosa's surprise, he had done so, and though she knew that he was a highly regarded wizard, seeing what her father was capable of was something else entirely. He was an incredible wizard, and she finally understood why he was so revered. Rosa was pulled from her thoughts by an elbow knocking into her ribs. "Ow," she grumbled, helping herself to the food that had appeared on the table. "Are you okay?" Rosa nodded. The girl who had jabbed her in the ribs was Celia Jones, who was a chaser on the house team. She was small, nimble, and nigh on impossible to mark when in the air. "I'm fine," Rosa assured her. "How was your summer?" The blonde girl beamed. "I finally got a new broom, a Nimbus 400. Rosa smiled excitedly. "Do you like it?" Celia nodded. "It is amazing," she gushed. "I can't see how they will top it." Rosa couldn't either. The Nimbus 400 was fast, and the handling on it second to none. "Shall we go and do some extra training in the morning?" Celia's eyes lit up at the prospect, but the plates cleared, and Dumbledore stood to address the room once more before she could respond. "Now that we are fed and watered, I have only a few announcements to make before you return to your common rooms," he began. "Firstly, to new and returning students alike, the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to all. Mr. Hagrid will be watching vigilantly." His gaze swept across the Great Hall, but there was an unmissable twinkle of amusement in the headmaster's eyes. Not a year went by where someone didn't venture into the forest and found themselves in trouble. It had become something of a game to do so, and usually involved a dare of sorts. Secondly, the commodity known as a fanged frisbee has been banned within the walls of the castle, Dumbledore continued. "Mr. Pringle has affixed a list of other items to the door of his office. If there is any doubt, please do refer to it." The students whispered amongst themselves, many unhappy at the banning of the popular product. "Finally, there is only one change to the teaching staff this year." Dumbledore spoke over the din, silencing the students. "Professor Finney will not be rejoining us for this year as he has been commissioned to assist with a rather important project. But I can assure you, his replacement will be able to teach you just as competently. Some of you older students may remember him, so please welcome back Professor Evans, who will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts." There was silence in the room until the door to the side of the top table opened, and Rosa's mouth fell agape at the sight of her father. The other students erupted in applause at his appointment, but Rosa was stunned. She had hoped that maybe one day she and her father would cross paths at the school, and it had happened when she couldn't have wanted it more. Evidently, Dumbledore had dismissed them, but Rosa did not leave the Great Hall. Instead, she walked towards where her parents were talking to one another, her heart jolting in her chest as her father smiled at her. She all but jumped in his arms, and he laughed as he held her tightly. "Surprised?" he asked. Rosa nodded. "The best surprise." Break. Having taught a couple of lessons, Harry knew that teaching defense against the dark arts was what he was meant to be doing whilst he was at Hogwarts. As much as he'd enjoyed teaching Transfiguration, it was not his passion. Being in this classroom reminded him of the days when he taught the DA, and though it made him feel quite melancholic, his memories of doing so were amongst those he held dear from his former life. He looked on as the fifth years entered the room, Rosa amongst them. The Gryffindors shared these lessons with the Slytherins, and even those garbed in the green and silver robes looked upon him with respect. It was something Harry had never gotten used to. He had become accustomed to the sneers and snide comments, and though that had been what seemed to be a lifetime ago, it was not something he had forgotten. "You will not require your books today," he declared. Obediently, the students returned them to their bags before placing them on the floor. "This year, you will be sitting your OWL exams," Harry continued. "It is my job to make sure that you are ready for them, but it is also my job to ensure that you are capable of defending yourselves from the dark arts. For the next few lessons, I will be learning what it is I need to teach you for both. Any questions?" "Will there be homework?" A large boy in Slytherin robes grunted. Harry eyed him, recognizing the troll-like features. "There will be homework, Mr. Crabbe, but how much I give depends on how hard you work in here. Now, during your exam, you will be expected to demonstrate your ability in practical defense. Today, we will begin with the basic shield charm. Can someone tell me the advantages of using it?" "It is able to be cast quickly," a girl in Slytherin robes answered. Harry nodded. "Take a point for your house, Ms. Zabini. Can anyone demonstrate it for me?" Rosa raised her hands, and Harry gestured for her to do so. He had taught her the charm during the summer before her 4th year, so he had no doubt she could do it. "Good," he praised. "Take a point for Gryffindor. What are the disadvantages of the shield charm?" "It is not very good against stronger curses," a Gryffindor answered. "Another," Harry requested. "It limits your movement." "Good," another. "It is tiring to maintain." Harry smiled as he nodded. What should you do if you can instead of casting one? Avoid a curse. Excellent, Harry returned, clapping his hands. The chairs and tables slid to the sides of the room and stacked themselves neatly. Despite its impracticality, the examiner will expect you to be able to cast it, he explained. You will work in pairs, practicing shielding against minor jinxes and hexes only, he added firmly. The students set to work, and Harry watched them for the remainder of the lesson, offering tips to those that were struggling, and also suggestions of other spells that could be used by the attackers. There was certainly room for improvement for the most part, but when it was time for them to leave, there were few that had not made progress. I want 8 inches on the advantages and disadvantages of using a shield charm, he instructed as they gathered their bags and were readying to leave. Off you go. They filed out, most whispering excitedly, happy with the lesson they just had. And what can I do for you? Harry asked Rosa, who had remained behind. Nothing. I just wanted to say that you're a natural at this. Did your mother tell you to say that? Rosa giggled and shook her head. No, I wouldn't involve myself with hers and Dumbledore's scheme to get you to stay. Will it really only be for this year? Harry nodded. Albus is already looking for someone else, he explained. I love being at Hogwarts, but now is not the right time to be here permanently. Maybe that day will never come. Rosa smiled sadly. If you love it here, then why don't you stay? We're all old enough that you don't need to be home. The twins will be starting next year, and Jasmine isn't a baby anymore. Harry deflated. How could he explain that he would need to be ready for when an enemy that very few knew existed would return? He couldn't, but he wrapped an arm around his daughter's shoulder. There is more to my life than you lot, he snorted. I like my peace and quiet and working on other things. I know, but it's nice having you here, Rosa sighed. You look really happy. I am, Harry assured her. Hogwarts was my first home, but it isn't my home any longer. Rosa huffed irritably as she rolled her eyes at him. Will you be at dinner later? Harry shook his head. Nicholas and Perenelle have invited your mother and me to theirs. We haven't seen them for a while. Uncle Nick is back. For now, Harry snorted. Come on, you need to be going to Transfiguration. I wouldn't put it past your mother to give you a detention. She would too, Rosa grumbled before hugging Harry and leaving the room. Harry simply chuckled as he began preparing for his next class. It was good to be back and teaching what he was best at, even if it was only for 1 year. Break. For the past 7 years or so, Nicholas and Perenelle had spent no more than a few weeks at their home in France. As much as both of them were fond of the country and their memories here, it hadn't felt the same since the war had been concluded. Much had changed in the intervening years. Even the remains of the neighboring house had been cleared away, leaving nothing but a patch of scarred land in its place. Nicholas had always been against war of any sorts, but the last had been more devastating than all the others he'd experienced combined. His gaze drifted to Harry, who was spooning some of Perenelle's broccoli soup into his mouth. He truly was a good boy, and one of the few things Nicholas and his wife appreciated in life. Inevitably, his thoughts drifted to his 4-legged companion, whom he had buried a few months prior, and the alchemist swallowed a lump that formed in his throat. He missed Camille dearly. She had been with him for but a blink of the eye that was his life, but she had left a lasting impression on him. What's wrong, Nick? Harry asked worriedly. Nicholas wiped away the tears that had unwittingly formed before he looked towards his wife, who nodded solemnly. Without a word, he reached into his pocket and removed a wrapped package on the table before sliding it towards the younger man. Harry frowned as he opened it and dropped it on the table with a dull thud as though it had burned him. The man knew what it was he had been given, and his expression said more than any words he could ever speak. Nicholas knew he had made the right decision. What is this? Harry asked accusingly. Nicholas released a deep breath. It's yours to do with as you please, he explained. You can use it or you can destroy it. It makes no difference to us. Harry looked between Nicholas and Perenelle, who was nodding her agreement. She took Nicholas's hand, her expression and following words almost pleading. "Take it," she whispered emotionally. "I can't take this," Harry sighed. "Please." Harry said nothing, his posture sagging before he shook his head. "Why?" he croaked. "We've had enough," Nicholas said simply. "The world has become something that we no longer recognize. In the last century, it has changed so much, and in another, it will only become worse. We've discussed it, and we are in agreement that now is the right time. We are tired of burying those we care for, and that is all we have to look forward to. Albus will go, then you, and then your children. It will be never-ending, Harry. Now we have someone we can entrust the stone to, someone we know who will not abuse it, or allow it to fall into the wrong hands," Perenelle explained. "Giving it to you means we can rest easy." "That's it?" Harry asked. "That's it," Nicholas confirmed. "We will no longer take the elixir, and we can pass on our own terms. The stone is yours, and all we ask is that you respect our decision." Once more Harry looked between them, before nodding his understanding. "I won't use it," he said firmly, "but I won't destroy until you are gone, just in case." Nicholas chuckled. "We won't change our mind," he assured the man. "I would encourage you to use it for yourself. The world will always need a man like you, Harry." "Others will come along," Harry snorted. "You'd think that," Nicholas mused aloud. "But in all my years, I've never met someone like you, and it has been a refreshing pleasure. You've proven to be a good man." "The best we've known," Perenelle chimed in. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent as Minerva's hand came to rest on his thigh. "Put it away, Harry, that's a good boy," Nicholas urged. "Perenelle has made you a treacle tart." Harry could only laugh as tears streamed down his cheeks. And though the man was taken aback and deeply upset, Nicholas knew he respected their decision. He didn't like it, but he made no further effort to talk them out of it. Harry placed the philosopher's stone in his pocket, and it would be the last of it that either Nicholas or Perenelle Flamel would see. They would have a few more years of life to enjoy together, but finally, after more than 6 centuries of living, they were ready for their journey to end, and they would be forever grateful that it would do so at their own behest. For them, time had become nothing but a commodity, but with only so little of it left, they could finally appreciate how precious it was. Chapter 99, 2 and 1 March 1960. Harry always felt somber when he came here. Although it had only been 2 years ago that Nicholas and Perenelle had passed away, he found himself here more often than he cared to admit. The Flamels were the closest things to parents he had ever had, and he missed them both dearly. He had hoped that they would change their minds, that they would ask for him to return the stone, but neither had, and Harry had watched them deteriorate rather rapidly when the effects of the elixir of life wore off. They had been at peace with what was coming, had remained devoted to each other until the very end, but for Harry and the others that cared for them, it was difficult to watch. Nicholas and Perenelle had come to rely on one another so much that neither wished to be without the other for a second. As much as they tried to hold on to every second of life from fear of leaving the other behind, it was Nicholas that perished first, and Perenelle followed only a few moments after. Harry had been there with them, had carried out their final wishes for their burials, and had cursed them after for many things, though the love he felt for them never wavered. The duo had left almost all their worldly possessions to him, under the guise of maintaining the story that he was their several times over nephew. Albus had been given some books on alchemy and a few personal effects from both, but everything else had gone to Harry. As much as he treasured the library, the weaponry, and even the plants that Perenelle had asked him to look after, nothing was a replacement for either. "Bastards," he snorted amusedly. He had wasted no time in destroying the stone when both were gone. He had no desire to use it for himself, and there was always the risk that someone would come for it. Voldemort had during Harry's first year, after all. His expression darkened as he pondered the man. Riddle's acts of depravity had evidently extended further than he had known. Even before his 7th year at Hogwarts, the boy, for that was what he had been at the time, had orchestrated the murder of his Muggle family. Although the Muggles believed Frank Bryce had been responsible, Harry knew better. Having visited Little Hangelton for himself, he had felt the faint traces of Tom's magic, and it took little effort on his part to deduce what had really occurred. It had been sobering visiting the place that the Dark Lord had once been given a new body, the place that Cedric had been murdered, and the same place that the final vestiges of innocence had been stolen from Harry. It was a difficult thought to ignore, but no harder than following the man's trail of murders he had committed across the globe. Abriot had been the one to alert him to the suspicious death of a woman in Greece that had the Aurors baffled. As a favor to his friend, Harry had looked into it and immediately recognized the magic left behind. There was no doubt in his mind that Tom had been there, and many other places. Over the years, he had killed more than 20 people, all of whom he had used for his own gain before eliminating them in cold blood. The scenes that Harry reviewed were among the most gruesome things he had experienced, but there was still no sign of Voldemort. The man would be back, of that Harry had no doubt, but he had long grown impatient, and despite his best efforts, he could not locate his foe. "He will come to you, Harry. It is written in the stars." Those had been the words of Nicholas, and although Harry knew them to be true, it did not prevent the frustration he felt. "I'll get him," Harry vowed, turning towards the church a short distance away as the clock chimed 11 a.m. If he didn't leave now, he would be late to fulfill another promise he'd made, this one to Arcturus. It was meant to be done so a few years prior, but things had changed, meaning it had been put on hold until now. In truth, with the death of Nicholas and Perenelle, Harry had forgotten about it until Arcturus had reminded him only a few weeks prior. With a sigh, he activated his portkey before apparating from his own study to a house belonging to the Lord Black that was currently occupied by his youngest son and his wife. As far as homes for such a prominent family went, this one was rather humble. It was big in comparison to any average house, but it was not close to Harry's own or others he had seen of families with such a high social status. Ringing the bell, he waited to be let in, and was greeted by a diminutive elf garbed in a gray apron with the Black family crest stitched into the front. "Baron Evans, sir," the creature croaked. "Please follow Dougal." With a nod, Harry did so, and was shown into a drawing room where a slew of people were waiting for him. "Harry," Arcturus greeted him warmly, shaking his hand and pulling him into an embrace. Harry returned the gesture with a smile, noticing how taken aback the other occupants of the room were by their lord's cheery demeanor. "How's it going?" he asked. Arcturus snorted. "Same as always," he huffed. "I spend my days surrounded by simpering morons who want to kiss my arse, hopping to get some favor or other. Much as yourself, I suppose." Harry shook his head. "I just stopped opening the letters." Arcturus laughed as he clapped him smartly on the shoulder. "I wish I could do that sometimes. I do envy you for it," he sighed. "Come and let me reintroduce you to this lot. It's been a while since you've seen them." It had. Though neither avoided the other purposely, both Harry and Arcturus were busy men and didn't get to see each other as much as they would like. They made a point to meet with Charles in the Potter basement perhaps once or twice a month, but beyond that, it was often difficult to make time for more. "You remember my eldest boy and heir, Orion," Arcturus began, "and his wife, Walburga." The man looked very much like Arcturus, but there was an uncanny resemblance to Sirius, something that had developed the older he became. "Baron Evans," Orion greeted him with a bow. Walburga had been the biggest surprise to him. He had first met the woman at Orion's wedding, when he had graduated from Hogwarts. She was a far cry from the screeching banshee he remembered that occupied a portrait in Grimmauld Place, but only time would tell if she would become it once more. Walburga was a beautiful woman, and oddly, where Sirius seemed to get most of his own looks from. The woman was heavily pregnant now, on the cusp of birthing who had once been Harry's godfather. Walburga offered him a deep curtsy once she was introduced. "My youngest son, Cygnus," Arcturus continued, indicating the other man in the room. Baron Evans, Cygnus spoke, his voice much bolder than that of his older brother. Thank you for taking the time out to assist my wife. It is truly appreciated. Harry offered him a nod and accepted the proffered limb. Your father is a good friend of mine, and if there is something I can help his family with, it will be done, he replied. Cygnus smiled gratefully. It was important that Harry was respectful, but also that he reminded them that he technically outranked them in society. Not that such a thing was important to him, but it mattered to others. The young lady you will be assisting is Cygnus's wife, Drusilla, Arcturus introduced, indicating the woman stood a little further back from the rest of the group. She stepped forward and offered a less refined curtsy of her own. Drusilla was the only adult in the room that was blonde-haired. Her skin was pale, but her features were sharp and refined. She too was beautiful, but in a different way to Walburga. And finally, Melania, Harry greeted the last woman fondly, pulling her into a hug. I hope he is looking after you. Remember, if you ever need to escape, I'm always on hand to get you out of there, he added with a wink. Melania giggled as she swatted Harry's shoulder. I'll remember that, but you don't need to worry. I keep him on a tight lead. I don't doubt it, Harry chuckled, ignoring the scowl Arcturus sent his way. Bloody Evans, the Lord Black grumbled amusedly. Come on, you prat, there's a few more to meet yet. Arcturus steered him towards a trio of girls who had been hiding behind Drusilla, each of them looking up at him in what he could only deem to be wonder. Harry recognized two of them even before Arcturus spoke further. The eldest with her oddly violet eyes that seemed to be so innocent from when he had last looked into them, and the second with her platinum hair that differentiated her from the rest of the family. At the sight of Bellatrix, the memory of the night he'd experienced before being transported here played over in his mind. She had killed Sirius, and he had cast the Cruciatus curse on her, albeit rather unsuccessfully. Instinctively, Harry almost reached for his wand, but he stopped himself as Arcturus's voice interrupted his thoughts. This is my eldest granddaughter, Bellatrix. Baron Evans, the girl greeted him. She was seemingly in awe of his presence, the same way the woman he had met revered Voldemort, and Harry fought the urge to shiver. Bellatrix, he said with a smile, you have a very nice name. The girl beamed in response, as she blushed shyly, something Harry would never have associated with the psychopathic woman he had met briefly. She seemed to be a girl, but Harry would be watching her closely. Andromeda is our second daughter, Cygnus explained. Hello, Andromeda. This was the girl who would one day be Tonk's mother. Harry had never met the woman, but the metamorph had spoken fondly of her. The girl offered him a curtsy as the women had, and looked up at him with her dark, shining eyes. She looked very much like her elder sister, but the last of the trio who could be no more than 2 or 3 years old did not. And the little one here is Narcissa, Cygnus declared proudly as he tickled his daughter who giggled. Narcissa Malfoy. Harry vaguely remembered the sour-faced woman he had seen in Diagon Alley before his second year, when Mr. Weasley had brawled with Lucius. The memory brought a grin to his lips. The past few years in particular had seen the emergence of names that Harry recognized from when he had been younger, some good and some bad, but the world was slowly, but surely, becoming the one he had left behind so long ago. Harry had been here for almost 25 years now, and though his former life was mostly a collection of memories he'd rather forget, he still thought of it often. Hello, Narcissa, Harry greeted the girl. Don't you have some pretty hair? Once in a while, we do get a blonde in our line, Arcturus explained. She will be a beauty when she's older. They all will be. And you will have the job of fighting off any unworthy suitors, Harry pointed out. Ha, I'll just get you to do it, Arcturus laughed. All right, that's enough of the formality. Harry is here for a reason, so let's leave him to it. Without further comment, the members of the Black family took their leave of the room, and Harry was left with Drusilla, who had become suddenly fidgety. Why don't you sit down? Harry suggested. This will be much harder if you're nervous. The woman smiled and did so. Would you like some tea or coffee? She asked, pointing to a platter that Arcturus had undoubtedly arranged. A coffee would be wonderful, Harry replied, as he took the seat opposite Drula by the fireplace. Her hand trembled as she poured him a cup, and Harry took a sip once it had been given to him. Why don't we start with your owl results? Do you have them? Drula nodded and handed Harry a roll of parchment. Reading over her grades, he nodded. This wouldn't be such an arduous task, after all. The woman had done quite well. Would you like to get your newt in all of these? Drula nodded. I'm hopping too. Then that's what we will do, Harry declared. We will spend a few hours a day on weekdays working on them, if that is okay with you. I don't want to take up so much of your time, Baron Evans. Harry waved the woman off. It is no trouble, he assured her. I can see this is important to you, and deep down, out of everything people seem to think of me, I am an educator. Then why aren't you at Hogwarts permanently? Maybe one day I will be, Harry answered, but for now I'm here. Drula smiled gratefully. Thank you, Baron Evans, she said sincerely. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. You can thank me by putting the work in, Harry chuckled. And if we are going to be spending so much time together, don't you think you should call me Harry? The Baron thing gets very boring. Drula nodded. I won't let you down, Harry. Breaking through the surface of the lake, Jack made his way back to the shore, shivering as he stepped out of the water. Even during the milder months of the year, it was cold before the sun rose. Thankfully, a warming charm took care of the chill, and without breaking his stride, the teen began running laps of the grounds. He had begun doing this since finishing his 4th year of Hogwarts, when he returned home and informed his parents of the career he wished to pursue. His mother had not been best pleased by his decision, but his father had been immensely proud, and even happier when Jack asked the man to train him. As the only 2 males in the house, Jack had naturally gravitated towards his father, and he looked up to the man. He didn't want to be his father by any stretch, not with what he had endured throughout his life, but he wanted to be just like him. For no other reason than the kind of man he was, Harry Evans was Jack's hero. In a little over a year, he would be graduating from Hogwarts and would be joining the Auror Academy, should his grades allow him. He discussed it with Uncle Reg, who had also supported his choice, and had even assisted with his training during the summer, something Jack had stuck to religiously. It had been a struggle at first, and for weeks after they had begun, he had been sore and tired. Jack had thought that the 2 men were trying to deter him from being an Auror, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Uncle Reg and his dad merely wanted him to give his all, to be the best that he could be. Jack couldn't be more grateful for the men who were teaching him well, even if he felt so mediocre in comparison to them. Reg was an incredible wizard in his own right, but Jack's father was something else entirely. Growing up and having come to Hogwarts, he had heard of the man's prowess with a wand, but seeing it for himself had been as awe-inspiring as it was frightening. Experiencing it gave Jack a glimpse of the man that had defeated Grindelwald, the dangerous and violent man his father could be when needed. He had never seen it before. His father had always been so fun if a little quiet, but there was a terrifying side to him that none of the Evans siblings knew of until Jack had asked him for a demonstration. Slowing his pace when he realized the sun was coming up, the Slytherin student returned to the dungeons, where he showered and dressed for the day. It was a Hogsmeade weekend, but Jack had no desire to visit the village with his housemates. There was somewhere else he would rather be. Evans, are you joining us today? Walden, Jack greeted the boy as he entered the common room. I'll come to the village with you, but I have an appointment to keep. A girl, McNair asked, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. Jack chuckled as he shook his head. No, I'm going to see my grandparents. The other boy nodded his understanding. Understood, he replied. I'll bring back some treacle fudge for you. Jack nodded gratefully as he followed McNair, Rosier, roll, and traverse out of the dungeons, and joined them in one of the carriages that had arrived. His peers would have breakfast in the village, and Jack was looking forward to his grandmother's cooking, something he didn't get to enjoy as much as he'd like. "We'll cover for you if anyone asks," Travers assured him. "Thanks," Jack replied. "I'll see you all later." "Have fun, Evans," Rosier called after him. Jack nodded and headed towards the 3 broomsticks, where he took the Floo to his favorite house other than his own. "What are you doing here, Jack?" his grandmother asked as he arrived. "I snuck away from Hogsmeade," Jack answered unashamedly, eliciting a huff from the woman. Nevertheless, she pulled him into her arms, and Jack melted into the embrace. His grandparents were 2 of his favorite people. "You'll be in trouble if your mother finds out." "Are you going to tell her?" Jack asked cheekily. Isabel McGonagall narrowed her eyes and swiped at him with a tea towel. "Of course not," she sighed. "Come on, let's get you some breakfast. If you're anything like your father, I'd best put some more on." Jack laughed as he helped cut some bread. His father was a strong man, but had a much bigger appetite than any would believe. "It really is good to see you," his grandmother murmured happily. Jack smiled at the woman, giving her a pointed look as she attempted to lift the trays laden with food. "Let me," he insisted. "Fine," the woman sighed before kissing him on the cheek. "You're a good boy, Jack. You're just like him." "I try to be," Jack replied as he headed towards the table and placed the trays down. "Where's Granddad?" "He's listening to the wireless. After all these years, he's still fascinated by it." Jack chuckled as he left the kitchen, pausing as he spotted his grandfather leaning back in his armchair with his eyes closed, humming along to a song playing on the radio. As he entered, the man noticed him, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Jack," he called in his gruff Scottish brogue, "it's good to see you, lad." The teen approached and hugged the man. "Snuck out again, have you?" "I might have." Robert chuckled amusedly. Your mother will tan your hide, boy. Never mind, you're here now." "And breakfast is ready," Jack pointed. "Is it? I must have been listening longer than I thought," Robert mused aloud. "Come on, lad, give me a hand up," he requested as he reached for his cane. Jack did so, pulling the man to his feet and steadying him before allowing his grandfather to make his way to the kitchen. "You're getting strong," Robert commented. "You get that from my side of the family." "Not my father." Him too," his grandfather chuckled, wincing as he hobbled on his way. It was sad to see. As a Muggle, Robert McGonagall was aging much quicker than his wife, and though Jack had discussed the possibility of giving the man a concoction of potions to help, his grandfather would hear nothing of the sort. "God decides when my time is up, lad." His grandfather would die many years before his grandmother, but Jack would be here for her, as would the rest of the family. "Come and get yourself some proper food, Jack," his grandfather insisted. "I bet you don't get tatties like this in that castle of yours." "We don't," Jack confirmed, helping himself to a sizable portion of each of the foods, even the black pudding that his father disliked. "Have you seen Rosa?" She came in just yesterday," Isabel answered. "She says that she will be starting next year." Jack nodded. He was proud of what Rosa had achieved. She had worked tirelessly to be accepted into the Harpies' developmental team, and even harder since she had been there. He didn't see his older sister as much as he liked, but that would change when he graduated. The twins would soon finish their 3rd year at Hogwarts and had proven to be as troublesome as ever. Jack suspected that their mother's hair would gray prematurely if they continued as they were. It made him glad that they had been sorted into Gryffindor, but he suspected that Jasmine would maybe be a Slytherin or a Ravenclaw if not. As much as they often irritated him, Jack loved all of his sisters dearly, though he often felt the need to get away from them. Growing up with 5 stubborn females had been difficult, but he wouldn't have had it any other way. "Still training, I see," the voice of his grandfather interrupted his thoughts. "You look like your father when he was your age." "Do I?" He was a strong lad, too. You'll be a great orar. Jack smiled as he continued eating his breakfast, simply enjoying spending time with his grandparents. Being compared to his father always made him feel proud, and though he would become a man in his own right, he would never stop trying to live up to the example the man had set. Break. Harry had certainly had his reservations when Arcturus had asked him to tutor his daughter-in-law, but he couldn't deny that Drula Black was willing to dedicate herself to her studies. Already she had proven herself to be competent in charms, transfiguration, potions, and herbology, but her knowledge in defensive magic was sorely lacking. Still, it was something that could be worked on, and Harry had no doubt she would do well in the subject given time. Can you really defend yourself from the killing curse? Drula asked, looking up from the notes he had provided on the topic. Harry nodded. Despite the nature of the spell, it is one of the easiest curses to defend against, he replied. It is one of the few spells that must be vocalized, and it is not a short incantation. Summoning or conjuring a physical barrier will block it, but no known magical shield can. Do you think there is a magical shield that could? Probably, Harry said thoughtfully, but who will be the fool to test them? Drula laughed at the thought. Only someone very stupid. Exactly, Harry agreed, adjusting the small girl that had fallen asleep on his lap. I'm sorry about her, Drula sighed. Arcturus has filled their heads of stories about you. As far as Bellatrix is concerned, you're the most interesting person in the world. Harry waved off the apology. As disturbing as it was to have what had been the murderer of his godfather take such a shine to him, he reminded himself that Bellatrix was just a little girl here and was quite sweet in her own way. Whether or not she stayed like this was something else entirely, but knowing of the potential downfall of the Blacks in the future, Harry was determined to prevent it. He had come to care for Arcturus dearly, and the rest of the family for that matter. If he could prevent their demise, he would do just that, for Sirius at the very least. She's fine, Harry assured Drula. Does Cygnus not spend much time with them? Drula shook her head. He wanted sons, she explained. I don't doubt that he loves them, but his ambition is his priority. He doesn't wish to live in the shadows of his father and brother. Ambition, Harry snorted. The man has everything he could ever hope for. He doesn't see it that way, Drula murmured sadly. It is a curse for those born into it. As far as he is concerned, the girls will one day be his way in with some of the other influential families. Harry frowned at the thought. The Malfoys and Lestranges. Bellatrix and Narcissa had been married off to them. Then maybe you should have a talk with Arcturus, he urged. I will if I feel the need to. She wouldn't, and Harry made a note to himself to do so on her behalf. Despite coming from a prominent family herself, she had no power in this house, and even Arcturus would disregard much of what she said. Let's do some practical work, he suggested. There's only so much you can learn from reading. You're not going to cast a killing curse at me, are you? Drula asked worriedly. Harry chuckled amusedly. You don't think I am that crazy, do you? You did fight a dragon, Drula pointed out. Harry grimaced at the thought. True, he sighed, but I have no desire to see you dead. We can just run through some of the syllabus and spells you will be expected to cast during your exam. Drula breathed a sigh of relief as she stood, and Harry followed suit, still holding on to the slumbering girl. She's really taken with you, Drula giggled. She's not like that with anyone else. Then I should think myself lucky. Drula nodded, a warm smile cresting her lips. Maybe we should put her in bed, she suggested. Harry nodded his agreement, and the two of them left the drawing room where they bumped into Cygnus. Again, the man asked amusedly as he spotted Bellatrix in Harry's arms. She adores him, Drula huffed good-naturedly. I can see that, Cygnus chuckled. Are you heading to the basement? We're going to do some practical work, Harry explained. Do you mind if I join you? Cygnus asked. I'm quite intrigued to see the methods of the revered Harry Evans. Harry rolled his eyes but nodded. Dougal, could you take Bellatrix to bed? Cygnus called. The elf appeared immediately, and relieved Harry of his burden before disappearing once more. "Shall we?" Cygnus questioned. Harry followed the duo towards the basement, his thoughts on the pair not at all what he had expected them to be. Cygnus was an ambitious man, arrogant in many ways and very prideful, but there was nothing overtly malicious about him beyond what one would expect by someone carrying his name. Drusilla, on the other hand, was a sweet woman, a doting mother, and someone who wished to please everyone. She had a fiery side to her, and her husband knew not to push her too far. What was abundantly clear, however, was that they truly cared for one another, and as he watched the man hold the door open for his wife, Harry couldn't help but wonder just what could possibly go wrong for them. Voldemort. The thought sobered him immediately, and once more he was reminded of just how devastating his presence would be for what he could only see as a happy family. Break. Charles was packing frantically outside of one of the birthing suites in St. Mungo's. It had been hours ago that he had been notified that Doria had gone into labor, and much to his relief, she had done so whilst at work. She had been told months ago to take it easy by the other healers, but being her stubborn self, she hadn't listened. For 2 years they had been trying for a baby before she fell pregnant, and now the time was here. Charles was terrified for both his wife and unborn child. Complications. What did that even mean? Charles knew little of childbirth, and though he had been learning as much as he could about raising a baby, he had not been prepared for this. "Sit down, Charles," Angelica encouraged, steering him towards a seat. He didn't want to sit down, he wanted to know what was happening. Tapping his foot impatiently, he did all he could and waited. Charles couldn't be certain how much time had passed before a healer emerged from within the room. "Lord Potter," the woman questioned. Charles stood, his mouth dry as he nodded. He was acutely aware of his mother, rubbing his arm comfortingly as the healer spoke. "Doria will be okay, but she has lost a lot of blood," she explained. "The umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's throat, and Doria hemorrhaged quite badly after we got him out. It was touch and go for a while, but you have a healthy baby boy." Charles choked in relief. "Doria," he asked. "Is resting," the healer informed him. "We gave her a sleeping draught, so she will be out for some time. I'm sorry, Lord Potter, but as things are and the damage done to her, it is unlikely she will be able to bear another child." In this moment, Charles didn't care about that. So long as his wife and son were safe and well, that's all that mattered. "Can I see them?" he asked. The healer nodded and gestured for Charles and Angelica to follow her. Entering the room, the Lord Potter could smell the blood, and the first thing he saw was the pale, sleeping form of his wife. Were it not for the rise and fall of her chest, he would have believed her to be dead. The thought alone terrified him, and he swallowed the lump that formed in his throat. "Bloody hell," he muttered worriedly. "She's been given blood replenishers and pain relievers," the healer explained. "Doria will need lots of rest for the next week, so we will be keeping her in." Charles nodded his understanding. "She almost died, didn't she?" The healer nodded grimly. "She did," the woman confirmed. "She's made of stern stuff." Charles wiped away a tear as he sat and took her hand in his own. It was cold to the touch, confirming his maudlin thoughts. "I'll leave you to it, but call if you need anything," the healer instructed. Charles nodded mutely as he continued to stare at Doria. He didn't know what he would do without her. "They both made it, Charles," his mother's voice broke in. "They're both okay." Charles turned towards her, his mouth falling agape as he spotted the bundle of blankets she was cradling. "Would you like to see your son?" Charles held out his arms, and when the boy was placed in his arms, he looked upon him. There was no denying he was a Potter. From his dark, messy hair to his nose and jawline, he looked just like Charles with only a sprinkling of Doria in the shape of his eyes. "Is he as perfect as I said he'd be?" a hoarse voice questioned. Doria couldn't even open her eyes, but she was listening. "No," Charles snorted. "He looks too much like me." A ghost of a grin tugged at Doria's lips. "At least he will be handsome." She fell silent once more as she lost consciousness, and Charles finally felt that his life was complete. "Is there anyone you want me to inform?" Angelica asked. For the first time, Charles smiled as his gaze shifted between his wife and son. "Can you send for Harry and Arcturus?" he asked. "They should be the first people to know." Angelica laughed. Of course, Charles would ask for them. Squeezing his shoulder, Angelica left the room and Charles placed a kiss on his son's head. "You have no idea how many people will love you," he murmured. "Break. Dad always said he was good, but he makes it look so easy," Cygnus whispered. Drula nodded, breathless from being put through her paces. "He did kill Grindelwald," she pointed out. "It's so hard to believe," Cygnus murmured. "He's just so calm." Cygnus frowned thoughtfully as he drew his wand. "What are you doing?" Drula hissed. Before Drula could stop him, Cygnus fired a stinging hex towards Harry, who had their back to them, whilst he was setting up an obstacle course for her. The woman's mouth fell agape, as Harry seemed to sense the incoming spell, and sent it back towards her husband with a hiss. The shield Cygnus raised was destroyed, and the now green spell slammed into his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath and bereft of his wand. It was a foolish thing to do, but it wasn't the sight of her wheezing husband Drula was drawn to. It was the approaching Baron Evans, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. This was the man that Arcturus Black told tales of, the ruthless killer that lurked beneath the calm exterior. It was frightening, to say the least. Cygnus was no slouch with his wand, but the speed and power of the retaliation she had witnessed would have been unbelievable had she not seen it for herself. Harry had made Cygnus appear to be an over-eager amateur who had never even held a wand before. "Don't do that again," Harry growled. "Next time it won't be a banishing hex that is returned." Cygnus nodded as he pushed himself to his feet, clutching his ribs. "I'm sorry, Baron Evans," he choked. Harry's nostrils flared, but he returned his wand up his sleeve. "I think you broke my ribs," Cygnus chuckled. "Then you are lucky I held back." Cygnus shook his head. "I always thought Dad was full of it when he spoke about you. Bloody hell, was I wrong?" Harry hummed irritably, turning towards the door as it opened. "I had a bad dream," Bellatrix sobbed. It was incredible to Drula how quickly Harry's demeanor changed when the girl ran to him and held her arms up expectantly. The feral expression all but vanished, and his expression softened. With only a slight hesitation, he picked her up and began whispering comfortingly to her. Drula felt lost. Bellatrix always came to her when she had a bad dream or she hurt herself, but the girl hadn't given her a second look before she went straight to the man. "It's all right," Harry soothed. "The bad dreams can't hurt you." Bellatrix nodded into his neck, and Drula felt Cygnus take her hand as they watched Harry comfort their daughter until she fell asleep in his arms. "Bloody hell, she must really like you," Cygnus murmured. "She doesn't even come to me like that." Drula nodded her agreement. Bellatrix was a very sweet girl in her own way, but she didn't take to many people. She loved her grandmother but was wary of most others. It worried Drula at times because if anything happened to her, Cygnus or her grandmother, Bellatrix would be inconsolable. She had no doubt the girl would be cared for by the rest of the family, but there wouldn't be that connection she shared with so few. Oddly, she seemed to have found it with Harry so quickly. Cygnus cleared his throat as he observed their daughter. "Baron Evans, I know I have no right to ask this, but my father thinks very highly of you, and his opinion means everything to me. If my wife agrees, I would ask that you consider becoming Bellatrix's godfather. Since Drula fell pregnant for the first time, we lost touch with most of our friends, and I wouldn't trust any outside of my family with my children. I've known you since I was a boy. My father sees you as a brother, and I would be honored if you were to accept." To Drula, it made sense. Whatever it was about Harry Evans that drew her daughter to the man was quite unheard of, and knowing the kind of man he was only endeared her more to the idea. Harry didn't seem to be sure, however. His expression almost pained until he looked at the girl and he deflated. Whatever thoughts he was warring with, Drula knew not, but after only a moment he nodded. "I will do it," he murmured, "but I have 2 conditions." Cygnus smiled and Drula breathed a sigh of relief. "Name them," her husband urged. "I would like to have a hand in her education, as she is growing up." Cygnus nodded excitedly at the prospect. "What is the other?" Drula asked. "That I am given final approval of any potential suitors you line up for her to marry." Cygnus frowned. "You wish for her to be married into your family?" Harry shook his head. "No, nothing of the sort," he assured them. "I understand your family traditions and I will uphold them, but if I am to be her godfather, I must insist that when she is grown, she will be cared for by a good man." It was an odd request to make, but not one Drula objected to. "I see no issue with that," Cygnus replied, looking towards Drula, who simply nodded her consent. "Your terms are accepted, Baron Evans." Cygnus offered his hand, wincing from the shake as he continued to favor his ribs. "I think you should go to St. Mungo's," Drula huffed irritably. "That will teach you for being so foolish." "I've learnt my lesson," Cygnus chuckled. "Come on, I'll take you," Harry offered as he handed Bellatrix back to Drula, who rolled her eyes as her husband was helped from the room. What Cygnus had done was monumentally stupid, but somehow it had led to something good. Bellatrix would be delighted at the news, something she would be able to break sooner rather than later as the girls stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Where's Harry?" she asked tiredly. "He had to take your father to the hospital," Drula grumbled. "He will be back to see you tomorrow." Bellatrix smiled as Drula adjusted the girl in her arms and left the basement. "Do you like Harry?" she asked. It was a redundant question, but her daughter's smile widened. "He's really nice and strong." "Strong?" Drula asked curiously. Bellatrix nodded. "Sometimes I feel like I can feel his magic. He's really strong." "He is," Drula agreed. "What does his magic feel like?" It wasn't unheard for people to be sensitive to ambient magic, but to feel someone else's was quite rare, especially when Harry had never cast any spell around the girl. Bellatrix frowned thoughtfully for a moment. "Safe," she answered simply before she yawned. "It feels safe." "Well, that is good," Drula mused aloud, "because your father asked Harry if he would be your godfather." "What does that mean?" Drula pondered just how she could explain it to the girl, before her daughter's words repeated themselves in her mind. "It means that you will see lots of Harry and that he will keep you safe. Would you like that?" "Really?" Bellatrix asked excitedly, squirming in her mother's arms. Drula laughed as she let the girl onto the floor. "You're happy then?" Bellatrix nodded frantically, and Drula took her by the hand. "Come on, shall we get you and your sisters a snack?" Bellatrix all but bounced towards the kitchen, and Drula struggled to keep up with her daughter. It was good to see her so happy, and with a man like Harry Evans in her life, it assuaged many of the worries Drula had about her eldest daughter growing up. "Break. I really am sorry about attacking you," Cygnus grunted as he and Harry entered St. Mungo's. "Not my best idea." Harry could only shake his head. It was a poor idea on the man's part, and what followed had come as even more of a shock. Somehow, he now found himself as the godfather to who he had known to be perhaps the most prolific Death Eater throughout Voldemort's uprising. Try as he had, Harry could find no reason to deny the Blacks the request. Here, Bellatrix was just a girl, and if anything, being her godfather put him in the perfect position to ensure Wizarding Britain was all the safer. Without Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort would be without his most dangerous follower, and his influence may be just enough to steer her clear from the pureblood movement. "Father, Harry has agreed to be Bella's godfather." Cygnus's voice pulled Harry from his thoughts, and he looked up to see Arcturus approaching them. "As good as that news is, we have something else to attend to," Arcturus replied grimly. "I just sent Elgar for you, Harry. Doria had the baby." "Did she? She wasn't due for a few weeks." Arcturus nodded. "There's been some complications," he explained as he led him away from the reception area. Her and the baby are okay now, but it wasn't good. What happened? Arcturus released a deep breath as he shook his head. I don't understand it. You'll have to speak to Charles. He's waiting for you. Harry said nothing as he continued to follow the man. What are you doing here? Arcturus asked Cygnus. I did something stupid and got my ribs broken, Cygnus answered sheepishly. Arcturus shot his son a look of irritation. Go and get them seen to, he sighed. I'll let you know any news. Cygnus nodded and headed back towards the reception area. Sorry, gentlemen, you'll have to wait a moment, a healer on the maternity ward informed them. Mrs. Potter is being tended to. Is she okay? Arcturus asked. She is fine, the healer assured them, and the two men breathed a collective sigh of relief. So, Bellatrix's godfather, Arcturus questioned whilst they waited. How did that happen? Harry shrugged. I don't know, Harry chuckled, still finding it difficult to believe. Cygnus saw how much she likes me and asked. And somehow got his ribs broken. That happened before. He cast a spell at me. Fucking idiot, Arcturus muttered. Still, it's good news. He thinks a lot of you, Harry, and so does Drusilla. She's very grateful for your help. She's a good woman, Harry said sincerely. She is, Arcturus agreed. Their start was far from ideal, but I must admit that she is good for Cygnus. In case you haven't noticed, he can be impulsive, Harry broke in. We will go with impulsive, Arcturus mused aloud. Regardless, he was smart to ask you that I can give him credit for. It only brings us closer. As does Charles and Doria's baby. A boy, Arcturus clarified. They've named him James. Harry swallowed, his heart filling with a mixture of worry and warmth. James Potter, he murmured. You can go in now, the healer informed them. Harry stood, his legs like jelly as he entered the room to the sight of a tired Doria, and rather disheveled Charles who offered them a smile. Angelica was dozing lightly in another chair, evidently exhausted by the experience. How are you? Harry asked Doria. I've been better, Doria answered. Already this one has proven to be trouble. You have no idea, Harry added internally, fighting the urge to smirk. Would you like to hold him? Charles questioned, offering Harry the bundle of blankets in his arms. It's been a while since I've held a baby, Harry chuckled as he nervously took the boy from his father. Well, you'd better get used to it, Charles sighed. There will be times when me and Doria will want a break, and it should be his godfather that looks after him. Me, Harry asked dumbly. Who else, you prat? Charles snorted. He's got his Uncle Archie, and he'll have his godfather. Harry didn't know what to say. You've put your life on the line for me, and you did it for my father, Charles continued somberly. There is no one else I would trust more to do it for my son. It wasn't often that Harry became emotional, but in this moment, he felt the sincerity in Charles's words, and he could only nod in response. 2 in 1 day, Evans, Arcturus guffawed. Don't let word get out or everyone in Wizarding Britain will be asking. 2, Charles questioned curiously. Bellatrix, Arcturus explained. Apparently the girl has a little soft spot for this idiot. Ever the ladies' man, Charles chuckled, eliciting a scowl from Harry. Whatever will Minerva say? Harry could only shrug. It had been a strange day. Becoming Bellatrix's godfather had been unexpected, but being given the same responsibility for his own father was a thought that would certainly take some getting used to. Break. Lord Voldemort looked into the distance where he could see the white cliffs on the other side of the channel. He'd arrived in France only a few days ago, intent on finally returning to Britain where his work would truly begin, where the sacrifices he had made over the years would bear the desired fruit. He was ready to face what awaited him, ready to cement his name in history as the greatest wizard to have ever lived. The likes of Dumbledore and Evans will one day be but a footnote in the books that will be written about Lord Voldemort. He smiled to himself, reveling in the sound of the lapping waves below. Voldemort's time was coming, but first, There were matters he needed to attend to. With a final look towards his destination, he vanished silently and reappeared, taking in a lungful of British air for the first time in 15 years. Chapter 100, The Coming Storm, August 1966. Over the years, it was a dinner table that did not only consist of himself and Minerva that Harry had come to appreciate, and with it being the summer holidays, he was enjoying just that. With Jasmine still at Hogwarts, it was not every day that he had his children at home. Rosa had married the previous year and lived in France with her husband, a man that Harry was not fond of, but one she had fallen for. He played for the French national Quidditch team, and as far as Harry was concerned, was an arrogant sod. He had taken no small amount of joy in defeating him in a battle of seekers. Perhaps it was merely that Rosa was his daughter that he couldn't see past his dislike for him, but so long as Julian Borg remained respectful, Harry wouldn't take issue with the man. Jack, too, had left home, but was unmarried. Harry's only son was focused on his career as an Auror, something he excelled at, and something Harry was very proud of Jack for. He had become a good man who continued to dote on his grandparents, and not a week went by that he didn't visit Harry and Minerva. The twins had decided that they wanted to travel when they graduated, something that Harry encouraged so long as they had a suitable escort. The girls weren't thrilled by the idea, but Harry was taking no chances. Having discussed it with Petter, the Russian had supplied some discreet guards to watch over Dahlia and Iris. Harry slept better at night knowing they were being looked out for, even more so he had provided them with emergency portkeys and other means to contact him immediately if they needed to. For now, however, they had returned home for a break and to collect Jasmine, who would be joining them having just graduated herself. After tonight, it would be some time that almost all of them would be together again. "Are you ready for your trip to the alley tomorrow, Bella?" Jasmine asked. None of the family had been surprised that Harry had become a godfather to Charles and Doria's son, but the addition of Bellatrix Black had taken them aback somewhat, and even been a point of jealousy for Jasmine, who had been young when the arrangement had been made. Still, the two had grown closer over the years, and when Jasmine realized Bellatrix was no threat to her, she had been much more welcoming. "Are you still coming?" Bellatrix replied. Jasmine offered the girl a smile. "I am," she confirmed. Bellatrix would be going to Hogwarts for her first year and had asked Harry to take her to do her shopping. Drusilla and Cygnus would be joining them too, but Bella had wanted to spend Jasmine's final night at home with her. It was still often strange for Harry be the girl's godfather, especially when he thought back to the woman she had once been. At first, he had mostly accepted to keep an eye on Bella, to ensure she would not become what she had or to protect wizarding Britain from that side to her, but he had unwittingly come to care for her like she was one of his own. She was a sweet girl, more impressionable than he would like, but he had yet to see any madness in her, and he had been watching closely. Bella stayed with them often and had even been given her own bedroom in the house, a place that she could call her own whilst she was there. The girl was no trouble and adored Harry, a feeling he had come to return mutually. Harry was pulled from his thoughts by Jack huffing frustratedly. "What's wrong?" he asked. Jack shook his head and placed his fork on the table. "It's this Smith case," he groaned. "Smith case?" "Old Hepzibah Smith was apparently poisoned by her own elf," Jack explained. "It happened almost a year ago, and now they've put me in charge of finding some missing artifacts." Harry frowned. Poisoned by her elf? That's what Crouch decided happened, and the elf hasn't said any differently, not that they'd listen to her. Harry had never heard of an elf doing anything of the sort, apart from Dobby, who had defended him from Lucius Malfoy, but he no longer belonged to the man when he'd done so. Things went missing after she died. Jack nodded. A cup that once belonged to Hufflepuff, and a necklace belonging to Slytherin. "That can't be a coincidence," Harry muttered to himself. "Elves don't just poison their masters." "I said the same thing, but Crouch wouldn't hear it. It's only gotten worse since he was made head of the department." Harry hummed disapprovingly. He had heard of the man's appointment and remembered his demise well enough. Barty Crouch, JR still came to mind more often than Harry would have liked. It doesn't make any sense, Harry said thoughtfully. The elf, the missing artifacts. Exactly, Jack agreed. Harry fell silent for a moment. Cora, he called. The ever-loyal elf appeared next to him immediately, offering a respectful bow. Master Harry, she greeted him. Is there any reason an elf would poison their own master? Cora was deeply offended by the question, her cheeks puffing out as she stood at her full height. Never, she said firmly. Not even the baddest elf would do it. Just as I thought, Harry muttered. Is there any way an elf could be tricked into doing it? Cora bit her lip and pondered the question before nodding. Only a very strong witch or wizard could make them. So, there is no way an elf would make a mistake like that. We elves do not make mistakes. Her words were sincere, and Harry offered the creature a grateful smile. Thank you, Cora. With that, the elf vanished, and Harry considered what he knew. Smith may have been killed by her elf, but it wasn't done willingly or even by mistake. That means someone else was involved, Jack pointed out, and she must have known them. No one was getting in there without permission or leaving evidence behind. She was a rich woman then, Harry asked. Almost as rich as you, Dad, Jack snorted. Harry hummed thoughtfully. Whoever had killed Smith had done it for the artifacts that were missing, but that didn't exactly narrow down the list of suspects. There were many that would kill to possess such revered items. Still, Harry could not explain why. It wasn't as though they could be sold or boasted of. He needed to learn more about these items. Do you know where they were kept? In a locked safe, Jack explained. It took a team of 4 cursebreakers 3 days to get into it. So, it must have been opened willingly. It was, Jack confirmed. Hokey admitted to it. And where is the elf now? Being held by the magical creature's lot. Harry nodded his understanding. You need to be careful with this one, Jack, Harry advised. I don't like the sound of it at all. I'm always careful, Jack chuckled, rolling his eyes at his father. He was, and Harry was pleased that his son was much more cautious than he had ever been. Nonetheless, there was something very intriguing about this case, and Harry was determined to get to the bottom of it. He knew where to begin, too, and could conveniently pay a visit there during the trip to the alley in the morning. Could you get me 5 minutes with the elf? Jack released a deep breath. Probably not, but you could get it yourself. No one is going to refuse you, are they? Harry nodded. It was one of the very few times he was pleased for his reputation, and depending on how his digging went the next day, he may just need to speak to Hokey. Break. Bellatrix skipped happily down the length of Diagon Alley as she clutched onto Harry and Jasmine's hands. Today, she would get her wand, and all the other things she would need for her first year of Hogwarts. She was sad that she wouldn't see Harry as much as she did, but Minerva would be her transfiguration professor, and Jasmine had promised that she would write to her every week. Bella was keen to start her education. Having seen what magic was like, she couldn't wait to experience creating it for herself. Her dad was a strong wizard, her grandfather was even stronger, but Harry was stronger than them both. She remembered when she was really small that Harry would create little shows for her out of bright lights from his wand, and Bella would giggle excitedly at the various creatures he would conjure. Shall I assume that you are excited? Her father asked amusedly. Bella nodded frantically. I can't wait. Cygnus laughed and her mother smiled. Bella was pleased they had decided to come along, even if her father and Harry had argued about who would be paying for her things. Harry won the argument, as he always did, except for when he did so with Minerva, and he had given Bella a bag of gold. She had already gotten her books, her potions equipment, and even her robes. The only thing left was what she was most excited for, her wand. For as long as she could remember, Harry had been teaching her about magic. Not anything dangerous or difficult, but small lessons that Bella would be able to remember. Harry loved magic, and she had never met anyone as good with it as him. "Baron Evans," the strange wandmaker greeted Harry. "I was not aware you had another child." "Bella is my goddaughter," Harry explained, and Bella nodded proudly. Mr. Ollivander looked at her and smiled. "Of course you must be Miss Black," he greeted her. "Shall we begin?" Bellatrix nodded, and her mother placed her hands on her shoulders to keep her still whilst a tape began wrapping itself around her. Ollivander hummed thoughtfully as he retrieved some boxes. "Now, as a Black, I have a good idea of what wands may choose you." "Choose me?" Bella asked curiously. "The wand chooses the witch, Miss Black," Ollivander explained. "Now try this one." Bella took the offered wand and shuddered. It felt cold, almost as though it didn't like her at all. "No, most certainly not," Ollivander declared, snatching it away from her before handing over another. This one felt hot, a little too hot, and the wandmaker took it as quickly as he did the first. "A balance between the two," he murmured. The third one offered felt perfect. It was warm, but not uncomfortably so, and Bella felt it connect to her immediately. "Success," Ollivander declared proudly. "Walnut, dragon heartstring, 12 3/4 inches. "Lumos," Bella murmured, and the tip of the wand lit up brightly, eliciting a smile from the girl. "It works." "Of course it works," Ollivander chuckled. "That is quite an unyielding wand," he added with a frown. "I believe it will serve you well, Miss Black." Bellatrix didn't know what the man meant, but she handed him the required coins before leaving the shop with Harry, Minerva, Jasmine, and her parents. "How about some lunch?" Drula suggested. "Only if Evans lets me pay for it," Cygnus replied. Harry smirked and nodded. "You go ahead. I will join you shortly." "Can I come?" Bellatrix asked. Harry shook his head as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Not this time," he denied gently. "I won't be long." He kissed her on the cheek before kissing Minerva and heading towards Nocturne Alley. "Where is he going?" Bella asked. "With my dad. You never know," Jasmine sighed as she took her hand and led her towards the leaky cauldron. Break. Nocturne Alley had become familiar to Harry over the years. Despite its unsavory reputation, it was the best place to shop for certain items that vendors in Diagon Alley didn't stock. Before entering, he disguised his features as he always did so not to alert the inhabitants to his presence. He'd forgotten once, and the area had cleared in a matter of seconds. Ignoring the hags trying to sell him their wares, he headed to the one shop he hoped would be able to provide him the information he sought. If there was anywhere someone had tried to sell such distinguished items that had been illicitly obtained, it would be Borgin and Burke's. The bell tinkered as he entered, and an older man emerged from the back room, the curve to his spine giving the impression of weakness. Borgin was far from that, and as slippery as they came. "How can I help you?" the man asked in a raspy voice. "I'm looking for information." Borgin shook his head, a sly grin tugging at his lips. "Information is for sale, if the price is right." Harry smiled as he removed his disguise, and Borgin's eyes widened. "I'll pay," he assured the man, "but it depends on how much you lie to me, Borgin. I don't appreciate being lied to." Borgin bowed and nodded his understanding. "I run a legitimate business here, Baron Evans. I've not broken any laws." Harry shrugged. "I'm not an Auror, Borgin, and I couldn't care less what you get up to." The man eyed him questioningly for a moment before releasing a deep sigh. "What can I help you with?" "Are you familiar with Hepzibah Smith?" Borgin winced at the mention of the woman. "I am," he confirmed. "I heard about her body being found, poisoned by her own elf." "Apparently," Harry snorted disbelievingly. "Have you ever heard of an elf doing that to its own master?" Borgin shook his head. "I can't say that I have." "Me either," Harry replied. "What do you know about her?" "Not much," Borgin answered. "Caractacus had more to do with her than I did." "Burke." Borgin nodded. "Died a few years back, didn't he?" "I'm sorry to hear it," Harry offered. What about Smith? What do you want to know? About Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. Borgin chuckled to himself. Caractacus was foolish for selling her the necklace, he grumbled. We tried to get it back several times, and the cup, but she wouldn't sell. You had the necklace? Harry asked curiously. Borgin nodded. Caractacus brought it decades ago from some scruff who wandered in off the streets. He gave her 10 galleons for it and sent her packing. Did you get her name? No, Borgin denied. She was ugly as sin apparently and heavily pregnant. What year? Harry pressed. 25, I think. Harry frowned thoughtfully. And you sold it to Smith. Caractacus did for not even 100th of what it is worth. Why are you asking? Because both the cup and locket went missing after she had died, Harry revealed. Borgin was taken aback and shook his head. Impossible, he declared. She kept them locked up tighter than a crab's arse. In a safe that took Cursebreaker's days to get into, Harry confirmed. Borgin huffed irritably. I'm no murderer if that's what you're insinuating, he said hotly, and I don't know anything about safes. I didn't think you did, Harry placated, but if there was anyone who would be interested in them, it would be you. I would, Borgin replied unashamedly, but only a damned fool would take them in the first place. I get raided by the Aurors regularly, and they can't just be sold on. They have no worth, not even in bragging rights. Harry nodded his agreement. My point is, Mr. Borgin, that those artifacts weren't stolen from the safe. The dozy cow got them out willingly, Borgin mused aloud. Did she ever show them to you? The man shook his head firmly. No, it's like I said, Caractacus dealt with her. She showed them to him, and he took a photo of the cup. We already had one of the locket. Can I see them? Borgin nodded and shuffled into the back room. He returned a few moments later and handed Harry several photographs of the items. The cup itself was rather plain, and were it not for the Hufflepuff crest etched into the bottom, it would not be unique. Did she often get them out of the safe? Borgin shook his head. She boasted about having them to anyone that would listen, but no one cared for the woman enough to visit her. Caractacus went once a year, and I only saw her twice after he died. Both times were here in the shop. Harry hummed, but was cut off by Borgin. She might have told the boy that Burke took a shine to, the one that ended up killing that girl and the headmaster. I never liked the little shit and took no small amount of pleasure in telling Caractacus that I told him so. Harry didn't hear the last part of Borgin's statement. His blood ran cold at the mention of what had happened to Myrtle and Armando. Riddle, he whispered. Borgin nodded in displeasure. He worked here for a couple of summers, he explained. Burke took him to see Smith at least once. She wouldn't have missed the chance to boast about them, and Caractacus would definitely have told him. Bollocks, Harry muttered. Are you sure about this? I would bet everything I own on it. The man was being sincere, and Harry nodded gratefully as he placed a stack of coins on the counter. For your own safety, I wasn't here. My safety. Harry smirked as he reached the door. You just gave me some very dangerous information to know, Mr. Borgin. My lips will stay sealed about where I heard it, only if yours do. Borgin was once more taken aback. What do you mean, Evans? It means that it is in your best interest to keep your mouth shut. You don't want him coming after you. With that, Harry reapplied his disguise and left the shop. He needed to warn Jack to tread very carefully, or warn him off if possible, and he needed to speak to Hokey. Although he was certain of Tom's involvement, he needed to confirm it. Still, who else would do something so stupid for what appeared to be no gain? Voldemort. Harry paused as he pondered just why he would take the items, and his jaw tightened as one word came to mind. Horcruxes. Of course, Voldemort would be egotistical enough to want special items to corrupt with his soul. Just how many was he planning to make? How many were possible? Rubbing where his faint scar remained on his forehead, Harry headed back towards Diagon Alley. There was much to do, and there was no time to lose. With a muttered incantation, He sent for Jack to meet them in the leaky cauldron. Keeping his son safe was his priority right now. Break. Jack cursed under his breath and dragged his hand through his hair. He was getting nowhere with the case he was working on. There were too many missing pieces to form a clear picture of what had happened, let alone where the missing artifacts could be. Your father used to do that, Reg observed amusedly. My dad. Reg nodded. He'd mutter and play with his hair when he was planning an attack during the war, he explained. Everyone likes to talk about the action, all of his deeds, but they don't know what it was like for him. He'd spend hours looking at maps, scouting in the most dangerous of places, when he wasn't sending me and Gilbert. I never thought of that, Jack murmured thoughtfully. No one ever does, Reg sighed. It's easy to remember the crazy things he did, but not how much work he did to keep us all safe when we were away from the fighting. Did you see what happened with the dragon? Reg nodded soberly. I watched him outfly and kill the beast, but people forget that before that, he killed dozens of werewolves by himself, took down an erumpent, and even repelled a large gathering of dementors. Jack snorted as he shook his head. I find all of that hard to believe. My dad is so docile. And you'd better hope there is never a reason to see the other side to him, Jack, Reg replied darkly. Your dad is the kindest man I know, but also the most dangerous. I pity anyone who ends up on the wrong side of him. Is he that terrifying? To his enemies, yes, Reg answered firmly. But to those of us who fought alongside him, he was a savior. Jack had heard much about the war from several people, but his father never spoke of those years, and Reg rarely did either. I've seen some of what he can do with magic, he explained. Reg chuckled as he shook his head. If you need to question what he is capable of or the kind of man he is below the surface, you've seen nothing, boy, Reg countered. Now, what's got you so rattled? Jack pointed at the pile of case notes he had been reading. So much is missing, he huffed. I mentioned it to my dad, and he thinks there's more to it. He thinks Smith was murdered by someone else. Really? Reg asked curiously. What do you think? I'm inclined to believe him. None of this makes sense. Evans, a familiar voice barked. A few seconds later, the duo were intruded upon by Barty Crouch, who looked as pleased as ever. The man never smiled, and always appeared as though he smelled something unpleasant. Yes, sir, Jack returned, standing tall and towering over his superior. Have you made any progress? Not yet, sir, Jack replied. Then get on with it, boy, Crouch snapped. The Smiths want their items back, and the more I have them in my office complaining, the more I'm coming for you. Get it done. With that, the man left, and Jack lifted 2 fingers in his direction. What a prick, he muttered. Does he have it in for me? Reg laughed amusedly. Undoubtedly. Jack frowned. What did I ever do to him? Nothing, Reg assured him, but he believes that your father is a dark wizard because he killed Grindelwald. My dad, a dark wizard. Crouch isn't really wrong, Reg pointed out. Your father isn't evil, but he is known for his ruthlessness and attitude towards killing when necessary. Crouch likes to think his own shit doesn't stink and judges everyone on his own morals. Funny that he didn't volunteer for the war. Well, I'm sick of him being on my case, the miserable bastard. Reg patted him on the shoulder. Don't let Crouch get to you. He's only got the arse because he couldn't hope to compare to your father, let alone convict him of anything. I could imagine him trying to bring Harry in. It would take more than what we have to do it. You think my dad could take on the whole Aura department? Not in a straight fight, but your father is no fool. I can almost guarantee that he is prepared for just about any scenario. You make him sound paranoid. Reg nodded. We spent years living in a place where we could be killed at any moment, he pointed out, and your dad was in charge of our safety. He took that seriously, and many of us made it home because of his preparations. Don't you forget that. I won't, Jack assured the man. Hearing the wartime experiences from someone who had been there was different from reading it in old newspaper articles that undoubtedly embellished what had happened. Bloody hell, Reg gasped as an ethereal dog appeared before them. Jack, I need you to meet me in the leaky cauldron as soon as you can. I have some things to share with you. Speak with no one else on the matter. The enormous dog faded, and Jack turned to look at Reg, who had paled. Every time I see that, it brings back the memories, the man murmured. The dog? Reg snorted as he shook his head. That's no dog, Jack. That's a grim and embodiment of death. Come off it, you can't be serious. Reg was, and once more, Jack found himself wondering about the kind of man his father was to his enemies. Best not keep him waiting, Reg suggested. He wouldn't ask you to meet him immediately if it wasn't urgent. Jack nodded and packed away his files before pocketing them. Are you coming? Reg shook his head. I have my own things to work on. Let me know if you need any help. Thanks, Reg, Jack replied sincerely before taking his leave of the Auror office, pondering just what it was his father had discovered in such a short amount time since they'd spoken the night before. Break. Harry had barely touched his food and pushed it around his plate with a fork as he lost himself in thought of what he had just learned. Minerva had noticed immediately that something was on his mind, but it was not something to be discussed with the others in their company. As much as he tried to convince himself that the vague connection Tom had to Smith was just that, Harry knew better than to think such a foolish thing. It had been decades since Voldemort had been an immediate threat, but Harry had learned long ago how dangerous the Dark Lord was. To him, it would always be something he could never forget. His parents, Cedric, Sirius, they had all paid the ultimate price. No matter how seemingly distant Voldemort was connected to something, Harry could think of no time that he hadn't been. He could already feel that this was no different, and though he had been preparing for this for as long as he cared to remember, Harry couldn't help but realize he'd never had so much to lose to the man. He shook his head, his grip tightening around the handle of his fork as though it was Tom Riddle's neck. No, he would not lose another thing to the man. It would be Harry who would haunt Voldemort. It would be his foe that lived in fear of a more dangerous man coming for him. He was pulled from his thoughts by the arrival of Jack, who appeared to want to ask him something, but seeing Harry's stony expression, he thought better of it. With little more than a nod, Jack followed him to a table in the corner, and Harry cast a plethora of privacy charms. That's serious, Jack chuckled. Harry nodded darkly. As serious as it can be, he whispered. Jack frowned at his father, his demeanor sobering him immediately. What's happened? Harry deflated and dragged a hand through his hair. I'm almost certain of what happened to Smith, but I need to confirm a few things first, he explained. You know I would never interfere in your work without reason, but I need you to do something for me. Of course, Jack answered immediately. Stay away from this case, Jack, Harry urged. I will explain everything I can when I know for certain, but this is more dangerous than you can imagine. What's going on, Dad? Harry released a deep breath. Do you remember what happened to Professor Dippet? Jack nodded. He was murdered by a 7th year, him and a student. Exactly, Harry confirmed. Tom Riddle is still wanted for those murders, and many others on the continent. I am certain he is behind what happened to Smith. Jack's eyes widened almost excitedly. If I was to catch him. No, Harry said firmly. You are to stay away from him, Jack. He is as dangerous as they come, do you understand? Dad, I'm a fully trained Auror, Jack snorted. And he would tear you limb from limb, Harry replied darkly. Jack, I'm asking you to trust me on this. Let me handle this case for you. Jack looked Harry in the eye and nodded his understanding. All right, Dad. I know you wouldn't ask it of me if it wasn't important, but what about you? If he is so dangerous, shouldn't you stay away? Harry reached across and grabbed his son by the shoulder. I am more dangerous than Tom Riddle could ever imagine, he said solemnly. Trust me, Jack, this will be bigger than you can imagine. Riddle is not the only problem that is coming. I will do all I can to stop him, and you will need to be ready for the rest. The rest of what? War, probably, Harry shrugged. That will happen if I don't stop him soon enough. Bloody hell, you're serious. Harry nodded. Deadly, he confirmed. When you finish your shifts from now on, I want you at home with me. I need to ensure you are safe and can handle yourself. I can handle myself. You need to be better, Jack, better than anyone else. I will make that happen. Tell Reg too, I want you both there. Jack nodded as he stood. What about Crouch? Tell him to piss off for all I care, Harry huffed. I will speak with him when the time is right. For now, I need to speak to the elf and check on a few other things. Let whoever is in charge of the department know I'll be there in an hour or so. I will, Jack assured him. I'll speak to Reg. Should I keep all of this to myself? Harry nodded. It is important that you do. Speak with no one other than Reg, not another soul. I won't let you down, Dad, Jack vowed before taking his leave from the pub. Harry returned to his table, where the others were finishing up their meals. Something wrong, Evans? Cygnus asked concernedly. Just some family business, Harry replied dismissively. You know how it is. Cygnus chuckled as he nodded. That I do, he concurred. Anyway, we'd best be heading home. Will you be at King's Cross in the morning? I wouldn't miss it, Harry assured the man before giving Bellatrix a tight hug. He would need to protect her from Voldemort. The girl gave him a wave as she left with her parents, and Harry turned towards Minerva. I need to go to the ministry, he explained. The thing that I knew would happen is very much on our doorstep. Minerva looked confused for a moment, but she paled when the realization hit her. Are you sure? Harry nodded. Almost certainly. I will know by the end of the day. Minerva swallowed deeply and nodded. We knew this day would come, she sighed. Just be careful, you stupid man. Harry offered her a grin. Save that advice for him, he murmured as he too left the pub and apparated to Little Hangelton. He wanted to check on Morphin Gaunt to see if Tom had attempted to pay his uncle a visit. As Harry walked the country lane from the village, he could feel that his magic around the property was still intact, so Tom hadn't managed to breach his defenses. Still, the shack did not look to be in livable condition, and as he fought his way through the thick, overgrown foliage, a familiar smell wafted towards him. Death and decay. Harry knew the scent well. Any bodies that were left in the sun on the battlefield would quickly begin to rot as the flies, maggots and crows feasted upon the corpses. Pushing open the door of the mostly collapsed building, the source of the smell made itself known to him. In the middle of the living area was what remained of Morphin Gaunt, little more than a pile of flesh and bone that the rats had helped themselves to. Surrounding him was several bodies of snakes that had evidently stayed loyal to his decomposing form until the very end. Harry quickly deduced that there was no sign of foul play, and that the man had likely died due to his own neglect towards his health. The presence of the ring he had transfigured so many years prior only attested to his notion further. Releasing a deep breath, he set to work and created a coffin to place the man in. The Gaunts had deteriorated to little more than an inbred branch of a once great family, and Harry would afford the man an honorable burial befitting the line he had descended from. When the box was sealed, he levitated it into the garden and cleared an area below a willow, a short distance from the house, where he dug a suitable hole. Placing it within, he added a headstone before returning the soil he'd removed. Would your sister have done what she had if she knew what a monster her son would become? He asked. Shaking his head, Harry engraved a message into the stone so that when his magic one day faded, the world would know what became of Morphin Gaunt. Here lies Morphin Gaunt, as proud of his heritage as any and the rightful heir of Slytherin. With the finishing touches added, there was only one other place Harry needed to visit to confirm what he strongly suspected to be true. Taking a final look around of what remained of the Gaunt legacy, he disapparated, returning to London where he had need of an elf's assistance, and not for the first time in his life. Break. Lord Voldemort looked upon the circle of men seated around the table in Lestrange Manor and held up a hand to silence them. For years, decades, he had been waiting for this moment. Through the connections he had maintained with Rosier, Knott, and Mulciber, he had managed to win others over to his cause, prominent men and women who had come to see the direction that wizarding Britain was heading in. His task had not been easy, but having sown the seeds of discontent amongst those he had gone to school with, reiterating the point with them had not been difficult. Convincing the others had been more challenging, but they had come to see things his way in the end, and others would soon follow. "May I assume that you are all familiar with one another?" he asked. "Of course we are," Lord Lestrange huffed. He had been the most stubborn amongst them, but Vinda had done a masterful job with the man. "Then there is no need for introductions," Lord Voldemort said with a smile. "You know why we are here. Wizarding Britain is on the decline. The traditions our ancestors implemented are under threat." Lestrange snorted. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember Voldemort being a known British family," he pointed out. The Dark Lord nodded his understanding and hissed loudly, eliciting a shudder from many of those gathered. A large serpent slithered from within his sleeves and coiled itself around his neck. "Does that answer just who I am?" he asked. Lestrange swallowed deeply and nodded. "I am the heir of Slytherin himself." "Are you?" Not questioned curiously. "I was under the impression that Evans was also a Parselmouth. You have shown me nothing new." Lord Voldemort felt his blood boil at the mention of his foe. "Evans is a usurper that somehow stole the magic he uses," he snapped. "The man will die for his transgressions against my family." Not openly laughed. "You believe that you can kill him?" he questioned amusedly. "The man is extraordinary." "And I am more so," Voldemort countered. "I have gone further than any to ensure that I cannot be defeated, that death will never come for me. When we right the wrongs of society, it will be us that will sit atop the mountain, crushing those below us with our might." "We already are at the top of the mountain," Not argued. "But for how long?" Voldemort returned. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you to take a look around at what Britain has become. The mudbloods and filth laugh at you, take the positions that are rightfully yours in the ministry, and outnumber us so many times over that you will be unable to calculate just how vulnerable you are. Pureblood births are decreasing, and some are even allowing the filth to sully their blood. If nothing is done, it will only be a few generations that your own lines will either cease to exist or will be headed by mudbloods." "Over my dead body," Not growled. "That is the spirit, Not," Voldemort responded. "It is up to us to ensure that doesn't happen. It is time to trim the fat, to thin the herd of those that would threaten our way of life. What say you? Are you willing to allow this downfall to continue, or do you wish to be among those that stands up and be counted, those that your own descendants will remember for stepping up when it was needed? Or will you cower in your estates and watch as the world around you changes, as your names come to mean nothing until they are nothing but a footnote in the annals of history?" Silence met his words, and the Dark Lord stood tall. "The time for action is coming," he said passionately. "Follow me and I will ensure that our traditions are upheld, that your lines will continue for generations to come. Fear not our enemies, for I promise they will fall when faced with our superiority. So what say you, Not?" The man stood and nodded. "I'm with you," he declared. "Lestrange." "Me too." "Mulciber, Rosier." Both men nodded. "Where do we begin?" Not asked. "My work began decades ago," Voldemort replied. "Patience is the key to success, and success will come for us, I give you my word. For now, prepare yourselves. The day will come sooner than you think that I will call upon you." With that, the Dark Lord swept from the room and grinned to himself. The purebloods were a prideful bunch and easily manipulated, but they would serve their purpose and bring others into the fold. Soon, Wizarding Britain would experience a hell that their worst nightmares could not even conjure. A curtain of fear would soon close around them, and the country would collapse in the darkness that the Dark Lord would bring. "Break. I don't know what you hope to achieve by speaking to an elf, Baron Evans," Edwin Daniels, the head of the Department for Control of Magical Creatures, sighed as he led Harry towards the cage the creature was being kept in. Many things can be achieved, Harry said dismissively, frowning as he spotted Hoki curled up in the far corner, trembling. Hoki, he asked gently. The elf looked up at him in fear, her eyes glassy as she continued to shake. Let me speak to her alone, he requested. Daniels nodded. Crouch won't like it. Crouch can kiss my arse, Harry bit back. Has a Legilimens been to see her? Daniels shook his head. Barty would never allow it. The mind arts are dark arts as far as he is concerned. The man is an idiot, Harry huffed. Daniels snorted and left him alone with Hoki, who stared at him. Harry opened the cage with a tap of his wand and entered. Kneeling next to the elf, he offered her a reassuring smile. Hoki, I'm trying to figure out what happened to Hepzibah Smith. Hoki killed her, the elf sobbed. Harry shushed the creature and placed a hand over hers to prevent her from hitting herself. I don't believe that, Harry said calmly. I think someone else did it and made you believe you did. Will you let me help you? The elf choked and continued to cry, so Harry gave her some time to calm herself. When she had managed to regain some composure, Harry sat. Let me help you, he pressed gently. I know you didn't harm your mistress. Hoki didn't, the elf asked hopefully. No, you didn't, Harry said a little more firmly. I believe a very nasty man killed Miss Smith and has tricked you. A nasty man, Hoki whispered. Harry nodded. Do you know a man named Tom Riddle? The elf's eyes widened in fear once more, and she began to struggle. Harry held onto her tightly. Hoki, I need you to look at me, he instructed. I can help you, but I need you to let me. It took a few moments for her to relent, and she sobbed, her eyes pleading with him to do so. I'm going to take a look in your mind, he explained. Please don't fight. I imagine it will be unpleasant for us both. Hoki eyed him questioningly, and eventually nodded. With little more than a whisper, Harry slipped into the elf's consciousness, the magic of the creature overwhelming his own senses. It took a minute or so to become accustomed to the foreign mind, but when he felt settled, Harry began to probe gently through her memories until he reached the ones pertaining to a young Voldemort, though one had been locked away, so deeply that Hoki would not be able to find without assistance. Harry wondered why Tom hadn't simply removed the memory, and realized that doing so would have only raised suspicion. Using Hoki as his scapegoat, none would question what had happened, but Tom evidently had no knowledge on elves and the bond they shared with their master. Hoki could never have harmed Hepzibah, though how Crouch hadn't come to the same conclusion was baffling to Harry. Carefully, he unlocked the memory and retreated from the elf's mind as a plethora of emotions erupted from within her. Hoki was wailing in despair when Harry managed to gather himself, and though he wished to help her, the elf needed to grieve and come to terms with what had really happened. He is a bad man, she whimpered. Harry nodded his agreement, his jaw clenching as an unwelcome voice intruded upon them. What the hell is going on here? Crouch demanded to know. Daniels, who had arrived with him, offered Harry an apologetic look. I'm solving your case for you, Harry returned evenly. Hoki is innocent, something you would have figured out for yourself if you weren't such a moron. Crouch purpled with rage, but as Harry stood and met his gaze, he flinched, remembering just who it was before him. You have no right to interfere, Crouch growled. And you have a responsibility to ensure that justice is upheld, Harry returned heatedly. Your view on magic has failed Hoki, and because of that, Hepzibah Smith's killer has been allowed to roam free. The elf killed her, Crouch snapped. She admitted it. Because she was tricked into doing so, Harry growled irritably. You own an elf, don't you? Crouch nodded, his mustache twitching in irritation. Would yours ever harm you? Absolutely not, Crouch denied. Winky has been perfectly trained. As Hoki has been, Harry pointed out. Look at how distraught she is at the death of her mistress. Hoki couldn't have harmed her even if she wished to, just as your own elf couldn't harm you. One set of rules doesn't apply to you and yours, Crouch. The man released a deep breath, his cheeks reddening. So, you know who killed her? Harry nodded. His name is Tom Riddle. You may be familiar. Crouch frowned thoughtfully. The kid that killed Dippet. No longer a child, Harry pointed out. He made the acquaintance of Miss Smith many years ago, and she showed him the artifacts that are missing. Hokey nodded along, her ears flapping almost comically. He was a bad boy. Crouch deflated. Riddle has been wanted for decades, he sighed. How can we find him after all this time? You won't, Harry answered simply, but he will find us when he is ready. Crouch frowned confusedly, but Harry cut him off before he could question him further. What will happen to Hokey? Crouch shrugged. The department will decide, I suppose, he declared, looking towards Daniels, who nodded. We will look to find her another home. For now, she will be kept here. Harry shook his head. I will take her, he decided. I have one elf and a large house. If she wishes to come, she will have lots of work and be kept safe. Would you like that, Hokey? Mistress Smith, she whimpered, is not here, but she would want you to be taken care of, Harry explained gently. From what I saw, she loved you, Hokey, and would not wish for you to punish yourself for the actions of someone else. Come with me, and I promise that Tom Riddle will pay for what he has done to you and Mistress Smith. Hokey looked unsure, so Harry decided to compromise. If you don't wish to stay with me and my family forever, you don't have to, but at least come until you feel better and are ready to serve someone else. It is better than being kept in a cage here. Hokey looked around the cage and shivered. Hokey will come, she agreed. Problem solved, Daniels chuckled. Crouch merely muttered under his breath and left the room, and Harry eyed the man in irritation. He was a competent head of department for the most part, but he was still a stubborn fool who wouldn't change his ways. Come on, Hokey, Harry urged, offering his hand. Shall we find somewhere for you to get some rest? The elf nodded gratefully, tentatively taking the proffered limb, and Harry shot Daniels an appreciative nod before he apparated himself and Hokey away. Chapter 101. A New Beginning, August 1971. Are you sure it was a good idea to give him the cloak now? Doria asked as Charles entered the kitchen. James is not as mature as you were at his age. Charles chuckled. It is a family tradition, he pointed out. The heir to the family is gifted the cloak shortly before their first year of Hogwarts. Come on, Dor, how much trouble can an 11-year-old cause? Doria raised an eyebrow at Charles. This is James, Charles, she huffed. I don't know where he gets it from, but I have never met a boy more mischievous than him. He is a magnet for trouble. Maybe he spent too much time with Harry, Charles mused aloud. Oh no, you can't pin it on Harry, Doria denied. It is in James's nature. It comes from your side. Why can't it come from yours? Because my family are well behaved. And evil. Doria narrowed her eyes at him, and Charles knew he was close to crossing the line. Harry, he greeted his friend cheerily as the man entered the room. Would you like some coffee? What have you done this time? The man snorted as he took a seat at the table, noticing the irritable twitch Doria developed whenever she was irked by something. Charles is just being a prat as usual, the woman said sweetly. Don't worry, it's nothing I can't handle. Charles shivered at the implied threat. His wife was not a woman to cross lightly. Here, Doria said amusedly as she handed Harry a coffee. Have you come to see James? I thought I'd best to before Hogwarts becomes his playground, Harry murmured, a knowing grin tugging at his lips. Where is the little bugger? In his room, Charles explained. He'll be down for lunch shortly. Harry nodded and took a sip of his coffee. Even now, after all these years, the man was something of an enigma to Charles. Harry had recently celebrated his 51st birthday, and yet he didn't look to be a day over 30, whereas Charles and the rest of the group he had been at school with had grown to be more distinguished. Not Harry, however, and even Minerva was maintaining her youth better than the others. Charles wondered what their secret was, but was pulled from his thoughts as he watched a deep frown crease his friend's brow. Harry was tense, and had been for months, though Charles didn't know what was bothering his friend. Something he hadn't spoken of was going on, But before the Lord Potter could dwell on it further, Harry sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he had drawn his wand and flicked it towards an unseen target. With a yelp of surprise, James appeared before them, dangling upside down by his ankle as the invisibility cloak pooled to the floor. "You said no one would know I was there if I stayed under the cloak," James said accusingly, pointing at Charles, who shook his head. "You tried to use it on Harry," he said simply. James stuck out his bottom lip, annoyed that whatever prank he had tried to play on his godfather had been prevented. He'd been making these attempts for a few years now, but Harry had never fallen for a single one, though Charles did wonder how he knew James had been there. "Harry, let my son down. All the blood is rushing to his head," Doria sighed. Harry relented, and James collapsed to the floor in a heap. "Better luck next time," he chuckled. James frowned at his godfather. "I'll get you one day." Harry shrugged. "We will see, but for now, come here." James did so, looking up at the man expectantly. "You'll be going to Hogwarts in a few days." James nodded. "Bella will be watching you closely," Harry warned. James muttered, incoherently under his breath. "But I'm sure she won't be able to find you under that cloak." James returned the grin his godfather sent his way, and Doria threw her arms up in the air. "Unbelievable," she grumbled. "Harry, don't encourage him." "He will be fine," Harry said dismissively. "I'll be interested to see if you can discover as many secrets of the castle as I did, but remember what I've taught you. Always try my best and act in a way that is befitting of my station as the heir to a prominent family," James parroted. "Stick up for those that can't do it themselves, and never pick a fight when it can be avoided." Harry nodded satisfactorily. "I'll be watching, James," he warned. "You're a Potter, but you're also my godson. Do not let me or your father down." James stood a little straighter as he nodded. "Now I got you a present," Harry declared, removing and resizing a package from within his robes. James's eyes widened as he opened it. "Is this a new nimbus? We are not supposed to have our own brooms in first year," he pointed out. "Are you going to tell anyone you have it?" Harry asked. James' eyes lit up mischievously. "Thanks, Harry," he said gratefully, wrapping his arms tightly around the man. Charles smiled. He knew even before he'd asked that Harry would be a wonderful godfather to his son. James had spent much time at the Evans household and was all the better for it, despite his undeniable proclivity towards mischief. Harry had taken the boy under his wing, had taught him how to fly. Charles suspected he had taught him many other things, lessons that Harry would insist continue over every summer holiday. The two even looked alike, almost uncannily in many ways, but Harry and Charles also looked similar, and James certainly resembled his father more. Charles had long ago given up the notion of learning of Harry's parentage, but the older they grew, the more he believed his father had been right. There was a closer connection between them than many would believe. Not that it mattered to Charles. Harry was nothing short of being a brother, the same way that Reg, Arcturus, and Gil were also. Despite the war ending almost 3 decades prior, the 5 men were as close as ever. Break. Derek didn't believe there was anything that would bring him back to Britain. His life and his family were in Romania, where he returned to every night, but Harry needed him, and the man had long ago earned his loyalty. For the best part of 3 years, he had been in and around Nocturne Alley, watching, listening, and waiting. At first, he had been perplexed by his task, but the longer he spent here, it became more apparent that something was afoot. None spoke openly of it, and Derek would have thought nothing of the hushed and seemingly passive conversations had he not known what to listen for. However, he had no doubt that what Harry seemed to fear was unfolding around him. Recruitment. Someone or a group were recruiting amongst the unsavory elements of wizarding Britain. At first, it hadn't been the dregs of society that had been doing this. It had been some of the upper echelons that Derek had duly noted holding clandestine gatherings in an attempt to do so, but they had not been doing so for some time. Evidently, they had delegated the task to others, individuals that were much harder to keep track of. These were professional criminals who managed to avoid long stints in Azkaban. For any would-be ne'er-do-well, they were the perfect agents. Taking his leave from the downed unicorn, Derek tapped the coin that Harry had given him, relaying an update to the man. In truth, little had changed on the surface, but there was an undeniable tension amongst those that dwelled in Nocturne Alley, and it was only a matter of time before something spilled over. Break. James was nervous as he waited to be called forward to be sorted. He desperately wanted to be in Gryffindor like his father and godfather, but his mother had been a Slytherin, so it was possible he would be put in the same house as the likes of Lucius Malfoy and Rudolphus Lestrange. They were older than him, but he had already been warned about the older Slytherin boys. They were bad news. The thought of being placed with them made him shiver, but he was pulled from his thoughts when Minerva, Professor Evans, called the next student to be sorted. Lily Evans. The entire great hall burst into whispers, much to the confusion of the girl, and James craned his neck to get a closer look. Rosa. The first person he thought of when he looked at the diminutive redhead was his Aunt Rosa. Lily, the girl with the sorting hat on, resembled the woman so uncannily that James found it almost impossible to see any difference. Had Rosa had a daughter he didn't know about? No, Harry wouldn't have kept that quiet, but the name. Evans was a common enough name in the Muggle world, but in Wizarding Britain, it was associated with only one family. Switching his gaze to Professor Evans, the woman was looking on interestedly, the slightest of smiles and a look of wonder adorning her features. Did she know the girl? Gryffindor, the hat announced, and the little redhead scampered off to the table that were cheering delightedly at her placement. James continued watching her, pondering how she could be so similar to his aunt, share a last name, but have no evident connection to her. Lily was flustered, the other Gryffindors already inundating her with questions. James Potter. James was pulled from his thoughts once more by Professor Evans' voice, and with all his previous nerves forgotten, he approached to be sorted. A keen mind, one with a proclivity towards mischief, but there is a greatness in you, Potter. It will be up to you to discover it throughout your time here. There was a pause as the hat deliberated its decision, and James breathed a sigh of relief when the announcement was made. Gryffindor. James hurried to join his fellow students and took the seat opposite the redhead so that he could get a better look at her. At the age of 11, he found himself already taken by her, the red hair and oddly familiar green eyes almost enchanting him. Sorry, do I have something on my face? The girl asked. James's mouth fell agape as he shook his head. No, you just look like someone I know, he managed to reply. Do I? James nodded. My Aunt Rosa, Rosa Evans. Are you related to her? Lily frowned and shook her head. No, my family is quite small, and there isn't anyone called Rosa in it. James hummed thoughtfully to himself. So, you're not related to Professor Evans? Another voice broke in, an older student that James didn't recognize. No, Lily huffed. I'm not related to Professor Evans. What about her husband, Harry? Lily frowned and shook her head confusedly. I have an Aunt Daisy, a sister Petunia, my mother and my father. That's it. Oh, the older boy said disappointedly and turned away, no longer interested in the first year. Why is everyone so interested in me? Lily asked. Because of your last name, a girl interjected, another first year who had just joined them. You have heard of Harry Evans. Lily shook her head. No, should I have? The other girl rolled her eyes. He's only the most famous person in Wizarding Britain, probably the world, she explained excitedly. He killed Grindelwald. Who's Grindelwald? Lily asked dumbly. Oh, you must be a Muggle-born, the other girl said apologetically. My name is Marlene McKinnon. Lily Evans, the redhead replied. James watched the back and forth between the girls, acutely aware that another boy had slid into the seat next to him. Potter, he said almost nervously. Black, James replied amusedly. Your mother actually let you come. James had only met Sirius twice during his life, despite the two being related on his mother's side. Walburga did not like her eldest son mixing with others. As the eventual heir to the Black family, he was to be educated in their ways and not influenced by others. James's mother said that Walburga was just a stupid woman that wanted to control Sirius. Yeah, she let me, the boy answered sheepishly. I don't suppose she will be happy you were sorted here. No, Sirius snorted. She will hit the roof. James chuckled. Walburga would be furious that Sirius had bucked tradition. Is she related to Evans then? Apparently not, James answered with a shrug, still unable to comprehend just how she was not connected to them. Sirius frowned, but any further conversation was cut off by Dumbledore as he addressed those within the Great Hall. Before we tuck into our feast, there are some announcements to make, he began, smiling at each of the tables in turn. Firstly, I would like to remind students that there is a list of banned items attached to Mr. Pringle's door. Please do consult it if you are unfamiliar. Banned items, James murmured. Secondly, the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students with no exceptions, Dumbledore continued, shooting a glance at a pair of redhead twins at the Gryffindor table. The boys nodded solemnly, though their expressions were equally defiant. Finally, Professor Mortlake will not be returning to Hogwarts due to personal issues, but I have lined up a more than suitable replacement to teach defense against the dark arts in his stead. He has joined us several times over the years, but will be doing so now on a permanent basis. Please join me in welcoming Professor Harry Evans. Stunned silence followed the declaration, and James could only stare as his godfather entered the hall from the door behind the top table. The silence continued until the students erupted in a round of applause. Bloody hell, I won't get away with anything with him here, James groaned. Still, he joined in with the applause, pleased that he would have another familiar face around the castle. Is that really him? Marlene McKinnon asked. James nodded. That's Harry, he confirmed. He's my godfather. And Bella's, Sirius added. James shot a glance towards the older girl seated at the Slytherin table. She was just as surprised by Harry's appearance. Evidently, he had told no one that he would be here. Prefects, please lead your students to their common rooms, Dumbledore instructed. Catching Harry's eye, he gave the man a wave who nodded in return. He doesn't look so scary, Marlene commented as they left the Great Hall. Sirius laughed. You have no idea, he snorted. My grandfather told me stories about Evans during the war. You don't want to get on the wrong side of him. James nodded his agreement. His own father did not talk about their time on the continent much, but he made it very clear that Harry was not a man to cross. If even half of what James had heard was true, his godfather was a dangerous man. He smiled to himself. With Harry here, maybe they'd be able to continue their lessons. Harry was undoubtedly an excellent wizard, and though he hadn't taught James anything overtly difficult, it had been enough to get an idea of how brilliant he was. More than ever, James was looking forward to beginning his time at Hogwarts. Break. All of the other students were talking about him as though he was a rock star, the man they had been so curious to know if she was related to. She wasn't, not as far as she knew. Lily bit her bottom lip as the prefect explained where the dormitories were and showed them around the common room. It's going to be so cool being taught by him, Sirius declared. James nodded his agreement. What's he like? Marlene asked curiously. Harry is really nice, James answered honestly. He's as good as family to me, and I've spent a lot of time with him for as long as I can remember. Him and my dad are like brothers. And my grandfather, Sirius added. Do you think that it's true that he killed a dragon? Marlene asked. He did, James confirmed. Everyone knows that. And the Dementor thing. James nodded. I've seen his Patronus. Marlene stared at him in awe. What was it like? James frowned thoughtfully, and though Lily knew nothing of what they spoke of, She was transfixed on the conversation. It was a big, scary-looking dog. James answered with a shrug. What's a Patronus? Lily asked curiously. It's a really advanced spell that helps ward off Dementors, James explained. Dementors. They guard Azkaban, that's a wizarding prison, Marlene answered. They suck your soul out. Lily shivered at the thought. And Professor Evans is famous for that. James shook his head. Harry is famous for lots of reasons, he sighed. He led the war against Grindelwald and was named commander-in-chief of the entire army when he was only 22. And he killed Grindelwald in single combat, Sirius broke in. Everyone was scared of him, but not Harry. The more she heard about the man, the more interesting he became to Lily. Who was Grindelwald? Oh, you won't really know these things, James offered apologetically. It's hard to explain, there's just so much. Wait, I have a book you can read, Marlene declared. It was written by one of the people who was at war. The girl ran up the nearby staircase and returned a few moments later carrying a thick volume. She offered it to Lily, who looked over the cover. Our Hero on the Continent by Petr Sokolov, she read aloud. He's one of Harry's closest friends, James explained. That's the only book about the war that Harry has endorsed. He got sick of the rumors and Petr asked if he could write the truth. Didn't he say no at first? Sirius asked. He did, James confirmed. It took years for Petr to convince him. What do you think he will be like as a professor? Marlene asked. James shrugged. All I know is that we're lucky to have him. Dumbledore has been trying since the end of the war to have him here permanently. He came in a few times whilst his wife was looking after their bobbies, but not since I've been alive. Years before that, Sirius explained. Not since the 50s, I think. Lily didn't know why, but some of the excitement of the others was rubbing off on her. And when it was time to bid the others good night, she went to bed and began reading. She learned of the years before the war, Professor Evans' time as a hit wizard, and every detail of the war itself. She was utterly enthralled by the unfolding story and found much of it so hard to believe. How could a single man have done so much? By the time she had finished digesting the book, there were only a few hours left until breakfast, and with her mind full on the tale of the enigmatic man, she drifted off to sleep wondering what other incredible things the wizarding world had to offer. Break. Harry's first lesson consisted of a mixture of sixth-year students from all houses, many of whom were familiar to him for all the wrong reasons. Most were clad in robes trimmed with green and silver, but there was also a Hufflepuff amongst them that he would never forget. Barty Crouch Jr. For the past few years, Harry had been debating how best to spend his time whilst he searched for Voldemort. Despite his best efforts, he had found nothing but whispers which meant that it was highly likely that he was being hidden by one of the pureblood families. Who that could be, Harry could not even hazard a guess, but the parents of some of the students before him were strong suspects. In aid to defeat Tom, Harry had considered finally accepting the Minister of Magic post when it had become vacant, but had ultimately decided against doing so. Being minister was a monumental task in itself, and Harry needed freedom to move when required. Besides, his relationship with Eugenia Jenkins was good enough after he had endorsed her placement. She was by no means an ideal candidate, but she was easily influenced, something he could use to his advantage. Still, Harry felt almost useless when his searching yielded so few results, so he had decided to return to Hogwarts, where the Dark Lord's poison would seep into the minds of the students. Harry doubted he could save them all from the effects, but he had to try, or at least show them what they faced should they choose to join Voldemort. What are the dark arts? He questioned the students, silencing their muttered conversations. Mr. Lestrange. The boy stood confidently, a smirk tugging at his lips. Magic that the Ministry deems too dangerous to practice, he answered. Harry nodded. Take a point for Slytherin, Harry offered. Mr. Lestrange is correct, although his explanation was given in a roundabout way. The dark arts by definition encompass what you said, but they are so much more. They are not a specific set of spells, but more in line with a set of ideals. With a deft flick of his wand, the faux entrails of a training dummy in the corner exploded outwards, showering the floor in a viscous liquid and what would be human remains. The students were taken aback by the demonstration, many paling as Harry looked at each of them unflinchingly. "What did I do?" he asked. "We couldn't tell," Augustus Rookwood pointed out. "There was no visible magic, and you didn't use an incantation." "But would you agree that what I did was dark magic?" Harry returned. Augustus and most of the other students nodded. "You would be correct," Harry praised, "but the spell I used was nothing more than a modified summoning charm, a show of hands who can cast one." Every student in the room did so. "Congratulations, you have the potential to replicate what I did." "But you'd still go to prison even if it isn't dark magic," Rudolphus pointed out. "You would," Harry agreed, "and that is why the ministry definition of what constitutes dark magic is perhaps one of the most foolish legislations I have ever come across. Magic is magic, and so many commonly used spells can be used to take a life. However, there are many fools in the world who believe in the superiority of dark magic." Harry allowed his words to sink in before continuing. "They believe in them so wholly that they become reliant on them, but that is an error on their part. True dark magic is parasitic in nature. It feeds on the sanity and clarity of those that abuse them. I myself am an expert in them. I know magic that would haunt your dreams, that you wouldn't believe to be capable unless you witnessed it for yourself, but I have never relied only on that knowledge. I think you'll agree that my demonstration has shown that it is unnecessary to do so." Once more, the students nodded, seemingly enraptured by his words. "This year, we will be focusing on perfecting your use of nonverbal casting," Harry explained. "I will be covering some aspects of dueling with you and begin your education in advanced defensive magic. Any questions?" When none raised their hands, Harry nodded in satisfaction. "For the rest of this lesson, I want you to practice conjuring a basic shield nonverbally. It is a good place to start because it requires complete focus on the task. I will be coming round to assist if you require it. You may begin." Harry watched as the students set to work, pleased to see that Bella had no issue with her work. He had begun teaching her nonverbal casting more than a year ago, and she had taken to the skill quickly. "Good," he praised as he passed and approached the small cluster of Hufflepuffs. "I can't do it, Professor," one of the boys groaned. He was sweating profusely, his cheeks red from his efforts. "You're trying too hard," Harry explained. "It should feel natural. Take a deep breath, relax, and try again." The boy took a few moments to compose himself, and when he made his next attempt, he managed to conjure a pale barrier, though it collapsed almost immediately from his own surprise. "I did it," he exclaimed. "Take a point for Hufflepuff," Harry said encouragingly. "Keep going." Returning to the front of the classroom, he continued his observations, keeping a close eye on the Slytherins who were paying much too much attention to the Hufflepuffs for his liking. The very second he spotted a wand pointed in their direction, he fired a stinging hex, catching the culprit on the wrist. Lucius Malfoy yelped, his wand clattering to the floor as he clutched his arm to his chest. Harry stormed towards the boy, and the rest of the group parted fearfully. "If I ever catch you doing something so stupid in my classroom again, you will spend the remaining lessons you are supposed to be here scrubbing toilets with your own toothbrush. Do you understand?" he said dangerously. Malfoy muttered something, though Harry did not miss the words, "my father." "Would you care to repeat yourself?" Harry prompted. "My father will hear about this," Lucius hissed. A grin tugged at Harry's lips, the familiarity of the threat making him feel rather nostalgic. "Excellent," he declared. "I will even provide you with the parchment to write to him. I don't suppose your father ever told you what happened when he tried to cross me, did he?" Lucius shook his head. "No, I wouldn't have if I was him either. It was rather embarrassing for Abraxas and his father. Feel free to tell him whatever you like. I look forward to his response." Lucius was taken aback by the rebuttal, evidently having expected Harry to be cowed by his threat. Harry would not be intimidated by anyone, let alone a sniveling coward like any that carried the Malfoy name. That will be all for today. Malfoy, you will be here tomorrow at 7 p.m. sharp to serve a detention with me. I will inform Professor Slughorn. Off you go. The students exited the classroom, talking amongst themselves about the lesson they'd had, most rather pleased with the discipling of Lucius Malfoy. When they were gone, Harry readied himself for his next class, one that would be quite different from the one he had just taught. He looked on as the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students entered, his gaze focusing for a brief second on the redhead he had been eager to meet. She was staring at him too, so Harry turned towards another familiar face, that of a youthful Severus Snape. His memories of the man were not good, but he had taught Harry what he knew of occlumency, and for that he would always be grateful. It had taken years after for Harry to realize just how well Snape had taught him, but that didn't mean he had ever forgiven the potion's master for how he had treated him over the years he had known him. "Welcome to your first defense against the dark arts class," Harry began. "For those of you that do not know, my name is Professor Evans, not to be confused with your head of house, who is my long-suffering wife." The students laughed, and Harry offered them a smile. "Today, I will be introducing you to the subject and what you can expect to learn over the coming year. Before I do that, are there any questions?" Lily raised her hand, and Harry nodded for her to speak. "Could you teach us about the war?" she asked. "I read the book that Mr. Sokolov wrote, but there are other things I'd like to know." Harry released a deep breath, but was cut off before he could reply. "He doesn't talk about the war," James explained. Harry held up a hand. "Mr. Potter is right, but I would rather address any questions you have now so that we can continue with our work uninterrupted throughout the year," he replied to the girl. "There are many things that I will not discuss because you are too young, but feel free to ask what you will." "How did you kill the dragon?" Sirius questioned. "The book doesn't answer that." "The dragon was a mixture of my ability to fly and a little luck," Harry answered honestly. "It was a foolish thing to do, but if I didn't, hundreds if not thousands of men could have been killed. Dragons are exceedingly dangerous creatures, and my actions were foolish. I was fortunate that I was successful, but that doesn't mean that I don't regret it. Killing the dragon was an act of mercy, not a demonstration of my prowess." "What about the duel with Grindelwald?" James piped up. "He said it was the most impressive thing he had ever seen." Harry chuckled. "That is his opinion," he pointed out. "I will admit that I am quite the talented wizard, as was Grindelwald, and our duel could have ended so differently. I was simply the better man that day. Anything else?" Harry sighed internally as almost every hand went up, but he would rather handle this now and put it to rest so that there were no distractions whilst he was trying to teach. Break. He had secured the loyalty of dozens of witches and wizards, those who did not wish to see Britain continuously decline into an age where being a pureblood meant nothing. Lord Voldemort's own motivations were far removed from theirs, but that didn't mean he would cease to use their insecurity for his own gain. It had been years in the making, but now he was ready to begin his campaign of terror in wizarding Britain. It was time for a new age, one where the rightful heir of Slytherin would stand above all others. Tonight, he would dip his toes into the cesspool that was magical Britain and announce his arrival. A blanket of fear would soon be laid over the country, and those below it would soon tremble at the mere mention of his name. "You know what to do," he murmured to Rosier. The man nodded and gestured for the other cloaked figures to follow his lead. Lord Voldemort remained in the shadows of Diagon Alley as the spells began to fly, and shops were put to the flame. Those that dared come to investigate were slaughtered like pigs, and even before the Aurors could arrive, his followers had vanished into the night, leaving a scene of chaos in their wake. "Morse mortar," Lord Voldemort whispered, sending his calling card into the sky. The green light illuminated the alley below, giving the violent destruction an even more eerie feel. With his work done, Voldemort laughed to himself before vanishing, leaving the country questioning just what had transpired this evening. Break. It was shortly after dinner that Bella found herself in the common room reading over her notes from her first charms class. It was one of her favorite subjects, though after today's lesson, defense against the dark arts would undoubtedly top it. It was strange to see Harry at Hogwarts, and even more so, his demeanor. Bella knew him as a quiet, introverted gentleman who was the most brilliant person she had met. As a professor, however, he was rather stern, severe, and took no nonsense from anyone, as Lucius had discovered for himself. The boy was holding court with the other 6th and 7th year Slytherins, the group gathered by the fireplace where they were muttering amongst themselves. Bella had no idea what they were talking about, and she didn't care. For the most part, she was left alone by her housemates, something she was pleased about. Andy would speak to her, and those in her year would do so if they were discussing work, but she had little to do with any on a personal level, despite Rudolphus's best attempts to engage her. The boy was a braggart, with an overinflated sense of self-importance. Many of the other girls catered to his whims, but not Bella. She was a black, and she would fawn after no one. Not that she was interested in the likes of Lestrange. The group by the fireplace fell silent as Professor Slughorn entered, his gaze scanning the room before he walked towards Lucius. "Did you speak with him, Professor?" Malfoy asked expectantly. Slughorn nodded. "He will not relent," he explained. "Professor Evans expects you tomorrow evening. I'm sorry, Lucius, there is nothing I can do. My advice would be to not antagonize him. Harry Evans is not a man any should cross lightly." "My father." Slughorn held up a hand to silence Lucius. "I taught your father and Professor Evans when they were students here," he informed the boy. "There was quite an ugly disagreement between the two, and it was your father that ended up worse off. This was before Evans had obtained any status, and though your grandfather attempted to intervene, it was to his own detriment. Pick your fights, Lucius. This is not one you or your father will benefit from." With that, Slughorn left the common room, and Bella smirked to herself. It was nice to see Lucius get what had been coming to him since the pompous Git had arrived at Hogwarts. The blonde shot the door Slughorn had exited through a filthy look before his gaze landed on Bella. "Do you think it is funny, Black?" he snarled. Bella raised an eyebrow in his direction. "I suggest you watch your tone, Malfoy. You are speaking to a Black." "A future Lestrange if the rumors I'm hearing is true," Lucius replied smugly. "You didn't know that your father was being courted by Corvus. He's rather keen to secure you as Rudolphus's wife." Lestrange leered at Bella, who burst into peals of laughter. "What's so funny?" Rudolphus demanded. Bella wiped away an invisible tear as she grinned at the boy. "For one thing, I would murder you in your sleep if I was forced into marrying you," she said sincerely, eliciting a gulp from the boy. "Secondly, your father can kiss my father's arse as much as he wants. He has no say on who I will be marrying. That responsibility falls to my godfather, who is the only one who can approve any potential suitor." "She's lying," Lucius snorted. "Am I?" Bella questioned. "Shall we go and ask Harry now? I'm sure he will have no issue confirming it." Lucius's nostrils flared irritably before he turned away, leaving a dumbstruck Rudolphus staring at Bella longingly. With a sigh, she took her leave of the dungeons and headed towards Harry's office. Knocking on the door, she was surprised to find him still here, but as he bade her to enter, she found him seated behind his desk looking over a sheet of parchment. Harry shook his head as he scratched some thick lines through some of the writing. "The 4th years will need some help," he sighed as he placed his quill down. "What can I do for you, Bella?" "You wouldn't agree to me being married to Rudolphus, would you?" Harry frowned confusedly. "Why do you ask?" Bella shrugged worriedly. "Apparently, Corvus Lestrange is angling to sign a contract with my father for us to be married." Harry's expression darkened as he stood. Gently, he placed his hands on Bella's shoulders. "You will marry someone of your choice," he said firmly. "It seems as though I need to remind your father of our own agreement." Bella smiled. There weren't many people who could frighten Cygnus Black, but Harry Evans was one of them. "Thank you," she said gratefully, wrapping her arms around him. Harry squeezed her tightly before releasing her. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you I would be here," he sighed. "I wanted to keep it quiet as long as I could." Bella waved off the apology. Harry didn't need to explain anything to her. "What will you make Lucius do for his detention?" she asked curiously. "I'm a man of my word," Harry replied. "The idiot will be scrubbing toilets, but he won't be doing it alone. I've already bribed Peeves into making it a miserable experience for him." Bella covered her mouth as she giggled. Lucius deserved everything he got. Before she could voice her approval, however, their conversation was intruded upon by the arrival of a patroness, a rattlesnake that hissed so Bella couldn't understand. Whatever was said removed any vestige of humor that remained, and Harry's expression darkened considerably. "Go back to your common room, Bella," Harry instructed firmly. "What's happened?" Bella asked worriedly. "Nothing I can't handle," he assured her, shepherding her out of his office. Bellatrix watched as Harry vanished in a cloud of dark smoke before her very eyes and shot down the corridor. She had never seen anything like it, and for several moments after, she stood rooted to the spot, her mouth agape at the magic she had just witnessed. Break. Jack could not believe what he was seeing. Over the years as an Auror, he had attended some rather grim scenes, and he was no stranger to coming across dead bodies, but never in Diagon Alley. The flickering flames of the still-burning buildings lit the streets in an ominous glow, but it was the enormous symbol above that gave it a truly sinister feel. A skull with a snake protruding from its mouth hung prominently over Gringotts, eliciting a feeling of foreboding within Jack and the other Aurors who had arrived. "I think you should send for your dad," Reg suggested. "His presence will bring comfort at least." Jack nodded and sent off his patroness before attempting to dampen the flames on the nearby apothecary. This was no normal fire he was tackling, but a magical one of which he had never come across. Just as he was beginning to grow frustrated, a powerful gust of wind blew down the length of the alley, snuffing all the fires at once. It was relief that filled Jack as he spotted his father walking towards him, though he took little comfort in the unfamiliar expression of the man, whose gaze swept across the carnage that had been left behind. His father was furious, more so than Jack had ever seen. "How many dead?" he asked simply. "9, Jack answered. His father nodded, before pointing his wand towards the symbol above. Without a word, a white light shot from the tip, and the resulting explosion made the entire street tremble from the force. Green sparks rained down around the Aurors, dissipating as they hit the floor. "What is it, Dad?" Jack asked concernedly. "Only the beginning," he murmured in response, setting to work by clearing away some nearby debris. He said nothing else on the matter, but Jack could feel the rage pouring off the man, and he could only wonder just what his father was referring to. Chapter 102, There's No Place Like Home, An Open Letter to Wizarding Britain. By Albert Collins. It is not often that such a missive is received here at the Daily Prophet, certainly one not so brazen or direct as the one delivered to our offices today. In short, our editor was reluctant to publish it, but in the interest of public safety, he has chosen to do so. Hoax or legitimate, that is for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to decide. To the citizens of magical Britain, I write to you directly so that you may understand the threat that faces you. For now, you do not know my name, but you have seen a hint of what I am capable of. What happened in Diagon Alley was just the beginning, a taste of the power that I wield. My supporters are numerous and live amongst you. They could be a neighbor, a brother, or even a father. You would never know, but I assure you, there are many that I can call upon to carry out my will. For too long, the threat of mudbloods and muggles have hung over us, but we say that it can no longer be. It is us that founded our most wonderful society, and the outsiders have invaded, attempt to change our traditions, and usurp the power of their betters. We say no more. I speak to all of you now. Surrender to me, submit to your betters, and then the bloodshed will stop. If you do not, I will set upon you things that haunt the most terrifying of nightmares. We will come for you in the night. We will take you from the streets. Not even the Ministry of Magic can keep you safe. Submit yourselves, and you will be spared. Lord Voldemort. That was the article that Wizarding Britain had woken up to the morning after the incident in Diagon Alley, and 2 other attacks had followed in as many days. Harry's anger had continued to be palpable, his fury aimed at Tom and Minister Jenkins for not calling a meeting of the Wisengamot. She had done so, however, when Harry had personally visited her and warned the woman of what they faced. At first, the minister had been rather dismissive and had delegated rooting out Voldemort and his supporters to Crouch, who underestimated what it was he faced. Jenkins had eventually relented, and Harry now found himself stalking towards the Wisengamot chambers to grace the governing body with his rare presence. He attended the gatherings only when an issue of import was to be discussed, mostly because he found the others to be rather dull, and so his peers understood that he was invested in the issue at hand when he deigned to come in person. His entrance never failed to garner the attention of the lords and ladies of Britain, and today was no different, his severe expression eliciting several bouts of whispers amongst them. Taking his seat, his gaze swept across the room, and he allowed it to rest upon a select few individuals, all of whom sat close to one another in the same section as Arcturus, who shot him a questioning look. "You look as though you mean business," Charles commented amusedly from Harry's left, his smirk morphing into a frown as Harry merely nodded in response. "I do," he confirmed. Charles's eyebrows rose as he leaned back in his seat, and Minister Jenkins stood to address the room. Tapping her gavel on the top of podium, the room fell silent, and she cleared her throat. "I've called you to gather today to discuss the recent spate of attacks allegedly perpetrated by this Lord Voldemort," she began grimly. "His threat is something that we as a body must take seriously. Over the past few days, I have been in talks with Bartemius Crouch, along with the head of the Auror Department, who both assure me they are doing all they can to put a stop to these attacks." "And what exactly are they doing, Minister?" Lord Bones questioned. "From today, there will be a much stronger Auror presence across the country," Jenkins answered. "We have a team dedicated to locating this self-styled lord, and we will be producing a ministry-approved pamphlet on how to protect your homes sufficiently." The Wisengamot members nodded approvingly, though there were some that did not appear to be happy. Harry was among the latter, and without being prompted to do so, he stood, and the room fell silent. "As much as I and my peers respect your intentions, Minister, I fear that they will not be enough." "And you have a better proposal, Evans," Lord Lestrange snarked. "That is Baron Evans to you, Lestrange," Harry bit back. "And yes, but first, I have some information to share that I'm sure many of you will find enlightening." "Information?" the minister asked warily. Harry nodded as he removed several sheets of parchment from within his robes. "I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but I like to keep an ear to the ground of what is going on in Britain. I was made a baron of this land, given the responsibility to protect it, and I take that responsibility more seriously than anything else." Some of the members of the Wisengamot murmured amongst themselves at his declaration. "For the past few years, whispers of what is now unfolding have reached me, and I have been preparing," Harry explained. "Clandestine meetings have been held, some attended by those amongst us now, but let us not name any names and point fingers. I will simply say this: if you have aligned yourself with Lord Voldemort, you had better reconsider your decision, because as the protector of this land, I am coming for every single one of you." "You can't just make idle threats in here, Evans," Lord Lestrange growled, eliciting nods of agreement from those seated around him. "When our country is under threat, Lestrange, I can do as I please to keep it safe," Harry responded. "My title was bestowed upon me for that very reason. I am not beholden to the ministry to do their bidding. My responsibility is to every man, woman, and child of Britain, and it is them that I answer to." Minister Jenkins nodded uneasily, a look of concern marring her features. "Anyway, what I decide to do is neither here nor there. I have given fair warning to those associated with Lord Voldemort and his movement who have proven themselves a significant threat against the citizens I promised to protect. Now, for Voldemort himself. For those of you that are choosing to support him, I urge you to listen to what I say next." Harry paused whilst some of the lords and ladies muttered unhappily, but there were more expressions of approval than the former. "You have aligned yourselves with a wanted murderer, a false lord who hides behind a false name like the sniveling coward he is," Harry continued. "You can quote me on my exact words," he added to the members of the media in attendance. "Lord Voldemort is none other than Tom Riddle, the same boy that murdered Armando Dippet and Myrtle Warren before fleeing Britain more than 25 years ago." The uproar that followed the revelation was tumultuous, and even Lestrain and the rest of his ilk were shocked. "Do you have proof of this, Baron Evans?" Minister Jenkins asked. Harry nodded as he drew his wand and repeated the feat of the 16-year-old Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets, rearranging the letters to spell out his chosen alias. "That doesn't prove it is him," Lord Rosier called. "It doesn't," Harry agreed. "But Tom Riddle, like me, is a Parselmouth and he claims to be the heir of Slytherin. That may be correct. He is the son of the late Merope Gaunt who birthed him, but his father is a muggle that shared his name before Tom murdered him and the rest of the family in the summer of 1944. Those gathered in the stand of the more traditionalist families were not pleased by that revelation, something Harry took no small amount of glee in. "You can choose to ignore me if you wish to, but now is not the time for dissent amongst us. The fact is, Tom Riddle and those that have chosen to follow him have already murdered almost 20 people in cold blood, and we must be seen to be acting accordingly." "Acting accordingly," Jenkins pressed. "These men and women should be shown no mercy," Harry declared. "They have proven themselves willing to mete out lethal force, and they should expect the same in return. They are murderers, and more will die if we do not take drastic action." "You can't be considering this, Minister," Lord Malfoy called. "Those who have nothing to hide have nothing to fear," Harry answered before Jenkins could. Much to Harry's surprise, Crouch nodded as he stood. "I must say that Baron Evans and I rarely see eye to eye, but I am in agreement. This threat must be nipped in the bud before any other innocents are harmed by this group. They are terrorists, and if this Voldemort, Riddle, or whatever his name is has as many supporters as he claims, we could well find ourselves in a civil war." Minister Jenkins worried her lower lip as she looked towards her advisors. "This is not a decision that can be made immediately or lightly," she replied. "I wish to prevent further incidents, but should we not strive to be better? Taking a moral high ground will only result in more deaths," Harry returned darkly. "Innocents will die, as will our Aurors that are unfortunate enough to be set upon by Riddle and his group." Jenkins deflated and appeared to have aged a decade in the last few minutes. "This is not a decision that I can make alone," she acknowledged. "This is something that must be discussed and done so officially. I would ask you, Barty, to draft the required legislation." "That could take a number of days," Crouch pointed out. "More attacks could follow between now and then." Jenkins nodded. "Then, for the time being, Auror patrols will be increased in accordance with their need," she decided. "And who shall be left with the blood on their hands, Minister?" Harry asked. "Will you take responsibility for the deaths that will come?" The woman blanched and swallowed deeply. "What would you have me do, Baron Evans?" "Grant the ability for the Aurors to defend themselves," Harry urged. "Grant every man and woman the same right to defend their homes and their lives." Jenkins looked around the room, her position not one many would envy in a moment like this. "For that to be allowed, we would need to agree as a majority," she murmured. "It is not a decision I can take sole ownership of." "Then call for a vote," Harry suggested. Jenkins released a deep breath. "Those in favor of temporarily allowing the Aurors to use lethal force against Lord Voldemort and his followers." Other than around a dozen, every wand in the room was raised in agreement. Those opposed? None were shown, those that were against the implementation savvy enough to not do so. Then, as a majority, the temporary measure is approved until Barty submits the official legislation to make it permanently official, Jenkins declared, tapping her gavel smartly on the top of her podium. If there is nothing else, I draw this meeting to a close. Harry nodded satisfactorily, the reputation he had cultivated for himself over the years proving to be useful when he needed it most. With what he had come to achieve done, Harry headed towards the exit, pausing as a voice called out to him. Baron Evans, are you happy with the result of the meeting today? Harry turned to be faced by an eager group of journalists, and he shook his head. No, I'm not happy, he answered. It is a sad state of affairs when measures like this need to be approved, but I am content now that there are those that may think twice before attempting to attack members of the public. How certain are you that Tom Riddle is Lord Voldemort? Another questioned. There is no doubt in my mind that they are one and the same, Harry responded. If you could say anything to him now, what would that be? Harry's nostrils flared as a surge of anger burned within him. You can't hide from me forever, Tom, he said darkly. I remember what you have done, and I am coming for you. There is no escape, and I will show you as much mercy as you have shown those you have murdered. The journalists were stunned into silence by his words, and Harry took the opportunity to leave the chambers, only to be intruded upon once more. So, where do we begin? Charles questioned as he fell into step with Harry. We both know the Ministry will balls this up. They will, Arcturus sighed. Jenkins will bottle it. She hasn't got the guts to pass that legislation, she's just buying time. Harry nodded his agreement. Somehow, whatever bill was put forward by Crouch would never be ratified, but Harry had planned for that already. Gather the old crowd, as many as you can find, he instructed. We're going to war, Charles asked. Harry nodded severely. I think we've got one more in us, Arcturus snorted. It will be like old times. Only this one is on our doorstep, Harry pointed out. The other two men sobered at the realization. We'll gather them, Arcturus murmured. They'll answer the call. Jenkins and Crouch won't like it, Charles pointed out. What Jenkins and Crouch don't know won't hurt them, Harry replied, eliciting matching smirks from the two men. Break. Nursing a cup of coffee at his parents' kitchen table, Jack yawned and took a sip of piping liquid, the burning sensation preventing him from falling asleep where he sat. 3 attacks in 3 days meant that he had gotten next to no sleep, and it didn't help that he couldn't shift the images of the broken, mutilated bodies of the men and women that had been left behind. What was unfolding was concerning to say the least, and even his usually unshakable mother was not herself. Jack had not been alive during the war against Grindelwald, but he imagined her demeanor had been similar then when his father was away fighting on the continent. Why don't you get some sleep? She urged, pulling Jack from his thoughts. He shook his head and took another sip of his coffee. No, Dad said he needed to speak with me when he's back. I can wait. His mother gave him a tight smile, though she could not conceal her worry. Is this what it was like before? Jack asked. Without hesitation, his mother nodded. I've spent much of my life worrying about your father in one way or another, she snorted humorlessly. The man is a magnet for trouble, and if it doesn't find him, he has a way of finding it. Jack chuckled as nodded his agreement, standing as his father entered the kitchen. What's happening, Dad? Nothing was said, whilst the man poured himself a coffee and took a seat. The Aurors have been granted temporary leave to use lethal force against him and his followers, Harry explained. It won't last. Too many will soon morally object, or the other side will find an old law of sorts that means permission will be rescinded. It could take months or years for that to be changed. So, it will just be as it is. His father shook his head, and Jack frowned thoughtfully. Whatever the Ministry says, you will use whatever force you deem necessary, he instructed. If that means I have to break into Azkaban to get you out, then so be it. Jack leaned back in his chair as he stared at the man. Do you think they would kill Aurors? Harry nodded. Without hesitation, he answered severely. Jack released a deep breath, doing his best to ignore the expression of worry his mother wore. "Your safety is paramount, Jack," his father spoke once more. "I do not care what you have to do, who you have to piss off. You make sure that you get home safely after every shift. Understood?" Jack nodded, and his father offered him a tired smile. "Good, now come with me. There's something I want you to have." Jack followed his father from the kitchen and down the stairs into the basement, only a short walk away. "What I'm going to give you is a very dangerous artifact to possess," Harry explained. "You can tell no one about it, not your mother, not another soul." "What is it?" Jack asked curiously. He watched as his father removed a wand from within his sleeve, not the one Jack had seen him use over the years. This one was ivory-colored, with a set of unrecognizable runes etched into the side. "This is a very special wand, Jack," his father explained. "Do you remember the tale of the three brothers?" Jack remembered the story well. It had been one of his favorites growing up. "Are you telling me that is the death stick?" He chuckled in realization. His father nodded and Jack sobered immediately, his eyes bulging. "Where did you get it from?" he whispered. "It has had many masters throughout its existence, and before me it belonged to Gellert Grindelwald. I took it after I killed him," his father revealed. "My intention was to destroy it before I died, but I think it would serve you best. Remember, tell no one of it, and when the time is right, I want you to promise that you will destroy it." Jack nodded solemnly as he eyed the wand. "If it is so powerful, why don't you use it?" he asked curiously. "Because my own wand is a much better match," his father explained simply. "I have achieved some incredible things with it, and having overcome so much adversity, things that you wouldn't believe, we share a bond like no other." Jack wasn't going to pretend to understand what had just been said. "Disarm me," Harry instructed. Hesitantly, Jack did so, and snatched the fabled wand from the air. Immediately, he felt a wave of cold magic wash over him, chilling him to the bone. It was as though the wand was assessing his worthiness, and though the cold remained, it became almost a welcoming feeling. "Bloody hell," he gasped as he felt the power of the artifact running through his veins. "Try it out," his father urged, gesturing to one of the training dummies. He looked on curiously as Jack cast a blasting charm, the younger man's eyes widening at the results and rush of energy he felt escape him. The dummy was reduced to a pile of splinters that had been strewn about the room, and as Jack looked upon the wand in wonder, he could only shake his head in disbelief. "Wow," he whispered. His father nodded his agreement. "The wand is powerful, but it is not unbeatable," the man warned. "Many man's folly whilst owning it is believing it to be infallible. Do not make the same mistake, Jack." "I won't," Jack assured him, meeting the unnerving gaze that swept over him. When he was satisfied, his father deflated. "There is one other thing I need you to promise me." "Anything," Jack replied. Harry gave him a sad smile. "If you ever come across Lord Voldemort, I want you to run." "Run." "Run," his father confirmed. "For as good as you have become, and even with the wand, it will not be enough. Promise me, Jack." It was so unlike the man to ask such a thing of him, so Jack understood the seriousness of the request. "You're going to kill him, aren't you?" "Only I can," his father answered ominously. "Not because I am the only one skilled enough to do so, or for any more glory to be heaped upon me, but because it is the truth. I'm asking you to trust me, Jack, as I am trusting you." Once more, Jack was at a loss, but he would not deny his father. The man had never steered him wrong, and Jack would not doubt him now. "You can trust me, Dad," he assured the man as he pulled him into a hug. "I'll run if I have to." "Good boy," Harry praised. "Do you think you'll be able to make it to Rosa's game on Tuesday?" Jack sighed as he shook his head. "Unlikely," he replied apologetically. "I'll probably be on shift." His father nodded his understanding. "Then I'll make sure I get you some of the stadium popcorn you like." Jack rolled his eyes. "I'm not 10 anymore, Dad." "No, but you're still my boy. no matter how big you think you are. Jack could only laugh in response. The reputation his father had was something he could never live up to, and Jack had accepted that long ago. Still, the reputation was not the man he had grown up with. Harry Evans was revered by many for his achievements and his incredible ability with magic. But to Jack, he had been the man to take him to Quidditch matches, who taught him how to fly, and was just as excited as his children on Christmas morning when he would watch them open their presents. Harry Evans was his father, and had been a great one. That was who he was to Jack. Not the man who defeated Grindelwald or slayed a dragon, but his father, the kind, caring man who would do anything for his children just to see them smile. Break. He had not called a meeting of his followers, and Lord Voldemort had wondered why they had intruded upon him en masse. But as he was handed and read the morning edition of the Daily Prophet, he understood why. How? How had Evans identified him so quickly? Had the Dark Lord underestimated the man's brilliance? For a moment, he chided himself for using an anagram of his own name to create his new alias. Still, a smirk tugged at his lips, belying the fury that he felt within. "I'm coming for you, Tom." Evans had the audacity to not only undermine him, but to threaten him also. How dare the foolish man do so? Lord Voldemort shook his head of those thoughts. Evans would get what was coming to him, but first, he needed to handle his disgruntled followers that were looking at him expectantly. "Well," Nott demanded impatiently, "is what Evans said true?" Lord Voldemort nodded simply, eliciting furious whispers amongst the lords and ladies within the room. "He knows, or he has his suspicions we are involved," Lestrange growled irritably. "How could he know?" "Because Evans is a much smarter man than any of you give him credit for," Nott replied. "He is no fool, nor is he a weak man. You assured us you can defeat him. Do you stand by your word?" Voldemort narrowed his eyes at the man before he smiled. "Evans would not know where to begin in killing me," he assured Nott confidently. "He will die by my hand." The lords and ladies whispered amongst themselves once more. "Not that any of you are in a position to change your minds," the Dark Lord continued. "You have pledged yourselves to me, have accepted my mark. I would prefer that you comply with my wishes." "And if we refuse?" Nott asked haughtily. Voldemort smirked. "Then all that awaits is either Azkaban when your part in the attacks is revealed, or death at the hands of Evans. It is only me that stands between either of those fates for all of you. However, I wish for allegiance to continue where it began. We have a vision of what magical Britain should be, and I would like for us to achieve that together." "Like we have a choice," Nott muttered. "There is always a choice," Voldemort countered, "but some are much less pleasant and unrewarding than others. Keep the faith you have shown in me, and what you reap will outweigh any sacrifice you believe you have made." "But you are a half-blood," Nott pressed. Voldemort nodded unashamedly. "I am," he confirmed, "but also the rightful heir of Slytherin. You have seen my power for yourselves. Do you truly doubt me now?" His question was met with muttering, but none spoke against him any further, and the Dark Lord stood. "Perhaps another demonstration of what we can achieve is needed," he mused aloud. "Another attack?" Lestrange asked excitedly. Voldemort nodded as he pointed to an advertisement next to where the article regarding him had been printed. "A Quidditch match?" Nott asked suspiciously. "And whose daughter plays for the Holyhead Harpies?" Voldemort replied with a smirk. The lords and ladies looked at him in disbelief, most having been in Slytherin and respecting a more cunning approach. Evidently, they had not expected something so brazen. "Are you certain of this, my lord?" Nott questioned. "I am certain of everything I do, my friend," Voldemort replied with a smirk. "Break." Rosa added the finishing touches to her braid, her preferred style whilst she was playing. Her hair was long and thick and would blow in her face if she did not keep it tamed. She loved her hair. It was the one thing that set her apart from the rest of the family, who all had a tone of deep brown bordering on black. "So, you are going ahead with another season," Julian questioned as he entered their bedroom. "I thought we discussed this." Rosa rolled her eyes at her husband. "No, Julian, you discussed it," she replied irritably. The man's jaw tightened as he glared at her. He was bitter that his own Quidditch career was on the decline. Julian was still the seeker for the French national team, but that position would soon be taken by another. His form was lapsing, and he couldn't keep up with the younger players. Rosa had no such problems. If anything, her star continued to rise. "I thought that we were going to have children," Julian grumbled. "And we will," Rosa sighed, "when I'm finished playing." "When will that be?" Rosa shrugged. "When I say that I'm done." Julian snorted humorlessly, and Rosa released a deep breath. "There is no rush. My Aunt Doria didn't have her son until she was 40. I'm not even 32 yet. Charles didn't mind waiting." "So I have to be just like Charles Potter," Julian snapped. "Or would you prefer if I was just like your father?" Rosa chuckled as she shook her head and stood. "Oh, my sweet husband, you could never compare to either of them," she deadpanned. "You've been nothing but a complaining, whiny, entitled bastard these past few years. You have a very easy life, Julian. You have nothing to be bitter about. My father fought a war, had to be away from his family, and watch many of his friends die, but did he complain half as much as you do? No, he got on with it and made something of himself. If I remember correctly, was it not him that liberated your country?" "It was. He killed Grindelwald and set your people free. If it wasn't for him, you and your family might not even be here." Her voice had risen as she vented, and Julian only grew angrier as she spoke. "That's what this is all about, isn't it?" he growled. "No one could ever be good enough for you." Rosa shook her head as she deflated. "You were good enough," she countered. "All I ever asked was that I be allowed to play Quidditch, and you had no problem with it until you decided it was no longer convenient for you. What is it, Julian? Is it that my career is going so well whilst you are wilting away? That is not my fault. Instead of smiling and waving for the cameras, why don't you get your arse out on the Quidditch pitch and practice?" "I am still the best seeker in France," Julian said hotly. "Barely," Rosa snorted, and her husband's cheeks reddened in a mixture of anger and embarrassment. His fist clenched, and for a moment Rosa thought he might strike her, but as she flicked her wand into her hand, he stilled. "If you ever laid a hand on me, it would be the last thing you did," she warned. Julian laughed. "Your father would come for me," he mocked. "He would," Rosa replied simply, "but he wouldn't get the chance. I would make sure you never raised a hand to anyone again myself," she added as she stepped forward. Julian stood tall, but Rosa did not back down and slapped him hard across the face. Julian staggered and looked at her in shock. "I am Rosa fucking Evans," Rosa snarled. "It seems that you have forgotten that." With a final glare at her husband, she swept from the room wondering just how her life had been entangled with such a pathetic man. It hadn't always been this way. Julian had once been sweet and charming, but he had never gotten over his jealousy of Rosa's father and the other men she had in her life. They were strong and accomplished men, and it wasn't as though she had ever expected any to live up to them, but she deserved to be respected and allowed to do what made her happy. Rosa was tired of Julian's unnecessary envy and what he had become. He was no longer the man she had fallen in love with, not even a shadow of what he had once been. Break. These were the days that Harry had come to live for. Other than Jack, who was on shift, his entire family were with him to watch Rosa play in her first game of the Quidditch season. Iris and Dahlia were by his side, both wearing harpy scarves, and Jasmine was stood next to them with Bella and James. Harry may or may not have taken them from the castle, but it wasn't as though either of their parents would have minded. Much to his relief, his 3 youngest daughters had returned to England the year before, having grown tired of traveling and wanting to settle down. The twins were both working at the ministry in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, and Jasmine had started her own business as a curse breaker. Under Harry's guidance, each of them had also accumulated their own wealth through investing, as he continued to. Through his own fortune, His children would never have any financial concerns, but he was pleased to see that none of them had a poor work ethic, something he and Minerva had both instilled within them as they grew. "When will it start?" James asked impatiently. Bella rolled her eyes at the boy. "You're so impatient, Potter." James narrowed his eyes at the girl, and Harry shot him a warning look before he could make a comment that would land him in Bella's bad books. For the most part, the two got along, but James took too much joy in annoying the older girl whenever he could, and Bella always took the bait. Thankfully, the commentator announced the teams before that could happen, and Harry cheered with the rest of the crowd as Rosa shot onto the pitch. He couldn't be prouder of his older daughter. Perhaps if there hadn't have been a war or Voldemort hanging over him, Harry would have tried to play professionally. It had only been a few years prior that Rosa had managed to beat him in a Seeker's duel for the first time, and though Harry had not practiced much since his children had left home, he hadn't made any excuses. It had become another point of pride for him. Although he wasn't widely known for it, he knew he was an excellent player, but Rosa had finally surpassed him. She had been elated, but also apologetic. Never apologize for being better than someone. That was what he had said to Rosa as he had hugged her. Harry smiled as he watched her flying around the pitch, the very same way he had taught her from when she had been little more than a toddler. Where had the years gone? "You dirty bastard!" James shouted as one of the opposing beaters aimed a bludger at Rosa, missing her by only an inch or so. "James," Minerva chided, raising an eyebrow as Bella followed suit, offering a rude gesture at the man as he flew past them. Harry simply chuckled at the duo, though he stiffened, as he felt a familiar chill begin to seep into his bones. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and the crowd began to silence, they too becoming aware of it. "What's happening?" Minerva asked worriedly. "Dementors," Harry murmured. "Expecto Patronum." Minerva and his 3 daughters followed his lead, and his Grim, a cat, a pair of wolves, and a large elephant began zooming around the stadium, seeking out any threat. Much to Harry's surprise, a vixen shot from Bella's wand and joined them. He nodded approvingly. Harry had been teaching the girl, as he had his own children, how to produce a Patronus, and she had evidently been practicing. The cold suddenly grew more prominent as swathes of Dementors swarmed the stadium, looking to feast on the heightened atmosphere. Knowing that his Patronus would keep them at bay, Harry was pleased to see others join the fray from the crowd, but his eyes were sweeping across the stadium. The Dementors would only be the beginning, after all. "You are all to stay with your mother, no matter what happens," Harry said firmly. "You too, James, Bella." None argued with him, and it was only a few seconds later that the screams started from around the stadium. Death Eaters. Whipping his wand around his head in a circular motion, Harry lassoed one a few rows ahead of him, and the man screamed as the burning chain seized him around the neck. With a slight tug, his head was removed from his shoulders. In the meantime, several people had cast the dark mark into the sky, and chaos had erupted as the crowd began to panic. Harry, however, remained calm. He was no stranger to this, and had been preparing for it for decades. Spotting his next target who was attempting to curse another family, Harry turned to his own. "Remember what I said." With that, he vanished and appeared behind another Death Eater. The man unleashed a screech of agony that reverberated around the stadium as Harry removed his left arm with cleaving curse. Whomever was beneath the black robes collapsed to the ground, nursing what remained of the limb, and Harry watched as the dismembered part of the arm rolled away in morbid fascination. Catching a glimpse of a familiar tattoo, Harry summoned it towards him before jabbing the tip of the wand into the cooling flesh. He could feel the waning magic of the mark, but before it could vanish entirely, he hissed, hoping that his efforts would not be in vain. Almost immediately, more screams rang out around the ground, and Harry doubled down on his efforts as he disappeared once more. Only a second later, he was in the center of the Quidditch pitch that both teams had evacuated, and he pointed his wand above to the half-dozen or so dark marks hanging prominently. He would not allow this to become a victory for Tom. As he had seen the man do himself so many years prior, when he'd faced off with Dumbledore in the Ministry of Magic, Harry took a deep breath and hissed into his hand. Breathing outwards, an enormous basilisk made of searing flames burst forth, and under Harry's direction, immolated the marks that rained down around him. By now, the Death Eaters had vanished, but they had done their damage. Several people were being tended to, but Harry's eyes were fixed on one spot in the stadium. He couldn't see his foe, but Harry knew Tom was there, lurking in the shadows. Dissipating his serpent with a wave of his wand, Harry placed the tip to his throat, pleased that the collective efforts of him, his family, and the others able to conjure a Patronus had sent the Dementors fleeing. Break. Lord Voldemort glared balefully from the top box belonging to the Rosiers at the man who had foiled his plan. How Evans had manipulated his mark, he knew not, but it was something he would need to address. "Come out, Tom," the man goaded, "or are you too cowardly?" The Dark Lord growled, his hand twitching towards his wand. Evans knew he was here, knew exactly where he was. His sense of magic was keen. Voldemort would concede that. Although the two could not see eye to eye, there was no mistaking that Evans' own gaze was transfixed on him. Voldemort's nostrils flared irritably. His plan was to disrupt the game, kill some members of the crowd, and leave the stadium burning as he and his followers retreated. The pictures in the following edition of the Daily Prophet would have been glorious, and he would have proven to his Death Eaters that they had made the right choice. Voldemort's stare shifted to the large contingency of Aurors pouring into the stadium, and he smirked to himself. "Tom, let's not wait any longer," Evans called. A red-hot fury burned within the Dark Lord at the mention of the name his weak mother had bestowed upon him, and nothing would have given him greater pleasure than to accommodate the request. Killing Evans in front of such a large crowd would have not only been poetic, but would have shown Wizarding Britain just who the stronger, better man was. As he was weighing up the pros and cons of doing so, Evans had not been idle, and Voldemort's eyes widened as a pink bolt was fired towards him. Throwing himself to the ground, his ears began to ring as the box he had been seeking refuge in was blown apart, the walls and windows showering his downed form in glass, wood, and mortar. It was humiliating to find himself in such a position. It reminded the Dark Lord of the night he had overheard the conversation between Evans and McGonagall, and the man had tried to kill him. He had been but a boy then, but that was no longer the case. Pushing himself to his feet, he readied himself, only to duck as another spell whizzed past his head, the heat blistering the skin on his cheek. "Tom, you bastard, stop hiding." The Dark Lord covered his head as bolts of lightning crackled around him. He shook his head in anger. Now was not the time to fight Evans. The man's day would come, but now was not it. Having made his decision, Lord Voldemort reached for his portkey and was met by the furious visage of Harry Evans, who had arrived in a column of fire, his wand aloft, and an enormous, black serpent poised and ready to strike from within his skin. If the Dark Lord was not so certain of his own ability, he may have felt fear, but it was only frustration that tore through him as he activated his portkey and was whisked away from Wales, the cursing of the man he'd left behind ringing in his ears. Break. Rosa had grown up hearing the rumors of her father's feats in magic, the ruthlessness he could show to his enemies and those that attempted to harm people he cared for, but she had never seen that side to him. Harry Evans truly was the epitome of a gentle man, always calm, always kind, and always courteous to all. What she had witnessed in the past few minutes, however, was a stranger in her father's skin, a monster, but not the kind that was to be feared. As he had during the war against Grindelwald, he had not hesitated to spring into action, to defend those that could not defend themselves, and though she was taken aback, she had never been prouder to be his daughter. Rosa had never resented her upbringing, but having Harry and Minerva Evans for parents meant that there had always been expectations of her. She had proven herself to be a brilliant witch, but she had chosen to play Quidditch instead of pursuing anything academic to escape the comparisons. Rosa loved the sport more than anything, but she couldn't deny that to a degree she had used it to escape the wide shadow her parents cast around them. Now, however, she understood. She understood what it was her mother had endured whilst her father had been away fighting, understood the horror the man must have witnessed, all in the name of doing what was right. And as he reappeared in the stands where her family had stood and defended those around them, she ran to him, almost feeling like a little girl again. "Dad," she choked in relief, not realizing that she had been crying until she was safely in her arms. Nowhere had ever felt safer than here. "It's all right," her father soothed gently, and Rosa shuddered as his protective magic washed over her. "Did you get him?" her mother asked. Her father shook her head. "He ran," he explained. "Are you all okay?" They were quite shaken by what had happened, but none had been harmed, and Rosa wrapped an arm around James and Bella as her father pulled them close to him. Both were trembling, terrified by what had unfolded around them. "Are you okay, Harry?" her mother pressed gently. Rosa looked up at her father as he nodded, his eyes ablaze in an anger that was so unfamiliar to the woman. This was the man Charles Potter, Arcturus, and all the others that had been to war with him spoke of. The serpent, the vanquisher of Grindelwald, and after what had happened here, there was nowhere else Rosa would rather be. "I know this isn't the right time, but can I come home with you?" Rosa asked quietly. "Of course," her father answered. "Do you need a few days?" Rosa shook her head. "I want to come home, Dad," she replied simply. "Julian." She felt her father stiffen. He had never approved of her husband, but had respected her choice when she had decided to marry him. "If he has hurt you." Rosa shook her head. "I am your daughter, Dad," she said firmly. "He couldn't hurt me if he tried. It's just not what it used to be. He's not the man I married." Her father simply nodded, and her mother looked at her worriedly. "Would you like me to get your things?" "Will you kill him?" "More than likely," her father sighed. "I'll send Jack." Rosa huffed, though a smile tugged at her lips. Jack was just as protective over her as her father, and if Julian tried to make a fuss as to what was happening, it would not end well for who she planned on soon being her ex-husband. Chapter 103. Stoking faded embers, she always came here when she needed to simply escape. Whether it was from life she led as a Quidditch player, the presence of her husband, or as a teen when she needed some time away from her parents, Rosa inevitably found herself visiting her godmother. Rosalina Knott, the woman she had been named after, had been one of those constants from the moment she had been born, a second mother even, and Rosa had always sought solace with her when it was most needed. "So, it really is over between you and Julian." Rosa nodded as she accepted the offered mug of tea. Rosalina sighed as she took a seat. "Dad seems to be happy about it. He never liked Julian." "I doubt he is happy, Rosa," Rosalina chided lightly. "Your father has only ever wanted you to be happy." Rosa smiled sadly, feeling guilty for the unwarranted barb. "I know," she murmured, taking a sip of her drink. "How are you after what happened at the match?" Rosa shrugged and swallowed deeply. "I don't know," she answered honestly. "I'd always heard about how formidable Dad is, but I've never seen him like that." "Hard times create hard men," Rosalina replied. "If it wasn't for your dad." "Grindelwald would have won," Rosa huffed. "Yes," Rosalina said firmly. "Your father did not fight in that war for glory or to prove that he was better than Grindelwald. He did it because it was the right thing to do, and he and maybe Dumbledore were the only two wizards who could beat him. It was just strange seeing him like that. He was just so angry." "He does have quite the temper on him when provoked," Rosalina agreed, "but he always has the best of intentions. It's understandable with everything he has endured, even as a baby." "A baby?" Rosalina looked at her in confusion. "Do you not know what happened to your grandparents on your father's side?" Rosa shook her head. "I remember asking Mother about it when I was young, but she wouldn't tell me. I never asked after that." Rosalina, nodded her understanding. They were murdered in front of your father when he was a little over a year old, she explained, much to the shock of Rosa. I think that is one of the reasons why he is the way he is. He does not wish for anyone to have the childhood he had. That makes sense, Rosa mused aloud. What was he like when he came to Hogwarts for his first year? Rosalina frowned. Your father didn't arrive until the beginning of 5th year. I don't know what he did before that, but he immediately made an impression. He was talented, more talented than any other student I had ever come across. That is why I apprenticed him. The plan was for him to enter the dueling circuit when he graduated, but he chose to become a hit wizard. I won't pretend I wasn't disappointed, but it suited him. What was he like when you first met him? Rosalina fell silent for a moment as she pondered the question. Quiet, she replied thoughtfully. It was as though something was haunting him, that he expected to be attacked at any given moment. He wasn't wrong, really, not with how much attention the Slytherins paid to him. What happened? Rosalina snorted. There was an incident where a group of them attempted to attack your father in the corridor. He put 4 of them in the hospital wing with some rather unpleasant injuries. He was very much left alone after that. It's not surprising, really. He was only 16 when he first got the better of me in a duel. I haven't beaten him since. 16. Rosalina nodded, an amused grin tugging at her lips. He was very gifted, she reiterated. Anyway, your father is not a bad man. He is the best that I have ever known, and none who do know him will tell you any differently. You're not to tell him I said that, she added warningly. I wouldn't see his head swell. Rosa chuckled. I won't say a word. Rosalina nodded satisfactorily, and the two fell silent for a few moments whilst they sipped their tea. So, what will you do about Julian? I don't know, Rosie, Rosa sighed. Our marriage is definitely over. Jack got my things yesterday and Julian wrote to me. He was just so horrible. You didn't let your father see the letter, did you? No, I'm not that stupid, Rosa replied with a smirk. He'd probably gut Julian if he knew what he'd said. What did he say? Rosa shrugged once more as she stared into her empty cup. Just that I'd wasted his time, that I led him on, and that he should never have married someone he could never make happy. I'll gut the little shit myself, Rosalina growled. Rosa shook her head. He's not worth it, she said tiredly. And he's right, I suppose. With the kind of men I grew up around, his insecurity was always going to get in the way. Rosalina offered her a sympathetic smile. Will you stay with your parents? What choice do I have? Rosa muttered. After what happened at the Quidditch match, Dad barely lets me out of his sight. Only because he is worried about you, Rosalina pointed out. I suppose your mother is fussing over you. Sometimes I wish she was more like how she is at Hogwarts. You know, the scary woman that the students are afraid of. You never were, Rosalina pointed out. Only because I know what she is really like, Rosa said fondly. No, it's nice to be home. At least I feel wanted there, and it's nice to see Jack more, even if he is as bad as Dad. He's protective, Rosalina acknowledged. He is your father's only son, and he feels that it is his duty to look out for his sisters. He's a good man. Why isn't he married then? Maybe he isn't ready to accept another woman in his life yet, Rosa replied. He does have you, your sisters, your mother and grandmother. True, Rosa conceded. He is always round there looking after them, especially now Granddad can't walk much. He was the first Muggle I spoke to, Rosalina revealed. Your grandfather told me all about his god. I must visit him. I'm sure he'd appreciate it, Rosa replied warmly. Mum is there most days, and Dad is there every morning. They will be inconsolable when anything happens to him. He is a Muggle, Rosalina pointed out. They age much faster than we do. I know, Rosa sighed. What do you think Dad will do about the Quidditch match? Rosalina's expression darkened. I would expect that we will soon see the serpent coming out of retirement, she said darkly. Your father will not take what happened lightly, and he will feel compelled to act before any more attempts are made. That's what I was afraid of, Rosa murmured. Break. Bella waited with James in one of the rooms just off the entrance hall for the arrival of her parents and the Potters. After what had happened during the Quidditch match, they had insisted upon seeing their children. Harry was standing in one of the corners, as cool and collected as ever, as though nothing had happened. But Bella would never forget what she had seen and how her godfather had reacted. Hearing of his prowess and ferocity with a wand growing up was something that could be easily dismissed or put down to exaggeration by those who looked up to the man. But witnessing it firsthand, Bella had learned that what she believed could be boasting simply wasn't. Harry Evans was indeed a formidable man, though his brilliance did not take anything away from the fact that he had put his life on the line to keep her, James, and everybody else in the stadium as safe as he could. Bella shuddered at the memory of Harry, removing a man's head with a searing chain, as casually as though he'd cast a stunning spell. Bella. Her mother's voice pulled her from her thoughts, and Bella found herself being swept into the woman's arms. Are you okay? You weren't hurt, were you? I'm fine, Bella assured her mother. Harry was with me. Drula smiled as she nodded, and although Bella was okay, she suddenly felt very emotional, as though everything that had happened was coming back to haunt her. She's just in shock, Harry said as he approached and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. She wasn't hurt. Bella clung to the man as she cried uncontrollably, chastising herself for the delayed reaction. Thanks, Evans, Cygnus said gratefully, clapping Harry on the shoulder. I always knew I made the right choice asking you to be her godfather. Speaking of which, Harry replied pointedly, there is something we need to discuss. Cygnus frowned questioningly. Now, Harry insisted. Bella watched as the two men walked to the other side of the room. What is that about? Drula murmured. I think Dad wants me to marry Rudolphus Lestrange, Bella explained. Over my dead body, her mother declared. Harry promised I wouldn't have to. Then it won't be happening, Drula assured her. Are you sure you okay? Bella nodded. She was, but just a little shaken up from the ordeal. Everyone is talking about him. She whispered, nodding towards Harry, saying that he's a hero. Drula smirked at her daughter. They did the same during the war with Grindelwald, she explained. Harry earned everything he has achieved. Bella nodded her understanding. He's really special, isn't he? Drula nodded, offering Doria and Charles a wave as they entered the room. He is, she answered. Not just because of the big things he does, but because of the kind of man he is. Even after he became famous, he agreed to help me with my newts. You remember that, I'm sure. When I first met him, Bella confirmed, I always felt safe with him even yesterday. You have quite the special bond, Bella. You're just as much his child as you are ours. Bella could only smile as Harry looked over to check on her, and she immediately felt better that no matter what happened, she would always have him to protect her. Break. Is something wrong? Cygnus asked confusedly as Harry led him away from the others. According to Bella, Rudolphus Lestrange has declared that the two of them are to be married, Harry replied, folding his arms in displeasure. Cygnus sputtered as he shook his head. Corvus and I have been negotiating, but nothing has been agreed, he defended. And it won't be, Harry said firmly. Cygnus looked at him questioningly. The Lestranges are a good match, he explained. Harry held up a hand to silence the man. The Lestranges are involved with Voldemort, Harry countered. Bella will not be marrying into that family, and that is my final word on the matter. You can either tell Lestrange yourself, or I will gladly do it. Cygnus appeared to be offended, but deflated as he nodded. Fine, he agreed reluctantly. I won't entertain the idea any further. Good, Harry replied cheerily. Bloody hell, Sig, you're a black, you don't need to bend over backwards for anyone. Except you, the man snorted. Harry grinned. Only where my goddaughter is concerned. You asked me to look after her, and this is me doing that. Lestrange is nothing, and being associated with him will do you no good. I'll tell you what, why don't Minerva and I take you and Drula out for dinner this weekend? That will remind everyone, and you, just how much higher in the standings you are. Cygnus smiled and nodded his agreement immediately. We'd love to. Good, now no more of talks about marrying Bella off, Harry urged. Bloody hell, I already feel old enough. She's the last one I have that keeps me feeling young. What about James? Harry's gaze shifted to the boy who was talking to Charles and Doria. He makes me feel older, he said, more to himself than the others. Go on, make sure she is okay. Cygnus did so, and Harry approached the Potters. Immediately, Doria pulled him into a hug and thanked him for what he had done. Charles, however, merely offered him a nod. The two men understood each other better than any, and without question, Charles would have done the same for Jack if it had ever been needed. How are you, James? Harry asked. The boy shrugged. Can you teach me how to do the chain spell? Charles rolled his eyes, and Harry shook his head. Not until you're older, he sighed. I've only just taught Bella that one. James's eyes lit up excitedly, and Doria scowled at Harry. Despite the family she came from, she did not want James learning such magic, though she would perhaps change her mind after what had happened. Come on, off to your lesson, Harry instructed. I'll see you for your next one. James nodded and hugged his parents a final time before leaving. Harry watched him with a fond smile. That boy will be trouble, Charles chuckled, echoing the same words he had spoken several times over the years. Harry simply hummed in response, and Charles lowered his voice as he pulled Harry away. The responses have been coming in from the lads, he murmured. They're ready to go to war for you if needed. Whenever you're ready, say the word and we will make it happen. Harry nodded appreciatively. Thanks, Charles, he replied. I don't know when it will be, but I don't plan on waiting. What does that mean? Harry said nothing, but offered the man a collusive smirk as he left the room. There really was quite the advantage to knowing just who was supporting Voldemort. They just didn't know that Harry knew. Break. James did not rush to make it to the dungeons for the remainder of his potions lesson. Slughorn wasn't so bad, but James already knew the subject would not be him. His slow pace and a little luck meant that he arrived as his classmates were exiting, and he fell into step with Sirius, Peter, and Remus as they headed towards their defense against the dark arts lesson. Are you all right, Remus? You're looking a little pale, James observed as he looked at the boy. I'm fine, just tired, his friend replied irritably. Sirius gave James a subtle shake of the head, and he dropped the subject. Evan's next, Peter said excitedly. What did your parents say? Not much, James replied with a shrug. I was with Harry, so they weren't that worried. It must be cool to have him as a godfather, Peter snorted. Did you see the photos? The Daily Prophet had plastered the story of what had happened at the Quidditch match across the front page, and the pictures of Harry destroying a section of the stadium as he tried to goad Voldemort into a fight had been the main feature. I wouldn't get on the wrong side of him, Remus muttered. Selwyn found that out the hard way, Sirius added. Serves the get right for supporting Grindelwald and Voldemort. Selwyn's head had been found by one of the Aurors, and another that had not been named had been taken into custody. Did Professor Evans really kill that man? Lily asked as she caught up to them with Marlene in tow. James nodded soberly. Tore his head clean off his shoulders, he explained. The whole stadium shook when he blew that part of it up. Can't all wizards do that when they get older? Lily asked. James and Sirius both laughed amusedly. No, James answered. It takes a very powerful wizard to do something like that. They fell silent as they entered the defense room to find Harry leaning against his desk with his wand drawn. Today will be a practical lesson, he announced, sweeping the tables aside. The students said nothing, all of them fixated on the man, staring at him as though they were truly seeing him for the first time. What is it? Harry huffed when he noticed. The Slytherins all began nudging each other, until Snape raised his hand. Why did you kill Lord Selwyn? He asked. Because Lord Selwyn, along with the other cowards that have chosen to follow Voldemort, were murdering people who wanted nothing more than to watch a Quidditch match. Sometimes, we must fight fire with fire, or we will be burned to ashes. Now, ready yourselves. Today we will be working on identifying minor curses. James removed his wand and shared a look with the others. He had never seen Harry angry, but yesterday he had, and there wasn't any way of forgetting that, nor the photos the newspaper had printed. Still, he understood why he had done what he did. If Harry hadn't acted, many others would have died, and Wizarding Britain would be mourning more than they already were. Break. Harry had spent much of his day answering questions from students, but he had remained firm in his stance. For some, it was quite the reality check, and many of the older Slytherin students in particular had been rather subdued. Whether or not they were already being groomed to join the pureblood movement when they graduated, Harry knew not. But what had occurred during the Quidditch match may make some of them think twice, especially if they knew that death was a possibility for them. Selwyn was not a man many would miss, his reputation having declined significantly since his actions pertaining to the marriage contract between Charles and Doria had become known. The man had died as foolishly as he'd lived. What Tom and his followers had hoped to achieve with their attack was anyone's guess, but it certainly had not been the outcome the Dark Lord had hoped for. Harry had forced him to flee with his tail tucked between his legs, with little more than a bruised ego. Now, however, it was time to deal with the fallout, and as he approached the Wisengamot chambers, Harry prepared himself to defend his actions. Regardless of his high standing, there would be those that were displeased by what he had done, but Harry didn't care. He would remain steadfast in his approach and would not be deterred. The chamber fell silent as he entered, and he took his seat, his gaze boring into those he knew were supporting Tom. None held it for long, choosing to look away, and Harry snorted to himself. It was hard to believe that he had once feared many of them. A tired minister, Jenkins tapped her podium with her gavel to begin the meeting and released a deep sigh as she shuffled the stack of parchment before her. "There is much for us to discuss," she began darkly. "Firstly, we will address what happened at the Holyhead Quidditch Stadium. As I'm sure you will know, Lord Selwyn was killed, and we currently have Amicus Carrow under armed guard in St. Mungo's. He is receiving treatment for an amputated arm and is expected to recover." Harry recognized the name as two of Voldemort's followers that had escaped Azkaban during his 5th year, before he had unwittingly found himself sent here. 18 members of the crowd died. "Were murdered in cold blood," Harry corrected sharply, eliciting murmurs of agreement from the likes of Doge and Lord Bones. The minister nodded awkwardly. "Thank you, Baron Evans," she sighed. "In light of what has happened, the head of the Department of Magical Sports and Games has decided that the remainder of the Quidditch season will be postponed until further notice." The uproar at the statement came from both sides of the room, none pleased by the decision. "Enough," Jenkins snapped angrily. "The Ministry is not willing to risk any further loss of life whilst this Voldemort remains at large." "Then ask them where he is," Lord Bones instructed, pointing an accusative finger towards the traditionalist lords and ladies. "I do hope that you are not accusing us without proof, Bones," Abraxas Malfoy replied heatedly. "Well, Selwyn and Carrow are from your lot." "Lord Selwyn has been living in exile for decades," Abraxas pointed out, "and Lord Carrow can hardly be blamed for the actions of his son." Malfoy was right, but he was swaying no one from what they already knew. "What about Evans?" Lord Lestrange called. "He murdered Selwyn and destroyed a large section of a prized stadium." Harry stood as the lords surrounding Lestrange chirped their agreement. "What does Selwyn's death have to do with anything?" he asked, addressing the room at large. "If you are not one of Riddle's followers, then why are you so concerned about the fate of those that are? Am I the only one that believes that a sniveling bunch of cowards hiding behind masks and attacking innocent people is a problem that must be dealt with?" Some of the lords muttered, but Harry couldn't hear what was said. "I did not spend years on the continent fighting against Grindelwald to keep everyone here safe, so that a jumped-up little shit like Tom Riddle could gather a following of other cowards to attack people from beneath masks. If anyone has a problem with me killing Selwyn, then speak up. None did so, and Harry shook his head. I have done nothing but protect this country at the risk of my life, and I will continue to do so against any threat, whether it is outside these borders or within. I couldn't give a toss who is lurking behind those masks. You don't just get to attack people. Neither do you, Lestrange called, and Harry raised an eyebrow at the man. When have I attacked anyone, Lestrange? He asked lightly. The only people I attacked was those that decided to do the same to innocent Quidditch spectators. If you have a problem with that, then you are more than welcome to take it up with me in any way you please. And as for the damage to the stadium, I have already assured the owners that I will pay for it. Now, does anyone else have any more asinine questions to ask or accusations they want to level at me? When no one spoke, Harry retook his seat and nodded for Jenkins to continue. Thank you, Baron Evans, she acknowledged before retrieving another piece of parchment from her pile. I met with Barty this morning, and we discussed the legislation he has been drawing up. Barty, would you like to explain your progress? The man nodded stiffly and took Jenkins' place as she sat. Having discussed the matter with several senior Aurors and other heads of departments that it will affect, I have concluded that implementing an all-encompassing law that will grant the Aurors the authority to use lethal force in any scenario will require much work, and the rescinding of several other laws already in place, he began irritably. In truth, it would take months, maybe years to see it done. The Aurors simply cannot be granted these powers under our current laws, as decreed by several pieces of legislation, passed throughout the past few centuries. Many of the lords and ladies were displeased by the explanation, but many others were undoubtedly happy, though they hid it well. So, our Aurors are powerless to fight this threat? Lord Macmillan asked. Crouch nodded disappointedly. They are able to arrest and detain only, unless we go through the arduous process of changing several integral pieces of legislation. Surely we can put in place a law that bypasses the others. Crouch shook his head. To do so would contradict many of them, and any Auror that is found to have used lethal force could face prosecution. I have documented these laws with an in-depth explanation that will be available for all of you to read for yourselves. So, we are powerless against this threat, Charles chuckled humorlessly. We are expected to just let this keep happening. Crouch deflated as he nodded. For the time being. What about Evans? Does that mean he is unable to use lethal force if necessary? A ghost of a smirk tugged at Crouch's lips, almost as though he had hoped someone would ask the question. Baron Evans is not an Auror, the man answered simply, shooting Harry a knowing look. Those in the traditionalist section vocalized their displeasure. Then Evans' ability to do so should be rescinded under the same law that governs the Aurors, Lord Malfoy demanded. Why should he be allowed to kill indiscriminately? Indiscriminately, Crouch snorted when the protests ebbed away. Baron Evans does not have carte blanche to simply kill who he wishes, but if someone is proven to be a threat to Wizarding Britain, it is his responsibility to nullify that threat. If that results in the death of a perpetrator, his actions will be scrutinized by the Wisengamot as per the code that governs his position. I would urge you all to refresh your memories of that. Harry frowned thoughtfully as Crouch offered him a nod before taking his seat once more. The man had essentially explained that the Aurors were all but powerless to defeat Voldemort, but had also pointed out that Harry did not fall under the same laws. Crouch wanted Harry to know that, but also that the Aurors would be of little help when it mattered. With Voldemort's tactics, the Aurors would indeed be powerless other than their ability to apprehend the Death Eaters. For all intents and purposes, Harry was alone in this, but that meant little to him, not when he'd already been preparing for this eventuality. With little more than a nod to Charles, his mind was made up. It was time to ensure he had the necessary reinforcements. Tom and his followers may salivate at the castration of the Aurors, but their celebrations would be short-lived. Soon they would have other enemies to deal, veterans of war that were not Aurors, and who would not shy away from showing them the error of following Lord Voldemort. Break. The Dark Lord grinned as the news of what had transpired during the Wisengamot gathering was relayed to him, and leaned back in his chair smugly as he looked towards each of his followers. Despite the meeting having gone mostly in their favor, he could almost smell the apprehension permeating from several of them. "Why the fear?" he asked simply. "The Aurors are all but powerless against us, or is it another that has you so concerned?" "Evans is still able to kill us," Lestrange spoke up lowly. "You saw what he did during the match." "Something that will not happen again," Voldemort said firmly. "I do not know how he knew about your marks, but they will be adjusted accordingly." "He is still a threat," Not pointed out. "He is only one man," the Dark Lord snapped irritably. Not snorted. "Do you not remember the previous war?" he questioned. "Evans killed hundreds if not thousands of men, creatures, and even Grindelwald by himself. If you think that he is not a threat to us and to you, then you are delusional." Voldemort laughed. "No one is a threat to me, not," he assured the man. "Look into my eyes and hear my words. I cannot be killed by any man, not even Harry Evans." The Death Eaters muttered amongst themselves at the declaration, some looking at him in surprise at the conviction he spoke with. "Now, do we simply quit when the going gets tough? Or do we prove to all why it is the blood that flows through our veins that makes us superior to them?" The men and women continued to murmur, and the Dark Lord stood abruptly. "I have promised you all you could ever want. That the traditions this country was built on would be cemented in place. I have assured you that the growing mudblood influence will be curbed, and that we will no longer have to hide like fearful rabbits from the Muggles. Tell me if that is not worth fighting for, because if it is not, then quit. Return to your homes whilst your wealth, influence, and the names your forefathers fought so hard to establish are squandered by the changing world. My line is older than all of yours, and here I stand, willing to do what is necessary to keep our traditions alive. Are you willing to do the same?" Lestrange was the first to nod, followed by Malfoy as he too stood up to be counted. Soon, every person in the room were upright, reaffirming their loyalty to the cause, and the Dark Lord smiled once more. With the Aurors unable to fight against them, they needed to only concern themselves with Evans, and even he could not be everywhere at once. "Break. I cannot believe they've done this," Rosa despaired as she read the headline of the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. "They can't just cancel the entire season." Her mother rubbed her shoulder comfortingly. "As much as I don't like it, Quidditch matches are too risky to host," she pointed out. "Securing an entire stadium is almost impossible." Rosa nodded her understanding as she deflated. Quidditch was the only thing keeping her distracted from the shambles of her marriage, and without it, she already felt lost. "What will I do?" she asked. Her mother released a deep breath. "I don't know," she sighed. "You need to figure that out for yourself. You could always look into some coaching or speak with Albus. He'd be delighted for you to help out with the first-year flying lessons. You're welcome to help me, and I'm sure your father wouldn't mind." Rosa smiled at the thought. She remembered the brief stint of teaching her father had done whilst she had been at school. "Do you think he'd let me?" Her mother frowned at her as she pursed her lips, the same look of disapproval she gave a student that had crossed her path for the wrong reasons. "Is there something wrong with my lessons?" Rosa shook her head. "No," she denied, "but Dad's were everyone's favorite for a reason." Her mother tutted. "Your father always had a flair for the dramatics," she snorted amusedly. "For someone who spent so many years resisting Albus's attempts to have him there permanently, he certainly leaves quite the impression." Rosa nodded her agreement. Being taught by her parents had been odd, but she had adjusted to her mother quickly. Her father's arrival, however, had taken some time, and in truth, he had gone again before she had gotten used to his presence in the castle. She and her peers had missed him, particularly during their new year. "Well, now is your chance to ask him." Her mother's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Her tone was waspish, but the woman was only teasing her. "Really?" Rosa asked exasperatedly, as her mother quickly cleared the distance between herself and her father and pressed her lips against his. They had always been this way. Even after so many years of marriage, they never failed to look at each other as though they were lovesick puppies that had been apart for years. Rosa frowned at the thought and smiled to herself at the realization. They had been separated for years. Her parents knew what it was like to be away from one another, and because of that, they simply appreciated every moment they had. It was rather sweet. Disgusting, but sweet nonetheless. "I think our daughter has something she wishes to discuss with you," her mother said pointedly, before finally releasing the man from her hold. "Is that right?" her father asked as he joined Rosa at the table. "Are you going to finally let me pull Julian's bollocks off and—" "Harry," her mother said sharply, silencing her father. Rosa snorted as the man muttered irritably under his breath. "No, it's more important than that," she said as she slid the newspaper towards him. He frowned as he read the headline. "There's nothing I can do about this," he sighed. "It's not safe." "I know," Rosa said comfortingly, not doubting for a moment that he wouldn't if he could. "With the season canceled, I need something to keep me occupied. I can't just stay in the house all day, and Mum suggested that I become your assistant." "Why not your mother's?" her father asked with a knowing smirk. Rosa fought the urge to laugh as her mother visibly bristled and narrowed her eyes at the man behind his back. "Because I'm asking you." Her father nodded thoughtfully, and though there seemed to be a brief moment of doubt, he nodded. "I'd love to have you help me." "Really? You don't seem so sure." "I am," he assured her. "It will be nice to have you in the castle. I'll clear it with Albus." "Thank you," Rosa squealed, throwing her arms around his neck. Her father laughed and shot her a beaming smile, though his expression shifted immediately as he removed a galleon from within his pocket. "Harry?" Minerva questioned worriedly. "It's fine," her father said dismissively, kissing the woman on the cheek. "I'll be back soon." Rosa looked on confusedly as her father left the kitchen before turning towards her mother, who had paled. "I've not seen that coin for more than 25 years, she whispered in explanation. "What does a coin have to do with anything?" Rosa asked. Her mother swallowed deeply. "It means that your father really is going to war again." "Break." Reg did not hesitate for a moment to answer the call when his coin alerted him, and he readied himself whilst waiting for the inevitable guest that would be joining him and Nancy shortly. "What is it, Reg?" Nancy asked worriedly, noticing the shift in his demeanor. "Harry needs me," he answered simply as the fireplace flared to life, and Gilbert stepped out, an unusually grim expression marring his features. "Harry?" Reg nodded. "He said that he might the day he gave us these," he explained, showing the coin to his wife. "Derek," he greeted one of his oldest friends. "Come on, let's not keep him waiting," the other man urged. "Nancy," he said by way of farewell before muttering into the fireplace and vanishing. "Reg, what is happening?" Nancy asked as her husband was about to follow suit. "War," he replied simply before stepping into the flames. He arrived in the Potter basement a moment later, the room having been expanded to accommodate the 300 or 400 people that had come. Among them, Reg saw many familiar faces, no longer as youthful as they had been back in the days they had fought against Grindelwald, but they were here, their loyalty to Harry as strong now as it had ever been. They had not gathered this way since the ministry had presented each of them with the piece of tin that merely signified they had survived the war. Something that meant nothing to most, but the brotherhood they had formed was something each still carried. Reg took his place next to Charles and Arcturus with Gilbert on his left, as it had always been. "Does your wife know about this?" he asked the Potter Lord. Charles snorted as he shook his head. "No, she is visiting with Melania," he explained. "Quite the coincidence." Arcturus chuckled conspiratorially as he nodded, a smirk of amusement quirking the corner of his lips. The murmuring amongst the men died down as the fireplace flared into life once more, and Harry stepped out. He had always been amongst the youngest of those that had fought in the previous war, but he had somehow retained most of his youth. His hair was as thick and dark as ever, his eyes alight with the same intensity, and his skin still smooth, unburdened by the wrinkles that plagued most others in attendance. "How does he stay so young?" Gilbert grumbled enviously. The man had lost most of his hair many years prior, and even Reg's own was thinner than it had been. Harry paused as he took in the sight of his former comrades that had gathered before he stood where was most familiar to them, in front of the Potter and Black Lords. "Gentlemen," he greeted the room fondly. "Commander," the men chorused in response, and Harry shook his head irritably. "It's been almost 3 decades, he sighed. "Aye, and you're still a bastard," one of the men called, eliciting a bout of laughter from the rest. Harry raised an eyebrow in his direction. "I would have you running laps, but that just might finish you off, you old shit." "Aye, it just might," the man agreed. "The old knees aren't what they used to be. Why are we here, Commander?" Harry released a deep breath as his gaze swept over them. "Voldemort." The men began muttering amongst themselves once more, and Reg was treated to a string of expletives he had not heard in many years. "So, we're coming together for one last crack then?" one of the men questioned. Harry nodded. "If you're up for it," he replied. "This isn't like before. The threat we face is here on our doorsteps. The Ministry won't do anything, so someone has to." "That would be us then," Gilbert sighed dramatically. "Like I said," Harry called loudly, "we're not fighting for the ICW. None of you have to be here." "Bollocks," was the stern reply he received. "We go where you go, Commander. If you say this bastard is a threat, then he's a threat, but like you said, this isn't like before. How do we know who the enemy is?" "If they're wearing a white mask like at the Quidditch match, they're your enemy," Charles answered. The men nodded. "What about our families?" one asked concernedly. "If they know we are fighting them, won't they target our homes?" "Probably," Harry agreed, "but why do they have to know who we are?" Arcturus was the first to understand, laughing heartily as he nodded. "We use their own tactics against them," he declared. "If they want to hide who they are, then we do the same. Let's see how they like it." "Exactly," Harry confirmed, sliding his wand into his hand and drawing it across his face. His head was shrouded with a white hood, and his features hidden behind a black mask, with the symbol he had conjured whenever he had attacked under the guise of the serpent in a glowing white in the middle of the forehead. It made for quite the sinister image, and Reg nodded his approval. "If the Aurors can't do anything about it, then we will," Harry declared. "There's still some fight in us yet." The men cheered their approval as they too donned the mask, and in only a matter of moments, the room full of veterans were once more a functioning fighting unit. If Voldemort believed he had obtained a victory of sorts from the inability of the Ministry to act against him, he was sorely mistaken. What he faced now would be much worse than any Auror force. A group of men who had lived and breathed war and violence who were willing to do so again for the man that had led them to victory once before. Chapter 104. Familiar faces, Arcturus straightened the collar of his robes before checking his reflection in the mirror. He hated wearing formal robes away from the Wisengamot, but with Walburga's bright idea of hosting a family dinner, he needed to dress the part. "What the hell does the woman want anyway?" he grumbled as Melania entered the room, as immaculately dressed and beautiful as the day he'd married her. "I don't know," the Lady Black sighed. "Maybe she is pregnant." Arcturus snorted derisively. "You can't impregnate a frozen oversea." "Arcturus," Melania cut him off sharply. "You've been spending time in the basement with Charles again, haven't you? Your language is always atrocious when you have been around them." Arcturus smirked to himself. "They're not the reason I curse so much," he denied. "It's the damned half-wits I have to deal with, like Walburga." Melania rolled her eyes, but threaded her arm through his, nonetheless. "Will you try to be on your best behavior?" Arcturus hummed. "It'd hard with her," he grumbled irritably. "She's all but got Orion's balls in her purse. Merlin knows what she's got that has made him such a spineless shit." "Arcturus," Melania warned. "Fine, I'll try my best," he placated. Melania offered him a smile, and the two of them passed through the fireplace, one after the other, arriving in the study of Grimald Place where they were greeted by Creature. Arcturus despised the elf. It was too loyal to Walburga for his liking. Lord Black, the elf greeted him with a bow so low that his nose almost touched the floor. "Hello, Creature," Melania replied politely as Arcturus flared his nostrils. "Are you here to escort us to the kitchen?" The elf nodded. "Creature will be taking you now, mistress." Arcturus followed with Melania's arm once more looped within his own, and he took in the sight of most of his family as they were shown in. Walburga, Orion, and Regulus were here, as were Cygnus and Drula. The other children were at school, and Cassie was still not with them. The less he thought about his older sister, the less frequent he suffered headaches. "Lord Black," Walburga greeted him a little too enthusiastically for his liking, but Arcturus adhered to protocol when invited into another home and gently kissed the back of his daughter-in-law's cold knuckles. Melania followed suit, and the two women exchanged a kiss on each cheek. "Father," Orion broke in cordially, taking Arcturus's hand and shaking it. The gesture was weak, his grip loose and wrist limp, much like he had become over the years since he'd married Walburga. "Orion," Arcturus replied with a nod, taking his seat at the head of the table. "The first course will be served shortly," Walburga announced as she placed a napkin on her lap. "I know you do not like being made to wait long," she added to Arcturus, who frowned questioningly at the woman. She was up to something, which meant that Arcturus's already poor mood was unlikely to improve by the end of the meal. He listened to the passing small talk as each dug into their meal, watching the demeanor of his youngest grandson. Regulus had always been quiet, but without Sirius here, he seemed to have gone in his shell even more. Walburga had been beside herself when she'd learned of her eldest son being placed in the House of Lions. She'd even had the audacity to write to Dumbledore to demand he be placed in Slytherin, ignoring the sorting entirely. Arcturus had been most displeased by her actions and attitude. Two of the best men he knew had been Gryffindors, and he had no doubt Sirius would be fine. He had the makings to be a fine lord, bluntness, charisma, and by all accounts, was already showing promise of being a gifted wizard. He was so unlike Orion, who had never really stood out for much. He was talented enough with the family magic, and more than competent with potions, but that was all. Perhaps Arcturus should consider bypassing Orion as his heir, and giving the title to Sirius when he'd passed on. The thought of Walburga's fury brought a smile to his lips. "Finally, a smile," Melania teased. "What has tickled you, Arcturus?" "I'm simply enjoying a meal with my family," Arcturus lied, raising a toast with his wine glass. Melania didn't believe him for a moment. No other seemed to detect the slightest hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Family is what is important," Walburga declared. "It is nice for us all to be together. Cygnus, how are the negotiations between yourself and Lord Lestrange going? Are you close to signing a contract for Bella and Rudolphus to marry?" Arcturus's gaze snapped towards his youngest son, who shook his head. "Bella will not be marrying him," he replied with a shrug. "I must say it is for the best." Arcturus couldn't agree more, but Walburga evidently begged to differ. "Why ever not?" she gasped in disbelief. "It was I that suggested the match to him." "Then you shouldn't have," Arcturus interjected firmly. "It is not your place." "It is an excellent match," Walburga defended. "No, it isn't," Cygnus disagreed before Arcturus could speak. "Bella would be miserable." "The girl should do as she's told," Walburga said haughtily. Cygnus chuckled. "Bella would not marry him even if I wanted her to. She has no interest in Lestrange, and Harry shot the idea down immediately. He was very quick to remind me of my promise to him. Bella will not be forced to marry anyone." "Evans, what does he have to do with it?" "He is Bella's godfather," Drula pointed out. "He only agreed to be so long as he was given final approval on who Bella marries. He will never agree to anyone Bella does not choose for herself." Cygnus nodded as he smiled. He will have her married off to one of his mudblood sprogs, Walburga seethed. Arcturus could not believe what he had just heard, and neither could any other seated at the table. They fell silent immediately, both Cygnus and Drula offended by the comment and Arcturus steaming in rage. "You will not use that slur against him or any member of his family," he snapped. "Never again, do you understand?" Walburga frowned, but nodded grumpily. "Fine." Arcturus eyed the woman for a moment before looking away. The sight of Walburga made him sick, and for her to insult Harry in such a way infuriated the Lord Black beyond measure. Melania rubbed his arm comfortingly, and he deflated slightly. Walburga had best hold her tongue, or she would get a reaction she would wish she had never provoked. Once more, they fell silent whilst the main course was served, though Walburga seemed to remain in good spirits despite being chastised quite harshly. She wanted something. Arcturus knew the woman well enough to know how petty and petulant she was, and if there was no reason to force it, her veil of politeness would no longer be in place. "Have you heard from Sirius?" Arcturus asked Orion, amused by the scowl that marred Walburga's features at the mention of the boy. "I received a letter from him yesterday," Orion explained with a fond smile. "He is doing well and enjoying his time at Hogwarts." Walburga muttered something incoherently under her breath. "If you have something to say, then say it," Arcturus sighed irritably. "The boy is a disgrace," Walburga growled. "A Gryffindor of all things. He has always been defiant, churlish, and lacking what it takes to be a Black." "Is that so?" Arcturus questioned interestedly as he leaned back in his chair. "Well, I believe he will make a fine lord when his time comes. The boy has an unwavering character and spirit that will serve him well." Cygnus and Orion both nodded their agreement whilst Walburga began to seethe. Melania pinched her husband, realizing he was simply trying to get a rise out of the women. One of the few joys Arcturus had when coming here was irritating the woman, but although she was becoming flustered, her false smile remained in place. "What is the occasion?" Arcturus huffed, having grown tired of the false pleasantry. "Why did you ask us here?" Walburga seemed to be offended by the question, but Arcturus nor any other were falling for it, something she became aware of quickly. Her expression shifted to one more familiar to the Lord Black, one of deviousness. "I wish to discuss the family position in supporting Lord Voldemort," she declared, as Creature served a sponge pudding for dessert. "I have it on good authority that the other prominent families are allying themselves with him." "We will be doing no such thing," Arcturus said firmly. "I will say this once and once only. If I even get a whiff of defiance or treachery from any of you, I will personally ensure that the rest of your days are spent as miserable as I can possibly make them." None spoke for a moment, as Arcturus glared at each of them in turn. "So, we are to do nothing and allow the filth of society to usurp our positions?" Walburga asked in disbelief. "Usurp?" Arcturus chuckled humorlessly. "Who has tried to usurp us in any way?" "The mudbloods," Walburga hissed. "Can you not see it? They are becoming more influential. Soon they will demand equal representation on the Wisengamot." "What a load of bollocks," Arcturus snorted. "Our traditions are very much alive. This riddle is merely playing on the insecurity of idiots like you and the rest that are buying into his crap. Are you such a moron that you can't see that?" "Is that what Evans told you? He is only a half-blood." "Crucio." Arcturus's wand snapped upwards before any could intervene, and Walburga fell from her seat, writhing in agony under the effects of the curse. Arcturus let up after only a few seconds, but it was enough for the woman to get the message. "I told you that you will not disparage Harry anymore," he growled warningly. "In case you have forgotten, Riddle is a half-blood too. The difference is that Harry has fought for this country, and were it not for him, you may be sitting here under Grindelwald's regime. You will curb your tongue, Walburga, and there will be no more mention of supporting Riddle." Walburga trembled as she took her seat once more, her skin pale and clammy as she looked towards Arcturus. "I have been very patient with you over the years, and watched whilst you have turned my heir into a simpering fool who caters to your whims." Arcturus, Melania said warningly. No, it needs to be said, Arcturus replied. You have no say and no power in this family, Walburga, and that will never change. Regardless of whether Orion ever succeeds me or not, I will ensure that you will have no say in anything relating to family matters. Walburga merely glared, and Arcturus returned it. Perhaps he truly would need to consider nomming Sirius as his heir. Orion didn't even have enough of a spine to speak up for himself, or against his wife. I've had enough of this for one evening, he declared irritably as he stood, followed by Melania, who was looking at him worriedly. Do not forget my warning, Arcturus reiterated. I will be less kind than you can imagine should I need to be. With that, he swept from the room, regretting the lenience he had shown towards Orion when he'd asked to marry Walburga. For Arcturus, it had been the easy decision at the time. It meant that he had avoided negotiations with other lords, but his daughter-in-law had been nothing but a hindrance since she had arrived. It's okay, Arcturus, Melania comforted when they arrived in their own home. I think she got the message. She had better, Arcturus sighed tiredly. I will not tolerate her stupidity. Especially since you are planning to fight against him, Melania replied sadly. I'm no fool, Arcturus, I know you better than anyone. Harry will fight him and you will follow. You're loyal to him and I can't blame you for that. He earned my loyalty, Arcturus replied gruffly. Melania nodded, offering him a smile. You're a good man, she chuckled, despite wanting everyone to think you're unbearably mean. I am, Arcturus said defiantly. Melania placed a kiss on his cheek. You keep telling yourself that. With that, she was gone, and Arcturus frowned to himself. Melania truly knew him too well, a thought that brought a smirk to his lips. There was keeping nothing from the woman, not that he wished to. Harry had indeed earned his loyalty, something the man had in common with his wife, even if it was slightly infuriating that she could read him like an open book. He was supposed to be the Lord Black, a figure of mystery and unpredictably, but evidently not to Melania. Damned woman, Arcturus grumbled amusedly. Breakfast in Great Hall was never the most interesting affair. Most of the students were still half asleep as they prepared themselves for the day ahead. Even the usually rambunctious first-year boys were more subdued, something Lily was grateful for. Charms first, Sirius yawned, as he took a seat on the opposite side of the table with a tousled James and Peter. Where's Remus? Marlene questioned. Hospital wing, James murmured. He said his stomach is playing up and wanted to get a tonic. He's been feeling off for the past few days. He hasn't looked well, Lily commented as she helped herself to some toast. That's just Remus, Sirius replied with a shrug. He's always been sickly, apparently. What's Dumbledore doing? He asked, a curious frown creasing his brow. The headmaster had stood to address the students, something he rarely did unless he needed to announce something. I will not take up much of your time, he assured the students, but I am pleased to inform that we will be joined by a special guest for the remainder of the year who, in light of the cancellation of the Quidditch season, has agreed to assist with both the flying lessons for the first years and assisting Professor Evans in his duties. Please join me in welcoming Rosa Evans, the current seeker for the Holyhead Harpies. Evans, Lily questioned as a red-headed woman entered with their defense professor. Her mouth fell agape as she took in the appearance of the new arrival. Harry's daughter, Sirius explained. Bloody hell, you look like her, he observed. James nodded as he looked between the two confusedly. Lily, too, had noticed the uncanny resemblance she shared with the woman. They had the same shade of red hair, and even their complexion was eerily similar. It was like taking a glimpse into the future of what she would look like in a couple of decades. His daughter, she whispered, her eyes widening as her gaze was met by the woman's. They simply stared for several seconds, seemingly sharing the same shock as they looked upon one another. Yeah, James answered, breaking into Lily's thoughts. Hard to think she came from the two professors, isn't it? He chuckled. Lily nodded and swallowed deeply. She couldn't deny that she looked just like the woman, who didn't seem to look much like either of her parents. Had she been adopted? The thought only elicited a less pleasant one concerning herself. Had Lily been adopted? She looked nothing like Petunia, and only resembled her own mother slightly, but none in her family had red hair, nor the unusual green eyes. Most of her family were brunettes with either blue or brown eyes. Lily shook her head of her maudlin thoughts. No, there must be an explanation, though the shared name and the undeniable similarities in their appearances only raised more questions. "Come on, we'll be late if we don't leave now," Marlene declared, nudging Lily with her elbow. The redhead stood, her eyes shifting to the staff table a final time where Rosa Evans was seated, the woman's gaze shifting to her before she looked confusedly towards her parents, who had seemingly noticed the exchange. Something wasn't quite right, and though Lily couldn't comprehend what was happening, she couldn't dismiss the thoughts she'd had. Either something was indeed amiss, or she was being paranoid for no reason, though she couldn't help but think the latter was more likely. Break. It was odd being back at Hogwarts. Rosa had not followed in the footsteps of her parents and returned to the castle in any capacity since she had graduated, but the castle never seemingly changed. The classrooms were as she remembered, and even many members of staff remained, but it was strange being here on the other side of things. She remembered her time here fondly, having breakfast with her friends in the Great Hall, visiting Hogsmeade on the weekends they were permitted to, and spending her evenings either in the common room or on the Quidditch pitch. "That will be all for today," her father announced, dismissing the fourth-year class of Slytherin and Gryffindor students. "Tomorrow, we will begin working on spell identification during combat situations. Knowing what is coming at you is key in knowing what defense to use." The students left, and her father busied himself preparing for his next class by removing jars of spiders from a bag and lacing them on each of the desks. Smirking to himself, he conjured covers for them. "You'll frighten most of them," Rosa sighed. Her father nodded. "Fear is something you must be accustomed to when dealing with all enemies," he pointed out. "You must be able to act with clarity even at your most distressed. Were you ever scared during a fight?" Her father frowned at the question. "Not of dying," he murmured, "but of losing those I cared for." Before Rosa could press him further, they were interrupted by the arrival of a class of hyperactive first years, hailing from the same houses of the previous one. "All right, take your seats," her father instructed firmly. The students fell silent immediately, and did so, even James Potter, who was almost impossible to shut up. It was then that Rosa spotted the curious red-headed girl seated in front of him and was once more taken aback by her appearance. She had noticed her during breakfast, and evidently, the girl had also noticed their similar appearance. It was eerie how much the girl resembled Rosa, even in the mannerism of tucking her hair behind her ear the same way when it fell out of place. "Today, we will be learning how to tackle a particularly nasty creature. I must urge you to not attempt to remove them from the jars. A bite from one of these is most unpleasant and can result in death if not treated in a timely manner," her father warned, removing the covers with a dramatic wave of his wand. Many of the students screamed and jumped out of their seats at the sight of the spiders, and Rosa rolled her eyes at the spark of amusement she saw in her father's eyes. "These are newly hatched acromantula," he explained. "Newly hatched?" a boy questioned, paling further as he eyed the arachnid in front of him. "How big do they get?" Her father nodded. "I have seen one that would have no issue in eating a grown man in one sitting," he replied thoughtfully, an edge of fondness to his tone. "Do not worry, Mr. Pettigrew. One of these here could barely finish a finger." The boy whimpered in response. "Now, there is a simple spell to deal with these creatures, so long as you are only facing one. Acromantula do tend to live in large colonies numbering in the hundreds." "Hundreds?" the red-headed girl asked. Her father nodded. "We have quite a large colony of them in the forest," he explained. "If that doesn't keep you out of there, then nothing will. However, the spell we will learn today can be used to fend one or two off. The incantation is Arania Exumi, There is no specific wand movement, and if cast correctly, it will blast the spider away from you. What if you end up facing hundreds of them? Sirius Black questioned. Then I would hope you have your affairs in order, her father replied. I would not recommend finding yourself in such an unfavorable position, but if you did, then you could always conjure a giant bath. Spiders are notoriously bad at getting out of them. Rosa snorted to herself. Sirius was deluded if he thought her father was going to help him with whatever scheme he and his friends were cooking up that involved the forbidden forest. You know what to do, her father called. Miss Evans and I will be coming round to assist you. Not you, Lily, the other Miss Evans, he corrected when the young redhead looked at him confusedly. Rosa's eyes snapped towards the girl once more. Evans. Their similar appearance could be put down to mere coincidence, but a shared surname too. She looked between the girl and her father, whilst the students got to work. Had he had an affair little more than a decade ago? Rosa shook her head of the thought immediately. Her father was devoted to her mother and would never have done such a thing, nor would he be foolish enough to give the girl his name. Still, it was odd, and Rosa's curiosity had been piqued. For better or for worse, she approached where the girl was seated with her friend. She clearly needed no help with her casting, but Rosa wished to speak with her, nonetheless. Lily froze as she did so, staring at her with a mixture of fear and the same curiosity Rosa felt. You must be Lily, Rosa greeted her warmly. The girl nodded dumbly until her friend elbowed her in the side. Hello, Lily replied. That's bloody creepy, James Potter commented, looking at the two. Rosa ignored the boy and crouched down so she was at eye level with the girl. It was like looking at herself, and had she not been certain she'd never had a child, she would be convinced Lily Evans was either her daughter or herself born again. How are you finding your time at Hogwarts? She asked. It's different from what I was expecting, Lily replied. Severus said it would be, but I thought magic would be pulling rabbits out of hats and things like that. Pulling rabbits out of hats, Rosa chuckled. Lily blushed, and Rosa noticed the pale, dark-haired boy in the Slytherin robes gawping at the two of them from across the room. You're a Muggle-born, she realized. Lily nodded. I didn't know about magic until Severus told me I was a witch. I just thought I was different. You are different from Muggles, Rosa pointed out. Do you not have any other witches or wizards in your family? Lily shook her head. I'm the only one. Not even Petunia, my sister, can do magic. Lily and Petunia, named for flowers just as Rosa and her own sisters were. Well, it was very nice to meet you, Rosa offered sincerely. If you ever have any questions, then feel free to find me. I'll either be here or on the Quidditch pitch. Are you good at flying? James and Sirius both laughed at the question. She plays for England, the latter explained. She's one of the best. Thank you, Sirius, Rosa replied. Do you like flying? I'm not very good, Lily answered irritably. Well, with me teaching you, you will be more than competent, Rosa promised. Some of us had the advantage of learning before we could even walk, she added pointedly towards James and Sirius, who were seemingly going to comment. With a nod, Rosa moved on to the Slytherin students, though her thoughts remained on her doppelganger for the rest of the lesson. When the students were eventually dismissed, she approached her father, who had undoubtedly noticed the attention she had paid to Lily. Flicking her wand towards the door to ensure their privacy, she looked questioningly at the man. Is there anything you wish to tell me about her? Rosa asked bluntly. Is she your daughter? Her father deflated as he shook his head firmly. Lily is not my daughter, he assured her. So, everything I have noticed about her is a coincidence. Her father released a deep breath, an uncharacteristic look of longing and even sadness marring his features. This was why I was a little reluctant for you to be here, he sighed. Because of Lily. Her father nodded. Join me and your mother for dinner tonight, and I will tell you what you need to know, he promised. Rosa immediately felt a sense of dread setting in, but the unmistakable sadness surrounding her father prevented her from pressing the issue. Instead, she pulled the man into a hug, confident that, although she was unlikely to be pleased what she heard, that he would not keep the truth from her. Whatever the evidently heartbreaking truth was. "Break. Come on, Lils, we'll be late for potions," Marlene urged. "I'll catch up," Lily replied dismissively, her gaze fixated on the closed door of the defense against the dark arts classroom. There was more to Rosa Evans than merely a shared name and appearance, and Lily could not ignore it. Could not get on with her day until she had confronted the woman. She waited for several minutes for the door to open, and when it did, the woman in question exited. Startling at the sight of the girl, Rosa Evans clutched her chest. "Lily, you scared the life out of me," she gasped. "Shouldn't you be in your next lesson?" Lily nodded, again finding herself lost for words in the woman's company. "Are you my mother?" she blurted, chastising herself for her outburst. Rosa shook her head, though her gaze shifted briefly to the door awkwardly. "No, I have never had a child," she answered. Lily believed her, and was somewhat disappointed by the denial. "Why do you ask?" Rosa responded. Lily shrugged as she looked at the ground. "Because I'm not anything like the rest of my family, and we look alike," she murmured. "I don't look like any of them." "I don't look like any of mine," Rosa replied. "You've seen my parents. None of them have red hair, but I got my father's eyes. When my brother and sisters were born, I felt like I didn't belong with them. They all have dark hair. I thought my parents had adopted me." "Did they?" "No," Rosa chuckled. "They are my parents, as I'm sure yours are. We just look different to the rest of our family." Lily nodded her understanding, though she only felt a little better after speaking to the woman. "Come on, would you like me to walk you to your next lesson?" Rosa asked, offering her hand. "I'll explain that you were helping me with something." "Thank you," Lily said appreciatively as she accepted the woman's hand. "I really did think you were my mother," she added, feeling quite foolish. "Well, if we were to step out in public together, I'm sure most people would assume that too," Rosa replied. "Is it so bad that you look like me?" Lily shook her head. "You're beautiful," Lily commented. "And so are you," Rosa replied, eliciting a smile from the girl. "Break. Bloody hell, what do I tell her?" Harry huffed from behind his desk. Rosa had left when classes had finished for the day, and Harry tried to lose himself in some marking, but to no avail. Minerva offered him a sympathetic look. "I should have thought of this before suggesting she came here," she said apologetically. Harry offered her a tried smile. "You were only trying to help," he soothed. "I suppose the only thing for it is to tell her the truth and hope she understands." "That's if she believes you," Minerva replied. "True," Harry snorted. "Something was bound to come out eventually, wasn't it?" Minerva nodded. "I did think you would have told Charles by now." "I wanted to," Harry admitted, "but the more time that passed, the harder it became." "Well, I don't think you can avoid it with Rosa. She's not stupid and knows something isn't right." Harry released a deep breath as he dragged a hand through his hair. "I have to tell her," he decided. "I'd rather she knew the truth than think I'm Lily's father." Minerva rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. "We will tell her together," she declared. Harry nodded and began packing his things away, preparing himself to speak the secret he had kept for almost 4 decades now. What if she didn't understand? What if she felt like he was nothing but a liar? He shook his head of those thoughts as he threw a handful of flue powder into the fireplace and stepped through into his own home. Rosa was sitting in the living room, evidently waiting for him to return, and stood immediately, looking at him in expectation. Her expression didn't shift even when Minerva arrived, and much to Harry's relief, the woman took charge of the situation. "Sit down, Rosa," she instructed gently. Their daughter frowned as she did so. An awkward silence fell for a few moments before Rosa broke it. "She thinks that she is my daughter and that I gave her up for adoption," she said sadly. "Who is this girl?" Harry looked towards Minerva, and his wife took his hand before squeezing it encouragingly. Lily Evans is my mother." His words were met with silence, and Harry feared the reaction he would be met with. But as it stretched on, he forced himself to look at his daughter, whose expression was one of confusion and disbelief. "Your mother," she choked when she realized that Harry was not jesting. Harry nodded as he swallowed deeply. "When I was 15, I somehow managed to travel back in time by 60 years when I did something very stupid and desperate. One moment, it was 1995, my godfather had just been murdered and I was broken. The next, it was 1935, where almost everyone I had ever known hadn't even been born." "Shit," Rosa cursed, not having expected this explanation. "Is this true?" she asked Minerva. The woman nodded. "It is," she confirmed quietly. "The only people who know are me and Albus now. Nicholas and Perenelle knew, as did Armando Dippet." "That's why she looks like me," Rosa murmured. "I take after my grandmother." "You look just like her," Harry commented. Rosa merely nodded as she fell silent, taking in what she had learned. "You arrived at Hogwarts at the beginning of your 6th year," she mused aloud. "Rosalina told me she didn't know anything about your life before then, other than that your parents were." She looked up at Harry wide-eyed, in realization. "Murdered," he finished for her. "Voldemort killed them. My mother died pleading for my life, but he killed her anyway before he tried to do the same to me." Rosa searched his features, a tear trickling down her cheek as she stood. "You've never told anyone this." Harry shook his head. "I lost everything when I was brought here at first, but gained everything after. My life was nothing but one miserable experience after the other, and the only things I miss about it are my friends." "Oh, Dad, that must have been awful for you." "It was," Harry agreed, "but your mother got me through it. I couldn't use my father's name because it would have drawn too much attention to me, so I chose my mother's, not really thinking it through, and honestly expecting to be killed before it mattered." "You really thought that?" Minerva asked emotionally. "I did. With how my life was and what I knew was coming, I didn't expect to live this long. When I realized Albus would do nothing against Grindelwald, I expected I would die during the war, and with everything else, I didn't consider I'd have much of a life. But then you came along," he added, his gaze shifting to Rosa. "Me?" the woman asked disbelievingly. Harry laughed as he nodded. "Your mother and I were dense when we were younger." "You mean you were dense?" Minerva interjected. "Fine, I was dense and didn't realize that I had something worth fighting for all along," Harry explained as he took Minerva's hand. "But it was when I learned that I would be a father that everything fell into place. I knew I had to live for you. I would not have any child of mine being raised without a father, and I wouldn't leave your mother." "So, you did whatever was necessary to make sure you won." Harry nodded. "I did, and I'd do it again for all of you," he declared. "Even before the war was over, I somehow gained the fame, and it was too late to change who I was." Rosa nodded her understanding and began pondering what she had been told. "If Lily Evans was your mother, then who was your father?" "James Potter." Rosa appeared to be shocked by the revelation. "A name that was too recognizable to use." "Harry James Potter. That was the name my parents gave me." Rosa looked up at him once more, before wrapping her arms gently around him. "I won't even pretend to understand everything you've been through and how you coped with it, but I'm proud of you, Dad. It will take some getting used to, but being your daughter has never been the easiest thing." "I'm aware of that," Harry chuckled, and Rosa placed a kiss on his cheek. "I'm sorry, Dad, for everything you went through and for doubting you. I shouldn't have done that, not when you have never given me a reason to." Harry shook his head as he chuckled. "You have nothing to apologize for," he assured her, merely pleased that the conversation had not gone as badly as it could have. Though as he felt the galleon in his pocket become suddenly warm, he knew the rest of the night would not pass so smoothly. "What is it?" Minerva asked worriedly as he removed the coin. "Bristol," Harry read aloud as he drew his wand. "Dad," Rosa asked worriedly. "I'll be back," Harry assured them as he activated the additional security measures he'd placed around the house. "Get the others on the flue and bring them home," he instructed before disappearing in a column of fire. Break. It was nice to be away from Diagon Alley when on shift. It meant that the Aurors were able to divest themselves of the red robes they wore on a daily basis in favor of civilian, usually Muggle clothing. Also, their time out of the wizarding world was usually quiet, and they were only called to return if their assistance was required. It made a welcome break, particularly with the current mood of Britain. "This is boring," Danes, the Auror Jack had been paired with for the past month or so, complained. "Boring is good," Jack pointed out. "It means that we aren't in danger." Danes scowled as he kicked at a stone. "It's too quiet for my liking," he grumbled. Jack shook his head irritably. "Why did you have to say it?" "Say what?" "The Q word. Whenever anyone uses it, something always happens. I'm telling you, Danes, if something does happen, it's on you." "I hope it does," the man replied belligerently. "It beats walking around a shithole like Bradford." Jack snorted. He didn't like Danes, but he wasn't wrong in his observation of the city they found themselves in. The streets were lined with filth, almost as though the people lacked pride in their home. Maybe it was just a Muggle thing. "Great, now you've done it," Jack sighed as he felt his Auror card begin to vibrate in his pocket. "Come on, Bristol," he informed his partner before vanishing silently. Immediately, his nose filled with the smell of burning, and screams could be heard in the distance. "Bloody hell, what is happening?" he murmured, flicking the elder wand into his hand and running towards the disturbance. Danes caught him up a moment later, but Jack was too focused on squinting through the smoke where he could see several figures running. "This is more like it," Danes declared as he rushed into the fray before Jack could stop him. There was no telling how many foes they faced, nor how many other Aurors had arrived. "Fucking idiot," Jack cursed as he followed, keeping his wits about him. The screams continued, but it was the sound of laughter that caught his attention, and as he rounded the next corner, he found the source. The first thing he noticed was the unmoving, broken form of his partner sprawled across the pavement, and 4 cloaked figures looming over him, their bone-white masks visible even in the darkness. "Well, it looks as though we have another one of Death Eater said gleefully. Jack struck immediately, remembering the training his father had instilled within him. Strike hard and strike fast, kill and ask questions later. His blasting curse blew a large crater in the ground between himself and the approaching men, launching concrete and dirt in their direction. Not waiting for a rebuttal, Jack hissed loudly, and a bolt of blue light careened from his wand. A blood-curdling screech followed, meaning that his spell had found a target. However, 2 others came his way, and he was forced to shield, but Jack knew better than to rest behind it. With a wave of his wand, he dispelled it and sent a trio of knives into the smoke. His effort was met with nothing but the sound of crackling flames as the fires continued to burn around him, but even the screams had stopped. Coughing, he cleared the smoke with his wand, and his jaw tightened at the sight that greeted him. Only a few feet away was the body of the man he had killed, and a little further back was Dane's, but it wasn't the corpses that caught his attention. Jack was surrounded by people in black robes, each adorned with a white mask. Their wands were pointed at him, and Jack could only chuckle at his own foolishness. Never go into a situation blind. If you can't see your surroundings, wait until you can. That had been another of the lessons his father had drilled into him, and though Jack wanted to kick himself, he needed to focus. He was under no illusion that he could defeat the 3 or 4 dozen people he faced, but he was his father's son through and through. He would fight until the life was ripped from him. "Come on then, you bastards," he roared, his eyes widening as a plethora of spells were sent his way. Jack threw himself to the ground to avoid the impact, only to be blinded by a sudden roar of golden flames surrounding him. When he opened his eyes, he could only look on in disbelief at the arrival of other cloaked figures, these ones garbed in white robes and wearing black masks. There were hundreds of them, spilling from every alleyway and avenue to attack the Death Eaters, who immediately began to flee. Jack stood rooted to the spot, as those in black robes were rooted in a violent scuffle, though most managed to escape the sudden, unexpected assault. Still, those that had saved him had managed to capture 6 of them, and that was when Jack caught a glimpse of the symbol that adorned the mask. "The serpent," he whispered. That was his father's mark, the one he had used against Grindelwald. Had the man created his own army? Jack couldn't be certain, but he had no doubt that his father was here, and it had been him that had saved him. "Dad," he called. None of the cloaked figures responded as they set to work repairing the damage done by the Death Eaters, but Jack could feel his father's magic in the air, something that was only punctuated when the dark mark that had been hanging above them was destroyed, and the mark of the serpent replaced it. Those dressed in white cheered enthusiastically, and Jack found himself joining in. The Aurors had been all but castrated in the fight against Voldemort, but there was nothing preventing an anonymous group of wizards from taking action. "You forgot your lessons," a voice spoke behind him. Jack turned to find himself face to face with one of the figures, the bright green eyes beneath the mask leaving him in no doubt as to who it was. "I'm sorry, Dad," Jack replied sincerely. "Don't be sorry, son," his father sighed. "Do better next time. I do not want that to be you." He was pointing at what remained of Danes, and Jack nodded. "I will be," he promised. "Good," his father replied as he pulled him into a hug. "I don't know what I would do if I lost you." "I'm a grown man, Dad," Jack chuckled. "I can handle myself." "I know," his father murmured. "But that doesn't mean I won't always protect you when I can. You're still my boy, and that will never change." The words filled him with warmth, and as ever, Jack felt lucky to have a father like Harry Evans. It hadn't always been easy, but he wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 105. Closing the net, the smoldering remains of the morning edition of the Daily Prophet had been cast aside in Lord Voldemort's rage, the headlines only corroborating what his Death Eaters had reported to him the previous evening. Men in white cloaks and black masks, not dissimilar to the garb of his own followers, had disrupted their attack in large numbers. The most concerning part of all of it, however, wasn't the numbers, but the symbol they had aligned under. The serpent. The Dark Lord had spent most of his school years seeing that symbol, hearing of the bravery and brilliance of the serpent who had turned out to be none other than Harry Evans, the man who had stolen his family magic, who had attempted to kill the boy Voldemort had been. Evans was behind this group, but what angered the Dark Lord most was that he was undoubtedly being mocked. The robes, the symbol, all of it. "They hide like cowards," Voldemort snorted. "They dare not show their faces because they know that we will come for them." "Don't we hide our face for the same reason, my lord?" Goyle questioned. For an unusually dim-witted man, the question was rather apt, but the Dark Lord shook his head as he smiled. "No, we hide who we are to instill fear," he explained, the same way he would to a child. "We conceal our identities so none know who their enemies might be. Imagine not knowing if your own neighbor, your brother, or even your father counts themselves among us." The assembled Death Eaters nodded. "What about Crabbe?" Abraxas Malfoy inquired. Voldemort hummed. "What would you suggest?" he asked the cunning man. "We could attempt to have him released," Abraxas mused aloud. "Perhaps we can ensure on a healer assessment. I could arrange for him to be quite out of his mind before his trial." Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. "Will it work?" "Indeed, my lord," Malfoy replied with a bow. "If his sanity is brought into question, any testimony he gives will be dismissed." "Then I will leave it up to your discretion, Abraxas," Voldemort decided as he took a seat, sweeping the ash that had been the newspaper to the ground. "I would see Amicus in a similar state." Abraxas nodded. "How is recruitment going?" Voldemort pressed. "Going well, my lord," Walden McNair answered quietly. "In the past month, we have added another 200 men and women to the cause. They are ready and waiting for you to call upon them." "Then I shall do so. We will need them," Voldemort returned. "Is something bothering you, Walden?" McNair released a deep breath. "Evans," he sighed. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at the man. "Not Harry, but Jack, his son." "What about him?" Walden looked towards Rosier and Avery before speaking once more. "Jack is our friend, my lord," he answered. "He was at Hogwarts with us, a Slytherin." "Who has chosen to fight against us?" the Dark Lord snapped. "Our friends are the ones who stand with us, Walden, not those that oppose us." Walden nodded reluctantly. "Of course, my lord," he said with a bow. "Now, I would urge you all to be careful. With Evans and his group active, we must tread carefully." "We are going to lay low?" Avery asked almost hopefully. Voldemort shook his head. "No, we will become more active, but in smaller groups," he explained. "We will strike and retreat before Evans and his companions can react. Wizarding Britain will soon see that any resistance is futile and more will fall behind us." The Death Eaters murmured amongst themselves, nodding approvingly. "Rest, my friends," the Dark Lord urged. "Our work is only just beginning. Soon they will realize that we cannot be defeated, that we are the superior wizards." The men cheered, and Voldemort smirked to himself victoriously. He had expected there to be more complaining, more questions, but neither had come. The Death Eaters were in this just as deeply as he was now, and they couldn't continue to question or doubt him, not if they wished to experience the success they sought. Under Lord Voldemort, they would be successful, of that he had no doubt. Break. It was inevitable that a meeting of the Wisengamot would be called after Harry and the other veterans' escapades the night before, but he had not expected it to come so soon. Usually, the ministry dithered on such matters, but Jenkins was seemingly keen to discuss what had occurred. Entering the chamber, Harry was treated to the sight of the two largest groups arguing and hurling insults at one another. Rolling his eyes at an amused yet concerned Lord Greengrass, who rarely took sides, he made his way to his own seat and waited for the proceedings to begin. Jenkins crashed her gavel against the podium several times before the posturing lords and ladies fell silent, and she offered both sides a stern glare before speaking. "I do not know what this country is coming to, but I will not have what is happening devolve into a civil war either in here or on the streets of Britain," she began firmly. "This afternoon, I will be meeting with the Prime Minister to explain why 28 Muggles were murdered in Bristol, and our own Department of Magical Law Enforcement now have 6 people in custody to deal with, a dead Auror, and 4 more dead who were found dressed in black cloaks and masks." The minister was red in the face by the time she finished speaking and breathing heavily. Her job was not an enviable one at the best of times, but now it was downright awful, though Harry found it difficult to sympathize with the woman. Had she taken a strong stance from the start, the incident the night before may not have happened. He snorted at the thought. It would have happened regardless. Voldemort and his followers needed to be dealt with quickly, and with the same level of violence they exhibited. "Baron Evans, could you kindly explain the appearance of your mark after the group of vigilantes arrived?" Harry nodded as he stood. "I must admit, I was surprised to see it," he answered. "I have not used the mark in almost 3 decades. "Lies," Lestrange roared. Harry sobered when he heard the man's tone. "I would keep your mouth shut if I were you, Lestrange, or I may well just see that my symbol finds its way hanging over your house." Lestrange purpled with rage, but was placated by Abraxas Malfoy, who whispered something in his ear. "I do not take kindly to accusations without evidence," Harry continued, his gaze not leaving Lestrange's. "Any idiot could have worked out how to create it. As for me, I was in bed when my son informed me that he had been ambushed by a shower of bastards whilst he was carrying out his duty as an Auror. Now, I understand that his job is quite risky at times, but an attempt to murder him in cold blood is something I cannot let slide. I can assure you that I will be personally looking into the matter, and when I find those responsible, I will ensure they never raise a wand to anyone else again." "Baron Evans," Minister Jenkins warned. Harry slammed his hand on the table in front of him as he turned his gaze on the woman. "This is now a family matter, Minister," he bit back. "As a baron, I have the same right as any other in this room to deal with it as I see fit. Besides, I'm sure Mr. Crouch and the rest of the department will be too busy to give it their full attention." "Quite right," Crouch murmured. Jenkins and many others were staring at Harry worriedly. The thought of him coming for them was rather unsettling, exactly the effect he wished to have on Voldemort's supporters. After a moment, Jenkins cleared her throat. "So you weren't there?" she asked. Harry offered the woman a polite smile as he shook his head. "I attended the scene after the incident, something Mr. Crouch can attest to. I arrived wearing my pajamas. They were blue with some rather nice stars and moons embroidery. I believe my wife bought them for Christmas." Many of the lords chuckled at the description, and Jenkins sighed irritably. "Is this true, Barty?" "It is," Crouch confirmed. "The pajamas were blue." "Not the pajamas," Jenkins huffed, and Harry was certain he saw Crouch's mustache twitch in amusement. "Did Baron Evans arrive after the incident?" "He did," Crouch answered with certainty. "He was rather displeased by the incident and made some rather colorful promises." "Promises?" Crouch nodded as he consulted his notes. "He said that, when he found out who was responsible for the attempt on his son, he would boil them within their own skin and feed the soup to a pack of the Strals. He was quite upset." Harry nodded his agreement with the statement, as Jenkins shook her head in frustration. "I do not wish for there to be any more incidents like the one we saw last night," she declared. "And do you have a suggestion to prevent them, Minister?" Charles broke in. "These groups have both proven they are willing to kill, and the Aurors are unable to intervene similarly. Is it not too dangerous to expect them to?" "It is," Crouch agreed. "Unfortunately, Minister, we are quite powerless to stop them with the level of violence they have exhibited. I am not willing to risk the lives of my men and women when they are unable to defend themselves aptly. So, we just allow these skirmishes to continue." Crouch released a deep sigh. "I do not believe we have any other choice unless either side can be negotiated with," he answered. "At this time, it is not possible. We do not have any means to contact who is leading either of the groups. We do have prisoners in custody that I will be interviewing personally. Depending on our findings, I would hope to have them on trial within the week." Jenkins nodded, though she was clearly displeased by how the meeting was being concluded. A diplomatic approach, even with a warning, was going to achieve nothing here, and as the lords and ladies were dismissed, all within the room knew the fighting would continue in earnest. It wouldn't stop until Voldemort was dead, something that Harry would rather see to sooner than later. The Dark Lord would need to be lured out, forced to leave the safety of the shadows he so loved to lurk within. "Break. What's going on?" Jack asked as a frustrated Reg left the interview room. He had been chosen to assist Crouch with interviewing the prisoners, but after only a few moments of commencing them, a squad of healers had arrived. "Someone got to them," Reg sighed. "They are incoherent and their memories have been wiped. We will get nothing from any of them." "Voldemort," Jack muttered irritably. Reg nodded as he took a seat. "He wasn't taking any chances," he murmured. "Your father won't like this." Jack hummed his agreement. His father would be displeased, and just when Jack thought that the ministry had something they could work with, it had been snatched away from them. "What did the healers say?" "Not much," Reg replied with a shake of his head. "Only that Kara was found in a similar state." "Isn't he being guarded?" "The guard conveniently nodded off," Reg snorted. "I don't like it. The whole thing stinks of corruption. I mean, we have no idea who is following him. Anyone in this office could be on his side." "They could," Jack observed. "We need to be careful, Reg." "Not me," the man declared as he stood and removed a roll of parchment from within his robes. "I'm not taking any chances. I was supposed to retire 10 years ago. I'd rather fight this head-on with men that I trust." "You're leaving?" Jack asked sadly. Reg nodded and offered him a smile. "I'm too old for the job now. I've been fighting for more than 3 decades. I'll keep fighting him, but on my own terms." Jack grabbed the man's forearm as he turned away. "You were with my dad," he whispered. "I will neither confirm nor deny it," Reg replied with a wink. "Just know that I may not be here anymore, but I will be there when I'm needed, just as I was during the Grindelwald years." Jack released a sigh as he pulled the man into a hug. Reg didn't need to confirm it. He wouldn't be anywhere but by his father's side. "So will I," he assured him before he headed towards the fireplace and flew to his parents' home. Both would have finished for the day by now, and as he thought he would, he found them sitting at the kitchen table with Rosa. "Jack," his mother greeted him happily, standing to wrap her arms around him. "What's wrong?" Jack's gaze was fixed on his father, who returned it curiously. "I want in," he said simply. "Whatever this group is that is fighting him, I want to be a part of it." "You're in," his father answered without hesitation. Jack was taken aback, but accepted the coin his father pressed into his hand. "Just like that?" His father nodded. "I would be a hypocrite if I tried to keep you out of the fighting," he explained. "By the time I was your age, I'd fought on the continent and killed Grindelwald. This way, you fall under my command, but I will say this only once. You will do as I say as though you were one of the others. Understood?" Jack nodded as he turned towards his mother. The woman was not happy about his decision, but she made no attempt to dissuade him from it. He was very much his father's son, and Jack would not sit idly by whilst those he cared about fought against something that threatened them all. "So what happens now?" His father looked at him seriously for a moment before answering. "Now you must be initiated," he informed him. "You must first learn the secret handshake." "Secret handshake?" "We will get to that in a minute," his father said dismissively. "I need you to get me a slice of that treacle tart. It's quite important for the initiation," he added, pointing to the cooling dessert on the windowsill. Jack frowned in confusion, but did as he was bid, cutting his father a generous portion and handing it to the man who nodded satisfactorily before taking a bite. "Good," he declared. "What was the point in that?" Jack asked. "I wanted some treacle tart," his father answered with a grin. Jack rolled his eyes at the man, whilst his mother and sister laughed. "What about the secret handshake?" At his question, his father lost his composure and joined in with the others. "Bloody hell, this isn't the Scouts," he huffed amusedly. "There is no handshake, I just wanted some tart." Jack shook his head irritably. He should have expected something like this. "Oh, my poor boy," his mother simpered, cupping his cheek. "Come on, have some dinner with us." Jack took a seat, aiming a kick at his older sister who continued to mock him. "Mum, tell him," Rosa complained. "You're a grown woman, Rosa. Deal with your own problems," Minerva replied as she added some food to a plate for Jack, who stuck his tongue out at his sister. "Ow," he grumbled as Rosa's foot collided with his shin. "That's what you get." Jack cursed under his breath. Really, he should be grateful that the others weren't here. He wouldn't get any respite if they were. Happily, he tucked into the meal before explaining what had happened to the prisoners to his father, who did not seem to be surprised. "I should have expected it," he muttered. "Not that it really matters. We'll get more of them soon enough." Jack nodded, knowing that he had done the right thing. As much as he loved being an Auror, he didn't like feeling helpless, especially when faced with such a prevalent threat. Were it not for his father's actions the previous evening, he would likely have been killed, and Jack didn't plan on dying whilst on duty, not when he had yet to experience the better things life had to offer. Shooting a glance between his parents, he knew what it was he wanted. He'd dedicated his life to being an Auror and neglected other things, but he realized in this moment that he wanted more. He wanted what his parents had, to find someone to share his life with, to finally settle and have a family of his own. Break. Albus had not truly been surprised that an offensive against Tom had been mounted, but the speed of which it came had caught him off guard. Since the attack in Bristol, he had been mulling the situation over, and though none had spoken such words, it was clear to him that Britain now found itself embroiled in a civil war. The headmaster had always known that Harry would seek Tom out, but given the circumstances and the nature of the boy's departure from the castle almost 3 decades ago, the former had been unsuccessful thus far. Still, with Tom back in Britain, that confrontation was inevitable. Albus deflated at the thought. Harry had warned him and Armando when he'd arrived of what would come, but Albus had been so caught up in what Gellert was doing that he had not given his words much thought. Now, what Harry had spoken of was playing out in front of his eyes, and Albus feared it would only worsen. Since the incident at the Quidditch stadium, he had been making discreet inquiries, reaching out to those he knew that he could rely on to begin bringing about Tom's downfall, but it seemed that Harry was unwilling to adopt such tactics. As ever, Harry was proving to be as, if not more, ruthless than the enemy he faced, yet Albus still wished to discuss it with the man. He couldn't see himself confronting Tom, not that Harry would allow it, but he wished to be of assistance, especially since Harry had shouldered the burden of the previous war, something Albus would always be grateful of. "Come in," he called when the expected knock sounded at the door. "You wanted to see me, Albus?" Harry questioned. "I did," the headmaster confirmed. "Please take a seat." Harry did so, and Albus eyed the man closely. He had long had his suspicions of the magic of the ritual Nicholas, had conducted close to 4 decades ago. Harry appeared to have barely aged 10 years since he had first met him as a boy. Quite the curious feat indeed. "I wish to discuss this with you," Albus explained, sliding the edition of the Daily Prophet towards him that depicted the symbol of the serpent over the city of Bristol. "You want to know if I am behind it?" Albus chuckled as he shook his head. "I do not think we need to waste time debating that. I vividly remember one of the very first conversations we had when you arrived. I am not making accusations, Harry, but I am not foolish or naive enough to believe anyone else behind it. I am not the ministry." Harry snorted. "Fine, I am behind it," he admitted unashamedly. Albus leaned forward in his chair and rested his chin on his steepled fingers. "It is not my place to deter you from what action you see fit. You have proven to be quite the master of warfare, after all. What I wish to do is offer my assistance. I have been speaking with people I trust and am putting a group together in aid of seeing an end to Tom's efforts." "An order of sorts?" Harry asked, a fond smile tugging at his lips. Albus frowned thoughtfully. "I suppose that would be an apt description." Harry chuckled amusedly. "The Order of the Phoenix." "Excuse me," Albus probed confusedly. "It was the name of the order you put together where I came from," Harry explained. "Sorry, Albus, but they were not so effective." "I see," Albus murmured unhappily. "Not at the fighting side of things, at least," Harry continued. "I can see that you want to help, and I appreciate it, but you should stay away from the fighting. Most of the Order members were killed for intervening, and I do not wish for that to happen again. I have fighting men, but I could use your assistance with something else, something equally as important." "Of course," Albus offered with a bow. "I will help in any way I can." "Horcruxes, I need you to find out all you can about them. Tom has created at least 3 so far, but I wouldn't put it past him to create more. Find out what you can and where he may have hidden them." "3?" Albus asked worriedly. Harry nodded. "The first, I believe, is a diary he would have had when he was here. I destroyed it when I was 12, but I didn't know what it was at the time." "Destroyed it?" "With a basilisk fang," Harry explained. "It is one of the few substances that can do so." "Indeed," Albus agreed. "The 2 others." "The murder of Hepzibah Smith. She had 2 important artifacts belonging to the founders that I have no doubt Tom stole when he framed Hokey for the murder." "Hufflepuff's cup," Albus murmured. "It was known to be in the Smith family." "And a locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin that she purchased from Borgin and Burke's," Harry elaborated. "Mr. Burke came into possession of it via Tom's mother." "And he would have wanted it back," Albus added thoughtfully. "I would suggest that it is a distinct possibility that Tom would have sought out other items belonging to the founders." "There are others?" Harry asked. Albus nodded. "None of which have been seen for hundreds of years, some not since the founders themselves were alive." "What items?" Well, we have the sorting hat, of course, Albus explained. It belonged to Gryffindor. Tom would not have been able to corrupt that. No, he wouldn't have, Harry agreed as he eyed the unmoving hat. There is Gryffindor's sword, Albus continued. It is said to have been created by the goblins and gifted to him. It has never been found, however, and most believe it never truly exists. It exists, Harry countered with a knowing grin. It came into my possession when I needed it most. It is safe from Tom, I am certain of that. Truly you found it? Albus asked, surprised by the revelation. The sword found its way to me, Harry explained cryptically. I will say no more on the matter. Albus nodded his understanding as he pondered any other items he knew of. There was a ring that belonged to Salazar Slytherin. It is quite possible Tom obtained it from the Gaunt family, he said worriedly. Harry shook his head as he removed a chain wrapped around his neck. I got to it before him. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully as he eyed the ring, wondering why Harry had seen fit to take it. Before he could get a good look at it, however, it is hidden within the man's robes once more. Ravenclaw's diadem, Albus remembered, but that too has not been seen since Rowena herself roamed the castle. I don't suppose you can account for its whereabouts. Harry shook his head, a deep frown marring his features. What is a diadem? A tiara, Albus explained. Like the one the statue wears in the Ravenclaw common room. Albus nodded. I wouldn't put it past him to look for it, but where would you even begin finding something lost for almost 1,000 years? Harry mused aloud. Albus hummed. I do not know, he murmured. The Grey Lady may have some knowledge. She is Rowena's daughter, after all. Her daughter? Harry asked, evidently not having known that. It is not so common knowledge, Albus explained, but wouldn't be so difficult to discover. Who would know it? Most of the more seasoned professors, Albus answered, and Harry released a deep breath. Slughorn. Horace. You and Minerva have both mentioned that he and Tom were close. Where else would he go to get information? Horace may have just mentioned something like that in passing. That is quite concerning, Albus sighed. I will talk with him and see what he knows. You should, Harry agreed as he stood. Anything you can discover about the Horcruxes will be most useful, Albus. If you focus on that, I will focus on Tom. The headmaster nodded, already planning on where he could begin to gather any relevant information about Tom. Horace would be the best place to start, and attempting to trace his movements when he fled from Britain, though that would be a difficult task. Perhaps he should seek out Mrs. Cole from the orphanage. She did know him well enough when he was a boy. I will look into it as a priority, he assured Harry. The man nodded gratefully. Then let us hope we are both successful in our endeavors sooner rather than later. Albus stood and offered the man his hand. It was accepted immediately with a firm group, and Albus chuckled as he shook his head. For a man past 50, Harry, I must say, you are looking very well indeed. Surprising with how stressful my life has been, the man snorted. Albus nodded as he hummed, getting a closer look at him in the light. Barely a wrinkle, he commented. Have you considered that the ritual Nicholas completed has had an unintended, long-term effect? No, Harry murmured. I've not thought about it. I think you will find that it has, Albus mused aloud. Both he and Perenelle used their own blood which contained. The elixir of life, Harry whispered. What does it mean? I cannot be certain, my boy, but I think that you are perhaps aging considerably slower than is natural. Even for a wizard, you are retaining your youth remarkably well, as is Minerva, come to think of it. How? Albus pondered the question before nodding. I suppose that the elixir has become a part of you, something you have passed on to your children, likely in a more diluted way. What does that have to do with Minerva? She carried your children, Harry, 5 of them in all. That magic could have easily spread to her during her pregnancy. Alchemy is usually a very precise branch, but there are factors that, if not accounted for, can have quite the profound outcome. The act of becoming pregnant is something of a ritual in itself. I would hazard a guess that the effects of the ritual you underwent passed on to Minerva. Harry frowned for several moments, whilst he absorbed Albus's deduction. Bloody Nicholas, he huffed. The bastard definitely got the last laugh, didn't he? He always did, Albus sighed. Whether or not he knew this was a possibility is something that will remain a mystery to us. But it is likely, isn't it? Harry asked pointedly. I would certainly say it is, Albus agreed. Nicholas was the most brilliant man I knew, and he would have considered the possibility it would affect your lifespan. I do not think, however, that he would have looked beyond that, and that Minerva, and whatever effect it has had on your children, was not something that crossed his mind. Harry could only shake his head. I bet he's laughing his arse off right now. Oh, this would be the ultimate source of amusement for him, Albus returned, unable to hide his grin despite Harry scowling irritably. Break. Lily hadn't enjoyed her flying lessons thus far. It had been one of the skills she had been looking forward to learning, but it had proven to be much more difficult than she could have imagined. There were those among the class like James Potter and Sirius Black who were already brilliant at it, but not Lily. She wasn't terrible, and there were those that couldn't even get the broom off the ground without injuring themselves, but she was far from being the best. Maybe Miss Evans would be able to help her. Okay, class, this is my first time teaching anyone to fly, so why don't we begin by you showing me what you can do, and I will offer some pointers. Lily tentatively called her broom into her hand before mounting it. She took off shakily and flew a few feet above the ground, not daring to go as high as James Potter, let alone attempt any of the dangerous tricks he did. Ignoring the snickers of the Slytherin students, Lily continued, slowly becoming used to the odd sensation of flying. You need to be confident, Lily, Rosa called encouragingly. If your broom senses fear, it will not react well to you. Calm yourself, and it will come much easier. Lily nodded and released a deep breath. Calm, she whispered to herself. After a few more minutes of maneuvering the broom around, she finally felt as though she had more control over it. Good, Rosa praised. When you're ready, go a little higher. Once more, Lily nodded and braced herself before urging the broom upwards, and leveling it up when she was almost 10 feet from the ground. There, that wasn't so hard, was it? Rosa asked from next to her. Now, gently lean the nose forward and take it back down. Lily followed the instructions and breathed a sigh of relief as she touched down where Rosa joined her. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Lily shook her head. I'm just not a natural flyer. Not everyone is, Rosa pointed out, but you can be competent. It's different for me and for James. I was flying before I could walk, and he was taught by my father, too. Is Professor Evans a good flyer? Rosa snorted amusedly. If there wasn't a war he had to fight, he could have played Quidditch for England. Really? Rosa nodded. My father is an excellent flyer, and would be better than me if he focused on it. Is he good at everything? Lily asked with a frown. Rosa giggled amusedly. Oh, he's terrible at potions, she informed her. Slughorn takes a lot of pleasure telling people that. I like potions, Lily declared. I find it relaxing. I can't say that I was much better at it than my dad, Rosa sighed. I did well enough, but we can't be good at everything. I did hear that you have impressed Professor Flitwick. Charms is my favorite, Lily replied, blushing slightly. It takes a skilled witch or wizard to master them. My father taught it here years ago, before Professor Flitwick came along. He must be good at them. Rosa nodded. He was able to cast a Patronus at the age of 13, and he's invented dozens of them. He's a brilliant man. I didn't realize just how brilliant until I was older. Do you think he'd teach me some? I'm sure he'd love to, Rosa replied with a smile. Lily returned the gesture as Rosa checked her watch. Bugger, all right, that's it for today, she announced. Please return your brooms and head to your next lessons. Most of the boys groaned, but Lily, despite spending time with the woman she was coming to like very much, was glad for it. She placed her broom with the others and turned to catch up with Marlene, but was faced by a worried-looking Severus as she did so. "What's wrong, Save?" "She's Evan's daughter," the boy whispered. "You must have heard what he has done." "What he's done?" Severus sighed as he took her by the hand. "You read about the First War, didn't you?" Lily nodded. Professor Evans defeated Grindelwald and saved hundreds, if not thousands of lives. Severus nodded. "He also killed hundreds, if not thousands of people," he pointed out. "Bad people," Lily countered. Severus shook his head frustratedly. "He's dangerous, Lily. You have seen the news recently. Evans is the one leading the men in the white cloaks." "Good," Lily said firmly. "Those ones in the black cloaks want me and other people like me dead." "That's not true," Severus denied. "They just want to make sure that pureblood traditions aren't ignored. By attacking innocent people. If you believe that, Save, then you are stupid." Severus appeared to be hurt by her words, and Lily felt a stab of guilt. She didn't want to hurt his feelings. "Lucius thinks it will only get worse with Evans sticking his nose in." Lily nodded. "It will, but at least someone is sticking up for me," Lily replied, turning away from her friend. Severus grabbed her by the wrist to stop her. "Oi, what do you think you're doing, Snivelus? Let go of her," James demanded as he drew his wand. Lily rolled her eyes at the boy, and Severus's lip curled in distaste as removed his own. "There will be no fighting," Rosa said firmly as she stepped between the two boys. "James, you know better than that. My father would be furious if he saw you acting this way." James had the decency to look abashed and placed his wand back up his sleeve. "If I see or hear of any more incidents like this, I will take a leaf out of my father's book and have you all scrubbing toilets for a week. Do I make myself clear?" The boys nodded grumpily and withered under Rosa's glare. "Good, now get to your next lesson." Lily followed the others back towards the castle. "Bloody hell, she's scary," Peter commented. "You've got no idea, mate," James replied. "She might be teaching us to fly, but she's vicious with her wand. Harry made sure she can look after herself, but it's Jack you've got to watch." "Jack?" Remus asked. James nodded. "Her younger brother," he explained. "He's an Auror, but he's bloody scary. He showed me some of the spells Harry taught him once. I wouldn't want them fired at me. Harry was really angry when he found out." "Are all the Evans mental?" Petter asked worriedly. "They can all look after themselves, but it's definitely Harry you don't want to get on the wrong side of. I saw him dueling my father and Lord Black once. He wiped the floor with them." "He did kill Grindelwald," Sirius pointed out. Lily frowned at the thought. Professor Evans was just so nice, and she couldn't imagine him killing anyone, even if she had heard the stories about him. "What's it like having him as a godfather?" she asked. James smiled brightly at the question. "Harry is the best," he said simply. "He taught me to fly, and he always comes to visit when I'm at home." Lily nodded her understanding. Professor Evans did seem like a doting man, and though Severus didn't seem to like him much, Lily did. Despite what anyone else said, she knew that he was a kind man, and not the monster Severus or the other Slytherins made him out to be. Break. Albus had pondered how best to broach the topic of Tom Riddle with Horace, something the man would undoubtedly become defensive about. Horace was a sensitive man and did not react rationally if he felt his back was against the wall. Still, this was of the utmost importance, and the potion's master may just hold the key to Tom being defeated. Bracing himself, Albus knocked on the office door. It opened a moment later, and Horace was seemingly taken aback by his presence. "Albus, what can I do for you?" the man asked jovially enough. "There are things we must discuss in private, Horace," Albus replied. "May I come in?" "That serious, is it?" Slughorn questioned nervously, stepping aside to allow Albus into the room. "I'm afraid so," the headmaster confirmed. "I will not insult your intelligence with small talk. I am here to discuss Tom Riddle." Horace paled at the mention of the former student. "Riddle," he whispered, looking around the room as though the Dark Lord himself would appear. Albus nodded severely. I need to know if he ever asked you about Horcruxes. Slughorn somehow paled even more, his eyes bulging in shock. Why ever would he do that? He sputtered. Because you were his confidant in the castle, Horace, Albus pointed out. It would be you he came to for advice or information. Slughorn swallowed deeply as he shook his head. Don't remember. It was almost 3 decades ago, Albus. Horace, Albus pressed. If anyone were to ask you about them, you would not forget. Let us not waste time on this foolishness. I am not here to sully your reputation, nor will this conversation see you in any trouble. I merely need the truth of the matter. Horace's lip began to tremble, and he wiped a layer of perspiration that had formed from his brow. It was quite the feat that he managed to pour himself a drink with how nervous he had become. But after draining a glass of mead, he nodded reluctantly. He asked me about them, among many other things, he said in just above a whisper. Albus, I didn't think he actually would. The headmaster held up a hand to silence the man. What did he wish to know? Horace sagged defeatedly. He asked about how many of them someone could make, he explained. I told him that I didn't know, that making just one was an awful idea, let alone 7. 7, Dumbledore pressed urgently. Horace nodded. You do not think he would have done it? Albus tugged at his beard thoughtfully. I believe he intends to, he murmured. The ritual to do so is exceedingly dangerous and taxing. Had he made 7 of them already, he would not be so calculating. Horcruxes do not simply take a fragment of a soul when created, they remove a part of what makes that person who they are. I believe he has made more than 1, but not 7. Not yet, at least. Dear me, Horace muttered. Can he be defeated? A slight smile tugged at Albus's lips as he nodded. Of course, he replied with a bow. Evans. Who else? Horace released a deep breath. The boy played me like a fool, Albus, he sighed. I tried to see the best in him, I really did. I know, old friend, Albus comforted. Some people just cannot be helped, Horace. With that, Albus walked back towards the door, pausing as he reached it. Did you happen to mention that the Grey Lady is Rowena's daughter to Tom? There was a pause, whilst Horace seemed to ponder the question. I believe I did, he answered. He asked many questions about the castle, and I told him all I could. Albus had already suspected as much. Tom's knowledge of the school became so in-depth that he was able to navigate the halls without being detected. He would need to ensure that the castle was secure enough to keep him out. That would be a discussion to have with Harry. Now, however, there was another conversation to be had, this one with a ghost that, too, had likely been manipulated by the budding Dark Lord. Chapter 106, The Burden I Carried, December 1971. The remains of the few and fairy that Tom had housed within the lake and the cave gave off the stench of decayed and seared flesh, since Albus had immolated them. Evidently, the man had either been desecrating graves, or had been much busier than any knew to create the group that were guarding the locket that had once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. The protections in the cave, however, were incomplete. The doorway that demanded a blood sacrifice was weak, and the boat that carried a single passenger to the island in the center of the lake had not even been concealed. The awful concoction Tom or one of his followers had brewed still needed to mature, and though ridding the basin of the liquid had been challenging, Albus had managed to do so without the need to drink it. Others would not have fared so well, but the headmaster was an exceptionally skilled wizard, so the incomplete protections had hindered him little. Albus released a deep breath as his gaze swept around the cave, and he shook his head at the thought of what had happened here when Tom Riddle had been but a boy. A simple conversation with Mrs. Cole, the now elderly former matron at the orphanage, had pointed him in the direction of Dennis Bishop and Amy Benson, the 2 victims of the unprovoked attack that had left both Muggles severely traumatized by what Tom had done to them. Dennis had sadly taken his own life, never recovering from the ordeal, and Amy was still haunted by it. Still, she had told Albus enough for him to find the cave, and the moment he did, he could feel Tom's magic within. The result was the locket he was levitating in front of him, the part of Tom's soul housed within desperately trying to break into his mind. It was indeed a dangerous object, and the quicker Albus could dispose of it, the better. With a sigh, he created a replica and placed it in the basin before disappearing from the cave. His journey to discover anything pertaining to Tom's Horcruxes had been difficult, and only made more so by a certain, uncooperative ghost that roamed the castle. Helena had become distraught at the mention of Tom, and it had taken weeks to convince her to speak of her time with the boy. As many others had before her, Helena had been a victim of Tom's manipulations, all in the name of discovering secrets of the castle. Albus doubted the boy had relied on discovering another priceless artifact in the process, but Helena had revealed the location of the diadem to him, and Albus knew he had obtained it on his travels. Where it was now, he knew not, but he would find it. That only left the ring, and the diary that Harry had mentioned, but between the two of them, Albus was confident they would get them all. They simply could not fail if they wished to truly see the end of Tom Riddle. Break. It was clear to both men that neither were particularly fond of the other, but here they were, meeting out of necessity towards the shared interest in seeing the end of Voldemort's attempted rise to power. Harry did not like Barty Crouch one bit, and had no doubt that if the man had it within his ability or power to do so, he would see Harry locked away in Azkaban. Crouch, however, knew that he needed Harry, so the two had come to a silent agreement of tolerance of one another, at least until the Ministry as a whole decided to act accordingly to the situation Britain was faced with. "You want me to raid the Malfoy home?" Crouch asked in disbelief. Harry nodded simply as he leaned back in his chair. "That's exactly what I want you to do, when the time is right." Crouch snorted as he shook his head. "We have raided it several times over the past few decades and found nothing," he explained. "Malfoy is either clean or he is clever." "He is neither," Harry said firmly. "You've not found anything because you don't know where to look. And you do, Evans. He has a hidden space beneath the drawing room." Crouch frowned at Harry questioningly. "How did you discover that?" "I may have heard Malfoy mention it when we were at Hogwarts," Harry answered. It wasn't Crouch's prerogative to know that it was Draco who had told him, and Ron that whilst they were filling in for Crabbe and Goyle under the guise of Polyjuice potion. "Are you certain?" Crouch asked skeptically. Harry nodded. "I would bet my life on it." Crouch hummed thoughtfully. "And what do you want from this? You wouldn't just give me that information for free." "True," Harry conceded. "There is something I will need if it is there. It is of no monetary value, but is quite key in ensuring that Tom Riddle is dealt with." "What is it?" Crouch inquired. "Nothing more than a simple diary that belongs to him." Crouch snorted in disbelief. "A simple diary. I'm no fool, Evans." "No, you're not," Harry sighed. "I cannot go into details now, but I will explain everything to you once I have it. You have my word." Evidently, Crouch respected him enough to believe him, and merely nodded in response. "All right," he agreed. "For now, I'm just pleased that whoever is leading this group of people in white cloaks is doing a good enough job to minimize the attacks. It is making my life, and the life of my Aurors, much easier." "I'm quite pleased myself," Harry replied as he stood, "but I would expect that his tactics will change again soon enough. He is stubborn but not stupid. He will grow tried of failure, so we must be ready for anything he may throw at us." "And what are you doing about him?" Crouch asked pointedly. Harry paused as he reached the door. Voldemort had yet to show himself thus far, choosing to send the Death Eaters on his behalf to carry out the unsuccessful attacks. "Someone is hiding him," Harry replied. "I have someone looking for him, and I have no doubt that they will be successful. When I know where he is, I will act quickly." "To bring him in." Harry laughed, though there was no hint of humor in it. "He will not allow himself to be apprehended. When we meet, one of us will die, and it won't be me, Crouch." With that, Harry took his leave of the office, the words of the prophecy that had hung over him for almost 4 decades echoing in his mind. Neither can live whilst the other survives. Harry would live, of that he had no doubt. Tom Riddle no longer held any of the advantages over him that he had when Harry had been little more than a boy. It was Harry that held the advantage, Harry that was a battle-hardened warrior, and it would be Harry that would stand victoriously over the corpse of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Break. Rosa had intended to use Hogwarts as a means to escape the boredom she would have to endure without Quidditch, and as a way to distract herself from her failed marriage, but the castle had become much more to her than that. As a teenager, she couldn't wait to graduate and gain her first taste of freedom from her parents, and now she felt foolish for ever having such thoughts. Her mother and father were highly respected in the magical community, and having spent a little over 2 months watching them as an adult, she could see why. Minerva Evans was perhaps the most talented practitioner of transfiguration in the country, second only to perhaps Professor Dumbledore. She could be a stern woman, but the branch of magic she taught could be incredibly dangerous if not treated with respect, something Rosa truly understood now. Her father, well, everything he did was simply spectacular. He had his shortfalls when it came to potions, and even some more complex theories he didn't care for, but his ability with practical magic was astounding. It seemingly came as naturally to him as breathing, but Rosa knew better. Harry Evans had dedicated his life to magic through training extensively and keeping himself in peak physical condition. Even having lived than 50 years of life, she knew of no other that could keep up with him. She smiled at the thought of them both. More than ever, she realized just how much both had done for her, how much they loved her, and allowed her to be herself. Even though her father had disapproved of Julian, he had never interfered, though Rosa now wished he had. She was pulled from her thoughts as the stampede of children arrived at the station to board the Hogwarts Express. Most would be returning home for the Christmas holidays, and Rosa would be joining her family, who would be welcoming quite the large group. It was a tradition that the Evans and several other families had begun several years ago now, even before Rosa was born, and it was their turn to play hosts. "See you soon, Rosa," James called as he passed. Bella rolled her eyes at the boy and shot Rosa a smile. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he behaves," the girl assured her. Rosa nodded gratefully and frowned as she noticed someone missing from James's usual group. "Where's Lily?" she asked Marlene. The girl released a frustrated sigh. "She's staying at Hogwarts," she explained. "She had an argument with her sister and doesn't want to go home. I tried to convince her to spend Christmas with my family, but she's a stubborn cow." "I'll go and speak to her," Rosa declared, eliciting a grateful smile from the girl. When the last of the stragglers had made it onto the train, and it set off with a large burst of steam, she apparated to the gate of the school before heading towards the castle. Whatever had happened between Lily and her sister must have been bad if she didn't wish to return home, and she pondered the matter until she reached the fat lady that guarded the Gryffindor common room. Fortune favors the bold. The woman within the portrait offered her a bow before swinging open, and as Rosa stepped into her former residence, she spotted the little redhead sitting by the fire with her nose in a charms book. "You'll be an expert by the end of your first year at this rate." Lily jumped, her cheeks blushing. Evidently, she had not heard Rosa enter. "I like charms," the girl defended. "I know, but you can't spend your whole life on them, Lily. You don't want to turn into my father." "Professor Evans is a brilliant wizard," the girl defended. "He is," Rosa agreed, "but even he doesn't spend all of his time working on magic. How do you think he ended up with 5 children? Lily's blush deepened as she grimaced, and Rosa laughed heartily. "Is this what you're planning on doing for the entire holiday?" Lily frowned. "Marlene," she muttered. "She's just worried about you," Rosa pointed out. "As far as I could see, no one else in your house is staying here." "No, it's just me," Lily confirmed. Rosa hummed unhappily. "Then you will spend Christmas with my family," she declared, "and you will not argue with me. There will be lots of people there, so my parents won't mind one more." "I wouldn't want to intrude." Rosa waved her off. My father would definitely prefer your company than my ex-husband's. He didn't like him very much. Come on, let's get your things. I won't have you here alone, not at Christmas. But Christmas Day isn't for another week. So, I can't stay with your family that long. Of course you can, Rosa huffed, pulling the girl to her feet. You'll even get to meet my brother and sisters. Come on, no more arguments. Seeing that Rosa wouldn't cave, Lily smiled as she led her up to the first-year dorm, where she gathered her things. Are you sure about this? She asked nervously. I wouldn't be taking you if I wasn't, Rosa assured the girl. Now, have you ever apparated before? Lily shook her head. Then you're in for an experience. Rosa led the girl from the tower, and out of the castle where it had begun to snow quite heavily since she had returned. Hand in hand, the two of them took their leave of the grounds where Rosa paused. Just hold onto my arm tightly, and you'll be okay, she instructed. Reluctantly, Lily did so, and Rosa apparated them away as gently as she could. When they arrived outside the Evans home, Lily was breathing heavily. Sorry, Rosa offered sincerely. You do get used to it, though. Lily had paled, but she nodded nonetheless. That was unpleasant, she grumbled before her eyes widened as she took in the home in the distance. This is your parents' house. Rosa nodded. I didn't know professors made that much money. Rosa laughed. My father owns shares in many companies, she explained. He really earned everything he has. Lily nodded appreciatively. Not bad for a half-blood orphan, Rosa murmured. Orphan, I forgot about that, Lily replied sadly. Rosa smiled at the secret she held. He knew how much his parents cared for him. He swears that it was his mother's love that saved his life. She must have been very special, Lily commented. She was, Rosa replied as she approached the gate. Stand back, I need to make sure the defenses don't think of you as a threat, she explained. Placing her hand on the metal, she began hissing under her breath before gesturing for Lily to come forward. As the girl reached her, Rosa took her by the hand and continued with her work. When she was done, Lily was looking at her in surprise. You're a Parselmouth. Something I got from my dad, Rosa explained proudly. All of my siblings are too. Would you like to meet my companion? Lily nodded, and with a gentle hiss, the cobra that Rosa had liberated from India when she had been a girl emerged from her sleeve, and eyed the smaller redhead curiously as she tasted the air with her tongue. Kin, she hissed. Kin, Rosa confirmed. The cobra bumped the girl with her nose. She likes you, Rosa declared. Tentatively, Lily reached up and stroked the snake's head. She's not slimy at all. Snakes aren't slimy, Rosa tutted. If you think she is impressive, you should meet my father's familiar, but she is quite terrifying. Scarier than a cobra? Lily asked as she followed Rosa towards the house. Rosa nodded. Much scarier. Lily said nothing as they entered the house, her eyes scanning the enormous entrance hall. My parents will probably be in the kitchen, Rosa explained. Come on, let's tell them you're here. Lily merely nodded and continued to follow. To the girl, the sight of Professor Evans preparing lunch must have been rather odd, but not as strange as seeing the woman in a dress with her hair down. Cora and Macy will be angry that you're doing that, Rosa commented. Macy and Cora are preparing rooms for those who are staying, her mother replied without looking at her. Would you mind fetching your father from the basement? I will, Rosa replied. We have another guest joining us for the holidays. Another guest? Her mother questioned as she turned, her eyes widening at the sight of Lily. Miss Evans, she greeted the girl before looking towards Rosa for an explanation. She didn't want to return home for the holidays, Rosa informed her. With no other student in the tower with her, I thought it best that she comes here. Her mother nodded and offered the girl a smile. You're most welcome. Thank you, Professor, Lily replied quietly. Minerva shook her head. When I'm at home, I'm not Professor. You can call me Minerva. Lily nodded, still nervous but smiling nonetheless. Go on, get your father before he misses lunch, Minerva instructed, "and be careful when you go in the basement." Rosa rolled her eyes at her mother and led Lily towards the basement door. "Why did she tell you to be careful?" "Because you never know what you're going to walk in on when my father is in here," Rosa explained as she opened the door. "Huh, take that, you bastard!" Her father cheered, and Rosa shook her head as he kicked the head of the training dummy away before throwing a fireball at it. The wood did not catch a flame, but exploded in a shower of ash, eliciting a nod of satisfaction from the man. "Dad," Rosa called. The man didn't hear her as he cast another flurry of spells at a trio of dummies, each of them immediately becoming desiccated husks of wood before crumbling to the ground. "Dad." Her father turned towards her, a frown marring his features. "What is it?" "Lunch is almost ready. Mum sent me to get you." "Already?" Harry asked as he checked his watch. Rosa snorted and nodded towards Lily. "She will be joining us for the Christmas holidays," Rosa explained. Her father seemed to be lost for words for a moment before he smiled warmly at the girl. "We'd best get another room ready then," he declared. Lily nodded dumbly, evidently shocked by what she had seen. "What did you do to those things?" she asked curiously. Her father rubbed the back of his neck, sheepishly, as though he had been caught doing something he shouldn't have been. "Just a few spells I've been working on," he answered. "Could you teach me some of them?" Lily asked. Harry frowned as he shook his head. "You're certainly not ready for spells like that, but whilst you're here, there are some things I can show you if you like." Lily nodded excitedly, and the trio were interrupted by a huff sounding from the door. "I should have known better than to send you here," Minerva sighed. "Come on, lunch is on the table, and you had better clean this mess up, Harry. Honestly, it's like living with a child sometimes." Rosa did her best not to laugh, as her father stuck his tongue out at her mother's retreating back. "Don't be so immature, Harry," Minerva called, and her father flinched. This time, Rosa did laugh, as did Lily as they left the basement with her cowed father in tow. Break. The Dark Lord's campaign was not going as planned. At every turn, the attacks of his Death Eaters were being foiled, and though he tried to remain patient, it was truly wearing thin now. It was as though Evans was watching every inch of the country, every second of every day. The attacks were interrupted within a matter of moments by an army of men who were seemingly ready to respond at any given time. It was frustrating to say the least, but his own followers had learned to flee quickly to avoid being killed or captured. As an extra precaution, the Dark Lord had removed the dark marks he had bestowed upon his most valuable. It would not do for the magic to be manipulated by his foe. "My lord," Corvus Lestrange greeted him as he entered the room he had been provided. "Do you have any instructions for me today?" Voldemort shook his head. "Not today, Lestrange," he replied. "I must ponder our predicament, but I will have something for you all soon enough." "All of us, my lord." Voldemort nodded. "It seems that our current tactics are not as effective as I anticipated," he conceded reluctantly, "but there is always something that can be done about that." "Of course, my lord," Lestrange replied with a bow. "Do you have an update on where Evans can be found?" "Nothing, my lord," Lestrange murmured. "It seems that any land he holds is unplottable. I would expect that it would be harder to break into than Hogwarts." Voldemort hummed thoughtfully. "Indeed, but keep looking," he instructed. "I will, my lord," Lestrange assured him. "Anything else?" "No, nothing for now," Voldemort said dismissively. "Ensure the men are prepared, Lestrange. Now is not the time to become lax, is it?" Lestrange shook his head. "No, my lord, it is not," he returned before taking his leave of the room. The Dark Lord leaned back in his chair, pondering his enemy. Evans was perhaps the best-connected man in Britain, and killing him would not be easy. Still, for all of his talent and experience, he was nothing compared to the Dark Lord, the man who had taken steps that few could even hope to comprehend to ensure his future victories. With a smile to himself, he allowed himself a moment to bask in the elation he would feel as he cut down Harry Evans, as he skinned the man whilst he still breathed and made his family watch. It was an exciting prospect, and one that the Dark Lord would see come to fruition. Break. Lily's time with the Evans family had been nothing short of spectacular since she had arrived, and waking up the following day, she had experienced her first taste of what a magical Christmas was. Overnight, the house had been transformed into what she could only describe as a winter wonderland, and she had walked to the kitchen in a state of awe at the sight of the several Christmas trees, adorned with decorations only made possible by magic, the very explanation that Harry had given her. Both he and Minerva had been wonderful to be around, and had been as attentive with her as Rosa. Harry had even kept his promise, and had been showing her some charms that she could work on. Lily hadn't met the rest of the family yet, but that would be changing today when they arrived for the festivities along with a plethora of other guests. She was nervous about that, but Rosa had promised to stay with her. Lily had already grown fond of the woman over the past couple of months, but having spent the best part of a week with her and her family, she was beginning to feel like she belonged with them. It was a strange, but not unwelcoming feeling. Her belly began to rumble, reminding her that it was almost breakfast time, so she kicked off her duvet before stepping into her slippers and heading towards the door. She had been placed in the room next to Rosa's, but as she knocked, she received no reply. It must be later than she thought, if the woman was already up. With a shrug, she proceeded down the nearby staircase, smiling at the trees and other adornments in the hall until she reached the kitchen where she froze, her mouth falling agape. The room was not a small one, but it had been almost filled to the brim with wrapped gifts. "Come on in," Rosa called from somewhere amongst them. Lily did so, and came upon Harry, Rosa, and Minerva seated around a small table drinking their morning coffee, and she stifled a snort at the sight of the man who was dressed as Father Christmas. "Don't ask," Rosa sighed. "He does this every year." "It's tradition," Harry defended from beneath his white beard. Rosa simply rolled her eyes at the man. "I think he looks very cute," Minerva commented, pinching Harry's cheek. The man tried to fend her off, only for his hat to slide over his eyes. This time, Lily did laugh, and Harry grumbled as he righted his outfit. "Do wizards believe in Father Christmas too?" "Father Christmas?" Harry questioned confusedly. "I'm dressed as Dumbledore." "Shut up, Dad," Rosa huffed as Lily laughed again. He did look a little like the headmaster, after all. "Would you like some breakfast, Lily?" Minerva asked. "We always wait for James and Bella to arrive before we open the presents, and the rest of our lot should be here soon." Lily nodded, though her stomach sank. Her arrival here had been rather prompt and unexpected, so she hadn't brought gifts for anyone. Rosa seemed to read her thoughts and pulled her into the seat next to her. "Don't worry," she said reassuringly. "You being here is more than enough for us. It will certainly be a refreshing change from James making an arse of himself all day. He'll behave himself with you around. How many times has he asked you out?" Lily reddened. "I lost count," she murmured. Rosa snorted and shook her head as she handed Lily a plate of eggs, bacon, and toast. "He won't give in," she pointed out. "He's a Potter and they're all stubborn sods." Lily simply hummed before helping herself to her food, ignoring the looks of amusement from the others, though any notion she had of having a peaceful breakfast were shattered as the fireplace burst into life, and another man dressed as Father Christmas stepped into the room. "Ah, I must say, Father, you do look splendid," he declared in what Lily would consider to be a well-to-do accent. "As do you, my boy," Harry replied in kind, and the two men burst into laughter before hugging. "That would be my brother, Jack," Rosa explained. "As you can see, he is as much of an idiot as my dad. I'll have you know that Father and I are of the highest quality of breeding, and—" Jack fell silent as his gaze fell upon Lily. "Did you two have another one when I wasn't looking?" he asked his parents. "Bloody hell, have I missed something here?" "She is one of our students, Jack," Minerva explained. "Her name is Lily Evans." Jack frowned thoughtfully, though it only served to enhance his already comic appearance as his eyebrows knitted together. "Lily Evans, the flower thing and our last name." "Yes," Minerva answered simply. "Now sit down. You're making my kitchen look even more untidy than it already is." Jack merely nodded and did as he was bid, his eyes never leaving Lily. "It's hard to believe, but Jack is an Auror," Rosa explained. "And if he can stop gawping long enough, he may just introduce himself to you." "Ow," Jack groaned as Rosa's foot collided with his leg. "Sorry, it's just that you two look so alike." With a shake of his head, Jack offered Lily his hand. "Jack Evans," he introduced himself with a smile. "Lily Evans," Lily replied shyly, accepting the proffered limb. "See, that wasn't so hard, was it?" Rosa muttered, glaring at her brother. "Shut up, Rosie," Jack retorted, grinning as he avoided another kick from the woman. "Well, here comes trouble," Harry sighed as he stood, just as the fireplace burst into life once more. Lily recognized the young boy that entered as her housemate, but not the two adults accompanying him. James Potter all but bounced across the room to greet Harry, and the man, undoubtedly his father, could only offer an apologetic look. "We tried to keep him home longer, but he wasn't having any of it," he explained. "Where's Bella?" James asked excitedly. "Probably still in bed," Harry chuckled. "Have you eaten yet?" "I'm not hungry," James protested. "Then you won't get any presents," Harry replied. "Not until you eat some breakfast, or do you need a little more convincing?" James paled, and the woman who had arrived with him pushed the boy into a seat. "Harry, stop threatening my son with your snake," she huffed. Harry smirked triumphantly, and James became aware of Lily, his eyes widening at the sight of her. "What are you doing here?" he squeaked. "Lily is our guest," Rosa explained. "Now eat your food." James said nothing else, doing exactly as instructed, though his gaze kept shifting between the two redheads. "Did I miss you having a child, Rosa?" James's father questioned confusedly. "No," Rosa sighed. "We just look alike." "And have the same name," James piped up. "It's creepy." James's father looked questioningly towards Harry, and the two seemed to have a silent conversation that the former was not satisfied with. "And here comes Bella," Harry announced only a moment later. "Ho, ho, ho, Cygnus Claus is here," another man dressed similarly to Jack and Harry announced as he arrived in the kitchen. He was followed by a girl that was familiar to Lily, and though she had never spoken to her, there was no mistaking who she was. "Bellatrix Black." "You're so embarrassing, Dad," the girl huffed as she pushed past him. "Oh, dear Merlin, both of you too," she added when she saw how Harry and Jack were dressed. "And me," James's father added, changing his appearance with a wave of his wand. "Someone kill me," Bellatrix groaned. "Move over, Potter, and stop hogging all the bacon." James scowled at the girl as she all but sat in his lap and helped herself to his breakfast. "That's mine," he whined petulantly. "The day you can stop me from taking it from you is the day it will be yours." With a sigh, Harry summoned the plate towards him and waved his hand. "You'll have to teach me that one," Cygnus chuckled as Bellatrix attempted to find her lips that had been vanished. "Come on, finish your food. We have presents to open," Harry reminded them, returning Bellatrix's lips. The girl glared at her godfather, who merely offered her a smile. In his excitement, James finished the remainder of his food in only a few minutes and bounced impatiently in his chair, until Bellatrix finished her own plate that Minerva had provided. "Can we open them now?" With a nod from Harry, James burst from his seat, followed by Bella at a more sedate pace. "You too, Lily," Harry instructed. "I think yours are next to James's." "They are," Rosa confirmed. "Come on, I'll take you." Lily could only nod as she was led from the table and placed before an enormous pile of presents. "These are mine," she asked, taken aback by how many there were. She wouldn't have even gotten half of this at home. "They are," Rosa confirmed. "Merry Christmas, Lily." The girl could only smile as she wrapped her arms around the woman. She had expected to have a horrible Christmas after arguing with Petunia, But it was turning out to be the best one yet. Not because of the presents, however, but how welcome she felt by everyone here. Break. Every other person that had arrived had a similar reaction to the little redhead, and Harry knew they would not be satisfied without an explanation. How could he deny a familial connection when Lily was so similar to Rosa, the two almost identical at her age? Charles, in particular, had been rather subdued throughout dinner, as had Angelica, who had joined them also. Arcturus had been quite calculated, and the others just downright suspicious. Even his own children, who knew that Lily was neither Rosa's or Harry, and Minerva's daughter, knew something was amiss. Tiberius, his wife, and the Longbottoms had kept the conversation going, but it was difficult to ignore the mounting tension. "Ellie," Minerva greeted the woman enthusiastically as she arrived via the flue. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I've already been home, and your husband promised me a decent lunch," Elena replied. "What's with the long faces?" Minerva released a deep breath. "Rosa, why don't you take this lot out on their brooms?" she suggested. Rosa nodded, and the children scrambled out of the back door excitedly, keen to break in the brooms that Harry had gotten them. "You too, Bella," Arcturus instructed. The girls scowled irritably, but followed the others and closed the door behind her. "Who the fuck is that girl?" Jack demanded to know immediately, leveling a glare at his father. "Jack," Minerva chastised. Harry took a sip of his coffee before placing his cup back on the table. "You will remember who you're talking to," he said warningly, and Jack nodded apologetically. "Come on, Dad," he sighed. "There are too many coincidences here." Harry could not disagree with the observation. "Well, she's not your daughter," Arcturus broke in thoughtfully, eliciting a nod from Charles. "Is she a great niece?" Harry shook his head. "No, I didn't have any siblings." "But she is a relative," Rosalina pressed. "She is," Harry confirmed, deflating. For decades, he had kept his secret and cursed himself for being so foolish at choosing to use his mother's name when he'd first arrived. Looking into his cup, he frowned, but relaxed somewhat as Minerva's hand closed over his. "Don't you think it is about time they knew?" she asked gently. Harry swallowed deeply as he nodded and looked up at all the expectant faces staring at him. "Lily Evans is my mother." His words were met with silence before Arcturus broke out in a bout of laughter. "Your mother, pull the other one, Evans." When the man realized that there was no punchline forthcoming, his eyes widened. "She's just a girl," he choked. Harry nodded. "She is now," he acknowledged. "But where I came from, she was a grown woman before she was murdered in front of me." "Where you came from," Angelica interjected. "I was born in 1980. I know it is hard for you all to believe, but when I was 15, I did something foolish and was sent back 60 years in time." Again, silence was the response, but it wasn't for lack of anything other than the shock of the revelation. 60 years, Rosalina whispered. Harry could only nod. "So, you shouldn't even be born yet." "No, but fate has a way of fucking with me," Harry snorted. "When I came here, I lost everything I had ever known. I didn't know what to do, but I had an opportunity to prevent many terrible things from happening. Because of that, many lives were saved during the war, and even now, Voldemort is failing where he had succeeded in my own time." "He was the one who killed your parents," Tiberius broke in. "Yes," Harry confirmed, "and maybe I should have throttled the little bastard when he was a child, but the one thing I couldn't do was become like him. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't bring myself to do it." "That just makes you a better man than him," Angelica pointed out. "Or stupider," Harry countered. For several moments, none spoke a word as they took in what they had learned. "So Lily is or was your mother?" Elena asked. Harry nodded. "I don't really remember her," he explained. "My only memory is of her death, her pleading for my life to be spared." "Fucking hell," Charles grumbled as he leaned back in his chair. Harry could only shrug as he stood. "If you'll excuse me, I'd like to be alone for a while." None prevented him from leaving, a relief, but he did not feel any better for speaking of the secret he had carried for so long. Years ago, he had buried it within him, knowing that it would do no good to anyone to know it. Now, all of those he trusted and held dear had learned of the burden he'd borne, and though they were in shock for the time being, the questions would follow soon enough. Taking a deep breath, he entered the basement. His inner sanctum, where he always came to gather his thoughts, only for a gentle knock at the door, to disturb him a moment later. "Who is it?" he called. The door opened, and it was Charles that entered. The man said nothing for what felt like several minutes before he closed the distance between them and wrapped his arms around Harry in a tight embrace. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" he asked, the hurt evident in his voice. "After everything we have been through, why?" "Because he's one of us," the voice of Angelica sounded from the doorway. "Your father was convinced of it. I thought he was mad, but it's true, isn't it?" This was the one conversation Harry did not want to have, but he couldn't deprive them of the truth any longer. He'd already hurt them both enough, and he didn't wish to be the cause of any more of it. He nodded the confirmation, and Charles stepped back to get a closer look at him. "You're one of us," he whispered. Harry snorted humorlessly. "The name my parents gave me was Harry James Potter, my middle name given to me for my father." It took a moment for Charles to process what he had been told, but when it clicked, he evidently did not know what to say. "James is your father," Angelica choked. "He is," Harry sighed. "That makes you my great-grandmother and you my grandfather," he added, looking at Charles. The man could only stare dumbly at him, and it was Angelica that broke the silence once more. "Why didn't you tell us when you arrived?" she questioned. "What was I supposed to say? Hi, I'm Harry, I'm your great-grandson, and the son of your son that isn't even born yet." "I don't know," Angelica murmured, "but didn't we deserve a chance? Did we ever give you any reason to doubt that we would have helped you and stand by you? That's what family does, Harry." "I wouldn't know that," Harry defended heatedly. "I never had a family. Mine was taken from me, and I was left to rot in a cupboard for 10 years until my Hogwarts letter came. I didn't know what I was or who my parents were. They were murdered and I was forgotten about until I went to school." Angelica looked at him sadly. "Who did you live with?" "My aunt and uncle," Harry sighed tiredly. "Lily's sister and her husband. They were bastards who would have let me die if they could." "Why not us?" Charles continued. "If it is only in 10 years' time that you were born, what happened to me and Doria?" "And me," Angelica added. Harry could only shrug. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "No one ever told me anything about you or any other Potter. You weren't around, though. Maybe Voldemort got you too." Charles and Angelica shared a look of concern, and Harry dragged a hand through his hair. "I built a life for myself, and I never wanted anything from you," he sighed. "We became friends, and that was always enough for me. The more time that passed, the harder it became to tell you, and I decided long ago that it was best that I didn't. It wouldn't change anything for the better and would only make things more confusing than they already were." "Bloody hell," Charles murmured. "I don't know if I want to punch in your stupid face, curse you, or fucking cry right now. What the hell do we do about this?" "Nothing," Harry said firmly. "James and Lily can never know. Regardless of whether they end up together or not, they shouldn't know." Charles looked at him questioningly. "He's right," Angelica broke in sadly. "What good would it do, Charles?" "None," the man agreed reluctantly as his gaze shifted to Harry. "I've always thought of you as a brother, more than anyone else. It's a lot to take in, but that won't ever change. We've been through too much together." "And we're not done yet," Harry pointed out. "No, we're not," Charles echoed as he smiled and wrapped his arms around Harry once more. "You always have been a difficult bastard," he snorted, "but I never expected this. It will take some time to get used to it, but we'll get there as we always have." Harry nodded appreciatively and felt another embrace squeeze him tightly. "You have no idea the amount of stress you prats have caused me," Angelica huffed. "I've spent half of my life fighting the urge to bang your heads together, and now I know why. You're too alike for your own good." "No, we're not," both Harry and Charles protested, eliciting a pointed look from the woman. "Fine, maybe we are alike," Charles sighed, "but that isn't a bad thing." "I suppose not," Angelica muttered. "You have kept each other alive somehow. Anyway, do you not think we've been down here long enough?" "Probably," Harry sighed. "I'll have to face them at some point." "Well, when I left, Minerva was setting them straight," Angelica explained. "I don't expect you'll get too much trouble." "Oh, bugger," Harry snorted as he led them from the basement and back into the kitchen where they came upon a rather subdued gathering. "If I wasn't getting old and my hands weren't so frail, I'd sock you, Evans," Arcturus said irritably. "Arcturus," Melania hissed. The Lord Black waved the woman off as he stood. "She's really your mother?" Harry nodded. "Then she is one of us," Arcturus declared. "There won't be any bastard murdering her, not while I'm still breathing." There were murmurs of agreement from the others, and Harry felt himself filled with warmth, and even more so as his children approached and gave the same assurance. "What's the future like?" Jack asked curiously. Harry merely shook his head. "Miserable for us all if Voldemort doesn't die." "Then let's find the bastard and do it," Jack urged. "We will," Harry assured him, looking towards Alina, who merely nodded her understanding. "I will have him within a month, 2 at most." "Good," Harry declared. "Now can we stop with the misery for one day? It's not often all of us can be together." It was only a few moments later that Rosa returned with the children, all of them red-nosed from the cold. "I'll get some hot chocolate," Minerva declared, rolling her eyes at the state of them. Evidently, it had started snowing again, and Harry waved his wand so that a warm, gentle breeze spread throughout the room. "Evans, come here," Arcturus called, gesturing for Lily to join him. The girl did so nervously, but took the seat between the Lord Black and his wife as Bella looked on curiously. "Have you heard about the war?" Arcturus questioned. Lily nodded. "I read Mr. Sokolov's book." "Ah, Petter is a good man, but still a boring Russian," Arcturus replied with a smirk. "Let us tell you the story from what we saw," he suggested, pointing to himself and Charles. "I'm sure Harry can fill in any gaps. He was the crazy boss man who did things you wouldn't believe. Did you know that he and Charles broke into an Italian prison, disguised themselves as mermen, and broke Alina out?" Lily's eyes widened as she looked at the woman who offered her a wave. "You were in prison." "For bank robbing," Alina explained unashamedly. "It was Harry who captured me and put me there." "And you're friends now?" Alina smiled as she nodded. "He was just doing his job." Lily could only shake her head in disbelief. "What about the time Reg had a chunk of his arse blown off?" Charles broke in as he took a seat behind Lily. "Even now he can't sit down properly." "Oi," Reg protested. "She doesn't need to know that." "She doesn't need to know the details of the war from the likes of any of you," Minerva said sharply as she placed a tray of hot chocolate on the table. Arcturus took one and handed it to Lily. "She's probably right," he agreed. "You'll have to ask us when you're a little older. For now, why don't you tell us about yourself? What's your favorite thing about being at Hogwarts?" Lily was undoubtedly overwhelmed by the sudden attention she was receiving, but she spoke confidently, and Harry could only be grateful that those who knew him best were trying to understand. He had no doubt that more questions would follow by many of them, but as Charles had pointed out, they would get through it. They truly always did, after all. Chapter 107, Where It All Began, Part 1. Late January 1972. Living life as she had these past months made Alina feel like she had returned to those years of discontent during the 1940s and Grindelwald's uprising. Times had been different then. She had been much younger and more vibrant, and excited to see what the future would bring. A part of her had always hoped she would find someone like Harry Evans, a man of mystery that would keep her intrigued, but she had never let her desires make her bitter. Harry and even the woman he had chosen had come to be among those Alina considered her greatest friends, and though her own marriage had ultimately failed, she had still been gifted 3 wonderful children. Perhaps she was merely destined to be alone. She had always been too much of a free spirit, never able to shift the need of adventure, and that was partly why she found herself in Britain, still chasing thrills and once more helping her friend. Elinor had begun her latest journey at Malfoy Manor, but it became quickly evident that Tom Riddle was not hiding here, nor had he been with Lords Rosier or not. Each of the stately homes had taken weeks to search thoroughly before she had moved on to her next suspect, eventually arriving at Lestrange Manor. Immediately, she sensed something different about this place, different but somewhat familiar also. It was the magic of the protections here. The older, powerful magic the pureblood families of Britain relied on to keep their properties safe was still prevalent, but encapsulating them in a newer layer was magic not too unlike Harry's. Riddle was a Parselmouth, and Elinor had no doubt that was what she was feeling. She had tentatively ventured into the home a number of days ago, and had slowly, but surely made her way towards where the presence was strongest. Sequestered in an isolated corner of the house, hidden behind a bookshelf of all places, she found where Tom Riddle was hiding, his lodgings as lavish as could be. With almost serpent-like red eyes and pale, waxy skin, Elinor had never seen such a man, nor had she felt so uneasy. She had watched him closely, the comings and goings of others who came to visit him, and there was no denying the man was quite unhinged. Often, he would talk to himself, speak his thoughts aloud as though he was conversing with another, and took no small amount of joy in torturing his followers who brought him unwelcome news. They feared him, and rightly so. There was no denying that he was a powerful wizard, but it was the insanity that plagued him that made him truly frightening. How had he come to be so? Elinor knew not, but as more than a few dozen cloaked and masked men entered the room, she was pulled from her thoughts. They assembled around a large table that Riddle had conjured, and the man leered at them before shaking his head. "I find myself disappointed," he began in little more than a whisper. "Before me sits more than a millennium of magical knowledge, descendants of great men and women who shaped this country, and it seems to me that the era of the purebloods could soon come to an end." "My lord," one of the masked figures asked, "I came here to lead you, to remind those beneath us of the might that we wield, but it appears that only my heart is truly in the cause, that it is only me that cares about the legacies of our forefathers. Is this the truth, or am I mistaken?" "You are mistaken, my lord," one of the men said harshly, eliciting murmurs of agreements from the others. "Then why is it we are failing?" Voldemort questioned. "Why is it that when we are faced by those beneath us, we balk and cower from them?" "We do not cower, my lord. We are following your orders." Voldemort nodded as a smirk tugged at his lips. "And you have done so admirably," he praised. "But now it is time to truly show them the enemy they face. No longer will we flee, not when we have no reason to. Why flee when we can send them scurrying like the vermin they are?" "How?" "By taking their richest prize from them," Voldemort declared. "We take away their base of power, and we seize control where it truly matters. The skirmishes in the street were nothing but a warning. Our true goal is to take the Ministry." "The Ministry?" Voldemort nodded, the smile he gave truly unnerving. "We take the Ministry, we take the country," he pointed out. "That will not be easy, my lord," one of the men replied. "No, but it is necessary," Voldemort countered. "We will move on the Ministry in a week. Abraxas, I would like for the minister to be there. Her capture will be paramount to our success." "Yes, my lord," Malfoy complied with a nod. "What of Evans?" "Before Evans can respond, the Ministry will be ours," Voldemort declared gleefully. "When our new order commences, Evans will be the hunted enemy of the entirety of Britain. He and all that carry his name will be wiped from the face of the earth." If Elinor were not in her spider form, she would have rolled her eyes at the man for his foolish belief that Harry would be killed so easily. Riddle truly was delusional, but she had finally gotten what she had been searching for. Riddle would be at the Ministry to take it, and it would be the perfect opportunity for Harry to exact the vengeance he had desired for almost 5 decades. With that in mind, She began scurrying out of the room to inform her friend of her discovery. Had she not been here, Riddle would have quite possibly been successful in his coup. But with around a week to plan, Alina had no doubt that Harry would find a way to turn the situation to his advantage. Break. Jasmine tapped the top of the table she was seated at impatiently with a finger as she watched her sisters scratching away, filling out some paperwork for the head of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. She had arrived an hour ago and was refusing to leave until they accompanied her to visit their father, and both knew that she was stubborn enough to wait all night if necessary. Many would assume she had inherited that trait from her father, who was known for it, but Jasmine knew better. Minerva Evans was much more stubborn, and she had certainly followed in her mother's footsteps. "Will you stop with the tapping?" Iris snapped irritably. Jasmine merely smiled sweetly at her sister as she continued. Even in their later 20s, the twins were almost impossible to tell apart, and only someone who had grown up with them could do so. When they had been younger, they had tried many times tricking their parents, and occasionally managed it with their mother. Their father, on the other hand, could not be fooled. Harry Evans could be blindfolded and know which one of his twins he was speaking with. "All right, we're coming," Dahlia huffed as she rolled up a sheet of parchment and tapped it with her wand, sealing it with the official ministry stamp. Jasmine found it quite ironic that both women were very official in their ways, doing their job to the letter of the description. If only their boss knew of the plethora of illegal creatures they kept at their house. The thought brought a smirk to her lips. Jasmine had always been more similar to her mother, but the twins had a mischievous streak, just like the man that had sired them. Oh, they attempted to conceal it beneath a veneer of respectability, but the Evans twins were not innocent, not by a long shot. Jasmine had traveled extensively with them for a number of years, and was in on most of their secrets because of it. Still, that didn't mean she would let anything pass if it was important, and this was one of those. Ever since the revelation that their father was a time traveler, they had not discussed it with him. Jasmine knew that just about everyone else had, but not the twins. For reasons unbeknownst to her, they had not broached the subject, and as much as he wouldn't admit it, she knew their father was hurt by their seemingly dismissive attitude towards it. It was a secret he had carried for most of his life, after all, something that had shaped him into the man he was. Jasmine had discussed it with him, and though his story had been an awful one to hear, she felt that she now understood his rather odd ways, his protectiveness, and that ruthlessness he possessed. All had become a necessity for Harry Evans. "Why do we need to talk about it?" Iris sighed. "Don't you think Dad has spoken about it enough by now?" "Not with you two," Jasmine pointed out. "Please, you know how much it will mean to him." Iris's irritated expression softened as she and her sister nodded simultaneously. "We can't keep avoiding it," Dahlia murmured. "No," Iris agreed. "Why have you been avoiding it?" Jasmine pressed. Both women deflated. "It's not going to be a happy story, is it?" Dahlia replied sadly. "I know Dad is, well, he's Dad. But hearing everything he went through, I don't know if I can do that. You saw his face when he came back from the basement on Christmas Day. He was broken. I don't want to see him like that." Jasmine nodded her understanding. "I thought the same until I heard it," she admitted. "He's such a sweet man, and knowing what he went through is heartbreaking, but you should still hear it. You'll understand him better." The twins shared a look before nodding. "All right," they agreed simultaneously. "We will hear what he has to say." Jasmine beamed at her sisters as she stood. "Come on then, he'll still be at the school," she urged. "What, you thought that I was just going to leave? I want to see him too." "Daddy's girl," Iris mocked. Jasmine raised an eyebrow at the woman. "If I remember correctly, you two used to follow him around like lost puppies." "He's our dad," Dahlia defended. Iris nodded firmly, and Jasmine snorted. "Then speak to him," she said pointedly. "He deserves that, doesn't he?" "We've already said we'll come," Dahlia grumbled. "Lead the way, Jazzikins." Jasmine's nostrils flared at the hated moniker the twins had given her when she was still a baby, but did not rise to the bait. With a shake of her head, she threw some flue powder in the fireplace and waited for the flames to turn the familiar emerald color. Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts, family ties, she finished with a hiss before stepping through. Her father had set up the rather genius means of getting into the school should they need to, a method reserved for the Evans siblings, all of whom had inherited his talent. The man himself was seated behind his desk, marking work from the students, a frown creasing his brow. However, when he spotted his daughter, his countenance brightened considerably, and he crossed the room to greet her. "What are you doing here?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her. Jasmine melted into the embrace, never failing to feel like the same little girl that sat on his knee as he read her stories as a child. She may have been closer to her mother, but it was her father who had always made her feel safe. "You have a couple of other visitors coming," she informed the man who frowned confusedly, his eyes positively twinkling as the twins arrived only a moment later. "Hello, Dad," Iris almost whispered, nudging Jasmine aside to take her place. Dahlia joined her, and Jasmine could only look on and revel in the sheer joy of her father being visited by 3 of his daughters. "What brings you two here?" he asked. "Have you gotten yourself in trouble again?" he chuckled. "Dad, you know we would never do anything to get in trouble," Dahlia pouted. Iris nodded, but their father wasn't falling for the innocent act. He never had, and he wouldn't start now. "Fine," Iris huffed. "We wanted you to tell us about what happened before you came here, if it isn't too much trouble." Their father nodded, and the twins held hands as they looked at him expectantly, something they always did when they were either nervous or upset. Jasmine listened as raptly whilst her father spoke as she had the first time she heard it, and despite knowing what was coming, she felt a lump form in her throat. "What happened to them, everyone you knew?" Iris asked emotionally. Their father shrugged. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "Hermione could well have died from the curse she was hit with, but here, she hasn't even been born yet." "Won't it be strange to see them again?" Dahlia questioned thoughtfully. "If you stay here, you'll see them, won't you?" Their father chuckled. "I will be an old man by then," he pointed out. "Maybe I won't be here, you never know what life will throw at you. That's the one thing I have learned above anything else." "Don't say that," Dahlia said angrily. "You're not allowed to go anywhere." "You promised us you will always protect us. You can't go back on that," Iris added. Their father held up a hand to placate them. "I'm not going anywhere," he assured them. "No matter what, you will always have my protection, all of you." Both Iris and Dahlia hugged him tightly once more, and Jasmine joined them knowing she had made the right choice in bringing them here. She had no doubt that they loved their father deeply, so much so that they couldn't even face seeing him pain and not realizing he was already hurting. For 2 very bright witches, they could be idiots at times, but that was why they had Jasmine. She may be the youngest of the bunch, but the others listened to her. Jasmine never really gave them much choice in the matter, a thought that amused her to no end, though she felt none as Eleanor Summerby burst from the fireplace. Her expression was a mix of glee and concern, and if something had the latter effect on the woman, Jasmine knew she brought grave news. "I've found him," she declared. "Where?" her father demanded, his demeanor having shifted immediately. "He's at Lestrange Manor." Her father's nostrils flared as he began walking to the door, but was held back by his longtime friend. "You don't need to go to him, Harry. He's going to attempt to take the ministry in a week's time." The man frowned as he paused. "Tell me everything," he instructed, and Jasmine shared a look of worry with her sisters. None of them had been born before the last war had finished, but none were foolish enough to believe anything other than the fact that their father was once more planning on fighting, to the death if necessary. Break. Albus had always known that Tom was arrogant, but placing the cup that had been created by Helga Hufflepuff in the home of his Muggle family was downright sickening, and egotistical, an utter insult to those that had perished due to his actions. The protections around the Riddle family home were much more extensive than the ones in the cave where he had found the locket. But once more, Tom had overestimated his abilities, or underestimated every other person that may have happened upon his Horcrux. Albus couldn't be certain which, but it mattered not. He had secured another one of the man's abominations. Singularly, the Horcruxes were powerful items, alluring to those of a weaker mind or disposition, but Albus would not be compromised by the magic. Possessing two of the items, however, was challenging. He had no urge to allow them to take hold of him, but they made him feel unclean, the taint of the vile creations seemingly seeping into his very being. They would need to be destroyed, and soon. Placing the two items in separate boxes and sealing them with a wave of his wand, he leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes tiredly. The Horcruxes were draining, choosing to feed off the ambient magic around them. Albus. Everard, what can I do for you? Barnabas has informed me that there is a student on the 7th floor, the portrait replied. You asked for him to keep an eye on the hidden room. Albus nodded as he stood. The revelation of the hidden room had been quite the surprise to the headmaster when Helena had shown him it. Albus had believed that the room full of chamber pots he had discovered many years prior had been little more than a dream, but he knew better now. Who is the student? He asked. Mr. Lestrain, of Slytherin. With a nod of thanks, Albus hurried from the room and headed towards the 7th floor. He had expected that Tom, having made use of the room for several years during his time at Hogwarts, may attempt to place one of his Horcruxes there. There was no safer place than Hogwarts, after all. As he ascended the steps to the 7th floor, Albus cast a disillusionment charm over himself and entered the corridor to find it empty. Rudolphus must have accessed the room before he could arrive. With a gentle sigh, Albus waited, startling when a door began to form in the wall of the corridor only a few moments later. Peering out into the hallway cautiously, Rudolphus exited the room of requirement, only to yelp as Albus appeared in front of him. It would be unwise to reach for your wand, the headmaster warned, his already pointed at the boy. Now you will retrieve what you just placed in there and bring it to me. Rudolphus leered. No, I don't think I will, he replied defiantly. Do not be a fool, Mr. Lestrange. I am giving you the opportunity to not make this any worse for yourself, Albus explained patiently. Do you even know what it was you were tasked with placing within a school full of children? Rudolphus shrugged. I was just doing as I was instructed. The Dark Lord does not need to explain himself to me. Albus shook his head. The item that you brought into the school is exceptionally dangerous, and if you were to be caught with it would see you spend the rest of your days in Azkaban. Rudolphus snorted. I won't be going to Azkaban, he said confidently. And you don't have the guts to hurt me. You're a coward, Dumbledore. Foolishly, the boy reached for his wand, only to be blasted off his feet by the much faster and more powerful headmaster. Rudolphus skidded down the corridor, and before he could even begin gaining his footing, found himself bound in thick ropes, bereft of his wand. You should have given it to me when you had the chance, Albus sighed as he approached the boy, pausing as Harry appeared in gout of golden fire. It was a remarkable entrance, and Rudolphus paled noticeably at the arrival. I should have known you would be monitoring the corridor, Albus chuckled amusedly. Harry nodded. I would have been here sooner, but something rather important has come up, he explained. So, Tom chose you to bring it for him, did he? Well, now you will give it to me. I will not, Rudolphus spat. Harry leaned over the boy and glared at him. Professor Dumbledore may have been kind enough to leave your limbs intact, Lestrange, but I am not him, he whispered dangerously. You will either show me where it is, or I will begin sending pieces of you to your father in the post. Do I make myself clear? You wouldn't dare, Lestrange bit back uneasily. We will see about that, Harry replied as he drew his wand. I think I'll take a few fingers first. No, Rudolphus pleaded as Harry leveled his wand at him. Please, no. Harry hummed thoughtfully. So, you will fetch it for me. Reluctantly, Lestrange nodded, and Harry dragged him to his feet. "Open the room," he instructed after removing the bindings. Rudolphus did so, and Harry prodded him forwards, urging him to lead the way. The room where Albus found himself was unfamiliar, but it appeared Harry had been here before, as he showed no sign of surprise at all of the discarded items within. Almost fearfully, Rudolphus led them through the labyrinth of stacked furniture and came to a stop as he reached a large cabinet after a few minutes. "It's in there," he said sulkily. With a wave of his wand, Harry opened the door, and resting upon an old velvet cushion was the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. The wave of magic that rolled over them made Albus shudder. The diadem was undoubtedly a Horcrux and would have to be destroyed, along with Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. Carefully, Harry levitated the jeweled tiara out of the cabinet and placed it in a bag before pocketing it. "Come on," he instructed, prodding Lestrange with his wand. The trio left the room in silence, and Albus led the way to his office, wondering just what to do with his student. He had never had to expel anyone before, and though it was not a thought he was relishing, he could see no other choice. "What's going to happen to me?" Lestrange asked as they entered. The young man was nervous now, the seriousness of what he'd done finally settling in. Not that he was remorseful. He was merely regretting that he had been caught. "Well," Albus sighed, "in light of the nature of the matter, the danger posed to other students, and willingly being in possession of a highly illegal artifact, I believe I have no other alternative but—" "Wait, Albus," Harry broke in. The headmaster frowned as the man gestured for him to step aside for a private conversation. "We cannot let him be released, nor can we hand him over to the ministry," Harry whispered urgently. "Crouch's son is either one of them or is on his way to joining. We can't risk this getting out, especially with what I learned today." "What did you learn?" "He's going to attempt to take the ministry within the week," Harry explained. Albus swallowed deeply, his heart sinking into his stomach. "Are you certain?" Harry nodded gravely. "He's staying with the Lestranges, and Summerby has been watching." Albus released a deep breath. "What will we do?" "I already have a plan in action," Harry informed him. "Let me handle Lestrange, just worry about the Horcruxes." "I have 3 of them," Albus revealed, leaving Harry taken aback. "You have?" Albus nodded. "Locket, cup, and diadem," he reeled off. "I will explain how and where I found them when it is more convenient." "Bloody hell, not bad, Albus," Harry praised. "You did mention how important it was, but what about the last one we know of?" "Leave that to me," Harry murmured. "I think Crouch would be better served making use of the attempted raid on the ministry to carry one out of his own." Albus frowned confusedly, but Harry had discussed all he wished to and once more turned his attention back to the waiting Rudolphus. "By rights, I should hand you over to the ministry, where you would rot in Azkaban for what you have done. But what happens next depends on how helpful you are to me." "What do you mean?" Lestrange queried. "Was anyone else given an item?" Rudolphus swallowed deeply before nodding. "Lucius," he sighed. "He was called to see the Dark Lord the same time I was. He came out with a book, but he didn't bring it here." Harry held up a hand to silence the 7th year. "You are lucky that you did not lie to me," he cut in. "For that, I will do you the favor of not going to Azkaban today." Rudolphus breathed a sigh of relief. "But you cannot remain here, and you will not be allowed to go free," Harry continued. "Where will I go?" Harry did not answer immediately, but withdrew a coin and began tapping it with his wand. "Evans, where are you sending me?" Rudolphus pressed a moment later when Harry still didn't answer. "Somewhere fitting," Harry responded. "You'll be spared the Dementors, but you may wish you were with them. You picked the wrong side, Lestrange, but don't worry. You'll be back in England soon enough." "Who did you send for Harry?" Albus questioned concernedly. "You'll see," Harry responded, his eyes not leaving the teen. The experience would either show Rudolphus the error of his ways, or it would break him. To Harry, either outcome would be satisfactory. Here he comes now. A knock on the door sounded. Come in, Albus called. The man that entered was one who Harry was very familiar with, one he considered to be among his closest friends. Harry, the Russian greeted him enthusiastically, pulling him into a tight embrace. You sent for me. Harry smiled warmly. Petr was almost the double of his father, the elder of the two, enjoying his well-deserved retirement. I need you to take this young man into your custody for a week or so, Harry explained. No problem, Petr replied immediately, shooting a glance at Lestrange. What kind of custody? He added quietly. I think some work in the mines would do him some good, Harry mused aloud. No magic, of course. Petr grinned as he nodded. Consider it done. Thanks, Petr, Harry replied gratefully. Lestrange, you will be going with Minister Sokolov. I would urge you to cooperate with him. The Russians are not known for their kindness. We are not, Petr agreed loudly. Is this to do with the bastard? Harry merely nodded in reply. I have 3,000 strong men ready for you to command if you need them, Petr declared. Say the word, and we will do to them what we did to Grindelwald. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. I appreciate the offer, old friend, but I think we can manage this one. Petr hummed unhappily. Then you will at least accept my help, he said firmly. We go to war together, Evans. You would insist on being there for me if I was in your position. Fine, Harry agreed, eliciting a grin from the Russian. It has been too long since I had a good fight. I look forward to you sending for me, he added, as he took Rudolphus under the armpit and pulled him to his feet. Where are you taking me? Lestrange asked, panicking. Tavarish, you are coming to Russia. I hope you like the cold. With an unnerving laugh, Petr led the protesting Lestrange from the office, offering Harry and Albus a nod before he closed the door. Well, I suppose it solves our problems, the latter sighed. Lord Lestrange will be furious. Lestrange will either be dead or in Azkaban, Harry pointed out, and Albus could not disagree on the matter. The ministry, he asked. Within the week, Harry reiterated. Albus could only shake his head. How will you prevent it? Harry smiled in response. Well, we will need to have people within, ready to fight, but we do not want Tom to flee, he explained. I have an idea for both. Albus's eyebrows almost disappeared into his headline. He knew that Harry was a very clever and resourceful man, but there was one pertinent question that was bothering him. How will you hide so many in the ministry? I know a place, Harry answered cryptically. Now, let's deal with these Horcruxes, shall we? Your office is much worse with them here. Break. His father had come here during his own time of need to drink whiskey and ponder whatever problems were plaguing his mind. William Potter, however, had never faced anything like this. The man had suspected that Harry was related to them much closer than any would believe, but not even the wiser. Former Lord Potter could have comprehended just who Harry Evans was. Harry Potter. The man was named for Charles's own son, and was somehow James's son. It was something Charles was struggling to get his head around, but he was trying. Harry had been nothing short of a brother to him from the moment he came into his life. From the very beginning, it was as though he belonged, that he was a kindred spirit who Charles gravitated towards, and now he understood why. They shared kin, blood, and magic. The Lord Potter released a deep sigh before draining his glass. He didn't hate Harry, nor did he hold it against him for keeping who he was a secret. It was just so hard to come to terms with. In the month since had learned it, much to his shame, he had not visited his friend. The guilt was there, but somehow, Charles managed to drink it down night after night as he pondered the horrific life Harry had lived before he came here. He was pulled from his thoughts by a knock on the study, and Doria entered, as hopeful as ever but concerned. Charles, you have a visitor, she explained. She stepped aside, and Harry entered, and the guilt Charles had been feeling surged within him once more. Harry was his friend, and it felt as though Charles had merely turned his back on him when all he had ever done was be there for his family. Harry's family, too, he reminded himself. "I'm sorry," Charles slurred as he attempted to stand only to stagger, and for Harry to catch him before he could fall. "What are you apologizing for, you prat?" Harry snorted as he helped him back into his chair. "I didn't expect everything to just be okay." "But it is okay, isn't it?" Charles asked. "We're still friends, aren't we?" "We are," Harry confirmed, "and that's why I'm here. I wouldn't be bothering you if it wasn't important, but there's no one I trust more than you." "What do you need?" Charles questioned, Harry's demeanor helping to sober him. Harry released a deep sigh. "He's going to attempt to take the ministry in a couple of days. It wouldn't feel right fighting without you by my side." "I'll be there," Charles assured him immediately. "Anytime, anyplace, you know that." Harry nodded gratefully. "Then you'd best sober up. Us old bastards will need to be at our best." Charles chuckled at Harry's retreating form, though he frowned curiously as Doria stopped him. The woman placed a hand on his chest and gave him a wry smile. "As much as you look like him," she said, nodding towards Charles. "There's a lot of the blacks in you, too." She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, looking at him imploringly. "Look out for each other," she whispered. Harry nodded. "We always do." Charles smiled as Harry took his leave of the study and stood, much more steadily this time. "I think I need some coffee and a shower," he declared. Doria merely rolled her eyes at him, but she smiled too. Already, Charles felt better, but now was not the time to relish in the happiness. There was a war to be fought, and once more, he would stand proudly with his brothers until the very end. Break. There was a tension in the air, a feeling of finality amongst the Death Eaters that were to remain by the Dark Lord's side. The man himself, however, didn't seem to sense it, or if he did, his demeanor was giving nothing away. "Abraxas is with the minister, my lord," Rosier informed Voldemort, his voice wavering only slightly. Voldemort nodded as he seized the man by the arm and pressed his forefinger into the dark mark that adorned it. Rosier hissed in pain, and Voldemort reveled in his discomfort as he sent his instructions to his waiting inner circle. Every conceivable way into the Ministry of Magic was covered, and would be flooded by his men in only a matter of moments. When they were inside, there would be no removing them, not until the minister personally surrendered to him. Of course she would die. He could not allow any questions to be raised about his rule. "Is it time, my lord?" Avery questioned eagerly. "No, we are to wait for the signal." The plan was for his followers to deal with the reduced Auror force quickly, secure any heads of departments that were here at this late hour, and for Abraxas to take the minister into his custody. It was a perfect plan, and with the additional 100 or so men he had laying in wait to enter with him, their victory was all but assured. That would be the signal," Voldemort declared as the dark mark was shot into the sky. It was a glorious sight to see it hanging above the ministry so prominently, and with a smirk tugging at his lips, Lord Voldemort gestured for his men to follow him into the building posing as a public bathroom. Leading the way as all-powerful men did, he flushed himself and found himself passing through one of the many fireplaces a moment later, where he was greeted by an even more welcome sight. Lining the walls were his Death Eaters, and on her knees in front of the famous golden fountain was Minister Jenkins with Abraxas looming over her, his wand jabbed into the back of her neck and a fistful of hair in his other hand. "Excellent work, Abraxas," the Dark Lord praised, his eyes fixed firmly on the woman. "You know who I am. Of course you do. Everyone knows who I am by now." Jenkins said nothing, but her eyes were filled with fear, an emotion that only elicited excitement within Lord Voldemort. "The ministry is mine," he said gleefully. "You have lost, Minister. Abraxas, take the minister back to her office. She will face my judgment soon enough." Abraxas bowed, and the Dark Lord turned to look at his assembled followers. Stepping forward, he held his arms out. "This night will be remembered as our victory, as the night we refused to be cowed, where we proved once and for all that we are the superior witches and wizards." Those that had accompanied him into the building cheered their approval as he turned his attention towards the fountain. It stood as a symbol of peace, equality, cooperation, and prosperity between all things magical, a symbol that was built on a lie. There was no equality, only those that had allowed the illusion of such frivolous things. "Abraxas, I told you to take the minister back to her office," the Dark Lord huffed irritably, only to be taken aback as something was rolled in his direction. His eyes widened at the sight of the severed head of Abraxas Malfoy, the eyes and tongue having been torn out. When Voldemort looked up, it was to see the man he believed to be his most ardent follower remove his mask, and he found himself staring into a pair of emerald eyes that were ablaze with fury. "Evans," he whispered in disbelief as he took several steps back. The Dark Lord could only look on as the Death Eaters lining the walls changed their robes from black to white, and their masks from white to black. They were surrounded. "Our portkeys, they don't work," one of the Death Eaters despaired. The Dark Lord attempted to apparate away, to no avail, and found himself facing a most undesirable predicament. How? How had Evans discovered his plan? The answer to the many questions would have to wait. Evans was here for one reason only, and as the man slid his wand into his hand, the Dark Lord followed suit. "Kill them," Evans commanded coldly. Chapter 108, where it all began, Part 2. "I'm scared, Harry," Minerva whispered as she clung to his shirt. "It's like how it was before, but the prophecy." Harry offered his wife a reassuring smile. "My whole life has led to this," he murmured. "With him gone, I will finally be able to live." "Have we not been living these past few decades?" Minerva replied sadly. "We have," Harry replied, "but he has always been there and always will until one of us dies. I tried to ignore it, Minerva, but I am drawn to him like a moth to a flame. For everything he has ever done to me, it has to be this way." Minerva nodded as her eyes brimmed with tears. "Don't leave me alone, Harry. I don't know what I would do without you." Harry sighed gently as he pulled her closer to his chest. "You never will be," he promised. "Kill them all." At his command, the men that had served him so loyally on the continent so many years ago attacked, and the Death Eaters immediately found themselves on the defensive. Those that didn't manage to shield themselves or avoid the onslaught screamed in agony as they were set upon, but Harry's eyes were fixed on only one person. His fury was palpable. The sight of the man that had tormented him since he had been little more than a year old, bringing the worst out in him. That simmering anger and hatred he felt at the murder of his parents, the death of Cedric, the loss of Sirius, and every single other transgression that Tom Riddle had dared to commit against him tore through Harry. Riddle was a monster, but in this moment it was Harry that was to be feared, though his foe showed little of it. Whatever shock he had experienced initially seemed to have worn off quickly, and he brought his wand to bear, a flurry of spells bursting from the tip. With a wave of Harry's wand, they came to nothing, swept aside as though they were nothing more than a minor irritant. The casual dismissal angered the Dark Lord, and he sent forth another effort, to no avail. Harry simply stepped out of their path before sending his rebuttal, and he felt a wave of satisfaction as Tom's eyes widened in concern. If his first offering elicited such a reaction, then Riddle was in for a rude awakening in the coming moments. Still, he smiled in his own deluded way as he breathed a fireball into his hand and manipulated it into an enormous snake, beaming smugly as it lunged towards Harry. Again, with little more than a wave of his wand, the Dark Lord's effort was eradicated, much to the man's surprise. "Pathetic," Harry snorted before returning the gesture, his own serpent much larger and burning hotter than Voldemort's. The mocking only served to anger his foe more, and with a scream of rage mixed with desperation, he managed to nullify Harry's fiery creation with an elaborate, backhanded gesture with his wand. Avada Kedavra. The sight of the same spell that robbed Harry of his parents no longer frightened him as it once had, no longer haunted his dreams with the pleading of his mother. No, it served only to fuel his need for vengeance. But Tom Riddle would not be granted such a painless, easy death. The man would suffer dearly, and as Harry spun away from the killing curse, his nostrils flared as he readied himself to make the next and last moments of Voldemort's life more painful and unpleasant than Harry's had ever been throughout his formative years. Break. It felt almost like the days of fighting Grindelwald's men on the continent, though waging war inside the Ministry was a far cry from the various far-flung cities they had fought in. Still, war was war, and Charles found himself engaged in one once more, even if it would be decided in a single battle in which neither side could nor would flee. It was as though no time had passed at all as the Lord Potter fired curse after curse towards his enemies, those that remained, at least. The ones that had been sent into the Ministry first had already either been subdued or killed in their attempted coup. The Death Eaters' numbers had already been reduced significantly, and it was only a matter of time before they were left with no choice but concede defeat. Until then, the fighting would continue, and though it felt the same as it had those many decades prior, the enemy was undoubtedly different. Here, they were not facing men hardened by years of battle, but spoiled purebloods fighting only to survive. Charles ducked an unpleasant rupturing curse that was sent his way by a masked assailant and nodded gratefully as his attacker was felled by a rebuttal from Jack, who had chosen to fight alongside Charles and Arcturus. Although they were hidden beneath their robes and masks, Reg and Gilbert, as ever, were back-to-back, fighting as they always did. They made quite the formidable team, their work as synchronized as it had ever been. "Bloody hell!" Charles cursed as the atrium became suddenly hot, and he could only look on as a fiery serpent struck at Harry, who dispatched it almost casually. The magic wielded by Voldemort was dangerous, but Harry's own offering proved to be more so. His own snake dwarfed the Dark Lord's, and Charles felt beads of sweat immediately pour down his face beneath his own mask. "This is why we give him a wide berth," he explained to Jack with a chuckle, blasting aside a Death Eater who appeared in front of them. Jack shook his head and flinched as Harry unleashed another spell, the power behind it tearing chunks of the granite floor away as it careened towards Voldemort, who conjured a bronze shield. The impact sent the man back almost a dozen feet, the resulting rumble from the force reverberating off the walls, but his shield had prevented the worst of the damage. With a scream of frustration, he launched the scattered debris of the floor towards Harry, who merely banished them back towards Voldemort, transfiguring them into round projectiles adorned with spikes. Much to his credit, the Dark Lord didn't shy away from them and instead whipped his wand upwards, sending the balls into the high ceiling above before slashing his wand downwards. A bolt of lightning crackled from the tip and soared towards Harry, who met it in kind with his own. The two men circled around one another as the already damaged floor below them was scorched, but once more, it was Harry who got the better of the exchange. With his free hand, he threw a fireball towards Voldemort, forcing him to break the connection to prevent himself from being immolated. Glaring balefully, the Dark Lord raised his wand, only for his eyes to widen as an enormous fist created from the water of the nearby fountain slammed into his back, sending him sprawling forwards. The sodden Voldemort, however, sprung to his feet instantly, batting aside a severing curse and ducking beneath two other spells Charles did not recognize. "Crucio!" Voldemort shrieked. His effort came to nothing as Harry simply circled away from the torture curse, though his expression somehow became more hateful, and he unleashed a plethora of spells that Voldemort struggled to defend himself against. Harry's attack became relentless, but Charles found himself engaged by another group of Death Eaters, and his attention was once more drawn to his own battle. "Break." "This takes me back," Reg chuckled as he sent a bone-splintering curse back towards the man who had cast it at Gilbert. "It does," Gilbert agreed, "but not to better times," he added. Reg laughed once more. His years at war and as an Auror had seen him come to adapt to these very situations. He thrived in them, a sentiment that his long-suffering friend did not echo. Gilbert had become an excellent fighter in his own right, but out of necessity. Still, the man had evidently maintained the training habits Harry had instilled within them. Thus far, he hadn't missed a beat, and Reg felt all the better for having Gilbert at his back. "You're a mad bastard, Yaxley," Gilbert grumbled. Reg smiled. It wouldn't be a fight without Gilbert voicing his woes, and this was certainly shaping up to be quite the battle. Between Harry and Voldemort and the desperate Death Eaters, the Ministry Atrium was in chaos, an event that would undoubtedly be cemented in wizarding history. However, Reg's smile suddenly fell as he spotted a Death Eater running towards Harry, his wand leveled at his friend. "Evans," he shouted in warning, only to balk as the man garbed in black robes fired a sickly, purple spell towards Harry's back. It was as though time stood still as the curse sailed through the air, and Reg and the others could only look on helplessly. Harry didn't even react at all, and just as Reg resigned himself to the fact that the spell would reach him, he balked as a black mass erupted from Harry's back, a large maw opening and swallowing the purple bolt. With a screech that caused Reg to cover his ears from the shrillness, Harry's shadowy companion did not pause, its ember eyes glowing eerily as snapped its jaws around the attacker. The man screamed in agony as the fangs punctured him, and even louder as he was thrown into the air. He hit the floor with a wet, dull thud, and there he remained, dead, and with his blood oozing from his wounds. If nothing else, the presence of the snake served as a deterrent to any other who were considering interfering, and it certainly troubled Voldemort, who took several steps back out of striking range of the odd creature, who remained poised, ready to strike at any that dared wander into its path. "Fucking hell, look at the size of it," Gilbert choked. They had seen the snake before, but it had grown considerably during the intervening decades. "I wonder what he feeds it," Reg mused aloud, eliciting a roar of pain from a large man, hitting him with a searing curse. Many would have given up the fight having been hit with such a thing, but this man did not. With an animalistic growl, he charged towards Reg, the skin around his shoulder smoldering. It was then that Reg realized that this was no mere man. But it wasn't the first time he'd had to deal with what he suspected was an untransformed werewolf. With a flick of his wand, his flame whip wrapped around the neck of the creature. "Gil," he called as it plowed onwards, despite its searing neck. Without a second to spare, Gilbert struck out with a bone breaker to the face, and Reg's foe finally collapsed to the ground, choking on his own blood. "Shit, that was close," Reg gasped, sneaking a glance towards Harry and Voldemort. The Dark Lord was an exceedingly skilled wizard, so much so that Reg doubted there were many he could truly match him. But he was facing off with Harry, a seasoned veteran who was the most gifted fighter Reg had ever met. Still, although it was unlikely, magic could be an unpredictable mistress, and there was a chance that Voldemort could capitalize if Harry made even a single error. The thought filled Reg with dread, but he wouldn't doubt his friend, and as he continued fighting off the dwindling number of Death Eaters, he was confident that Harry would emerge victorious, just as he had in their younger years on the continent. "Break. Are you sure you're all right, Remus?" James asked worriedly. The boy was paler than usual and sweating profusely as they completed their homework. "I already said I'm fine," Remus snapped irritably. James shared a look with Sirius and Peter, neither of the others believing their friend. "Is there not any medicine for your illness?" the latter asked. Remus's nostrils flared, and he took several deep breaths before shaking his head. "No," he whispered sadly, "there's no medicine for it." "There must be something," James sighed. "What is it you have? I can ask my mum, she used to be a healer." "There isn't anything," Remus huffed as he began packing his things away, no longer wishing to discuss it. "Remus, we just want to help you," James assured the boy as he grabbed his forearm to prevent him from leaving. Remus's lower lip began to tremble. "You can't help me, James," he choked. "No one can." "Bollocks," Sirius declared. "There's always something that can be done. We're your friends, Remus. Let us try." Remus said nothing, his gaze shifting towards the window. James followed it with his own, and he found himself looking at the almost full moon. He frowned in confusion, his stomach sinking as things began to fall into place. It was every month that Remus became unwell, more irritable and paler. He would spend a few days in the hospital wing and return to them as well as ever, until the following month. James swallowed deeply as he remembered one of the private lessons Harry had given him a few months before he came to the castle. Werewolves are just like us mostly, only there are a few days out of the month when their curse can affect them quite badly. I like to think of it as a furry little problem. James's gaze shifted back towards his friend, and he felt himself filled with sadness. "When did it happen?" he asked quietly. "What?" Remus returned cautiously. James looked around the common room to ensure they were not being eavesdropped on. "When were you bitten?" Sirius and Peter looked towards him questioningly, but James ignored them, his eyes fixed on his other friend. Remus looked as though he would flee, but James gripped his arm tighter to prevent him doing so. "Remus," he pleaded. Tears began to spill down the boy's cheek, and he wiped them away furiously with his sleeve. "I was 5, he sniffed reluctantly. James nodded and helped his friend back into his chair. "You'll probably want to stay away from me now," Remus whispered as he stared off into the distance. "Oh, shut up," James sighed. "You just have a furry little problem," he japed. "A furry little problem," Remus returned bitterly. "You could say that. And you could spend the rest of your life feeling sorry for yourself, but I won't let you do that," James retorted firmly. "What is going on?" Sirius asked confusedly. James released a deep breath as he looked towards him and Peter. They were Remus's friends too, loyal friends who would not abandon him. Of that, James had no doubt. "Remus is a werewolf," he explained in a whisper. Sirius's eyebrows almost vanished into his hairline as his mouth fell agape, and Peter whimpered. "Bloody hell," Sirius muttered. "Why didn't you say anything, you prat?" Remus shook his head. "It's not something you advertise," he murmured, shooting a furtive glance around the common room. "We're your mates, aren't we?" Peter asked. The boy was offended that he didn't know, but not because he wished to keep his distance. Remus shrugged. "Please don't tell anyone," he all but begged. "They'll want me kicked out of school." "We won't," James assured him. "Will we?" Peter and Sirius both shook their heads firmly. "We won't let that happen," Sirius promised. "And now you've got us to help you." "You can't help me, Sirius," Remus sighed. "We'll find a way," Sirius replied, undeterred by difficulty of doing so. "Won't we?" James nodded. "We will find a way," he vowed, echoing the sentiment of the other boy. "What's Minerva doing here?" he questioned as their head of house entered the common room. "Dunno, but she looks worried about something," Sirius muttered as the woman made her way to the center of the room. "All students are to remain in here until further notice," she announced. "Perkins, come with me," she requested, gesturing towards the head boy. The two left the room, the professor ignoring the questions that followed. "What do you think is going on?" Sirius asked. "I don't know," James answered, "but it must be bad if we're being locked in." Perkins returned a moment later, an expression of deep concern marring his features. "What's happening, Graham?" one of the prefects asked. Perkins shook his head. "All right, you lot," he called, his voice trembling. "We've just been informed that Voldemort is attempting to take the ministry." The mood within the common room suddenly became rather somber at the announcement. "Professor Evans is there fighting him," Perkins continued. "All we can do is wait to see what happens." James felt himself filled with dread, and he shared a knowing look with Sirius. "My dad's there," he whispered. "And my grandfather," Sirius added worriedly. "Professor Evans is fighting Voldemort," Lily asked as she approached them with Marlene and Alice in tow. "What's going to happen?" "Harry will murder the bastard," James replied confidently, his jaw tightening at the thought of his father fighting at the ministry. Sirius nodded his agreement, but he too was unsettled. Both boys knew they had family there. Neither Arcturus Black nor Charles Potter would let Harry fight without them. "Shit," James muttered, wishing he was older so that he could be there with them, his thoughts also wandering to his mother, who would be beside herself with worry. "Come on, Dad," he whispered pleadingly, praying to any deity that would hear his words for his father to be returned to him and his mother safe and unharmed. Break. Nothing Voldemort had offered had come as a surprise to Harry. The man was indeed a very gifted wizard, ruthless in his attack, but relied heavily on his knowledge and expertise of the dark arts, foolishly believing so ardently in their superiority when it came to combat. Harry had already proven him wrong, and though Tom was making adjustments where needed rather admirably, it was clear that he had never faced such adversity. Where the man was a magical powerhouse, and his form was quite flawless, he lacked creativity, and inevitably reverted back to what he knew best when he found himself in trouble. Unfortunately for him, his defensive magic was not on par with his excellent offense, and as such, Harry knew he needed to continue as he was, frustrating Riddle until he inevitably made an admittedly rare mistake. Harry would not miss that opening, but for the time being, the duel would seemingly continue in earnest until the right moment to end it came along. Crucio. Once more, Harry sidestepped the attempt before returning the gesture, causing Voldemort's eyes to widen in shock, evidently not having expected such a spell from him. Harry gave the man a pointed look, his attack continuing with a flurry of rupturing and blood-boiling curses. Riddle struggled to bat them aside, not entirely unscathed by the battle. Harry had caught his arm with a rather nasty cutting curse, though it had already stopped bleeding. Undoubtedly, the man had completed a plethora of rituals for a wound of that nature to seal on its own, but he was still favoring the limbs somewhat. Still, it was an inconvenience, but Harry didn't allow it to bother him much. Tom would die here tonight, despite any rituals or other magics he had delved into. "Just die, Evans," Voldemort snarled, his wand spewing out an array of obscure curses that Harry had learned from books in the Flamel Library, most of which had been handwritten. How Tom had come across them, he knew not, but as he had been doing since the beginning of the fight, he frustrated the Dark Lord by nullifying his offerings with apparent ease. Another flurry of spells came towards him, and Harry batted each away and shook his head mockingly, a smirk tugging at his lips as he implemented the most insulting thing he could do in this moment. Hissing loudly, he called forth the knowledge he had devoured from the Slytherin library and unleashed a barrage of spells towards Voldemort, leaving the man screaming in unbridled fury as he did all he could to defend himself from the magic of his own ancestors. Break. The Dark Lord was loath to admit that he was beginning to fade, that he had been wounded several times, and that Harry Evans was getting the better of their exchanges. It was frustrating, to say the least. Lord Voldemort was the superior wizard, and yet it was as though Evans could read his mind, that he knew exactly was coming for him even before it had been cast. It was trickery that made him so successful, a dangerous trickery, but he was still a fraud, and hearing him speak the noble language of his line only added to the many insults he had already endured. "You dare!" Voldemort roared as he fought to fend off the parcel magic that he had been denied the knowledge of. Evans had stolen it from the chamber, the Dark Lord's birthright, and he had the unmitigated gall to use it against him. The man offered no reply, giving Voldemort no reprieve as his attack only intensified. Evans was fast, his wandwork flawless, and unlike nothing else the Dark Lord had ever seen before. It was clear to see why he was so revered and respected, why the thought of crossing him made even the most prominent of men balk. The Dark Lord, however, was no normal man. Evans could never hope to defeat him, not truly, and the thought brought a grin to his lips as he narrowly avoided a particularly nasty gouging curse. "You may win the battle, Evans, but victory is so far out of your reach," he called mockingly. "None have ever taken the steps that I have to ensure that I cannot be beaten." Much to the Dark Lord's surprise, however, Evans merely offered him a knowing smirk before reaching into his inside pocket. From it, he removed a few items, and Lord Voldemort frowned as the man threw them on the floor in front of him. It was a sense of horror that filled him as he recognized them, each having been destroyed. The cup, the locket, and the diadem. How? None had been made privy to the knowledge of his Horcruxes, and yet Evans had obtained 3 of them. Lestrange's foolish son was responsible for the diadem, but how had he come into possession of the others? No, such a thing was an impossibility, though they were here, despite his own disbelief. Still, the diary was safe, a realization that brought little comfort in what he faced. Basilisk venom is a very useful substance, Evans commented humorlessly. The diary is being retrieved at this very moment. By the end of the night, you and your vile creations will be remembered as nothing more than a brief inconvenience in our history, a failed lunatic who overestimated himself. No, Voldemort denied furiously. Tonight is the night of my glory, and it will be remembered as the time that the great Harry Evans crossed wands with his better and died as the foolish man he was. Evans had the temerity to laugh at him before his relentless attack continued, somehow with more vigor than before, his intention to kill him seemingly stronger than ever. Break. Keep searching, Bones, Crouch instructed. The Lady Malfoy shook her head and rolled her eyes. The Ministry has checked every inch of the house several times over the years, Crouch. There is nothing to be found. I will be the judge of that, Crouch replied irritably. Now, if you will be so kind, could you show me to the drawing room? Lady Malfoy frowned. My husband will be most displeased with you searching through his personal paperwork. Well, your husband is not here, is he? Crouch returned evenly. Do you know his whereabouts? The lady wrapped her gown around her tighter, her lips pursed as she shook her head. My husband does not see fit to tell me of his movements. He could be any number of places. Such a shame, Crouch snarked. The drawing room. Very well, Lady Malfoy huffed as she led the way. Moody, you're with me. The younger man nodded and followed, and Barty wondered just how good the information was that Evans had given him. If there was indeed a hidden room full of dark objects, Malfoy would have some explaining to do. But Evans' insistence on destroying a diary that had belonged to Tom Riddle, using the basilisk venom the man had provided, was an odd request. Still, Barty was nothing if not a man of his word, and he would do as he had been bid if he found such a diary. It's just a drawing room, gentlemen, Lady Malfoy explained as she showed them into one of the rooms tucked away on the ground floor. Crouch hummed as he ducked below the desk and rubbed the palm of his hand atop the carpet. At first, nothing appeared to be amiss, but then he felt a subtle jolt of concealed magic. Drawing his wand, he found it once more and nodded to himself as he identified it, and with a few muttered words of French, the desk above him began to move, sliding back towards the nearby window and revealing a descending staircase. Well, 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 Barty murmured as he lit the tip of his wand. Lady Malfoy seemed genuinely surprised by the hidden room, but offered no comment as Barty made his way down, his eyes widening gleefully at the sight of wares within. Abraxas Malfoy was in more trouble than any amount of gold would get him out of. The shelves were full of items, some not quite illegal, but certainly questionable in nature, and others would see him facing a rather long stint in Azkaban. Nundu essence, harvested Muggle organs, cursed jewelry, he reeled off as he perused the shelves, shaking his head. However, it wasn't until he came upon a locked box with a serpent engraved in the front that he paused, the magic of it brushing across his senses and making the man shiver. Barty Crouch knew dark magic, had spent much of his life on the never-ending crusade of eradicating things such as this. And as he opened the box with a flick of his wand, he found himself looking upon the very diary Evans had described to him. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Barty murmured, resisting the urge to reach out and grab it. Whatever the item was, it appeared to be sentient, and anything belonging to Tom Riddle could not be good. With a nod, having already decided to do as Evans instructed, He levitated the book out of the box and took his leave of the room to dispose of it. "What do you have there, sir?" Moody asked curiously, eyeing the book with concern. Barty didn't answer, but instead removed the phial of venom from within the robes before allowing the diary to drop to the floor with a dull thud. "Sir, what is that?" Moody pressed. Uncorking the bottle, Barty poured the contents onto it and took a step back. At first, nothing happened, and he believed that Evans may have been mistaken until a piercing scream filled the room, and the 3 occupants were blown off their feet by the magical backlash. Barty couldn't be certain, but as the diary smoked, he was sure he saw a shadowy figure with red eyes emerge and glare at him for the briefest second. "Sweet Merlin, what was that?" Lady Malfoy gasped as she pushed herself to her feet. The woman had paled, but Barty didn't know what the item had been, though he had no doubt that the world was better off without it. "Sir, are you all right?" One of the Aurors searching the house questioned as he burst into the room with his wand drawn, followed by a dozen or so others. "I'm fine," Barty assured the man. "I want that cellar emptied and every item catalogued." "Of course, sir, but there is something you should be aware of," the Auror replied frantically. "What is it?" Barty snapped. He finally had all the evidence he needed to bring Abraxas Malfoy to justice, and he didn't have time for distractions. "We just received a report that Voldemort's mark has been seen hovering above the Ministry. According to Matthews, Evans and his lot are in there fighting him." Barty's eyes widened uncharacteristically, shocked by the revelation. "Well, what the bloody hell are we standing here for? Danvers, you, and all man will remain here. Everyone else, let's go." Charging from the Malfoy home with his Aurors in tow, Barty wondered just what was happening. How had Voldemort gained entry into the Ministry with his forces? Barty shook his head of the thought, knowing that he needed to focus. It didn't matter how the man got in. What mattered was ensuring he did not escape, though the knowledge that Evans was somehow already there, and fighting him assuaged his concerns somewhat. Break. It was the first time that Jack had truly been able to use the Elder Wand in a combat situation. With the Death Eaters having been feeling at the sight of the Auras, he'd not experienced the wand as he wished, but having sown so now, he found himself in awe at what it was capable of. It was as though the wand was guiding him, exchanging nearby foes, and reacting to his thoughts rather than his actions. It meant that his spells were coming faster, more fluidly, and even his defensive work seemed to have been bolstered by it. Jack was no slouch when it came to his fighting ability. He was his father's son, after all, but the wand seemed to elevate his prowess to new heights, and he understood just why it had such a bloody history. It would be easy to fall into a false sense of security with how it made the user feel, though Jack was no fool. He did not fall under the illusion that he could hope to defeat his father or Voldemort, who seemed to be almost frozen in a state of shock, his eyes transfixed on some discarded items on the floor. For the first time since the man and his father had begun their duel, Jack saw something in the Dark Lord that made him much less terrifying. Fear. Voldemort finally realized that he should be fearful of his father, who merely glared at the other man, a look that made even Jack feel a chill in his bones. Harry Evans was a frightening man, and though Jack had rarely seen him angry, he'd learned not to doubt the ruthless nature of his father. Jack was too far away to hear the following exchange between the two men, until Voldemort screamed. No. Whatever was said next, Jack would never know, but his father's eyes seemed to burn brighter as he unleashed another attack, his robes rippling from the power he emitted. Voldemort did all he could to defend himself, but the magic of his father only grew more powerful, the ground beneath his feet cracking, and it was clear that the Dark Lord was unable to sustain the onslaught. All eyes shifted to the men, just as one of his father's spells slipped through Voldemort's defenses and collided with his chest. To Jack, it was like everything froze as the Dark Lord staggered backwards, and his wand clattered to the floor, though nothing could have prepared him for what happened next. Voldemort began to shake uncontrollably, and he gasped in pain as he staggered forward, only to pause as green flames began to lick at his feet and spread up his body. To his credit, the screaming didn't begin until they got past his knees, but Jack would never forget the haunting sound for as long as he lived. For several minutes, the world around him stood still as the Dark Lord burned, the agonized wailing continuing long after he was fully engulfed by the fire. And all the time, his father's eyes never left his burning foe. There was no satisfaction in his gaze, nor was there relief. If anything, Jack would always believe his father wanted Voldemort to suffer even more than he had in his final throes of life. Even as a seasoned Ura, the smell of charred flesh was not something he had ever become accustomed to, nor was seeing someone perish in such a way. If anyone in Britain had ever doubted what his father was capable of, they wouldn't now, not with how he had dispatched of Lord Voldemort. Without their leader, the remaining Death Eaters threw their wands down, conceding defeat, and were left with no other choice than to see what fate had in store for them. They would be punished harshly, of that, Jack had no doubt, but even with the fighting having come to an end, his father continued staring at the burned husk that had been Tom Mavulla Riddle, lost on his own thoughts. Break. It was over, and yet, Harry didn't feel the elation he had expected to at killing Voldemort. Perhaps it was that so much time had passed since the man had been the thing to haunt his dreams, the cause of all the misery he had endured in his life. Things were so different now. Harry was no longer a helpless, orphan boy forced to live in a cupboard with only his nightmares for company. No, he had built a life for himself, had grown beyond being a meek boy, and had ultimately changed the world through his own blood, sweat, and tears. Tom Riddle was nothing but a loose end that had needed to be tied up, but still, he had hoped to feel more than the meager satisfaction he did in this moment. With a shake of his head, he turned to find his men apprehending the remaining Death Eaters amongst the dead and injured. It would indeed be remembered as a bloody day in British wizarding history, but Voldemort was gone now. Harry was pulled from his thoughts by the flaring of the fireplaces as the Uras that he had ensured would be otherwise occupied arrived, led by Butta Crouch, who stalked towards him. "What the hell happened, Ovens?" he demanded, his mustache twitching irritably. "He's dead," Harry answered simply, nodding to where the blackened remains of the Dark Lord rested. "What happens to those is up to the Ministry," he added, jerking his thumb over his shoulder towards the Death Eaters before heading towards the fireplaces. "Where are you going, Dad?" Jack asked, falling into step with him. He was joined quickly by Chullas, Arcturus, Rudge, Gilbert, and Putki, whom Harry had kept his promise to, and it was a wave of relief that washed over him seeing that they had all made it out alive. "I'm going home, Jack," he replied simply, pausing to offer those that had always been by his side a grateful smile. "We did it." "We always do it," Chullas snorted. "We might not be as young as we were the first time around, but we've still got it." The others nodded their agreement, and Harry chuckled. "Well, if I have my way, there won't be any more wars for us to fight." "Why am I disappointed by that?" Rudge sighed. "Because you're a bloody lunatic," Gilbert huffed. "I'm going home too," he declared. "Sarana will be waiting." "Nancy too," Rudge added with a smile. "We all have people waiting for us," Chullas pointed out. Harry nodded. "Not Jack," Harry pointed out. "That will change soon enough," Jack replied, his eyes trailing a Blunda Ura who had arrived with Crouch. "It's probably time to settle down. Someone has to give you and Mum grandchildren." Harry smiled at the thought as he clapped his son on the shoulder, already dreading the fallout the events of the evening would cause. Break. Having passed on the news of the ensuing fighting to the head boy, Minerva had opted to return home. She had wanted nothing more than to go to the Ministry, but it would do no good. It would be here that Harry came when all was said and done. If he lived, of course. Minerva shook her head of that thought, ignoring the memory of her meeting with Cassandra Trullina so many years ago. Harry wouldn't die, he couldn't. It felt like hours that she had been packing around the room with the view of the gardens, her usual tranquility all but absent as she did her best to not ponder the worst possible outcome of the evening. Jack was with Harry too, so it was not only her husband she worried for, but as the fireplace flared to life and the latter stepped out, she suddenly found herself speechless and unable to move. Much to her relief, Harry came to her, pulling Minerva into his arms as he whispered the needed reassurances in her ear. "It's done," he informed her. "Jack is okay." For the first time in many years, Minerva sobbed in relief, the very same way she did when she learned that Harry had defeated Grindelwald and would be coming back to her. It was as though a burden of almost 5 decades was immediately lifted, and she could breathe freely for the first time. "How are you?" she asked gently, cupping his cheek. Harry shrugged. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I thought there would be more, but it's just over. I'm glad he's gone, but it just always seemed that after everything there would be." "Would be what?" Minerva pressed. Harry smiled as he shook his head. "There's nothing else to have," he said in realization. "I already have everything I ever wanted, but now I just get to enjoy it without knowing he is out there." Minerva smiled through her tears as she understood what he meant. "So what happens now?" Harry shrugged once more. "I don't care," he said dismissively. "Now I finally get to live my life, really live without prophecies, dark lords, or anything else hanging over me." Minerva nodded as she grinned. "What will you do first?" she asked curiously. "Well," Harry mused aloud, "there is a school full of children who will need their defense against the dark arts professor tomorrow. You know me, I like to keep it simple." Minerva raised an eyebrow at her husband. Harry was not a simple man and had never been that since she had known him, but for the first time in all the years she believed he might just be happy enough with a simpler life. Or so she hoped. Chapter 109, Epilogue, August 1986. "Well, the war with Voldemort finished before it really began," Reg explained as he leaned back in his chair. "With Grindelwald, it was many years and dozens of battles. Voldemort was defeated in one fight with your Uncle Harry. Do you know what he did?" The gathered children shook their heads, and Harry shared a look of resignation with the other men that had joined them in Charles's basement. "He burned him alive from the inside out," Reg whispered as he leaned forward. As much as hearing the story again irked Harry, he couldn't deny that Yaxley had a way with words. The kids were hanging onto every single one of them, but they were quite alarmed by his revelation. "All right, Reg, that's enough," he sighed. "You'll give them nightmares." Reg merely grinned. "Ha, he won't look so happy when they tell Nancy," Gilbert quipped. Reg's smile faded and was replaced by a look of alarm. "Bugger," he murmured. "Uncle Reg, what happened after Voldemort died?" Daisy, Jack's 11-year-old daughter, asked. She was one of 3 children born to Jack and his wife, Aurelia Moody, who Harry believed was a cousin to Alastor, and grandniece to Gabriel. They went on to have 2 sons also, Harry, named for him, and Robert. For the great-grandfather, none of the trio would ever have the privilege of meeting. Robert McGonagall passed away 6 months after Voldemort's defeat, and though it was peaceful, and without illness, every member of the Evans family felt his loss. Jack in particular took it hard. He had been the one to spend the most time with his grandparents, and though he had offered to have Isabel live with him after Robert's death, the woman would not accept. She would not be persuaded from the home she had shared with her husband. Not that she was left alone for long. Jack would visit her daily along with each of his sisters throughout the day, and Minerva would always stop by when she had finished teaching. Harry was pulled from his thoughts as Reg spoke once more. "Well, they went to trial and were sent to Azkaban for varying sentences," Reg explained. "Some were given shorter terms than others, and there are those that are still there to this very day. Others were killed during the fighting." "Did you kill any, Uncle Reg?" Reg shrugged. "Maybe," he murmured, "but that is the way of war. We never liked killing, but it was either them or us, and if it was us, the world would be a vastly different place now." The man fell silent and thoughtful as he withdrew into himself. "But what happened after the war?" Dahlia pressed impatiently. The girl had been named for her aunt, her mother's twin, and she had a cousin who had been named for her mother. It was rather confusing at family dinners, but Harry suspected Iris and Dahlia had done it in part for this reason. The former had married into the Greengrass family, the nephew of Lord Greengrass becoming her husband. Daniel Greengrass was a respectable man, and it always amused Harry to see him stumble over his words whenever he entered the room. Iris had done well for herself, and though he would never admit it aloud, Harry had grown quite fond of Daniel. Dahlia, oddly, had married into the Abbott family, a second cousin to someone who had once been an old friend of Harry's, back when he had been running the DA. The fatting memory brought a smile to his lips as Charles took over from Reg. The Death Eaters were put on trial first, he explained. Some members of the Wisengamot wanted your Uncle Harry punished for what he did to Voldemort, but that didn't happen. Why would they punish Grandad Harry? Clara asked. The little girl was the double of Bella, and shared no features with her father Edgar Bones. Harry still didn't know how the two of them had gone from bitter rivals on the dueling circuit to being married in the space of a year after Bella had graduated, but she was happy, and that was all that mattered to him. Because they thought that your granddad was wrong for killing him, Charles chuckled. Clara scowled unhappily. They are stupid, she declared, folding her arms the same way Bella did when she was displeased by something. They are, Charles agreed. The public was furious at the idea, and your granddad invited them to try to put him on trial. Let's just say no one was willing to do so, the Potter Lord finished amusedly. Harry rolled his eyes as the children stared at him in awe. Anyway, let's get back to the rest of the story, Charles suggested. You know all about what happened after Grindelwald's war, but not Voldemort's. Now, where do we begin? I'll take over, Dad, James offered. I can tell you all what it was like at Hogwarts. He's going to tell us about how he made Aunt Lily fall in love with him again, Clara grimaced. Oi, that's a good story, James defended. No, it isn't, Daisy huffed. We want to hear about the war. James glared playfully at the girl. Fine, he relented as he took a seat. It went something like this. January 1972. James had not gotten a moment of sleep whilst he waited for news to arrive of what was happening at the ministry, and as he noticed the sun rising through the window, he nudged the snoring Sirius awake. They had stayed in the common room all night, along with Peter, Remus, Lily, and Marlene, who had refused to go to bed also, as had the majority of the house. The others had fallen asleep long ago, but not Lily. She had been fretting about Harry, and had only been asleep for perhaps an hour or two. What time is it? Sirius groaned. I don't know, Evans is on my arm, James whispered, but it must be breakfast soon. Sirius yawned as he nodded and checked his watch. It's just gone 7, he informed James. Maybe we should ask Dumbledore what is going on. Are we even allowed to leave yet? I'll check, Perkins said groggily as he stood from the chair he had been dozing in. Wait here. The head boy left, and James gently removed his arm that was trapped underneath Lily, and the girl slowly woke up. What's happening? She asked. There were heavy bags under her eyes, but she was immediately alert. Perkins has gone to find out, James informed, the worry he had felt all night not having abated in the slightest. The redhead rubbed his arm comfortingly. I'm sure he's all right. James merely nodded, but shot to his feet when Perkins returned sometime later. We can go for breakfast, he announced. My father, James questioned as he approached. Perkins offered him an apologetic look. Sorry, Potter, I don't know anything yet. James nodded and hurried from the common room with the rest of the house as they made their way towards the great hall. Potter, do not run in the corridors, Professor Evans chided him. She, too, looked rather drained from the night's events. Professor, my father. Minerva smiled understandingly. He's fine, James, she assured him. Voldemort is dead, and your father stayed behind to help the Aurors. James breathed a sigh of relief. Harry. Minerva rolled her eyes, almost amusedly, as she stepped aside. See for yourself, she urged. The Gryffindors entered the hall to find that the Slytherins had already arrived, but James had no interest in them at the moment. His eyes scanned the staff table, where he saw Harry eating a sizable breakfast whilst he spoke with Professor Dumbledore. The two men were in deep conversation, and James decided he wouldn't disturb them, opting to have some breakfast himself in the knowledge that his father was okay. Merlin's saggy bollocks, Sirius gasped. The boy was reading the front cover of the Daily Prophet, his eyes almost bulging out of his head and his mouth agape. What is it? James asked. Sirius said nothing, shaking his head in disbelief as he slid the paper towards James. Voldemort Burns as Evans Saves Britain, by Ernest Chapman. James read the article and took in the accompanying photos, his gaze shifting between the morning edition and his godfather, who was casually eating his breakfast, as though he had not been in a fight only hours before. It will take them some time to fix that damage, he snorted, swallowing deeply as he surveyed it. The floor had been destroyed, as had the magical fountain he had thrown a coin or two in over the years. Even the bodies of the dead had been left on display for the media to photograph. James shook his head as he read the provisional list of the dead. Bloody hell, Malfoy was killed, he announced. It was then that he realized just how many students from Slytherin were missing. Malfoy, the Lestranges, the Avery brothers, Malcolm Gibbon, and even Elsie Rosier. There were others from less prominent families, just more fatalities to add to a list that would only increase. Did Professor Evans really kill him? Lily asked. James nodded as he read the description given to the journalist by a witness. Burned him to a crisp, according to this. Good, Sirius declared. The git deserved all of it. James could only nod his agreement. He knew that Harry wouldn't have enjoyed what he'd done, but Voldemort had been a monster that had terrorized their country for long enough. If something drastic hadn't been done about him, how much damage could the man have caused? James didn't know, but as most of the country would be, he was grateful for Harry, his father, and everyone else who had fought against the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Break. There could be quite the fallout from what has happened, Harry, Dumbledore murmured. Maybe, Harry acknowledged, but that was why I killed him the way I did. It will deter any from thinking of doing something stupid. Albus nodded his understanding as he sighed gently. I just wish the best for you and Minerva, he assured him. You both deserve it, but I will never stop worrying for you. Harry nodded appreciatively. I think I have proven time and again that I am prepared for everything, he snorted. As far as I am concerned, the fighting is over. I'm done, Albus. Dumbledore smiled as he patted Harry on the shoulder before he stood to address the room. The rest of the students from the other houses had trickled in and had time to read the newspaper. As had become familiar during the Grindelwald years when he visited the school, Harry found himself the subject of stares and whispers. Last night will forever stand as a black mark in our history, but also as one where good triumphed over evil, Albus began somberly. Lord Voldemort attempted to take the Ministry of Magic and assume a position of power over the country. The students in the hall whispered amongst themselves until Albus held a hand up to silence them. Fortunately for us, he and his followers were unsuccessful, and our gratitude must go towards Professor Evans and those that ably assisted him in his efforts to prevent that. The staff and students clapped, and Harry frowned. He had never wanted plaudits for anything he had done, and he was only grateful that Voldemort had not reached his former notoriety before Harry had the chance to stop him. Thank you, Professor Evans, for continuing to keep us safe, Albus added. Harry merely nodded in response, refusing to be baited into giving a speech. Now, with that being said, you will notice that there are several of our number absent, the headmaster continued. I do not foresee many returning to the castle, but when they do, I urge you to remember that they are just like you. They themselves were not involved in the attempted coup, and many have lost loved ones to a cause they believed in. I will say this only once. What has happened must never be forgotten, but this castle will bear no grudges. Hogwarts has always welcomed all who wishes to come here to be educated, and that will not change." With his speech completed, Albus took his seat once more, and the students spoke amongst themselves about the events of the previous night. Break. August 1986. James's gaze had shifted to Harry as he took over, and he smiled as he shook his head. Charles, too, was watching them both, unable to ignore the similarities between them. "Grindelwald and Voldemort," James chuckled. "We all thought you were the second coming of Merlin." Harry's nostrils flared irritably, and James smirked, having learned how to irk his godfather years prior. "What happened after that?" Clara asked. "Well, we finished school," James answered with a frown. "I married Lily and decided to become an Auror like Uncle Reg and Uncle Jack." "Why don't you have children?" the younger Iris pressed. James hummed thoughtfully. "It just hasn't happened yet," he explained. "Lily likes working at the ministry, just like my own mother did at St. Mungo's. We will have them when we are ready." Harry had been wondering the very same thing, and though he had not been concerned about James and Lily having another child around the same time he had been born, he had expected it. Without the war to worry them, he supposed that neither were in any rush or under pressure to do so. Lily had been rather coy about her career, but it was an open secret that she had taken up a post in the Department of Mysteries. She truly had been a rather spectacular witch in her own right, just as Sirius had told Harry during the summer before his 5th year at Hogwarts. With Voldemort dead, things truly had turned out differently for so many. Sirius had joined James in becoming an Auror, and both Peter Pettigrew and Remus had gone on to do rather well for themselves. Harry had hired the werewolf to oversee the running of an experimental potions company he had created around a decade ago to improve brews already available and create new ones to target illnesses that were currently incurable. Much to Harry's surprise, Severus Snape had applied for a job, and he could find no reason to refuse him. Snape was an excellent potioneer and was already making quite the name for himself in the community. Pettigrew had gotten a job working in the ministry, and though he had never given Harry cause for concern, he kept a watchful eye on the man. "Is all of this true?" Dahlia, Iris's daughter, asked skeptically. "Did Grandad really kill a dragon by himself?" "Of course it's true," Reg huffed irritably. "We were all there," he added, pointing to Charles, Arcturus, and Gilbert. Dahlia hummed. "Whatever you say, Uncle Reg. Come on, it's almost lunchtime," she informed the others. Reg shook his head as the children left the basement. "Kids these days," he muttered. "Do they think we're a bunch of lying old sods?" "Probably," Harry replied carelessly with a shrug. "It makes my life easier." "Yeah, right," James snorted. "I'm surprised you haven't gotten bored of trying to teach when all the kids look at you with their doughy eyes. Why do you still teach anyway? It's not like you need the money." Harry nodded. "I don't," he agreed, "and maybe one day I will give it up, but not just yet. There are still things I'm looking forward to experiencing as a professor." James eyed him questioningly, but the other men nodded their understanding. Harry was waiting for a particular class of students to pass through the castle, and though that was still half a decade away, they knew that he was anticipating their arrival eagerly. September 1991. It was almost as though he had stepped into the past as he looked upon the students seated at their respective tables, the usual pointing and whispering something he endured much easier this year. The world around him had changed over the decades he had been here, but not as noticeably quickly as it had when he had arrived this evening. Now he was in a world that had once been familiar to him, but now it was as alien as anything he had ever experienced. Harry had grown accustomed to the wizarding culture of old, and now it felt strange being back in a time when he would have been arriving for his first year at Hogwarts. It was a strange experience indeed. He was pulled from his thoughts by Albus standing and clearing his throat after the plates had been cleared. "I would like to welcome you all once again for another year at Hogwarts," he began, offering the students a bow. "Before I send you all off for a much-needed rest, there are a few announcements to give. Firstly, a reminder to new and returning students that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students. His lips quirked into a grin as his eyes drifted towards the Weasley twins, who did their utmost to appear as though they were heeding the warning. Secondly, Professor Potter will not be with us this year as she has just given birth to her second daughter. We, of course, offer her our most sincere congratulations. The students murmured amongst themselves, many disappointedly. Lily had proven to be a popular professor since she had taken up the post 2 years prior, having chosen not to return to the ministry after the birth of her and James's first daughter. It was odd for Harry to think that he finally had siblings, not that they would ever know that connection. The newly born of the two, Rosa, named for his own daughter and Lily's close relationship with her, would have to settle for him being her godfather, as he had been for James and Bella. It had been his honor to accept, a sentiment that had brought a tear to his eye. Standing in for Professor Potter this year will be Professor Evans, Albus continued, gesturing towards Jasmine, who had taken the post as a break from her curse-breaking work, who has graciously agreed to assist us. Harry smiled at his youngest daughter. He suspected she would also appreciate the break from her own home. Much to his amusement, the woman had been determined to have no children, but had birthed twins almost 4 years ago. Violet and Ivy were as much a handful as her own sisters had been, and now her husband would be caring for them full-time. Jasmine had married a member of the Zabana family, a fellow Cusbraca she had met during an excursion in Italy some years prior. Duvud was a good, Hudwakung man who had been terrified to meet Harry, but Harry had taken a liking to him. He was genuine, looked after Jasmine, and was an exceedingly capable wizard. And finally, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you all that the list of banned items can be found attached to his office door. Please do familiarize yourself with it. Now, off to bed, pip pip. The prefects led the students from the hall, and more than a few shot Harry a glance as they did so. Despite believing, hoping even, that his fame would wane over the years, it hadn't. If anything, it only grew the more obscure his feats became with the passing generations. With a sigh, he rutted himself for another trying yet interesting year as he headed towards the dungeons to greet the Sluthoans. As their head of house, they needed to meet him personally before lessons began the next day. Break. Already, Hogwarts had completely blown away Hermione Granger's expectations. From the train ride to her first glance at the castle as she crossed the lake in the enchanted boats, she had been mesmerized. Having been shown around the Gruffunda common room and where she would be sleeping for the next 7 years, she had joined her fellow new arrivals in front of the fireplace and was listening to their conversation with rapt attention. "Did you see him?" Ron Weasley asked excitedly. "He really teaches here. My dad said he stopped him at the ministry to speak with him, and even now he asks about us all." "Come on, Ron, it's just Harry," Neville Longbottom sighed. "Just Harry?" Ron asked, aghast that Neville was being so dismissive. Neville nodded. "He visits my grandparents quite often," he explained. "What's he like?" the Irish Shummas Funnigan asked. Neville shrugged. "He's just a normal bloke." "Normal, he says," Ron snorted. Hermione was confused. "Excuse me, are you talking about Professor Evans?" she asked. Ron appeared, as though she had taken leave of her senses. "Harry Evans, probably the most famous wizard in the world." Hermione nodded apologetically. "She's a Mugbun, Ron," Neville reminded the redhead. Ron's ears turned red. "Sorry," he murmured. "It's okay," Hermione replied with a smile. "I just don't know who he is." "Well, Professor Evans is famous for defeating Grindelwald," Neville informed her. "He was a really dark wizard that tried to take over the world. Professor Evans killed him." Hermione's eyes widened. "Killed him," she whispered. "And Voldemort," Dean Thomas broke in. "He was another dark wizard that tried to take over the ministry. Harry Evans got him too. And he teaches in a school." Dean placed a hand on her shoulder. "The wizarding world and Muggle are different in many ways," he explained. Harry Ovens is a hero to everyone. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't be here now, and the Muggle word would be controlled by Grindelwald. Really? The boys nodded collectively. He's really nice, Neville assured her, and we will learn so much from him. Hermione remained skeptical, but would reserve judgment until she met the man. Wait, you said he is friends with your grandparents. He went to school with my grandmother, Neville explained. They were both Gryffindors. Hermione frowned confusedly. How old is your grandmother? In her 70s, Neville replied. Why? So, Professor Ovens, the man who was sitting at the staff table, is in his 70s. He did defeat Grindelwald in 1943, Neville chuckled. He looks younger than my dad, Hermione murmured. He's only 38. He looks younger than everyone his age, Neville mused aloud. My gran doesn't look that young. But Ovens' wife does, Ron pointed out. They did meet here at Hogwarts. It says so on his chocolate frog card. Do you mean the Professor Ovens who came to speak with my parents, the Transfiguration Mistress? Hermione scoffed. Neville nodded once more. She cannot be in her 70s, Hermione dunnaed. She's best friends with my gran, Neville pointed out. Hermione could only shake her head in disbelief. Is it because of magic they are so young? None of the boys had a definitive answer for her. Maybe, Neville conceded, but powerful wizards do age slower. Dumbledore is more than 100. Really? Hermione gasped. He taught both of the Professor Ovens when they were students. Hermione was almost speechless at the revelation. Dumbledore looked old, but not more than a century. I don't know what to say, she admitted. Welcome to the wizarding world, Dean chuckled. You're in for a lot of surprises. Break. Harry had never been so nervous to teach a lesson. Over the years, he'd had most of the Weasley siblings arrive at Hogwarts, and even the familiar Nymphadora Tunks, but this was different. This was mostly the class he had once been a part of. Andromeda running away to marry Ted Tunks had not come as a surprise to him when it had happened, and though the Blacks had been furious, Harry had looked out for her, something that Arcturus had eventually been grateful for when he had gotten over it. Her relationship with her family was still fractured, but Malanoa, Drella, and her siblings made the effort to stand by her. Harry watched as the students filed in, the most noticeable absence being that of Draco Malfoy. The marriage between Narcissa and Lucius had never arisen, the former having been matched with one of Rosalana's nephews. The thought of his mentor still brought a lump to Harry's throat. Rosalana had become deathly ill some years prior, and though he had pooled every resource he could into creating a cure for what ailed her, his efforts had ultimately failed. It was a stark reminder that he was still but a man, even if most others wished to believe otherwise. He and Russa had been with Rosalana until the very end. She had smiled at them both proudly, an unusual gesture, and told them how proud she was to have been a part of their lives. To Harry, it had been like losing a mother, and it was something he would never truly get over. Welcome to your first defense against the dark arts lesson, he greeted the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students. For those of you that do not know, I am Professor Ovens, the head of Slytherin House, and your instructor in this classroom. Over the next 7 years, I will teach you not only how to identify and defend yourselves against the unsavoa elements of magic, but how to defend yourselves from those that would attack you. Yes, Clara. The newly minted Slytherin had raised her hand. Will you be teaching us how to defend against the unforgivables? In a few years, Harry replied. We have lots of things to cover before we get there. Today, we will begin with an introduction into what the dark arts are and why they are considered dark, and if you even consider removing your wand, Mr. Crumb, I will see that you do not have access it for the rest of the year. The boy paled at having been caught attempting to point it towards the side of the room the Gryffindors were seated, and Harry released a deep breath. Try as he might, he had not been able to fully mend the rift between the two houses. Some things had indeed irrevocably changed over the years, but others seemingly never would, And though Harry was looking forward to what the next years would bring in lieu of what he had experienced his first time here, he had no doubt that not all his future experiences would be happy ones. Break. August 2105. The funeral of Albus Dumbledore was only one of many that Russa had attended throughout her century and a half of life. The headmaster had remained at his post until the day he had passed, and had simply refused to do so whilst the school year was in session. The minister, whomever that was now, had all but insisted the man be buried on the grounds of Hogwarts, but her father had made a rare, public appearance to ensure Albus was buried with his family in Gudruck's Hollow. Her mother had already been named as head mistress, and Russa had agreed to replace her as the Transfiguration professor, despite what she deemed to be her advancing years. For being more than 150 years old, she felt no worse than when she had turned 60, and though she had never rummaried nor had any children, she never felt that her life had been lacking. Her Quidditch career had been a successful one, and the memories of obtaining her accolades over the years were ones that remained fond. Russ's playing days were long behind her now, but there was nothing that would keep her from flying frequently. Flying had been her first love, after all. Even her father still did so, and still to this day, insisted on being the very first to use whatever prototypes Nimbus or Firebolt produced. The man was nearing 2 centuries old, and yet none would ever believe it if he wasn't so well known in their world. Only now did he begin to resemble a man who was reaching his middling years, the first grays marring his black hair and beard. Rosa watched as he muttered some parting words over Albus's grave. They had not always seen eye to eye, but they had respected each other greatly. "Let's go," Harry urged as he returned to Rosa and her mother. At their ages, death had become so familiar to them, and her mother and father were undoubtedly now the last of their generation. Rosa remembered all of the funerals they had attended: Charles, Arcturus, Reg, Gilbert, and all of their spouses that had passed on. Augusta and Poppy even, 2 of the deaths that would affect her mother the worst. The generation that followed them were also gone. The Blacks, though Rosa did not mourn for Walburga, and even the children and their children. James, Sirius, Bella, Andromeda, and Narcissa were gone. Lily. The redhead's death had been the most painful for Rosa to endure. She and the woman had always remained close, and though Rosa had not had children of her own, losing Lily Potter was nothing short of losing a daughter. All of the deaths, and yet the Evans family continued on. All of her siblings had lost their spouses by now, none of them able to match the longevity her family seemed to have. Jack now lived alone in what had once been the McGonagall grandparents' home, unable to remain in his own after his wife had passed. He had not been the same since Aurelia had died, but he was coping as best he could by dedicating himself to tutoring a dueling club at Hogwarts and traveling during the summer months. Iris and Dahlia had followed suit, returning to the life they had lived upon graduating from Hogwarts. Britain held painful memories for both women, and it wasn't often they returned, but when they did, it was to the family home with their parents where Rosa had remained. Jasmine had returned to Hogwarts throughout the years, and when Lily had eventually retired, having given birth to 4 children who had given her 9 grandchildren between them, she had taken the potion's mistress post permanently. Rosa released a deep breath as her gaze trailed across the graveyard. The next time she would be here would be for either one of her parents' funerals, her siblings, or even her own. Still, that day wasn't today, and though her later years were plagued with grim and unpleasant moments, she was yet full of life, still here and still breathing. Break. December 23, 35. It was seldom now that either Minerva or Harry left their home, both having retired around a century before to enjoy what they had believed to be their final years together. Harry had never truly understood Nicholas when he said that the world had become something he no longer recognized, something he didn't care for, not until the same thoughts had crept up on him. Slowly but surely, it had changed around them until little of what they had come to know remained. Now, he understood Nicholas and Perenelle better than he ever had, though he wished such a realization had not been so costly. For more than 4 centuries, he and Minerva had lived whilst they had watched those they cared deeply for pass on, even their own children. Jasmine had been gone for almost 2 centuries now, and Jack had followed a few decades or so after. Harry could no longer remember how much time had passed. The twins had gone too, Iris following Dahlia only a few days after her passing around a century and a half ago, and Rosa, their firstborn, had been the last a little over 100 years past. So much love and heartache, and yet Harry struggled to remember their faces with how long ago it seemed. Still, the joy they had felt throughout their lives had stayed with him just as much as the pain of losing them, and both he and Minerva clung to both. He remembered kissing each of them on the forehead before they breathed their last, to see them off on to their next great adventure, as Albus would say. Harry felt Minerva's frail grip tighten around his forearm, pulling him from his thoughts. "I always thought you knew what you had done," he murmured as he looked upon Nicholas's grave, "that you were having a laugh at my expense. Albus believed so too, but I think you miscalculated. I know you would have never done this to me, not on purpose." Minerva gave him a sad smile as he turned towards her, her lined and aged face as beautiful to him as it had ever been. "Shall we?" Minerva nodded, and Harry activated his portkey, the same one he had carried with him since he had been a hit wizard. They arrived in Godric's Hollow a moment later, and though they were not as fit or nimble as they had once been, they shuffled their way hand in hand through the kissing gates of the cemetery towards the place the generations of Evans rested. Side by side, their children had been buried. Jasmine, Jack, the twins, and Rosa, their graves immaculately kept. "It had never crossed my mind that we would be here without them," Minerva whispered. Harry nodded. His wife echoed the same words every time they visited, something they had learned not to do too often. Their children would be furious if they believed they were wallowing in the past, but there was little else for them to do now. Harry and Minerva had watched as friends came and went, as bobbies grew into adults and followed suit, too many times to count. "It will be us next," Minerva whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. "There's no one else left." "A small mercy I am grateful for." Minerva nodded her agreement before tutting, as she took in the sight of the wilted roses adorning the graves of their children. Neither had planted them there, but they had grown, nonetheless. It reminded Harry of the field that he and Grindelwald had fought in all those decades ago, and the songs the locals sung about the roses, how they thrived when everything else had been dead. He had come to hate and adore the flowers equally, but stilled Minerva's hand as she raised her wand to bring them back to life. "Leave them," he urged. "They're dead, Harry," Minerva pointed out. He nodded as his eyes trailed over where his children rested before turning away and leading his wife back towards the gate. Neither can live whilst the other survives. Harry had lived. He'd had children, grandchildren, and several generations that had followed, but now he'd seen enough, and he knew Minerva had too. They'd laughed and cried in equal measures, had loved one another unwaveringly for more years than either could count. They had lived several lives in one, and for the good and the bad that had come with it, they'd experienced it all. Wrapping his arms around Minerva's shoulder, Harry looked back at the drooping flowers a final time. "They are dead," he agreed, "and if there is indeed any mercy left in this world, we will not be here when they bloom again."